I'm flying out there tonight. I'm gonna stay there till Wednesday, and I'm flying out with a contractor. I'm paying for his flight and everything. But I have a
This is in Midland, Texas.
yes,
Got it. Okay.
and I get different reviews on what people do with the house. I know you say um you don't do anything to the house and you just throw it. I was talking to Yui and he said he cleans it up a little bit, and I heard Jory also cleans it up a little bit. So I have picture to the house, and I just want to get your like feedback on what to do.
Yeah, let's go into it. You want to do a little screen share, or you want to text me the link and I'll pull it up myself?
Okay.
You cool with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was getting a little nervous.
Nervous about what?
This is the first subject I'm taking down, and I didn't really know.
My only question is, why aren't you selling this to me? Like, why did you try and sell it to Jory before you sold it to me?
I don't know. Midland is not.
It's like you get these friends, guys. Like you go, hey guys, I'm gonna go play golf, and you get like 3 buddies together, and you introduce these 3 buddies together, right?
Yeah.
And then what happens is, like, a month later, you see those 3 buddies on Instagram playing golf without you. And I'm like, wait, what the hell, dude? You guys didn't even know each other without me. And so now you're selling a deal to my friend that I introduced you to without even bringing the deal to me. I freaking love it. It's great.
I feel guilty about this.
You should feel guilty. I teach you creative finance. I introduce you to the buyer. You then bring the deal directly to the buyer and not even to me. And then when that buyer doesn't perform, you then come ask me questions of how to solve the problem. This is so good. Guys, you can't make this up. Is this why you were nervous?
Well, also
because you knew I was going to call you out.
Well, no, I wasn't worried about that.
Oh my gosh, bro. Oh my gosh, guys.
No, I was more worried because it's like the first house that I mean, I'll be wrapping it, so I'll own it for like a month or 2.
Okay.
But it's just scary that I like bought a house, you know.
This is kind of like you just moved out of your mom and dad's house, so that was like one big leap. We're all proud of you. Doing deals, cranking out deals, and now you're out of your mom and dad's house. Now it's the next leap. Now it's time for you to own a property. You know what, bro? Honestly, I'm not even mad about this. I'm proud of you. You need to own a property, but why are you wrapping it? Because you need the buyer's funds to cover your down payment. Is that what's going on?
Yeah, cover the partial down payment because I thought I overfunded the entry fee.
It pains me when people decide they want to do owner financing on the back end, because it's like in 6 months, maybe in a year, you'll be so much more advanced in real estate and you'll look back on this house and you go, why did I ever owner finance this? Why didn't I just hold this? Why didn't I just hold this property in my portfolio?
Yeah. There's a good spread on it. PITI is 950 and the rent is 1,700.
Bro, sell this to me right now. Why aren't you selling this to me?
Well, have you? No. Here's what was gonna happen. I was actually gonna cancel on it.
What?
Because it took 7 days for an EMD, and I thought 7 days for EMD was $500 EMD was fair enough time, and I was gonna cancel on it, but I talked to Carolyn, and she was like, "Dude, you gotta take it down and sell it, like wrap it yourself." And I'm like, "Carolyn, I can't do that. I'm too scared."
You're too scared. Come on, dog. What's funny, Kevin, is this not the greatest place on planet Earth? This is the best mentorship on planet Earth, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you've been in here how long?
Year and 4 months.
You've been in here a year and 4 months.
Yes.
Have you paid me any money to stay in here for a year and 4 months?
No, you paid me with Nobu.
I did pay you with Nobu. That is correct. How much was that dinner? $1,200, $1,300, something like that?
$1,200.
Was that the best sushi you ever had in your life?
Hands down.
Okay. Here's the thing, Kevin. You've been in here a year and 4 months. You have all the support you could ever ask for, right?
Yeah.
You've made the best friends of your life in this mentorship.
Yeah.
You have unlimited training. Like, it's honestly overwhelming how much training and support you have. And you are still telling me that you're afraid of something?
No, I never thought about rapping it myself, but like,
Okay.
I remember a year and a half ago when I made that realtor phone call, and you specifically said like, am I still gonna have my birthday? And I said yes, and you said, am I still gonna have my orange monster? And I said yes. So like, I'm really not. I was scared about it, but the reason why I did it was because I'm scared, so I should do it. Because what's the worst thing that's gonna happen? You know, I still have my
Bro,
birthday.
why? So let me ask you a question. Why don't you sell this deal to me and get an assignment fee?
Uh, did you look at the deal though?
No, oh, did you text it to me?
I texted you the
Okay,
like.
here we go.
Is it? Let me know if it's like working though.
It's spinning. It's got the spinning wheel of death. Did you send it to me from your Android or what's the story?
Send it to my from my computer.
Come on, dog.
Is it? Is it? Let me know if it's loading. Or
Somebody says, how much is sushi at Nobu?
yeah, a lot of money.
I would say if you go to Nobu, plan on spending about $400 a person, something like that. Maybe $500 a person is probably the more accurate number. $500 a plate is what it costs to eat at Nobu.
Super expensive.
Yeah. Bo Howard says, friggin' what? Yeah, bro, get with it. I don't drink alcohol, so that's without alcohol. That Jen Shelton is absolutely correct. That is without alcohol. Guys, get to a point in your life that spending $2,000 on a 4-person meal once or twice a year is not an impossibility for you. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's an experience also, right? Like, the funny thing is people will go and like spend $5,000 going to Disneyland for one day with their kids, buying them all the things. Their kids won't remember any of it. Yet you go to a business dinner with a guy like Kevin Cho and you want to go to like Del Taco. Like, I am about to try and save some money taking Kevin Cho to Taco Bell. You know what I'm saying? Well, I'm taking you to sushi. Sushi bro. Nick Ligamaro says, I prefer sushi brokers. So do I, bro. So do I. All right, Kevin, did you resend it to me?
Oh, it didn't work?
I don't know, man. Let me pull it up. I'm trying to do 18 things. No, man. Can you email it to me? Can you send me a smoke signal? Like, what can we do here?
Give me 1 second.
Send it to me from your phone and give me a second. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn my fan on in this room. All right.
Okay.
Yui Win says, I'll take you to Omakase. Yui, bro, all day long. I will hang. You and I need to, hey guys, who's coming to Clever Summit next week? We should really legitimately change the name to Sub 2 Summit, to be honest. Should we all go to Nobu? Does everybody want to go to Nobu?
1,200 people to Nova.
About 12. I think there's about 1,200 Sub 2 students going physically. The tickets sold out incredibly quickly, so most people are now going virtual. So who's going virtual? Virtual is going to be sick. Here's what I'm going to do today, guys. Actually, hold on a second. Kevin, I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab 2 things. I need a hard drive. I need to grab one of my hard drives that has like seller calls on it and stuff. And then I'm going to turn on my fan in here so I get some air movement in my studio. Because you can imagine with like all these cameras and all this stuff going on, it gets a little bit hot. So I'll be right back.
Oh gosh, why is it not sending? Oh my gosh. There we go. I have a mic. No, it's too early in the morning to say something. Oh, by the way, if you're ever in Phoenix, you need a place to stay, let me know. I have Bo staying at my house. He's gonna use my car too while I'm in Texas. So, yeah. Oh shoot, yeah, there's echo. I might rework. Okay, there should be no echo now. Yeah.
All right, you send it over?
Yes, I texted you.
All right, let's pull it up.
Because I feel like typically on raps, and this is my guess, is if it's like in Phoenix, you don't really have to do that much work. But if it's like smaller city, imagine you have to do more work to attract those people.
All right, yeah. All right, let's look at this. Let's break this deal down. Bro, I like this. I like that you are giving me a deal to break down right in the very beginning of this long ass live that we're going to be doing. It's going to be fun.
Yes.
All right, let's do this. I like how you send me stuff. Like you don't have a Dropbox folder or something. You know what I'm saying? Like,
oh yeah, I should have it in the Dropbox. Sorry.
You have a Dropbox, but you didn't put these in a Dropbox?
No, I have the Dropbox link, but it was somebody else's photo. It was a wholesaler that sent it to me.
You don't have it. Send me the Dropbox, dog.
But but that photo is like really, really good. Like the wholesaler took a like really nice photo of the house. And
all right.
Yeah.
If you say so, I'll listen to what you're saying. Let's jump into this.
Let me see.
I had to like download 44 photos from your text thread. I love it.
Oops.
All good. It's all good.
Yeah, still learning this.
I mean, that's pretty obvious, bro.
Okay.
Oh my gosh. Okay.
There's 2 sets of photos. There you go.
The problem is like, how do I screen share this properly? Okay, here we go. Everybody can see this now. All right. Guys, give me a thumbs up if you can see this. Let me see your faces. Everybody can see this. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys. All right, so we got a 2-car garage. Single pane windows. Fireplace looks okay. The flooring looks like a laminate type. What do we notice in this photo, guys? Caleb Christopher got it. Detail oriented. Caleb Christopher got it. Okay. Roof leak, right? We got a roof leak right above that fireplace. So that's something to worry about. Here's what else we notice. Notice the floor and like, look at the way that the sunlight's hitting that floor. What are we noticing? We call it buckling. The floor is buckled and warped. Okay. So we got flooring that you're going to walk into that's gross. And then look at that mattress. Look at who's eating the side of that mattress.
The dog.
What the freak, man? Okay. You got a kicked in dog door or whatever that is. Look, here's the thing here's the thing I noticed out of this photo more than anything. Okay. If you look at the first door frame, like down on the left-hand side, right? You'll notice that there is just this gunky, gross stuff right in the door threshold area. It's gross. And yeah, I like the hat too. Ryan says, look at the hat. Okay. Yep. Kicked in door. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Oh.
Okay. So are those all my photos?
No, there's like 40 something photos.
Okay. Got it. Okay, hold on. I gotta go through, dude. When you send here's a tip for everybody. If you send somebody like me photos, what do we do?
Dropbox.
Dropbox, right? Okay. Oh my gosh, why we got to make this so challenging, Kevin? Send me the Dropbox folder.
I did. On your message.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Oh, Google Drive, bro. Guys, I'm telling you, don't use Google Drive for photos. It's not the way to do it. Okay. It's just not. If you argue with me, it's because you haven't tried Dropbox.
I haven't.
If you tried Dropbox, you'd be like, what have I been doing this whole time? Why was I using Google Drive? Are you joking me? All right, here we go. See, this is what, look at this. It just takes forever. It's like open with zip extract. It's so dumb. Dropbox doesn't do this. Okay, it's a brick house, decent roof. So that you've got those two things taken care of. Kitchen cabinets are missing a bunch of fronts. These are way better photos than what you texted me, bro.
Right.
Two different types of cabinets. All right. So what's let's go through the strategy, right? Let's go through what your exit strategy is on this deal just real quick. I'm going to whiteboard this while you tell me what the story is. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. So what's my strategy here? What am I buying it for?
The purchase price?
What's my entry fee? That's all I care about. What's my entry fee?
Entry fee was around 35.
Okay, so let's walk me through that because I want to double check after being in here for a year and 4 months that you understand entry fee. So one, what's the seller getting in cash?
2,500.
Okay, damn. All right, that's great. Seller gets $2,500. This is a subject to deal. Number two, are there arrears? Are there liens? What's going on?
Yeah, there was a rear about 24,000.
Okay, 24,000. Got it. So we're going to save them from foreclosure. That's good. Number three,
Assignment fee.
Assignment fee. You paying somebody on this, or you found this one?
I pay somebody on this.
Okay, how much you paying them?
1,000.
1,000?
1,000.
Two? Okay, so you're paying them $2,000. Good job. Number four, I've got closing costs. So what's the rough purchase price?
This was 164.
Okay, so I'm going to probably have about $2,500 in closing costs on this thing.
It's actually 2,300. I signed it.
Oh, it's 2,300. All right, cool. Thank you for finding out exactly the dollar. All right, so my total entry fee, the way I look at it, is about if I'm gonna wrap this, I'm gonna sign this. This is your true entry fee, right? But if I'm gonna keep this, and let's say I turn this into a rental, I've got a renovation, I've got some payments I got to make along the way. So I would say my renovation's probably, I would say 25 grand. I'm going to do flooring. I'm going to fix drywall, roof leaks, those types of things. I'm not going to redo the kitchen cabinets. I'll probably paint the kitchen cabinets and put some cabinet doors on the missing areas, that kind of stuff. So I will say my renovation's 25 grand. Okay. Bare bones. If I turn this into an Airbnb, we got a bigger problem, right? Because I got to have like entertainment areas. I got to have furniture. I got to have all that kind of stuff. So number six, while I'm doing the renovation, right? I'm working on the renovation itself. I've got 2 months probably of payments. What did you say the payments are that we're taking over?
970.
970. So I'm going to ballpark it because this is where people's brains fry because I've been doing this so long that I just kind of ballpark a number. My payment is 970, but I also have utilities. I have landscape maintenance. I have insurance. I have factor, right? I have all of those types of things. So I'm going to just throw in here probably a ballpark estimate of like $3,000 of sitting costs. It's going to sit there while I am renovating it and getting it ready. Then seven, I'm going to throw $500 in here to go find a tenant, right?
Yes.
Okay. So my true entry fee, okay, if I was going to keep this as a rental, my true entry fee on this deal is roughly 60. Let's just call it a cool $62,000. Okay. That's the entry fee to a buyer, right? So if you assigned it to a Jory Alston or to me, my entry fee is $62,000.
Yes.
Okay. Does that make sense? Plus, let's say you assign this piece of shit to me. Okay. Let's say you assign this to me. Adriana, you better be taking freaking notes on this. All right. Thank you. If you assign this piece of shit to me, what kind of really low assignment fee are you looking for?
$1,000.
Come on. I don't pay that little. I always want to pay more. Let's say $5,000. Okay.
$5,000.
Okay, so I'm all into this $67,000.
Yeah.
Okay, but I'm inheriting a loan. What's my loan balance?
111.
111.
Yeah.
What's the ARV?
220.
220. Okay, so I'm all into this thing with $67,000 additional out of my pocket. I'm into this thing 178, and it has an ARV of 220. I mean, you and I could wholesale this, not wholesale this, but you and I could subtail this.
Okay.
Do you know, you pause for a second, which means you don't know what I just said.
No, I know subtail, subject to, and then take it to the retail market.
Yeah. So essentially we go put 25 grand into it. We sell this thing for 220 or let's say 230, right? And you walk away. You're not going to make a lot on this. This is why I don't love flipping. And this is why I don't love wraps, right? Because I'm at a different stage of my game, right? Stage number one, when we jump into real estate, is let's get some assignments going, right? Like, Kevin, no, I'm not trying to apply any pressure to you, but you should be assigning this deal to me or another buyer, right? Because $67,000 is a chunk of cash. So either A, you got to come to the table with that money, or B, you got to go raise that capital. What I do like about this deal is the spread on this deal. So let's look at this. Even if the buyer, me, right, I raised $67,000. Let's go into what the cash flow would be, even with a private money lender at $67,000. Okay. I've got a PITI of $970, right? What is my rent? What can I rent this for?
16 to 17.
Okay. So let's say $1,700. Okay. So my gross spread on this deal is $730 a month, right?
Yes.
Okay. So $730 a month. It doesn't cash flow.
Yeah.
You think it does, right? You look at this $730 a month, guys, and you go, oh man, this seems like it cash flows. Why does this not cash flow, Adriana Campa? Look at this. Everybody looks at this and they go, okay, 970 PITI, 1700. Well, the 970 PITI has taxes included. This is your principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. So we have the full amount, the full payment is right here, 970 PITI. What's my interest rate on that loan, by the way, Kevin?
3.75.
How much?
3.75.
3.75. Meanwhile, just FYI, all the people out there in regular land, right, that are out there trying to do the BRRRR strategy just got their asses handed to them with the BRRRR strategy. Does everybody understand why everybody in the trying to do the BRRRR strategy just got their asses handed to them? Nobody understands this. Rates went up like 2 full points. Most of the people that are trying to do BRRRR, every deal they had in their pipeline is no longer penciling, right? Their payments have gone up 20% higher, right? So they've now got to buy deals at 40 cents on the dollar in order to get their money out of a BRRRR deal, okay? K. Archie says 5% yesterday. Daryl Banks says, Pace, I have a similar property for you in Dickinson, Texas. I have a really hard rule in my real estate business. I don't buy any houses where the city has the word dick in it. I'm just kidding. Just trying to get you guys to wake up a little bit. It is 6:30 in the morning. Okay, so Gary says, are you being a dick? Yeah, I'm just teasing. I'm just teasing. Okay, so Kevin, this doesn't cash flow, and the reason why is because if I look at my Adriana, do you understand this? Are you following me on this? Okay. Why do I not? I almost don't want to add her because she's so cheerful and cheery, and it's too early for her sunshine.
Yes.
Okay. Kenny Kaywood says, Pace, do you buy in Nashville? Kenny, if you have a deal in Nashville, let's call that seller. Let's lock up that deal today. Sell me a deal today. Everybody's damn goal today on this Zoom with me is to sell me a deal. Kevin, are you going to be the first person to accomplish this?
Yes. Okay.
I didn't know I was going to come into a Zoom and within 20 minutes, I was going to convince Kevin Cho to just sell the deal to me.
Well, I got a little scared with this deal lately.
Well, I would be scared of it. Okay, let's look at this. So I have a payment to my lender for $970 a month, right? I just took this over subject to. Everybody are you guys following me? Give me a thumbs up, a yes, give me something, and tell me you guys are following me and tracking me where we're at right now, right? Kevin has a seller. I've broken down the entry fee. The entry fee is $67,000. I was very, very specific of where that money came from, right? $2,500 to the seller, $24,000 to the arrears, right? The seller's behind, they're in foreclosure. $2,000 to the person who brought the lead to Kevin Cho. Kevin Cho using the PACE method, basically going out, working with other people and saying, bring me your dead leads. This is a dead lead that nobody else, no wholesaler on planet Earth could have done anything with this property, okay?
You shopped around 2 times.
What's that?
You shopped around 2 times from a wholesaler.
Love it. Yeah, wholesalers shopped this around, couldn't do shit with it, so they brought it to a creative finance student and said, please, desperately, I need help. Okay? Kevin's like, he's in this Zoom right now, and you're bashing him. All right, so then $2,300 of closing costs, $25,000 in a small reno. Guys, 25 grand doesn't really go that far anymore, okay? $25,000 really does not go that far anymore. So $3,000 in sitting costs, right? I'm gonna have a couple of payments on this new sub-2 loan that I just took over, and then I'm gonna spend $500 trying to find a tenant, okay? Mm-hmm. Everybody, we're all on the same page where this entry, and then Kevin, I go, Kevin, if you assign this deal to me, how much money would you want to make? Kevin says 1,000. And then what did I do, guys? I was like, come on, man, you're my little brother. We got to get you money to take some girls out on some dates. That's like 4 trips to Nobu. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
All right. So does everybody understand where the $67,000 came from before I break into the cash flow? All right. Perfect. All right. So we're at $67,000. Now that means that I'm taking over a sub-2 loan at 111. Here's a question for you, Kevin. If I pay that $24,000 up here, right? This arrears right here. If I pay this $24,000, does that reduce this 111 at all?
No, that's the
principal balance. The 24,000 is just the arrears.
Well, 24,000. After you pay the 24,000, it's gonna be 111. That's gonna be left. So right now it's like 130 something. 130. Got
it. Okay, cool. So we're all on the same page here that I'm gonna be all into this property, taking over a subject-to loan at 111. Adding my $67,000, I'm going to be into it. 178 is my cost. Okay. So I haven't figured out my exit strategy here yet. I'm just kind of adding everything up. Right. So this could be a good subtail deal because it does, even after the renovation, even after the catching up the arrears, this is a deal that I could buy subject to, and then I could list on the open market, take it retail. This is why we coined the phrase subtail. Okay. Isn't it cool that the sub-2 mentorship coined the phrase subtail? Now I see other people using it all the time on their YouTubes. Come on, guys. At least give credit to where it came from. You know what I'm saying? If you stole somebody's song, okay, you'd get a copyright claim in 2 seconds. Just shout us out. Just say, yo, shout out to the sub-2 mentorship for coming up with this trend and this name. Oh, Howard says, are you drinking ball juice? I'm drinking Bai. I think that's the name of it. No sugar, 10 calories for the whole bottle. A lot of flavor. It's bomb. Ben says, I didn't know it came from you. Yeah, it came from me. There's a lot of phrases in creative finance that came from me. Okay, so subtail. If I take it subtail, I'll probably walk away making roughly $20,000, which is not a bad thing. Saving a seller from foreclosure, paying a couple of people assignment fees, walking out making $20,000 net, pretty good deal, right? I could see that subtail could be a really good way to go. Everybody agree with that? Subtail would be a good strategy on this?
Yes.
Okay. Now, why would I prefer subtail over a wrap? Now, Nick Legamaro, who's one of my best friends, would probably say wrap this thing, right? Because that's his current strategy. He's in a different phase of the business.
Mhm.
Now, when you first get into creative finance, you start looking at, there's different phases. Okay. And I find that typically the people who are like, yo, I've been in this business a long time. They start kind of phasing towards note investing or selling on wraps, right? Munchan says, do you sell the sub 2 to the end buyer for subtail? No, you just sell that person to, you sell them retail on the retail market. If you sold somebody the underlying subject to loan, then you would be doing owner financing, and that would be called a wrap. You have the opportunity to do this as a wrap. Now, I do also like this as a wrap, Kevin.
Right.
I do also like this as a wrap. I just personally don't like doing wraps because I want to own real estate, not own notes. Okay. Yeah. And it's not that there's, okay, I'm just going to give you my personal opinion. Notes are for a different phase of your real estate investing career. Mm-hmm. Okay. They're just for a different phase. I think they're for the very, very beginning phase of your real estate investing career, just to build up some cash flow and have some residual cash. And then they're also for the tail end of your real estate investing career where you've been in here for a long time. But the majority of what you should be doing in your real estate career is owning property. You should be owning property and building wealth. Okay. Guys, by the way, what I'm telling you right now, you guys think this is just one deal breakdown. You need to be looking at every deal the same damn way. And what happens is in 2 weeks, somebody's going to DM me and go, Pace, can you please underwrite a deal for me? And I'll go back and watch this video. And they'll go, oh yeah, I watched you do that. And I'm like, then why did you come back and ask me to underwrite the deal? I'm underwriting every deal on the planet right now. Imagine this is every deal on the planet. I'm going through the same mindset. I'm going through the same, which exit strategy am I going to go through? Is this helpful for us to just stretch this out a little bit instead of me just getting right to the punchline? Is the foreplay more important than the punchline? Okay. So let's look at, we already know subtail, right? If I subtail this deal, I probably end up making about $20,000. Okay. What is the benefit of a subtail? The benefit of a subtail in this situation is that I get 20 grand that I could then go deploy into another deal or back into my marketing, back into hiring virtual assistants, all of that stuff, like $20,000 plus the 5 grand you made assigning it, right? You technically, Kevin, if you went and did this subtail, you raised some private money, you would end up making about 25 grand, whereas I would make 20 because I got to pay you a $5,000 assignment fee, right? Now, I take that $20,000, I could go do 100 different things with that $20,000. Guys, tell me in the side chat, what else could we do with $20,000 besides just go to Nobu? What else could we do with this 20,000 bucks?
Gator lending.
You could do gator lending. This week, I made 12 grand on gator lending just alone this week. Okay. So I could do, guys, you know what I just did? I just hired a full-time employee to run my gator lending company. Full-time. You guys are going to start seeing Allison Gustafson. She used to be one of my private lenders, and now she's going to be running my gator lending stuff. Okay. There we go. I like that. You could hire more virtual assistants and get more deals, right? So like you're taking this 20 grand and reinvesting it back into your business. I like that. Okay, there we go. Ben says a couple of things. You could do gator lending. You could buy another subject to, or you could do Airbnb arbitrage. Okay. Here's what I like. Oh, Don says I could go to Vegas. Okay. Jess Mayo says furnish an Airbnb. Jess Mayo, by the way, I get a lot of comments about that Zoom you and I did where we broke down your deal and how I told you not to sell it. So shout out to you. That was a great question. A lot of people DM me and go, that was such a great Zoom that we did, breaking down that deal with Jess Mayo. Okay. So there's a lot of things we could do with this 20,000 bucks, right? Mm-hmm. So we all understand subtail positives. What's a negatives of subtail? Here's the negative Sorry, guys. What's the negative of subtail?
You sell the asset, so you don't really have the owner. You don't get to own the house.
Yep. You're not owning, you're not getting tax benefits. In fact, Nick Legamaro, really smart. You get in fact, you not only do you not get tax benefits, you actually get hit with taxes at a very high rate because this is a short-term flip, right? So unless you have other properties, which you don't currently, Kevin, which is fine, you don't have any depreciation to wipe out this income you're going to make from this deal. So really, did you make 20 grand on the flip? No, you probably end up netting about $12,000 on a flip because Mr. IRS wants to come along and kick you in your shins, right?
Yes.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna, that's a negative. One of the biggest negatives, Gary out of Palm Springs knows this very, very well. No flip goes according to plan. 0% of fix and flips go according to plan. Let me reiterate that. 0 flips, 0%, 0.00% go as planned. Does anybody disagree with me and want to fight me in the back alley? Okay.
Yeah.
0% of fix and flips go according to plan. So, right. Gary's smart. He says, especially lots of fix and flippers have no plan. They just think like, oh, I'm going to buy the house, I'm going to fix it, and I'm going to flip it. That's not how fixing and flipping works. But what's great about a fix and flip is that it's a good strategy. The other benefit to a subtail is that now I don't have to worry about tenants. I don't have to worry about wrap buyers. I don't have to worry about any of that kind of stuff. Right, Kevin?
Yeah.
Like you're out of the deal. It's like ripping off a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Right? J Rod says, everything's perfect until you open walls. I completely agree with that. Okay. Or, right now lumber is so incredibly volatile. It's not even expensive. It's like one day it's expensive, the next day it's not. Windows might be super impossible to get. It's so challenging to really hone in on your renovation budget. So I say 25 grand, that could easily hemorrhage to 32 grand because of found out the AC, whatever. Found out the contractor wants to run off with my money. There's so many challenges with going down a subtail. We had Heather Irving, Heather just sent me a text yesterday. She's like, I finally fixed my fix and flip. I had a contractor steal money from me here. I did this, I did that. I ended up winning. I'm so grateful, blah, 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 blah. But it took 3 times the timeline she originally planned. So Kevin, in your current state of doing business, in your current state of jumping into real estate, is doing a subtail a wise decision for you?
No.
Guys, is this helpful for you to start thinking about this? Like when you're going through and you're doing your own deals, you're looking at your own sub 2, your own seller finance deals. These questions I'm asking Kevin are the same damn questions you should be asking yourself. So don't come to me and say, can you please underwrite my deal? Because I'm just going to point you right back to here. Or I'm going to tell you to go to Adriana because her notes are so damn good. She's going to be able to go through this exact same process with you. Okay?
Yes.
Cool. Now, subtail, we could make a $20,000 amount by crossing our fingers, hoping we're going to make 20 grand, helping a foreclosure, saving a seller from losing their house, a wholesaler who doesn't know their butt from a hole in the ground. No offense to that wholesaler. Don't to say their name on this because they'll be like, wait, Kevin, why are you throwing me under the bus? But they don't understand creative finance, obviously, or else they would do this deal subject to. You had to come in, step in, and get this deal done.
Yeah.
Shout out Kevin Cho. This is why he deserves $1,400 sushi, guys. Okay. So you go save the foreclosure. You save the wholesaler from losing a deal. Amazing. They're going to make some money on the deal. You're going to make some money on the deal. And you do a subtail, you make $20,000. Like, okay. I'm not mad about this. Anybody mad about that exit strategy? Anybody think that's a bad exit strategy? Anybody? Nobody? All right. So let's go into another exit strategy. Okay.
Yes.
Can you please explain why not push a novation versus a subtail? Seems like the entry fee would be lower. So Lisa, this is a really great question. Can I bring you on the live and talk to you about that for just a moment? What a great question. Lisa, what's up?
Hello.
Hi, I just saw your new hairdo the other day.
A new hairdo?
Yeah, I was on Instagram. I don't know what it was all about. Maybe it was just like a temporary photo.
No, I think it was an old picture.
Oh, it was an
Still
old
have the crazy red hair.
What's up, guys? Good to see you. Chicago, shout out.
No, we're on a mini vacation in South Texas.
We're on a real estate junket in Texas.
Oh, I was like, come on, guys. Who goes on vacation in South Texas?
We're visiting family. My mama's 80th birthday. So
your mom is in Texas?
Yeah, in Laguna Vista in the South Padre Island area.
Oh, wow. That's cool.
So pardon
Jen
the
Shelton says, one of my favorite couples. There's a lot of people that think that you're their favorite couple. You are definitely one of my top favorite couples too.
Well, thank you all. Thank you all for the love, feeling it. Thank you. Thank you.
So let's talk about the novation. Why would I not go the novation route on this particular deal? So a couple of things is, number one, they've already contracted the seller on a subtail or on a subject to. Yeah. Because a lot of times the contract that the way that the wholesaler's mindset and like where they're at in their business is what ultimately is negotiated, right? So the wholesaler wasn't thinking about, or Kevin wasn't thinking novation, because in Kevin's mind, there ain't no way he's keeping this property and trying to fix and flip this property, because Kevin just moved out of his mom and dad's house 4 months ago. You know what I'm saying? Does anybody feel like I'm teasing Kevin too much? Because I'm not. I'm the one that got him to move out of his parents' house. You guys got to give me credit for that. Yes. Kevin, do you give me credit for that?
Yes. Okay,
so I can tease you a little bit, right?
Yeah, a little more is fine too.
Okay, you're my brother. If I wasn't teasing you, it means I don't like you. Okay?
Yeah.
He was ready. He was 100% ready. All right, so Kevin negotiating this would have had to think about, okay, well, this would be a good retail deal. This would be a good opportunity for me to take this to the retail market. Now, Lisa, you two are experienced in fixing and flipping. You two are experienced in real estate. So you guys would have had a different mindset when negotiating with the seller, right? So it's not that novation wasn't a good idea. It's just that it wasn't on Kevin Cho's mind when he was doing the negotiating, right? He was thinking, I'm going to lock it up as a subject to, and I'm going to assign it very quickly to Jory Alston, one of Pace's golf buddies that Pace introduced me to. And instead of selling the deal to Pace, I sold it to Jory, right? That was Kevin's mindset.
It's the hair pace. That's what.
Yes, 100%. Okay, so I like a novation a lot on this deal because it does save you the closing costs. And also the other thing I like about this, Lisa, is I don't have to come up with all those arrears up front. So I really like that strategy. What I could do, this is the first novation agreement that we had ever done inside of our Sub-2 mentorship. Does anybody remember the name of the student that did the first novation deal in Sub-2? Your tongue got it right on the head.
That's right.
DJ Martin got on day number 2 in the mentorship nearly 2 years ago. DJ Martin comes in, same situation. The seller had $80,000 in arrears. DJ's like, I think I just got to buy this subject to and take it retail. And I go, no, DJ, this is a novation all day long, because what we can do is we can extend the foreclosure, right? We can extend the foreclosure 3 or 4 months and give you that time frame. He's like, no way, the foreclosure is going to happen in a week. I go, trust me. So we extend the foreclosure 3 months successfully, gives him time to go and renovate. He doesn't have to come up with any of the arrears. And then the buyer on the back end, when they obtain their loan, sorry, Lisa, I know you know all this stuff. I'm just saying it for everybody else. The buyer on the back end brings their retail loan from Quicken Loans or Rocket Mortgage or whoever, and that loan pays everything off. The lender for the construction, the arrears, the underlying subject to loan, the seller, if they had any cash sitting there. I really like a novation. Less money up front, less payments to a private money lender. I really like that. The only difference is the mindset of the person negotiating with the seller.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's funny you say that, because literally I was on the phone with a seller, and I don't know if you know Lake Forest, Illinois. It's kind of where Tom Cruise did well, it's risky business, you know, that whole area, really, really, really posh area. And this guy is arrears. And I was starting to think, okay, do I pitch a subtail here? So I start talking to him about subject to a little bit and telling him about, you know, kind of taking over payments. He's moving down to Charleston, South Carolina. He's leaving in a week and all that. It's a good deal. And so I get off the phone and Lee says, why did you pitch a novation? It's like, duh. No kidding. You save yourself like all the arrears, because in Illinois, as you know, the arrears are ridiculous. So it's hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes in you know, arrears alone.
Cassandra says, Pace, if a novation agreement is used, how could you take advantage or pull equity out for the rehab and use that for the rest of another property, modified BRRRR? You can't pull equity out of this deal. All you can do is ask for a private money lender to bring the thing that we're missing here is that a lot of people look at this, like if you're brand new, right? A lot of brand new students in here go, oh my gosh, that's a lot of money to pay for the renovation, the closing costs, the assignment fees. Guys, none of this, Kevin would even have to come out of pocket with anything. Is there anybody in here that has any private money that would actually do a deal with Kevin Cho? I would. Anybody in here? Look at even Lisa. Kevin, they love you so much they would lend money to you. Look at all these people, bro. You would never have to even use your own money. He's like, hold on, let me save all these names. Let me screenshot all these names. Oh, it's so good, dude.
I brought a private money lender on this already.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I closed on it. I signed the document yesterday at noon. He funded the deal. So I already have.
I like how, is it because I've been talking so much that you haven't been able to relay these pieces of information until an hour into the deal breakdown?
I love it though.
This is what you guys like to do. You guys wait till I'm on my last lap and I'm about to answer the question. And then he throws in a freaking monkey wrench. Courtney Daniel says, what are the cons of a novation? So here's the challenge with a novation. What I like about a subtail is that I actually own it and I control the deed, right? What I don't like about a novation is that I'm leaving that up in the air and then I have to sit there and not negotiate, but I have to educate the title company on, hey, I'm essentially doing a net listing. I'm doing a seller net listing and I'm the one renovating the property and I'm getting paid back and I have to explain it to the title company because novation agreement, surprisingly, a lot of title companies understand subject to, but they don't understand novation agreement. So you have to break it down and go, okay, well, you know what a net listing is and this, that, and the other. Oh, I don't know. We got to talk to our attorney. So I think that there's some challenges there is that educating a title company or a closing attorney on what a novation is one of the negatives. Another negative is that if a seller decides during a novation that they're going to cancel on you after you've done your renovation, you still have control of that deal, right? Based on the agreement, but now I have to deploy legal fees to enforce their hand, to force their hand to sign. Whereas on a subject to, it's super clean. They've signed, they're out of my way. I have the deed for the arrears are taken care of. Nobody's hounding me. There's no timeline pushing me. I can then go forward and get the deal done. So it depends on your risk tolerance, right? And it depends do I feel confident with my title company understanding what I'm trying to accomplish so that I can go forward and not worry about having any issues. DJ Martin, surprisingly, this was a funny thing about DJ Martin, that first novation agreement that we did in sub 2. His title company says, oh yeah, this is easy. We could do this all day long. I love this. This is great, DJ. Man, why aren't more people doing this? And DJ's like, oh damn, this is great. So what happens is 3 months later, he finishes the renovation, gets a buyer. The buyer and them are in contract. Then the title company goes, we can't do this. And DJ's like, oh my gosh, I'm screwed. I go, no, you're not, DJ. Just find another title company. So DJ goes and makes 3 phone calls, finds a guy that goes, I've never heard of this, but I'm down for learning. And I go, DJ, get me on the phone with your guy. I got on the phone with him. We walked him through it. And then my transaction coordinator at the time walked them through it. And successfully, he ended up making about $90,000 on this novation. So that's the con of novation agreement, is that you have some stuff kind of up in the air. And even though all your paperwork protects you, doesn't mean you might not have to enforce that paperwork if the seller decides, hey, Kevin Cho's making a lot of money on this deal, and I wasn't aware he was going to make this kind of money. Right?
Hey, they're working on 2 novations right now. Quick question. They're both in the process of hiring an agent. And what I'm trying to do right now with both of these sellers, they're both pretty high priced properties in Chicago, is to say, okay, keep the agent, but keep the agent on the back end of it. So let's do the and get the agent to basically take the listing after we've finished. That's the strategy. What do you think of that?
Yeah, the 100% the strategy.
Okay.
Super smart. Yeah, absolutely. Get your agent involved. We'd love to have them represent the sale of the property.
These are going to be pretty skinny because the mortgage balances are obscene, you know, compared to the value of these properties, and the arrears are obscene as well. But since we haven't yet completed a novation, we thought it'd be a good learning opportunity, you know, even if we made 10 grand, but just to learn the whole process and find the right team to do more.
Yeah, I love it.
Yeah.
This is good. That's an all good strategy. You know, like Gary says, he says that's the only way you're going to get the agent on board. And you have sellers at these high price points that really do, you know, confide in their agents.
Mm-hmm.
And so you, instead of fight again, like what we've talked about 1,000 times, a man convinced against his will is of the same opinion still. So if you try and tell them, don't use your agent, you don't need an agent. We got this, blah, 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 blah. They're just going to feel resistance and they're going to feel a certain way about it. So you guys just say, absolutely, let's get the agent involved. In fact, then when you get on the phone to the agent, you go, look, us doing a novation, you'll actually make more money because if you list it as it is today versus when we list it after we clean it up or we, you know, do whatever, you're going to make a little bit more money on the back end. Plus you learn a cool little strategy and we can do a ton of deals together. So your guys' plan is really smart.
All right.
Cool.
Hey, I know that there are a gazillion hands raised. We have something we want to ask you, but we're happy to wait for the next Q&A.
I promise you, I will jump on you next if you let me finish this round with Kevin.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay. I promise. Remind me. You won't need to remind me, but I'll give me 30 more minutes with Kevin. I want to truly underwrite this with him. And I feel like in 29 minutes, Kevin Cho is going to give me another piece of information he hasn't given me.
Okay. No, please, here's what I should do. I should just like
Kevin, just throw out all the skeletons that are in the closet, bro. Just throw them out right now. I need to know all the skeletons.
Okay. Because I need to know because I'm actually funny. I actually booked a flight out there tonight with Ben. He's a contractor here in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
We already got the. I already rented out the U-Haul and I got the Airbnb booked it.
Are you going to make it back to the Sub 2 Summit next weekend or what?
Yeah, I'm coming back on Wednesday. I'm driving there on Thursday.
Hey guys, let me tell you something we're going to do today on this Zoom. Okay. I'm going to be on here for a while. I don't know how long I'm going to go. I've done the 16-hour Zooms. I've done the 25-hour lives. I've done the 26-hour lives. I've done all the things. I don't know how long I'm going to go today. Okay. But I'm going to go a little bit longer than I normally would on just a general Q&A type of thing. And just take it slow, but I'm going to do something really fun. So next week at Clever Summit, okay, I'm now calling it Sub 2 Summit. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody agree with that? We have 1,200 Sub 2 students going to that physically. And I think we have something like 400 students already watching it live. Okay. So what we're going to do today is I want to find a single mom. I want to find a single mom that has some kids and is having a hard time in Las Vegas. And what we're going to do is we're going to find her today on this live, like literally on this Zoom, we're going to find her from scratch. I don't know who she is. We're going to find her today. And at Clever Summit, Jen Shelton says she knows one. Jen, she got to be in Vegas. She has to be in Vegas. I can't have it in California. I'm so sorry. Has to be in Vegas because I want to pull this lady on stage. Okay. And I want to, here's what we're going to do. We're going to convince this lady that we're going to pay her rent or whatever for a couple of months. That's what we're going to tell her we're going to do. But then when we get her on stage, we're actually going to give her something so much bigger that's going to change her life. And I want to do that as a community, as a group of us, as go-givers. We're going to do that today. Okay. Now I also, here's another thing. Okay. I want to be able to find somebody who can genuinely, use the help. Nothing against people who are drug addicts, nothing against people that are homeless, but I just feel like if you're going to give something to somebody, right, you're going to take something, you're going to take it from your own children, you're going to take it from your own wife, you're going to take it from your own family's legacy and go and try and give it to somebody else and their children and their situation. I want them to be able to actually utilize it, right? I don't want to waste a gift. I don't want people that immediately we're not looking for people that are heroin addicts. We're not looking for people who are, smoking crack and dealing drugs. That's not what we're looking for. We're looking for somebody that might have lost their job, somebody who is responsible to just hit some really hard times and they just need a boost. Because if I give them, not I, but we as a community, give them a bonus in their life, we want them to be able to get to the next plateau and stay there rather than just the money dissipates, right? Does she have to be a sub-2 student? No. We want to find somebody in Vegas. The reason why I want to find a single mother is because I made a post on my Facebook about 4 or 5 months ago. And the post was my wife and I standing next to each other. And I went on a little paragraph about how much I love my wife and how grateful I am, etc. And I had this very hateful human being make a comment underneath my post. Does anybody know the comment I'm talking about? Does anybody remember this? Does anybody know who I'm talking about? There is a very hateful human being that owns a company. Okay. Single fathers get no love. You know what, Manuel? No single father gets love, man, because our job as men is to shut up and go to work. That's our job. That's our job. That's the sympathy you get. You get the ability to have a stronger body and more opportunities than most women. That's the love you got. Okay. We were born with more opportunity. That's the truth. Right? So you were born with more love than what women get. Let's not argue that fact. Okay. Now, I make this post and a very hateful human being comes in and he says, here you are telling us how to live our lives, but you're the idiot that married a single mother. Made that comment on my Facebook. Okay. And I'm going to tell you guys the guy's name because he's a total piece of shit. He owns a company called Speed to Lead. You guys knew who I'm talking about? Makes a comment. And then the next day makes another comment on my Facebook about my wife again, about single mother, just basically saying anybody that marries a single mother is a piece of shit. So I just, in my mind, I'm like, you know what? Now every time I give something to somebody, I'm going to be looking for a single mother, just because the only way you can fight hate is with love. So we're going to find as a community somebody who really could use our help, and we're going to give that away in Vegas. Who wants to help me find that person today? Yeah, Stephanie made a good comment. She says, what happened to him to have him feel that way? And the reality is, hurt people, right? So I looked at that and I didn't take offense to it. I just looked at it, I was like, you know what, man, that's the most ignorant thing ever. So what we're going to do as a community is we're going to combat that ignorance with giving a gift to somebody. And so I'm going to, as a community, guys, let's find somebody in Vegas so that next week at the Sub-2 Summit, we can give some love to that person. Okay. You want us to go touch him up for you? No. He that's the thing about this guy is I realize he's just living an unhappy life for him to make any sort of comment like that. Right? You look at my life and how hard we work and how much time we spend trying to build a community, and for somebody to have any hatred towards me, he's just a hurt type of dude, right? That is correct. Lauren says people like that are their own punishment, right? Alejandro, I think you could probably shred that guy up. And you are correct. Matt Brown, success is the greatest revenge. And Jeremy says, I will never use that service. Guys, if the owner of the company treats human beings like that and talks about people like that, it's not a company you want to do business with. Transparency and user experience are one of the most important things in business today. And when you outwardly make comments like that, he also attacked Munif. He came out and started attacking Munif on some stuff because Munif, I guess, didn't love his service or whatever else. And I was like, come on, man. Like, mean people just suck. All right. So, Kevin, you want to go back to this deal?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So we know Subtail. We know where we're at on Subtail. Okay. So we got a Subtail. $20,000 is what I hope to make, right? We can't plan on making that money. If you assign the deal to somebody, we know you're going to make the money.
Yeah.
Right? We know you're going to make the money. An assignment, that's the benefit of an assignment, is you know you're going to make that money, right? If you do a Subtail, we have no clue. We have no idea whether it's going to actually come out to, right?
Yeah.
So let's go to the next strategy. Okay. The next strategy, what would you like? What do you think you're going to do with this? You're going to wrap it?
That's what I was planning on doing.
Okay. So let's talk about this. This is what I don't like about the wrap. Okay. With a wrap, there's a couple of things we absolutely need to remember, Kevin, is that you are depending on your wrap buyer to come in with the amount of money to cover all of your costs. Okay.
Yes.
So let's go back to this. Your costs, okay, right here to get into this deal are right here. You've got $2,500 to the seller, $24,000 in arrears, $2,000 to the wholesaler. And then your wrap buyer, they're going to have to deal with these by themselves, right? They're going to have to deal with closing costs. They're going to have to deal with the renovation and clean up themselves because you're giving them the property, you're financing the house. I personally think, Kevin, that you are probably going to have to put about $5,000 into this property. That's it. You don't have to put much into it. You're going to leave the floor. I would fix the roof leak. I would fix and clean up the property. That's it. $5,000. Okay.
Yeah,
but your wrap buyer is going to have to come in and bring this much money to the table. So here's the biggest part to this. When we're talking about a wrap buyer, let's get down to the demographic of a wrap buyer typically. Okay. What is the demographic of a wrap buyer? What is the what's the word I'm looking for? The avatar. What's the avatar of a wrap buyer? Somebody who can't qualify for a loan on their own.
Blue collar.
Yeah, blue collar, working class, right? So they can't get qualified on their own. We all agree. And if you can't get qualified on your own, you probably have some issues, right? You're probably not a great saver of capital. You don't have a ton of cash. Now, that's not always the case because a lot of my wrap buyers, you know, they're Hispanic guys that work in the trades and they just stuff all their cash in a mattress. And you'd be surprised. They got like $200,000 in cash in a rental that they're paying $400 a month for, right? So I'm not generalizing everybody, but the overwhelming majority of wrap buyers are not flush with cash. Okay. Does that make sense, Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay. So what you're trying to do is you're trying to find a wrap buyer that's going to come to the table with $2,500, $24,000. So basically $30,000. They're going to come to the table with roughly $30,000 plus whatever you're trying to make, right?
Well, I was expecting to be out of pocket on this one.
With what money?
Private money.
You're going to raise private money to have private money in this deal. So you're going to have hard money involved in a wrap. You can't have hard money involved in a wrap.
No. I was going to cover. So if my entry fee is like, I borrow 45, but if I get like $20,000 or $25,000 down, I would pay off the half of the private money that I raised and keep the other half and pay them off with my assignment fees later on. So I was expecting to be at negative. If I break even.
Bad strategy.
Bad strategy.
Do not do that.
Okay.
Do not do that. Here's what you just said. I'm going to break this down for everybody else. Your hard money lender comes in. How much are you planning on borrowing?
45.
45 grand. Okay. So what you're going to do is your wrap buyer, I think your wrap buyer is probably going to be able to bring somewhere around $20,000 to $25,000 to this particular deal.
Yeah.
So you're going to have 20 grand that is still owed to a hard money lender.
Private money lender.
Same. Let's not mix this up. The only difference between a private money lender and a hard money lender is that a hard money lender does this for a living and they have a website, and that they're not willing to go in second position. Those are the only difference. Private money lender, it's an individual, somebody you're talking to face to face, right? It's a friend. It's probably a sub-2 student. It's probably where the money came from. Did it come from a sub-2 student?
Yeah.
Dude, why did you join any other mentorship? You get look at the strategy. You got the strategy, the creative finance strategy. You get your private money from students. You get your contractors from students. Like, bro, holy moly. How did you ever join another mentorship?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm going to go raise this 45 grand.
Yeah.
Let's say best case scenario, my wrap buyer brings 30 grand to the table.
Uh-huh.
I still owe 15 grand to my private money lender, and my terms of that 15 grand are probably interest only. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's do this. This is technically illegal. You cannot do this.
Oh, really?
Oh, really? Yes. Okay. This is very important for you to understand. So the first position sub-2 deal, right? It's in first position at $111,000. This is amortized, right?
That's amortized, yeah.
So that's great. So when your wrap buyer makes a payment to your wrap, this actually gets paid down. And at some point, all those payments pay down to zero and the wrap buyer owns the property, right?
Yeah.
But if Kevin has a second note on this property to protect your private money lender, and let's say that private money lender is at $15,000, what's your interest rate?
10%.
Okay. So you got a 10% interest only loan. And what you're doing, Kevin, is guys, if you don't know what a wrap is, I'm going to show you what a wrap is right now. Okay. I'm going to show you what a wrap is right now. It's very simple. Okay. Why is it a wrap? It is very literal. The word wrap is very, very literal. W-R-A-P, not R-A-P. We ain't talking Tupac, Biggie, Kanye. We're talking wrapping paper. Okay, like we're wrapping this all up. Joe Garcia says, we're at the 29-minute mark, Pace. Well, the good thing is this is a bonus Zoom, so I can do whatever the hell I want. Okay? So here's what you're going to do. You're also going to have a third position. What's the third position that I create here? That would be Kevin's equity, right? Kevin's going to create equity here. What were you thinking about selling to this for them for?
At 220, because you need to.
Okay, 220. So you'll end up let's just throw in $60,000 in equity in this deal, right? Okay. So guys, I'm going to hit this one more time before I go into what a wrap is. Kevin has a first position subject to, right? Everybody on the same page here. 310 of my students are in here live right now. We all understand this. We all understand there's a $111,000 subject to loan that we're taking over. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Kevin is borrowing $45,000 from a private money lender to pay off the arrears, the closing costs, the assignment fee, all that stuff. He's borrowing $45,000. Okay. His wrap buyer, we're going to assume, is bringing 30 grand to the table. So that means that Kevin has he's short 15 grand. That means he still has to keep $15,000 of the private money lender's money involved in the deal. Does everybody understand that?
Yes.
Everybody understand where I'm at now? Okay. Yeah, thank you, Brad. I appreciate that. Yes, I know. I'm aware. I'm the one that pushed the buttons. I appreciate that. Thank you. So then I have a third position that I've created of equity, right? Kevin created equity in this deal. This is the beautiful thing about a wrap. Okay. I can go create equity. And you've created equity, and this would end up being in a third position, right? So when you wrap this, see how there's 3 different positions, right, guys?
Yeah.
There's 3 different positions. So when I sell this to my wrap buyer, I'm going to have first position, $111,000. I'm going to have second position at $15,000, and I'm going to have third position at $60,000, let's say. Okay.
Yeah.
My buyer doesn't know about all 3 of these loans because I wrapped them all together into one loan.
Mm-hmm.
And this is why we call it a wrap, is because my buyer doesn't know the difference between all 3 of these loans. He only knows he has one monthly payment of, let's say, $1,700 a month.
Yeah.
Tiger says, or is that Tigger? I love that. Tigger says, oh, I get it. Does everybody now understand what a wrap is? Give me, I want 311 yeses in the comments, guys, please. Okay, I've wrapped all of these loans together. This is why we call it a wrap. I created equity. This is one of the most beautiful things about wraps is if Nick Legamaro's in here, he's probably done 2,000, 3,000 of these. You create equity, dude. Like, it's crazy what you can do with a wrap in terms of creating equity. The problem with this, Kevin, is that you have part of your loan, part of the wrap you've created, you have a cancer right here. You have an interest-only loan that you have wrapped into this deal, and you have sold it to a buyer. Okay? What's that, Kevin?
Is there a way to not include that in the wrap?
That would be illegal.
No, like, is there a way to take that second out?
Yeah, you can, but if here's the question, is your private money lender willing to not have a note and deed of trust against the property and just give you a promissory note that says, Kevin, I'm betting on you as an individual that you're going to pay me my $15,000, $20,000 back regardless of what happens on this deal? You're not protecting your lender in that situation. Right? Putting your lender in an actual loan position is what protects them, right? Giving them a second position on this loan is what protects them.
Right.
This changes things, doesn't it, Kevin?
Yes.
Is this valuable for everybody?
Kind of messed up a little bit.
So Ryan says, well, can you sell it higher to pay off the 15 grand? Let's have a conversation about that, because I think this is the part where people are missing on a wrap. How do I pronounce your name properly?
It's Ryan.
Ryan. People got to be so creative with their kids' names. Like, my parents had to call me Pace. You know what I'm saying? Like, why did they have to call me Pace? Like, why couldn't I just been John? You know what I'm saying? And then Ryan, your whole life, I'm sure you've been telling people, no, it's just Ryan.
Yes.
You're like, parents, why didn't you just spell it R-Y-A-N?
You want to make it harder on teachers.
I'm like, mom and dad, why didn't you just call me Kevin? Like, I would have loved to just been called Kevin. Ryan, your question is, why couldn't you just sell it for higher and cover the cost of the 15 grand, right?
Yes.
Okay. So do you remember that part where I brought up the demographic and the avatar of the buyer?
Yes.
Okay. So what you've got to remember, I want you to write this down. The average wrap buyer is going to be able to bring about 12% down on a property they're going to buy from you. 12%. So if Kevin's going to sell this house for about let's say 240. Okay. 240, he sells this on a wrap. How much money is that buyer, the maximum amount, even going to like friends and family, and they're trying to bring all that money together? Kevin doesn't care where the money comes from. What's the maximum amount that buyer is going to be able to come to you in Midland, Texas in cash?
Like 20, like 30.
Yeah. Right. So 30. And that's where we came up with, right? So Kevin's sitting here borrowing 45 grand from another sub 2 student, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's buying 45 grand from another sub 2 student. The wrap buyer, maximum amount of money they're going to be able to bring to the table on a house like this. This is a specific echelon, right? Specific level. So if we just raise the price on this thing to $1 million, does that magically give the buyer on this particular house $200,000 as a down payment?
No.
Right. So we got to realize like where we're at. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't just go to IHOP and say, hey, you know what? I want to order, Nobu sushi. Like there's pockets of where things exist and things of expectations of what this house is going to attract in terms of buyers, right?
Yeah.
Attracting a buyer that has $45,000 in cash. Think about that. What's the percent he's bringing down? He's literally bringing like 17% down as a down payment.
Okay.
That's a big ass down payment for this specific buyer. So when you're creating your strategy of your exit strategy, if you're sitting there planning on your buyer bringing 45 grand to the table to cover your cost exactly, you're going to find yourself in a situation where you go, crap, I'm short 10 grand or 15 grand or whatever. And you can get really creative. Like Kevin's trying to get creative and he's going, well, I'll just pay that 15 grand off as I get some other assignment fees on some other deals. But Kevin, what world did we just enter in that world? We just entered into a robbing Peter to pay Paul type of world because you really wanted to get this deal done. And I do not want you guys doing that. I want you guys being smart about your decision. It's an intelligent strategy, but it's not a smart decision. Does that make sense?
Yes. So you have to tailor it to wherever your demographic is.
Right.
And take into account how much they can put down, and that's it.
Right. Now, when you go into the world of like $1 million to $2 million properties and you're seeing people if you guys go out on MLS right now, and I don't know if Ingrid's in here, I doubt she is. She's probably doing her morning workout. But if you guys go on any of your MLSs right now, you're going to find a good 100 to 200 opportunities on seller finance on your MLS that are represented by agents, seller finance. Okay. You're going to see some at $1 million, $2 million, $3 million. My dad, who had 12 kids and basically he was a business owner, his whole life could not qualify for a loan. So every house I lived in growing up, every house I lived in was purchased either on seller finance or a lease option. My dad got every house on seller finance or a lease option. Everyone. So I look at that and I realize, there's a lot of business owners that make a lot of money that can't qualify for a loan, but that's a different demographic, right? That's a demographic, business owners that are making a lot of money that basically don't show their income or wipe it out with depreciation. Banks have a hard time giving them loans. So it's not that they're making bad decisions. It's that they're very intelligent and they know how to go out and make a lot of money. In the seller finance realm at $1 million, $2 million, $3 million, people are putting 20% down on those deals all day long and bringing 200 grand, 400 grand, 600 grand down on seller finance opportunities at that that $2 million, $3 million, $4 million mark. But again, we've got to create the avatar and we've got to attract that avatar to come and buy this asset. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah.
So at a 200, let's think about this, Ryan. I'm not talking shit about Midland, Texas, but I'm about to talk shit about Midland, Texas. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah, right. So here we are hoping that in Midland, Texas, somebody has $45,000 sitting, burning a hole in their pocket that I can sell or finance to them and essentially sell this on a wrap and be out of pocket, no money.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think that's a smart strategy. Now, if Kevin, you had the money, here's where you can change the strategy. By the way, I hope this is helping you guys because this is high level shit.
It's helping us a lot.
Okay. Here's the difference in the strategy, Kevin. Right when you think that this is not a deal that you want to wrap, I'm going to tell you how you now structure this differently in order to do it as a wrap. You ready for the answer?
Yes.
You ready? Are you ready for the answer?
Yes.
I don't want to tell you this answer because then it takes the deal away from me. And I could have bought a deal first thing in the morning and I could have coerced you to sell this deal to me. But now I'm going to give you the answer that's going to make this deal work. Are you ready for it?
Yes.
Should I give him the information or should I just buy the deal?
Give.
Hold on. Let me get the assignment paperwork ready and I'll be right back. I'm gonna get the assignment document ready. You need to assign this deal to me before I give you this $100 million piece of value. Okay.
Hey, I might sell you the.
Hold on. I got to go get an assignment contract. I'll be right back.
Oh my gosh. Did not know that was illegal.
All right. Now that I know you're not going to sell this to me.
I might still sell it to you.
No, you won't.
I don't know. Well,
Ryan, you having fun with this as much as I
Yeah.
am?
Yeah.
I feel
Okay,
like
so
I'm
here,
I feel like I'm in
Kevin.
a Ted Miller situation. Like, you know, you remember last August?
Oh
Like,
yeah, that was great. That Ted Miller thing was
I don't know how
fire.
to, yeah, I'm never negotiating with you, please.
Okay, so Kevin, here's how you structure this deal differently.
Okay.
You're looking at your lender the wrong way. Your lender, if you can't cover your entry fee with your buyer's capital, what would you do? It's so glaringly obvious, but you've never been told this information, so you can't grasp it.
Ask,
It starts with a P.
P.
Partner. Bring them on as a partner in the deal rather than a lender.
Oh.
That's the answer I wanted to hear. Oh, shit, son. So now, okay, is that helpful for you guys to understand this? Now, I'm going to give you guys a little bit of value here. I don't want you going right out of the gate and giving equity to a private money lender. That's not what you should be doing. You should be giving equity to a private money lender when the deal doesn't pencil. And now this changes the game. Okay? Changes the game because now you can go to this lender and you can say, hey, Ryan, did that answer your question, by the way?
Yes. Thank you.
Thanks for, guys, keep the comments going. I love them. Ryan, great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Kevin, here's the thing, bro. The ability to get a deal under subject to and structure it in a way that you have $0 in the deal, but you take a little bit less equity, bro, you just got a free house.
Right.
Here's what you screwed up. Okay. This is what I would do differently.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm telling you, I could just end this Zoom right now. And this is worth $1 million of what I just taught you.
I'm going there today.
Okay. So check this out. Here's how I would have structured this. Okay. Your 45 grand. What do you plan on doing with that 45 grand?
I have it all written down. 1 second.
This is going to cover the cost of the reno, cost of the whatever, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Here's what I would do with that 45 grand. Obviously you got arrears, right? You got to pay the wholesaler who didn't know what he's doing some money.
Yeah.
I call that hush money. Here's some money, wholesaler. Hush, go away.
I got him down to 1,000, but
Yeah, you're gangster.
he had a partner. So
Like think about this, guys. Think about how powerful creative finance is, that a wholesaler who just simply doesn't have access to this information. It's just information, right? Now it's delivered in a different way. There's nobody better and there's no community better to deliver this information than us. But think about this. A wholesaler who couldn't get this deal done was willing and probably, I hope he's not in this Zoom, but probably very grateful that he's making $1,000 on a lead he couldn't figure out.
Yeah.
Kevin is going to go create 30, 40, maybe $50,000 in equity towards himself with no money out of his pocket. Tell me that this is literally like what you've learned in this process, Kevin, is not worth $5, $10 million in your future business.
Yeah. It's great.
And when people say, oh, wholesale is easier. Really? Wholesale is easier? You were happy to take $1,000 to offload this lead because you didn't know what to do with it. You couldn't even make the deal work. If wholesale is so damn easy, why couldn't you make this deal work? The seller's in financial despair. They are willing to walk away from their house for $2,500 and you still can't figure it out with wholesale? Get out of here. Wholesale's easier. Are you kidding me? You're going to make so much money on this deal. You just need to structure it a little bit differently.
Okay.
Okay? All right. So you've got arrears. You've got to pay the hush money, right? You got to pay the hush puppy some hush money. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So this hush puppy goes away. Kevin's like, Pace, please stop teasing this wholesaler. He'll never send me another deal ever again.
You might be on YouTube.
What's that?
You might be on YouTube.
He might be. I doubt it.
Yeah.
Okay. So arrears, the wholesaler, I've got to pay closing costs, right? And that's basically, and then the seller gets their $2,500, right? So I'm into this like 30 grand. You were thinking that you should take this other $15,000 and you were going to renovate the property. That's what you were thinking, right? Because you have this, your original question, which I'm now finally getting to.
Yes.
When people, you know what? People talk so much shit about how much I talk. Even my friends are like, oh, Pace, you talk so much. You know what? You try and teach as well as I do, and we'll see how long you talk. Are you glad that I went on about this for an hour and 30 minutes?
Yes.
Should I have just told you the answer you really wanted, which was, no, don't do any work on this. Just clean it up for $5,000. And then I move on to the next question. Would that have satisfied what you really needed to learn? Would anybody else in here have gotten the value of the last hour and a half? So anybody that says that I talk too much can kiss my ass. All right. So you're sitting here thinking $15,000 is my renovation budget. That's what you're thinking about that 45 grand. Am I kind of following your mindset?
Well, I had a holding cost for PITI and private money for 3 months.
Okay.
I put about $3,000 in marketing just in case. And then like the other 10K was like for me to do something with it, like renovation. Yeah.
Okay. So here's what I would actually do with this. Okay. I would have already started marketing for a wrap buyer. Okay. We've already done Zooms on that. You already know how to market for a wrap buyer. We have Facebook posts about exactly what to post. We don't need to go do that. I don't need to go down that road. We're not turning this into a whole wrap thing. Okay.
You would market it without doing the work?
Hell yeah, dog. What are you talking about? You're talking about a demographic of a buyer that's been rejected multiple times on getting a traditional loan. They will be so eternally grateful to buy this property from you.
Wow. Okay.
Kevin, you have missed so many Zooms, brother. So many Zooms. Mamadou says, I've wrapped a property with piss all over it. I did a whole Zoom. Actually, go into the vault, Kevin. Go into the Sub2 vault and go and watch the Zoom that I did with Jory Alston, the guy that you tried to sell the deal to and you went around my back.
I didn't go around your back.
I know. I'm trying to get a rise out of you. That's it. We did a great Zoom where Jory and I pulled up the worst properties we've ever wrapped. Okay. The last property I was actually in Pennsylvania with Jory. Okay. I was in Pennsylvania with Jory at one of his properties. Hattiesburg. I was in Hattiesburg. Should be called Hadesburg. Jonathan Asbell says, I can't find that Zoom. Ask Tanisha. She probably can help you find it. Okay. So I'm there in Hadesburg, wherever this place is.
Yeah.
And I go to one of his properties that he has already successfully wrapped. And there's literally no kitchen, no flooring. There's like holes in the floor. You walk in, rats are living there. Homeless people are living there. And there's water dripping from the second floor down into the first floor through the ceiling. And he wrapped it in that condition.
Did he get good down payment on it?
Yes, he got a down payment on it. Look, Kenny says that Zoom was crazy.
I was under the impression like I don't want to market it unless I own it, because
no, bro, you need to be marketing this right now.
should I get like a photography inside?
You already have the photos, bro.
Okay.
Are we overthinking this a little bit, Kevin?
Yeah, no, I was thinking.
I haven't given you the greatest game of all time. I'm still leading up to the greatest thing that you should be doing on this deal right now. Thank you, Maji. Appreciate you. Here's what I would be doing on this deal. See this 15 grand that you have left over? I would actually spend a little bit of money of cleaning it up, right? I'd trash it out and I'd maybe get it cleaned, and anything that's like leaking, I would fix it. So I'd maybe spend 5 grand on that. Okay, on reno, max yourself at 5 grand because you're wrapping this, dude. I would then have the $5,000 for payments, utilities, things of that nature, right? Just miscellaneous.
Uh-huh.
And what would I do with the other $5,000?
Assignment to me?
There you go. Pay yourself for putting the deal together. Pay yourself up front $5,000 for putting the deal together.
Yeah.
And then bring this person in as an equity partner.
Yeah, I actually, when I look at the settlement statement, I actually have $10,342 to play around with.
Yeah, but you're talking, you got reno and miscellaneous and et cetera, right? So whatever you don't use, you just pay to yourself. But what I would do is I would go back to this partner of yours, whoever the sub-2 student that's giving you private money is, I would tell them, I want to be a 50-50 partner with you on this if I don't have to pay you the other $15,000.
Okay, so he gets the down payment.
Yep, he gets the down payment. So he's only out of pocket 15 grand. So for 15 grand, I would get, for me personally, Kevin,
Yes.
why would I give him so much? Normally, in a normal situation, I'd say, hey, let's do like a 75-25 split. The lender gets 25% equity. Why would I give him so much?
Because you have less, you don't need him as much as I need him.
I don't need them at all. I can come up with that 15 grand on my own. So when you're first starting out, you got to give up a little bit more when you're first starting out so you can go through these transactions without any money in your out of your pocket.
Yeah, yeah.
Does that make sense?
50-50 as in like the cash flow and the equity.
Yep, bro. I'm going to answer this one time for you. It's 50-50.
Okay.
So when you say, well, what about the cash flow? What about the appreciation? What about the depreciation? What about the mortgage pay down? Bro, every benefit that this property shells out for you guys is 50-50.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
So how do we structure the ownership? Here's how we structured the ownership. Okay. Kevin, do you have an LLC?
Yes, I do.
From PCS?
Yes.
And let's make up the lender's name is just lender, right? So I hope that lender also has an LLC. So basically, both of your LLCs will then own 50% of an LLC that owns that property. Okay, so you need to create a Texas LLC, not Texas LLC, but a new LLC. It could be in Wyoming. I would talk to Prime Corporate Services about that.
Okay.
And say, where should we create this LLC? But I would create an LLC in Midland, Texas, not Midland, Texas, I'm sorry, in wherever. And I would call it the Midland LLC. And you and your partner both own 50% of this LLC. And this LLC owns the property. Does that make sense?
But I already have, I already closed on it today in my LLC. So do I?
Doesn't matter. You can deed it around. You can move it around. It's no big deal.
Okay. Okay.
Or what you could do is you could have, you need to go to your private money lender. Okay. And you need to have a conversation with this private money lender and say, hey, look, I just realized after talking to Pace. Okay. I just realized after talking to Pace that I can't have your money as a second position if it's interest only. That's illegal. You can't do that.
Okay.
Okay. You can't wrap an interest only payment because essentially what's happening is your loan to your buyer is an amortized loan. Unless you go to your buyer and go, hey, just so you know, a portion of this is just going to go to this interest only thing and it's not going to pay anything down. Your buyer's going to be like, wait, you want me to bring $30,000 down payment and I've got a portion of this that's not going to ever pay down? You can't do that. Okay.
Got it. So quit claim from my LLC to a new LLC,
Right.
and then have that.
Or you can amend the ownership of the property where 50%. So what's the name of your LLC?
It's KC Property Holdings.
KC. Okay, cool. So KC Property Holdings, I like it, owns 50% of the house. Okay. So you've already kind of taken action on this, but that's the way I would set it up, just FYI. But you also can set it up this way where here's the house directly and 50% of the ownership is in KC and 50% of the ownership is in this lender.
Okay.
So you can do that after the fact. You can close on it 100% in KC LLC, and then you can amend the ownership documents.
Of my LLC. Okay.
You amend the ownership of the property. You'll ask the title company who you're working with to do that, okay?
Amend the ownership of the house.
Amend the ownership percentages after you close escrow. Just get the deal done, close on it, and then go back to your lender and say, how can we structure this where you'd be excited about not having me pay you back that $15,000?
Okay.
Because the way it is like right now you've got $111,000 is owed on the underlying, and then you've got an additional $24,000 in arrears essentially, right? So you're basically 135 grand. So
Yes.
if you sell it to a buyer for, let's say, what were you thinking? 225?
220, yeah.
So 220, you essentially have created, this is the dopest thing ever. This is what wholesalers just do not understand. Hey guys, just everybody out there in regular human land, not creative finance land, please don't ever learn this. And please just think that wholesale is way easier. And please don't ever know that you can just go out and create $85,000 in equity by just putting it on a piece of paper. Okay. So what you've done is you've created $85,000 in equity on this deal.
Uh-huh.
And you essentially are going to split that. It's 47,500 each is what your partner will get 47,500 of this, and you will get 47,500 of this. But the value is that you guys are not only getting those, sets of equity, you're actually charging a percentage rate. So let's say that you go to your buyer and you're charging on your whole wrap, right? The whole entire wrap, you're charging, let's say 7.5%.
Yeah.
I'm just throwing that number out.
Yeah.
You aren't just making $47,500. You paid yourself $5,000 up front for putting this together. No money out of pocket. You have equity of $47,500 that is bearing interest at 7.5%.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's do the math on this. Let's go to, I don't know if anybody even cares about this at all, but let's go to bank rate mortgage calculator and let's see what kind of money Kevin Cho is going to make on this bad boy. Okay. Oops. I chose the wrong one. They always get me. They always get me with the wrong one. Caleb says, go to my calculator, bro. If I have to freaking go find your calculator, you know what I'm saying? Okay, so this is simple. And by the way, Caleb, no offense to you, but what happens is a lot of people are like, wait, why can't you just go to bank? I just got to train people to go to Bankrate. So let's go to what is it? We said we're going to create $85,000 in basically a payment, 30 years, and we're going to charge this 7.5% interest.
Okay.
Let's calculate this. Okay. Total interest paid, bro. Are we paying attention to this number right now? Look at this.
130 grand.
That's on top of the 85 grand. Over the lifespan of this deal, you will make $128,000 that you and your partner will split in just interest.
Okay.
But no offense to that wholesaler. Kevin's like, please pay, stop bringing this up to the wholesaler. You're stressing me out. The wholesaler is willing to walk away from this with $1,000. Meanwhile, you created $85,000 in equity, and you are now going to bear $128,000 in interest over the life of this deal. Yeah. And not only that, you took a wholesaler who couldn't make a deal happen. You saved a homeowner from foreclosure. You then gave home ownership to somebody who couldn't get qualified, and you and your partner will go off and make well over $200,000.
Yeah.
Do you want to now assign the deal to me?
I mean, if I don't, you're going to keep bringing it up, right?
Well, if I have to keep bringing it up, I have to tease you. I don't want you selling the deal to me. I want you keeping this property.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if I fly out there today, what should I do to the house? Because
well, you got to think, what can I do to this property to make it livable, right? I don't want it dirty. I don't want dog shit. I don't want, holes in the walls, those types of things. Like livable. You want it livable. Okay.
So like, it's already livable as is, don't you think?
Yeah, not for me. Here's a question, Kevin. If you brought a girl home to that house right now, do you think you're getting your first kiss? She gonna kiss you on the first date?
No.
Okay, make it smell nice, right? Maybe a quick paint job. Make sure all the light bulbs are working. Cover up the holes.
Okay, so you gotta text. So smell nice, light bulb, cover holes. What should I do with the flooring?
Keep the flooring.
The flooring.
Yep. If I were you, I would spend $5,000. That's it. And then keep the rest in your pocket.
Really? Okay. Do you think I need to hire professional photography or no? I feel like it will bring a lot more attraction.
I think you'll take better photos when you're out there by yourself. You have an iPhone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, then you're fine. You will name a better photographer than an iPhone.
Yeah. Android, they have good cameras now.
Right. They have dope ones.
Okay. So that house did not have a fridge. Do I have to buy the fridge too?
No.
No fridge?
You're not renting this, dog. This is going to be a homeowner that's going to live there, man. They're going to be the owner of the property, not you.
Okay.
What are you trying to set this up as a tenant situation? It's not a tenant.
Yeah. Got it. Yeah, I still, like, for me, I would not want to live there, but it's like, I got to get out of
Well, you grew up in a rich household, bro. What are you talking about? You lived in a castle your whole life.
No, I'm not good. I grew up with
when I lived in Korea, dude, no joke. I lived in worse situations than that. I would happily, if I was just starting out and I wanted to buy a house and the pride of ownership is so powerful, all day long, I would live in that house.
Yeah. Well, I grew up with farmers in the rural part of Korea.
Guys, should I put the teasing of Kevin on pause for maybe a month?
Yeah, I'm like fighting you all the time. Like, no,
I know, it's great.
Okay. Yeah, I got it. I'll get it taken care of.
What did we learn? Tell me, guys, let's go in the Zoom chat. What are all the things we learned on this? I literally just broke down $1 million a game for you on this deal. Matt Brown says partner if it doesn't pencil. That's a really good takeaway. It took me a long time to get there, but now you understand why I went there, right? How to create equity.
If anybody here is in Midland, I would love to get some boots on the ground, and maybe I can take you out to Del Taco or something.
Bro, Delta, have you ever gotten them value tacos, like those 35-cent tacos? You know what I'm saying?
They're good. I used to have them all the time. But if anyone's in Midland or Odessa, I'd love to connect so I can cheat you out and maybe get some help too.
I mean, guys, let's think about this for a minute. Okay. Now I wholesale, right? I don't want to be known as a wholesaler. If somebody called me a wholesaler, I'm like, no. A wholesaler is like a framer, right? Can they build an entire house? No. They need the plumber. They need the electrician. They need the roofer. They need the AC guy. They need the insulation guy. They need the flooring guy. They need the shower guy. They need the glass guy. They need the window guy. They need the siding guy. They need the landscape guy. When you are an investor and you understand creative finance, you are the general contractor. There's nothing I can't do. When you're a wholesaler, you literally are one trade out of a 50 trade business. If wholesale is all you're doing, you're only employing one strategy to try and build an entire house. Great. I'm glad we got our foundation poured. That's great.
Yeah.
And what you can do, bro, guys, what I just gave you right here, like Kevin, he's been in here for a year and 4 months. Here he is a year and 4 months still coming in and asking me questions. How invaluable is this, Kevin?
Yeah, I was so glad there was a Zoom today because I didn't know what to do with the house, like what standard I need to, make it, I'm so glad.
But here's the thing that a lot of people aren't understanding. A lot of people aren't understanding that I am talking to them even though I'm talking through you. And what they'll do is they'll get stuck in a similar situation. And instead of thinking, oh, go back to that Zoom that Pace broke down for literally an hour and 53 minutes to Kevin, they think I'm only talking to Kevin. Guys, am I only talking to Kevin, or did I just break down literally millions of deals and millions of scenarios by walking you through this?
Yeah.
Let's go out and wholesale deals. Now, wholesale is great. We do wholesale. It's one of the things that you need to do. You need to understand how to wholesale. But people that are like, wholesale's the way. It's like, yeah, that's because you haven't stretched your mind to understand that Kevin paid $1,000 to the wholesaler who limited their brain, limited their understanding, and Kevin and his partner on this deal are going to make $208,000 on a deal that somebody just was like, get this off my plate.
Yeah.
Cool. Kevin?
Yes.
You're handsome and you're appreciated. Anything else you need from me?
No, that's it. I'll let you know how that deal goes. Get it done.
Now, could I have taken that a different direction? Could I have bought this deal myself and coerced him? Could I have closed him?
I would have sold it to you.
I literally could have sold you until I gave you the actual answer. Could I have not?
Yes.
I had you on the ledge of this is not a good wrap. This is not a good subtail. This is not a good situation, right?
I actually literally told that to Carolyn. She was probably messaging me like, Carolyn, I think I'm about to sell this deal.
I could have bought this. I could have bought this deal. This is why I'm the greatest negotiator of all time. I could have bought this deal from you, but I want to see you win, brother. I want to see you actually get some cash flow coming in. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Good work, man. Here, Kevin, what's the one thing I'm proud of you for? What is the one thing, if you could break it down, what am I the most proud of you for right now?
Buying my first cash flow.
No, come on. It's way more simple than that, dog.
Taking action.
Chaos Kevin. Does anybody remember Chaos Kevin? We created a nickname for Kevin Cho a year ago called Chaos Kevin.
Yeah.
You create chaos. You go create these problems. You go and take action. Now, Kevin, no offense to you. You're not at full Kevin mode yet. I feel like you're kind of taking easy street. You probably work a good 4 to maybe 5 hours a day solid. Is that about right?
Well, I think a little more than that.
5.5 hours?
A little more than that. I
Come
don't know.
on, dog. Come on.
I was here till midnight.
Okay.
I don't know.
But you are absolutely amazing for doing one thing, and I'm proud of you for it, is creating chaos in your business and then relying on other people to help you solve it. I'm proud of you for that.
Thank you.
And so I really wanted to make sure other people understood this, that you came with a problem. Kevin, am I the only person in Sub 2 that has given you this immense level of value?
No. Yui helped me out.
Yui's amazing.
Kelly helped me out. Oh my gosh, so many people helped me out. Ben is helping me out. Private money lenders helping me out.
Okay, so guys, here's the thing that a lot of people in here are missing right now. You're missing one thing in your business. You're missing chaos. You're missing problems. Okay? If you're just consuming content and you're not sitting in the seat letting me grill you for 2 hours on one deal, I can't teach you. You need to be out there creating problems in your business. Kelly Hanno, for a great example. She's just learned $1 million lesson yesterday by simply calling me. And even when she learned the lesson, I'm sure in her mind she said, shit. And I turned out to be right about the deal. And she probably learned 5 things yesterday that she would have never learned if she was just sitting around watching Zooms with me. Is everybody committed to creating chaos in their business? Write that down, guys, on your notepads. Put it in your phone as a reminder. Go create chaos. This is what happens. Kevin, have you had a lot of situations that didn't work out as great as this one's going to work out?
Yeah, I told you I had so many deals fall through the last few months, and it was really hard to keep my head up. But this one finally.
It's because you guys got to understand the equation. You have to have 20 problems or so before one of them turns into a major win. You have to. It's part of the equation. You have to have 20 problems to have one major win. Right?
Yeah.
Think about a basketball game. If you guys actually go and break down a basketball game and you calculate how much time is actually spent scoring a point, right? Making a point, whether it's a free throw, layup, dunk, 3-point. How much time is spent passing, guarding, defending, running, passing the ball and doing all that kind of stuff versus actually scoring?
Yeah.
So does let's say LeBron James, does he get off the basketball court and go, man, you know what? We scored 100 points tonight, but man, it was only about 2 accumulative minutes out of all of the time we spent on the court. Or he's like, no, it's part of the game. It's part of the game. You guys are sitting here trying to, everything you do, you're trying to score. Oh, seller said no. Nope, not interested. Title company said I can't do that. Private money lender said no, probably not a good fit for me. And you're like, wait a minute, I thought this was easy. No, it's not easy. Actually, I should correct that. It's easy if your mindset is that 99% of the time it's passing, it's defending, it's running down the court, it's passing things in, it's in your huddles, it's talking to your coach. 99% of the game is not scoring. But you need that 99% in order to actually make those wins. And so, Kevin, that's what I'm proud of you for. So good job.
Thank you.
Who in here thinks that was a good mindset shift for them? All right. 340 people hanging out with me on a Friday morning. Guys, I could be anywhere. I got the day off from the TV set. I could have done anything. My daughter last night was like, let's go to Utah. Let's go to Utah. I could have taken my daughter and my wife on a couple of day trip, go up to Utah, but here we are laying it down for you guys. Even though I've already done a 5-hour Zoom on Tuesday night, here we are. Here we are. All right, Kevin.
Hey, thank you so much.
Kevin, here's where I really appreciate the value, and I'll shut up and move back over to Lisa and John, is I know who you are. And here's what I mean by that. Any type of value I give to you, any screen time I give to you, which I've probably given you 30 hours on these Zooms, like over the last year and a half, right? I know that you turn around and you help other people in sub 2 and you pay it forward. And I appreciate it tremendously. You are a very big part of why this community is special. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, brother.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody.
Did that compliment make all the teasing go away?
Yes.
Was that the Neosporin and the Band-Aid that you needed?
Yes.
All right. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you.
All right. Lisa, let's get back to Lisa for a second. She had a question and she was, you still there?
Yep, we're here.
Hey, sorry about that. I told you 30 minutes. That turned out to be an hour. I'm very sorry.
That's fine. We'll survive. We'll survive. No,
Good stuff.
very good stuff. And we love Kevin. Absolutely. We were thinking of adopting him seriously, but
You should.
Then he moved back into his parents' house. So that'd be a bad.
exactly.
Yeah, then he'd be back in his parents' house.
Bad idea. Bad idea. Okay, so we have continued to learn more and more about our local market, Chicagoland, and many of the areas still are very good for the BRRRR strategy. It's a cash flowing market, and we've been doing BRRRRs for many years, so we've continued to do that. I feel very comfortable with BRRRRs, and the numbers have worked. On the dispo side, we've been incorporating a lot of really cool creative things that we've learned since we joined the mentorship, right? So we even call some of them in our own specific way, like a BRRRR Laud, because we do lease option, but to Hispanics, because, you know, I'm Mexican, so I feel very comfortable with that community. And because it's dueño a dueño, right?
Yeah.
Seller
Owner to owner. Yeah.
Exactly. So we do our BRRRR Lauds. We are holding some properties as rental as well.
Hey, Lisa, I really like that. BRRRR Laud.
Yeah, BRRRR Laud. So
I'm
it's
gonna
lease option, dueño.
when we write a book together, it's gonna be called BRRRR Laud.
We need the whole T-shirts and the whole thing.
You guys are gonna be on the front of the book.
Instead of Burlow, which would be rap, because it doesn't sound as good.
Yeah, BRRRR Laud. I like that.
Exactly. Also some seller finance deals, you know, and it's that's the happy side, right? That
Right.
stuff is working. Also, our good friend Bilal, that I believe is on,
He's so great.
brought us a good deal outside of, well, it's in a city, it's a Kankakee area that we never thought we would invest in. And now we realize that home ownership is high, income is decent. So that's gonna be a great place for BRRRR Lauds as well. So thank you, Bilal.
He's awesome.
But the part that's not so rosy and happy, the part that you don't see on Instagram, right? Situations where I think John and I have seriously considered throwing each other out the window, and many tears have been shed on my end because I'm a crybaby, is that we partnered with two outstanding peeps from sub 2. One of them is Dante Price in the DC area as an integrator. And we love Gustavo Perez, this with us, you know, bird dogging, door knocking. He is a rock star. We love him to pieces. We also are thinking of adopting him, but you see then these kids won't be independent. So that's an issue. But it's the son that John didn't have. He has all these girls. Gustavo is the son he didn't have.
Make room for the male dog.
But the issue is that the foreclosure process here, well, there,
it's intense.
is just so long pace.
Yeah.
That we're talking arrears over 100,000, a rehab, because properties that have been, I haven't seen that property in 10 years, ma'am. If you want it, I'll give it to you. I don't want anything. I'll walk away. which is something you would love to hear.
Yeah. I mean, I had that in South Chicago before I knew what South Chicago was. Somebody sent me an 8-unit deal in South Chicago and they go, we'll pay you 50 grand to take this. I'm like, you'll pay me 50 grand to take an 8-unit off of you? Done. And then I looked at the crime stats and I was like, wait, what? And that's when I learned about South Chicago.
Yes.
Yeah.
And many of those properties are actually in those areas. So
Yeah.
that's the thing. And I think the issue that Lisa's getting to is really about these situations are often so long. They take so long that these sellers, they're put in impossible situations, and the investor community can't do anything about it either. The only option is really the land bank. The land bank is the end of the line. But the question is, okay, how do you get in good graces or get that land bank type of status so that you can actually do something about these properties? Because often they're blights in those neighborhoods. They're ones that, you go to some parts of Chicago and you'll see these things boarded up. So you'll have a block face of 24 houses and you'll say, geez, 18 of them are boarded up. In other places, it'll be 1 of 24 or 2 of 24, but they're a blight to that community, and it's a drag against the ARVs in that area and just the overall property value. So in those situations, those are ones that really could be, if you could remedy the problem, could really help. So the question is, what thoughts do you have about land banks in general to be able to kind of get either in that mode or to be able to somehow tap into that potential market? Because that's the only option in many of these situations where they've run the course, they've gone in tax liens and they've gone down to tax deficiencies and they're in arrears and in mortgages, and it's just a mess. It's $100,000 in arrears, plus they've got a tax debt of $50,000 and the back end value of the property even fixed up is $150,000. It's just completely underwater. The only option would be a land bank, and then you sell it for 25, 30. The land bank sells it to some investor, but that takes 3, 4, 5, 7 years sometimes.
Yeah.
So how do you shorten that process? That's really kind of what we're trying to figure out. If there's
I don't think you shorten the process. I think you find somebody that is actually in that business. So here in Phoenix, there's a guy named Stacy Brimhall. Okay. Like there's junior highs and high schools named after this guy's family. Right. And that's essentially what they've done. They've done the land bank model of like our average exit is 10 to 20 years. And so what they do is they take all their real estate holdings, whether it's they're developing, they're building apartments, they're doing whatever, and they take about 20% of their assets and their growth, and they redeploy that into long-term land bank type of strategy. And like one of their strategies was really smart. They bought a piece of land out in like the middle of nowhere. Nobody wanted to be around there. And they know the city officials, like this is how ingrained in this that they are. They understand where the growth is, to the point where they're going in and talking to the city officials saying, where are you guys going to be in 10 years? Where are your guys' plans to go fix? What are your neighborhoods you care about the most? And they know they have the city officials on text, right? Like that's how ingrained they are into that world. So what they did is they bought this piece of land. This is one of 50 deals he broke down for me. Buys a piece of land out in the middle of nowhere, just knowing that these two cities that are sandwiching this piece of land at some point will join once the city starts filling all that in and giving permits and issuing all that kind of stuff and tearing things down and whatever else. So he buys this piece of land. What does he do with it? He's smart. Like they've been doing this a long time. So what they did is they tore down a couple of the properties that were on it and they turned it to an olive tree orchard. And they put an olive mill on the property and they turned it into like not a bed and breakfast, but like a little tourist attraction. Like, hey, come see how we turn olives into olive oil. And they created a brand and they did all this stuff. And I'm like, wow, that's genius. Did you ever want to create an olive mill? He goes, no, we're land banking. We're literally sitting on this land for the next 20 years. And at some point, this olive mill won't exist. It'll get torn down. We'll sell this thing for 30 times what we bought it for. But it's because we just know where the city's going and we have a strategy. And so I look at that and I'm like, I'm not that guy, right? Like I don't have the Brimhall last name. I wasn't born in his household. I don't have the same opportunities that family has. And so what I would rather do is I would rather go to the Stacy Brimhalls of the world and go, if I bring you an opportunity and I can bring a contract to you, right? Where basically for the next 5 years, you're going to pay property taxes and maybe a little bit of upkeep in terms of reboarding up some properties. I would like to wedge myself into a situation where I have 20% of that exit And you essentially are leveraging their bank, their credibility, their relationships, their inner workings with the city. And all you're doing is bringing those opportunities to that person. There, I can guarantee you in Chicago, there is a Stacy Brimhall or multiple Stacy Brimhalls that are looking at this stuff and going, where's the path of progress, right? Where's the city focusing on next? And so for me, you guys are really creative people. You're incredibly intelligent. I think what you guys do is you do what you do best and go network and find that person and go, this is one of our buyers. But instead of us assigning that deal to them, we go, we'll let you have the deal, but we want to be 20% of the exit.
Mhm.
And that's how I would solve that. Cause I don't personally have the resources to go do land. I'm not that guy.
Right. No, but we often even question if this whole awesome setup that we have with Dante and Gustavo and the VAs and this and that, if we should even shift it to a different market, honestly, you know, because you get all these leads coming in and they're just like, well, suspects. And you're like, done work. And it gets really frustrating. We went to this, through a friend of a friend, we went to a South Texas meetup last night and they were talking about, oh my gosh, it cost us $7,500 to catch up the mortgage. And John and I are like, 75? I mean, we have 137
Right.
to catch up the mortgage, right?
Right.
So it's tempting sometimes to say that I'm a visual person. You know, Johnny is still super busy with his W-2, but I'm a visual person. I like seeing the properties, walking the properties, seeing the seller face to face. So that's where we live. That's where we currently live. And we would
I'm
like
the-
to
I'm
make
the same as
market
you.
work, you know?
Yeah. I appreciate that. I think honestly, the happiest times, not the wealthiest times in my business, but the happiest times in my business were when I was driving to appointments. I was in the neighborhoods. I was physically getting the contracts with the sellers. I was running down to the county courthouse. I was running to the tax assessor. I was running to whatever. I felt like I was in the business, and I'm a very visual, kinesthetic person. Like I want to touch the thing.
Same.
Yeah. And it makes sense. Like Chicago, I mean, are there really bad parts of Chicago? Absolutely.
Mhm.
But are you ever going to lose long-term in Chicago?
No.
No.
Yeah. It just doesn't appreciate the same as, for example, the markets where you invested. I mean, clearly it's not the same, but it
What's
is
interesting about your guys' foreclosure process is that it takes literally like sometimes 10, 20 years. Like you've got people that
It's very
stay in their
long time.
properties for 10, 15 years that are in foreclosure, and that's common. Like here, if somebody wanted to stay in their property that long through a foreclosure, they'd have to file bankruptcy and manipulate the courts for like years and years and years. And then finally the judges is like, we're done with this. We're not going to let you use these loopholes anymore. And they kick them out. I've seen upwards of like 3 years in Arizona, but you guys, like there's deals I'll look at and somebody's like, yeah, I've been in foreclosure for 10 years. And they're, like you said, their arrears are more than the actual mortgage originally was.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah. Oh, often.
Yeah.
So like you look at those deals and you go, what could I do with that property? What I could do is I could rely on the fact that nobody's going to foreclose on this property and essentially look at this as a sublease, where essentially I go to the owner, I go, why don't I give you $5,000 and I can just lease this property out indefinitely until it actually gets foreclosed on. And you don't actually have to go catch up the arrears, do any of that kind of stuff. And you just lease that property out with basically a sublease agreement, and you cash flow in that property for 2, 3, 4 more years. And you run the risk of at some point it gets foreclosed on, but you don't have to catch up the arrears, do massive renovations, do any of that kind of stuff. I would just rent it out.
That would work on some. Most of the ones we're talking about, like
Are
I was telling you
annihilated.
earlier, they literally say, oh, I haven't been there in 10 years.
Yeah.
And the steps have collapsed. So bring your ladder and your drill to open the door.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, so that those won't be able to be leased, but that's a good idea. And if we find the Stacy Brimhall of Chicagoland, we'll share with our peeps, because, you know, when we find, because we've also been talking to Ellie Goodman.
I almost like want to find a Stacy Brimhall like right now. Like we could do that pretty quickly, right? Like if I called any municipality and I said, I want to talk to the planning and development department, and I get a hold of somebody, they're going to be like, what do you want? What do you need? Hey, look, I keep running into opportunities and I need to know who is like working on the path of progress projects with you guys. Like, who are you guys constantly meeting with? Like the Brimhalls are having a monthly meeting with the city, right? There's conversations that are going on with companies with the municipalities, and you just need to find out who those companies are by calling the municipality, and you'll have to go through 15 gatekeepers, but you'll get a hold of somebody and they'll go, oh yeah, like we work with this company and this company and this company, and now you've got the person. You call that person and you say, look, I run into opportunities, and it's just like finding any other buyer, right?
Yeah.
Part of me feels like we could make that call right now and go through like 15 different gatekeepers and find somebody literally in the next 45 minutes.
Let's do it.
What county are you? What county are you guys in?
Cook.
Aren't there
doesn't
like
have to be
2
Cook,
counties
no?
right there?
There are a bunch of counties. It's
Yeah.
you know, there's 5, 6 counties that are considered to be collar counties around Cook. Cook is where
Cook,
Chicago is,
Will, Lake.
DuPage,
Yeah.
McHenry.
Okay,
So
cool.
there's all kinds of different counties that are part of it, and that's part of our overall strategy is targeting foreclosures and all of those.
Okay. So let's call real fast. Let's see what this looks like. I have no idea what the script is. Should I go download a script real quick on this one, guys?
It's Good Friday. It may not
Good
be.
morning, this is the Bureau of Economic Development.
Hi, what's your name?
Madeline.
Madeline, my name is Pace. How you doing?
Hi, Pace. Very good, thank you.
Cool. So I'm a real estate developer here in Cook County, and I'm trying to find people that are working on the path of progress with you guys, people that are like bigger companies that are buying up properties that understand your guys' path of progress. Do you guys have any companies that you're working kind of closely with that are understanding where you guys are headed in terms of the path of progress?
Path and progress of what?
The development of the city, like areas that are torn down, boarded up, those types of opportunities that some, like we call it in our business land banking. So somebody will buy a property.
Yeah, I was just going to say that would be under the Cook County Land Bank Authority.
Amazing. And do you have their contact information?
I do not, but let me look them up on the internet.
Let's do it. I'm sitting in my car. Otherwise, I would just Google it myself. I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm in front of this computer. They are 312-603-8015. Eight 015. Would you like me to transfer you?
Oh my gosh, if you could, that'd make my whole day.
Okay, Pace, enjoy your day.
Thank you so much, Madeline. I appreciate you.
You're welcome.
Bye.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Carolyn, she actually did get my name right.
Hello, you have reached the Cook County Land Bank Authority. If you are calling regarding purchasing a property, please log on to www.cookcountylandbank.org. There you will find all the property details and any current properties available for purchasing. If you have further questions, you may also submit a detailed email to info, that's INFO, at cookcountylandbank.org. If you choose to leave a message today, please leave a detailed message, including your name, contact information, email address, a property address, or a PIN, and someone will get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you and have a great day.
Record your message at the tone. When you are finished, hang up or press pound for more options.
Hey, my name is Pace Morby. I'm looking to connect with somebody in your guys' department. If you could give me a call back. Actually, I'll shoot you guys a quick email, see if we can connect that way. Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate you. So did you get the email?
Yeah.
Did we get it?
I wasn't writing it down.
We're on the land. Well,
Yeah.
yeah. I've got the email from the land
Yeah.
bank.
So now what I would do, here's a couple of things I would do. This is like a good detective like exercise. What I'm trying to teach my son Asher, is that a lot of real estate, and you guys know this already, Lisa and John, is that a lot of real estate is, I feel like I'm a detective all the time, right? Like I'm trying to find the owner of this, I'm trying to find this, I'm trying to piece these things together. So like what I'm doing right now with my son is when I'm training him on real estate, I will put him on stuff like this and I'll go, hey, what I want you to do is I want you to go through all the properties that are on the land bank. And I want you to email the land bank authority. I haven't done this with him. I'm just saying this is something I would do with him. I want you to email them and say, can I get a copy of the last 30 days of transactions and who bought them, and see if they would be willing to give that to me. And they'll go, well, we can't give you the contact information of people. That's like their private info. No problem. Can you just tell me the last 30 days of transactions of properties that have sold? And now all I have to do is reverse engineer and find out who these buyers are.
Right.
Right. And then there you go. There's your connection, right? And then you go sit down with these people and you go, what's your strategy? What's your business opportunity? Bring them to the Chicago, accountability group and go, hey guys, this is our person. When you get, because you out of Chicago area, I would imagine that you're probably top 5 cities in the United States that have this opportunity that you're specifically talking about. Phoenix, this is not a thing. I mean, unless it's farmland, like on the outskirts, right?
Okay.
Where we know where they're building. But I would say Detroit's probably another one, right? Cities that have been completely decimated by changes of politics or changes of this or redlining or whatever it is. And we all know like South Chicago and other parts of Chicago, like Chicago is truly one of those cities that you can be next to, like where Obama went to college, and you cross a bridge and you're like, holy crap, don't even stop at a red light.
Exactly.
True.
Yeah.
True.
So you guys definitely have a major opportunity there, but I think you're going to have to find the player who has the resources to partner with you. And I can guarantee you they would love to have the eyeballs of all the 100+ students in Chicago area looking for these types of opportunities for them.
This is fantastic because there are so many properties in that situation. So many. I mean, it could be a gold mine right there.
Right.
And it seems like the local politicians would have an interest in this as well, because why would you want to have this eyesore in your community, boarded up after boarded up? And these are properties that are actually really good. These are the famous brick, 3 flats or whatever that you could really do a beautiful job with,
Yeah. And it's interesting is like what we're trying to do in Atlanta is we're trying to get the favor of the city over the next, like we've got a couple of development projects that are currently in our pipeline. And our goal is to start working towards a relationship with the city so we can go to them and say, hey, we want you guys, because they own land, right? Like the land bank, the Bureau of Land Bank or whatever it is that they call it, and go to them and say, what horrible properties do you guys have out there that we can take on as development projects? And then they give you grants in form of real cash or give you grants in terms of tax credits. And we really want to change the world of Atlanta. Arizona doesn't really have that opportunity. There's so many hedge funds here going in and gobbling up every little last thing that we don't really have neighborhoods in Phoenix that are like full on buildings have been boarded up for 10 years. That just doesn't exist here, but it exists in a lot of places. So I think that's a great strategy. And I think if you guys go and find this person or a couple of these companies that are doing this as their main strategy, which we already know there are, they already have a relationship with the county. They already know the people who approve things. They already know what the budget of the county is in terms of sending grants and, saying, oh my gosh, you guys want to fix these things? Amazing. Here's a grant. Here's a tax benefit. Here's a this, here's a that. Boom, 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 boom.
Right.
Because like what you said, no politician wants these properties sitting vacant because a vacant property isn't paying property taxes.
Yep. Exactly.
Right. And that's their base, right? That's where they spend all their money. So I think
and many of these properties are actually so delinquent on property tax. There's like, I think, last check, it was probably 30,000 different properties within Cook County alone that were on the scavenger's tax sale list. So
think about
30,000
you guys
not paying anything.
Here's where like a land bank developer or somebody that you guys are looking for does not understand. They don't understand the marketing part of this and like the branding part of this. I think of this as like branding. I think of it like as Lisa and John going to a news outlet there. They all want these types of stories. Like I text the girl at Fox News once a month. I go, hey, I got a new story for you. Hey, I got a new story for you. And they'll get us on Fox News whenever we want because they want these feel good stories, right? So imagine, you know, you guys opening up on a news broadcast and John says there's 30,000 of these properties all over Chicago. And we as a family are setting out to go and solve, you know, 100 of them a year. We're a small part of it, blah, 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 blah. And you guys could be branded as these people and you don't even have to have the resources to do it. You just have the 5 developers, you know, behind you, and you're the face of the whole entire operation. In 2 years, you guys are known as the land bank people in all of Chicago.
Yeah.
I'd say that's my weird promoting brain thinking, like, how do I become the land bank authority in all of Chicago?
Oh, we love the idea and we love your weird brain.
Yeah, you could do
thanks.
it. Like you understand social media, you understand this stuff. You guys are phenomenal and you have the experience to do it. Why not explore that for 30 days and say, if we could find 2 of these developers, sit down with them, have them do a couple of Zooms with us and say, here's the strategy. And then you know exactly what product to bring them, then start going after and go, all right, how do we niche down on these 30,000 properties and just go focus on the 1,000 that these guys would actually buy?
That's awesome. That's awesome, Pace. Thanks. We're gonna work on that and we'll report back to you.
New podcast coming out, Land Bank Authority, guys, coming out in Chicago.
Love it. And we already know that Ellie will be a part of it. I bet Bilal will too. Chester, Aaron, you know, all of the Oscar, all of the Chicago peeps and all the new folks that are joining, you know, hit us up and we'll work on this together. It'd be awesome.
Yeah.
If I could have one wish in my life, I wish I could make 50 of me. And that all of our brains would sync together so that one of them would experience something that I would feel it in my brain, like I could experience all the things. Cause I start thinking about this and I go, I want to do this now. This sounds exciting. And I want to have shiny object and like deviate and go, hey, sweetheart, we're moving to Chicago. We're going to become the Land Bank Authority and we're going to start a podcast. My wife's like, oh my gosh, you got all, like, there's so many ways to succeed in this. And for somebody who's a squirrel, I'm not a squirrel, I can focus, but somebody who's a squirrel that else is listening to this is probably writing down, oh my gosh, this is great. But they also, meanwhile, might be one phone call away of getting their first wholesale deal. And now I've just deviated them to go and talk to the Land Bank Authority. You know what I'm saying? So guys, pick your lane, make sure you understand your capacity. Lisa and John are obviously experienced. And so they can either A, add another vein, or B, they know how to kind of widen their vision a little bit. But those of you guys that haven't done deals yet, I would not suggest going after the Land Bank Authority as a main business model.
Agreed.
Really good to see you guys.
Yeah.
Great to see you too. And have a wonderful weekend, everyone.
Yes. Today is Good Friday for those
Yeah.
of you who celebrate Good Friday.
Yeah.
And Easter is on Sunday. So we're going to have a great weekend, everybody.
Yeah.
Thank you guys.
Cheers.
Who doesn't love them? They're the best. All right. Guys, I know that's a very niche problem and a very niche question, but did that give you guys some understanding of like other ways to solve problems? Is that helpful at all? Ryan Erico has a great question. Okay. Hold on. Let me see who's in line. We got a lot of people in line. Matt Brown, how you doing, man?
Hey, I'm doing great, Pace. What's up, man?
What's up, brother?
Hey, thanks for doing this today. Thanks for having us on. This is awesome. So I'm very new. I need a little bit of help. Need some guidance with the potential.
Bro, I'm not very new, and I constantly need help and guidance. So we're on the same boat.
I'm in the right place, man. I love it. I'm a W-2 worker, corporate finance. I've already skipped 3 meetings today to sit in this, and this is so much more valuable.
Oh, thank you. I feel bad now, but thank you for saying that.
Nah, don't. I'm a buyer in South Carolina, a buy and hold investor, trying to get my first deal. So I love it, man. I wanted to throw that out there. Hey, but listen, so we've got this situation. My wife actually brought the lead to me. There's a lot of pain coming up with this foreclosure. It's actually one of her close girlfriends from college, and So basically, I don't really know how to approach the situation anymore. I've already reached out to her. She's going through a divorce, and I actually reached out to the husband as well. So they're not seeing eye to eye in the situation. but the house is in foreclosure and it's going to happen soon around the June timeframe.
Okay.
So they're both delusional, kind of pointing the finger at each other, not really wanting to do anything about it, but they haven't made a single plan yet.
Yeah. You've just described everybody in foreclosure, just so you know.
Okay.
Like here, if I could write a book outside of creative finance, outside of like wholesaling and real estate investing, I would create a book based on the personality types that you're going to interface with in real estate.
Okay.
And this is a personality type. It like, you'll see, Matt, as I answer students' questions in all of these Q&As that we do, you'll see I will stop people very short of their story because you've already told me the avatar that I'm so familiar with, and I already know the answer and how to handle that avatar.
Okay.
And the answer to this is a lot of times people are like, well, Pace is a great closer. He's going to know exactly what to say, how to encourage the conversation forward. He's going to know how to navigate and do all that kind of stuff. And while that's true, one of the most important parts to all of this is that foreclosure mentality is the ostrich in the head, or their ostrich in the sand mentality, which is, I'm not going to deal with this because I am somebody who has made bad decisions in my life. I've let bad relationships in my life. I've let people take advantage of me, whatever it may be, right? They're lacking a resource. And sometimes that resource is good decision-making. Not sometimes, most of the time, 95% of the time or more, people in foreclosure are lacking good decision-making skills. And so what happens is when they get notified they're in foreclosure, they're like, yeah, screw that. It's not that important. We'll figure this out. And they just go to bed every night just trying to ignore it. And it starts setting in. And individually, they both start coming to realization of it, which then starts causing fights. And they don't know why they're fighting as much as they are. But then at one point, it's usually about a week to 2 weeks before the foreclosure actually happens, they finally are amenable to a negotiation because they're like, we're out of options. And you'll hear them say stuff like, we've tried everything. We've done this, we've done that. They haven't tried anything.
Yeah, right. Right now, so they've been separated for about a year and a half.
Is the property vacant?
No, she's living in it with her 3 sons. He's the father. He got into drugs, just depleted their 401k. He's been out of the property, so he stopped paying on it. She was trying to make the payments. She can't really afford it. And then come to find out she couldn't make the last payment because it's in foreclosure. So it's a pretty rough situation for them.
So who's the person you're primarily talking to?
Well, I've reached out to both of them. So the husband, he is on the mortgage, but both of them are on the deed.
Okay.
So I reached out to him and said, hey, listen, man, I'm in this real estate investing community. Saw your name from the bank, blah, blah, blah. Hey, listen, I would love to help you out. Reach out to me, please. Let me know what's going on. Catch me up to speed. And basically his reply was, yeah, I'll let the wife know. We're good. So he didn't. So I reached out to the wife, and she's a little delusional. I mean, this is coming up in about 6 weeks. She still hasn't figured out a place to move to or packed a single bag for the kids or anything. So
is her belief that he's going to catch up? Who's responsible for the payment?
He is.
Okay. So her thing is probably saying, well, this isn't my responsibility. He's supposed to be taking care of his family. And so she's sitting there thinking, I'm just going to sit here and he's going to have to figure this out. So she's probably not making any decisions based on that.
I think she's kind of going hot and cold.
What market is this in?
South Carolina.
Okay. So last conversation you had with them is?
So speaking to the wife, I was saying, hey, if you can give me the numbers, I can at least try to put together something creative to help you get out of it. Possibly help you move out of the house. Maybe we can get you some money to get you into a rental, something of that nature. But if you at least send me the numbers, I can work together with some of my friends, some of my other investors. We can figure out a way to where we can help you out, see what we can do for him to get him to sign the papers and do everything that we need to do. But worst case scenario, you guys are going to do nothing. Let this go back to the bank and you're not going to have a place to stay and you're not going to get anything out of this.
So here's what I'm hearing is that you and her are not in sync. the problem she's trying to solve and the problem you're trying to solve are not the same problem.
That's spot on. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
Everybody agree with that? Everybody kind of capture that? I'm being teased because I'm clipping my fingernails while I'm on Zoom. I'm sorry, guys. This is living the law of duality. I'm accomplishing more than one thing at the same time. Don't hate me. Don't hate me because you ain't me. You know what I'm saying? Learn how to clip your nails while you're on Zoom.
I like it.
Okay, so you've got two competing motives, right?
Right.
So when you asked her, hey, how do we keep you in this house? What did she say?
Well, she said she would like to. She really can't afford the payments. Mortgage is $1,800. She hasn't worked in the last 10, 15 years, been stay at home, but through this separation, she's been picking up a job, like doing some type of, some type of facial type work, something of that nature.
You almost said anesthesia, but it's, what's the word we're looking for, guys? It's the, esthetician. Esthetician.
Yeah, there you go. Yes.
You were going to say anesthetist, which is also somebody who sedates people.
Okay.
I know this because I've made the mistake, but she's a anesthesiologist, or no, I'm sorry, she's an esthetician, which they don't make a lot of money. They can if they own their own business, but if she's working for somebody else, like as an esthetician working at their salon, she's probably making $3,000 a month, maybe less.
Exactly. She can't afford the house. She can't afford the house. Yeah.
So they're in their divorce situation. Is he responsible for the house payment?
I don't know the details of that, but he's the one that's on the mortgage.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what the alimony situation, things of that nature. I don't have all the details of that yet.
Okay.
First, I'm trying to get the numbers from her.
I think numbers are secondary to what you're really trying to accomplish. What you need to do is like, here's where you're at right now. You guys are both trying to accomplish two different things, right? You're trying to get a deal. She's trying to save her family from getting pushed out of the house.
Sure.
Right? And so what you're trying to accomplish here, essentially, I'm going to be honest here, and I feel bad saying this, especially out loud, but the honest truth in these situations is that you are trying to Trojan horse her. Is what you should be doing. And what do I mean by that?
I see what you're saying.
How can I help? How can I help? How can I help? And when she genuinely can be helped, which I don't think she can be in this situation, when she genuinely can be helped, then it's your job and your duty to truly help her, right?
Right.
But when she's getting phone calls, right, because she's in foreclosure and she's getting phone calls, you're not the only person she's talking to.
Right.
Right. She's probably talking to 20 or 30 other people, even to the point right now that if I called her right now, Matt, and I was like, hey, my name is Pace, I'm Matt Brown's partner, she'd be like, Matt Brown, Matt. Oh yeah, Matt. Yeah, Matt.
Right.
She has to filter through the other names in her brain of who she's talked to and what other conversation she's had.
Right.
So, you go back to the story of the Trojan horse, you're trying to get inside the castle, right? And everybody else is trying to get inside the castle as well. And there's a moat, right? Her basically she's protecting herself. She doesn't want you inside.
Sure.
She's trying to give you limited information. She doesn't trust you. So there's a moat around the castle. And not only that, but there's a wall. So that you got to get inside the castle. You got to get inside her heart. You got to get inside her mind. You got to get inside where she's at. Yeah. And talking about numbers, talking about, hey, can I get you to move somewhere? Talking about those kind of things is not how you build the Trojan horse.
Gotcha.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, totally. Absolutely.
If I called her right now and I said, hey, out of all the real estate investors you're talking to right now, is Matt Brown in the top 3 favorite people you're talking to? What would she say?
Who knows? Who knows? Right.
But your job is to confidently answer that question by saying, absolutely. I understand her situation. I know, she brings up her kids' names, talking about this, that, and the other. She is stressed out about X, Y, and Z. She could ask her sister to live with her sister, but she doesn't want to go down that road yet. Like, have you become a confidant? Have you become her confidant? Can she confidently give you information and feel good that she's taken a burden off her chest and shared information with you?
Yeah. And that's perfect. Honestly, like I was saying, my wife is great friends with her. And so we're trying to help her out. So the next step was I was going to have my wife talk to her, try to figure out what we should do for her to get information from her so that we can put together a package or a scenario. So that's kind of the next thoughts I was thinking, was to have my wife kind of.
What do you do? Matt, what do you do for a living?
Corporate finance.
Okay. Do you know why I'm asking that?
Because I'm a numbers guy, not a personality connector.
Well, I mean, you have a great personality. You're charismatic and you speak well. So, but I just like where I keep hearing you verbally say where you want to go. You want to provide a package to her, and you want to like provide number. Bro, I've literally never once in my life, nor will I ever, just because I understand where this lady's at, I will never provide a package or a scenario or any of that kind of stuff to her in any sort of presentable format.
Gotcha.
Everything for me is all about what her and I, how are we connecting? How am I connecting? How am I connecting? And maybe bringing your wife into it actually is a really good strategy, but presenting a package or scenarios or numbers or any of that kind of stuff to her, you guys are right here, right? We've already ascertained this, right?
Right.
Presenting a package to her, it does this.
Yeah.
What you need to do is get as close to this or even on top of it as humanly possible, to the point where she's like, well, if it comes down to it, Matt, I'm moving forward with you. And you go, look, it doesn't matter what the scenario is. We'll figure that out. But we need to stay in touch with each other, because here's what, and I'm really honest with a lot of people too, with the seller. And I'll say, look, I deal with a lot of foreclosure situations. Most of the time, this is my Trojan horse. Most of the time, this is me building my Trojan horse right now.
Okay.
Most of the time I can help people stay in the property just by understanding their situation a little bit more. And ultimately, you don't need one of the sources of help I can provide, which is buy your house. I hope it doesn't come down to that, but let me understand your situation and where you're currently at. And maybe I can help you like I've helped these other people. Matt, have you ever helped another person?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So you can genuinely say, look, I've helped a lot of people in my life. You don't have to say I've helped a lot of people in foreclosure, but you can say I've helped a lot of people. Sounds like your goal is to stay in the house. How can we as a team? And I'll even jokingly, what's her name? Her first name?
Shawl.
Shawl?
Yes. Yeah.
Like she's wearing a shawl, like wearing a shawl. Okay.
AW. Yeah.
Okay. So I would say something like, I'm on Team Shawl. So I want to know the game plan. Like, I'm your quarterback. You're the coach. You tell me what we got to do.
Gotcha.
And you start bringing this as close together as you humanly can. Like, and then you stay with her. You don't have long drawn out conversations with her. You want to have reasons to follow up, and you always want to, I'm giving you a lot of information. I hope you're writing some of this down.
Yes, sir.
But I would limit my phone calls with this lady to 7 minutes or less.
Okay.
Okay. And what I would want you to do is have reasons to follow up with her. And every time you call her, or you need to be the person that needs to get off the phone, not her.
Okay.
Hey, Shawl, I've only got a couple of minutes. Want to check in on you. I've got another call coming up in about 3 minutes. I just want to touch base, see how you're doing. How's Team Shawl doing over there?
Yeah, that's a great point. That's a really good point.
Right. And because you want her to feel like when you call, you're in a rush to get off the phone because you got other people to help.
Right.
Not, I'm calling you, Shawl, to take up your time and your energy, because when she sees your name come up on the phone, she's going to go, gosh, this freaking guy. It's going to turn into a 30-minute call. I don't have time for this shit. You know, all that kind of stuff is going to happen. So here's a similar situation, okay? Tristan Trenberth, one of our students who's been in here since almost the very beginning. A lot of people know Tristan. Some people don't, because Tristan doesn't come into our Zooms as frequently. I'm texting him all the time. But he doesn't come into our Zooms as frequently because he's out, in the world making deals happen. But about a year ago, he comes to me, he knows I'm a buyer in Vegas. And he goes, hey, I've got a sub-2 deal in Vegas. Same situation, Matt. Husband's estranged, not in the property anymore. He's on the mortgage. Both of them are on the deed. Wife is in the property, 4 kids. Denial. Right? Yeah. Tristan is like trying to make a deal happen. Like, this guy's never going to catch up your mortgage. Like, you need to understand, he's never going to catch up your mortgage. And now he's creating this strife and this energy and whatever. And I had to tell Tristan, I go, the number one negotiating tool that you have, everybody needs to write this down. The number one negotiating tool that you have is a clock.
Yeah.
It's a clock, especially in a foreclosure situation, right? Because the further that clock goes, the higher likelihood they're going to work with you and all of that kind of stuff. Here, so anyway, I told Tristan, I was like, bro, you're not utilizing the going back to basketball. We made an analogy earlier about basketball.
Mm-hmm.
When let's say I'm 1 point ahead and there's 35 seconds left in the game. What am I doing, Matt?
Running the clock out.
Running the clock out.
Mm-hmm.
You need to run the clock out, right? She's got 6 weeks. Now for you, as a new real estate investor, you look at a 6-week timeline of a foreclosure and you say, all right, well, this is going to be a challenge because if I get her under contract a week or 2 weeks before the foreclosure happens, what do I do in that situation? Because now I don't have enough time to assign it to a buyer. I don't have enough time to do much with it. And the thing that you're missing there, if anybody else is paying attention to this, I'm sorry, guys, I'm very loquacious or verbose in this regard because there's a lot of people that don't know this stuff, okay? You can extend the foreclosure another up to 90, sometimes depending on the state, 180 days.
Okay.
When you can say, hey, I'm the buyer. Here's my proof of funds, which I gave you guys a proof of funds. Here's my proof of funds. We need to extend this 90 days. But you don't extend a foreclosure until after you have a contract with the seller.
That's key. Yeah.
Okay. I've seen a lot of students go, hey, I can help you extend the foreclosure if you sign with me. And the seller's like, yeah, let's do that. They run down because they're trying to, help the seller. They go extend the foreclosure. And then what happens with the seller? They ghost you.
Yeah. Right.
Right. I almost want to use a parable somebody told me, but it's very grotesque. So I'm not going to use it. But imagine this. Imagine going to the grocery store and basically you can have whatever you want inside that grocery store. You walk out of the grocery store, you go home, you eat it. You don't have to pay for these groceries. You just walk right out. And then the grocery store says, hey, we just want you to pay for your food a month or 2 months after you bought it and consumed it. How many people would be paying their bills? Nobody. This is why there's a cash register before you walk out, right? You want our goods and services, pay us. Right? So same thing with you, Matt. Like you need to stay, we've already given you the first piece. You need to get this to come to this.
Right.
We need to create a Trojan horse. How can I be on Team Shaw? How's Team Shaw doing over there?
Right.
7-minute calls or less. In fact, I would try and do 3-minute calls or less twice a week for the next 5 weeks. You're not getting this deal for the next 30 days, guaranteed.
Gotcha.
I myself, the greatest negotiator on planet Earth, in my current opinion, could not get this deal locked up today because you're fighting an avatar. And the game plan that you're following right now, right? The game plan you're following right now is what you're trying to do, Matt, is or like a lot of new real estate investors, you're trying to win the game in the second quarter. You can't win the game in the second quarter. You can't win the game in the second quarter. You got to wait till the fourth quarter. There's a timing to everything. Does everybody agree with that? Everybody's locked up deals in foreclosure. Give me a yes if that's exactly what you've dealt with. You got to wait until the fourth quarter. Okay.
Gotcha. And
go
sorry,
ahead. Sorry, Matt.
I was going to say, do I need to work more with her or more with him since he's on the mortgage? I'm just trying to think which way to pivot. I want to help her more than anybody in this situation.
Mm-hmm. Well, at the end of the day, he's on the mortgage. So if you guys buy this house subject to, it's in South Carolina?
Correct.
I'm your buyer. Okay. So like, no matter what happens, I'm your buyer. You got to back up. I'll help you with the transaction. I'll help you with the extension of the foreclosure. You got a buyer.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
But they're both on the deed. So you're going to have both of them sign.
Right.
Okay. So let's think about this. Jonathan Asbell says, can you please answer a clarification? Sure, Jonathan. Let's see what your clarification is just real quick. Let's hope it's on topic. What I've learned is typically when people have questions in the comments, they have a question on a bonus day. Not saying this is about Jonathan, but they have a question on a bonus day that has nothing to do with the current question. Jonathan, how can I help, brother?
Hey, how are you? Sorry about that. You keep talking about how you're stopping the foreclosure.
I
Does
mean,
that-
we're
can that-
postponing the foreclosure. We're extending the
Right,
foreclosure another
postponing
90
it.
days. Yeah.
Does that only happen once? Or is that you can keep doing it? And how does that actually work?
You're saying what's the mechanics behind it? What do you technically do to extend a foreclosure? Jonathan, you muted yourself.
Sorry about that. Yes.
Okay, so Pace, you keep saying extending the foreclosure. Can you do that more than one time? And how does that actually work? What do you physically do to extend a foreclosure?
Yes.
Does that sound like your question?
You got it, brother.
Okay, cool. So, all right. So who are we extending the foreclosure with? Who's the person we're calling to extend the foreclosure? Let's first and foremost talk about that.
The banks or bank?
No, you do not negotiate with the bank.
The court.
Nope. Look at the side chat.
The bank. I don't know. I have no idea.
Trustee. So remember this, everybody. Banks do not foreclose on you. Write this down. Banks do not foreclose on you. I'm going to say that again. Banks do not foreclose on you. They hire a third-party company to do it for them. And that third-party company is typically we call them a trustee, but they're typically a law firm. And that's what they do. Here in Arizona, the number one company is called Tiffany and Bosco. They're the biggest freaking law firm in Arizona, Tiffany and Bosco. Every freaking bank hires them. Okay. So when you're going to negotiate, you have to get the trustee's permission to extend the foreclosure. Okay. Because the trustee was hired to take that off the bank's plate.
So there could be more than one. If it's like in the case that I have where there's a few banks involved or a few lien holders, there will be more than one trustee potentially?
Not usually. Who are all the lien holders hiring somebody to foreclose?
It's a several parties and it's a short sale that's on its way to foreclosure. So there's many banks involved. I would love to.
Jonathan, are you working the short sale yourself or do you have somebody helping you?
I'm not working the short sale. The sale is pending right now, but it's not going to work as one of the short sale participants is not going to let it go through because they're not being made whole. So we're going to try to maybe buy the note and then, and that may not be, maybe there's another way to do it other than buying the note, but we're trying to get control of this thing and sell it for a higher price to make everyone whole again and to make a profit. It's like a $5 million property, the ARV, or maybe even 7 million ARV. There's a $4 million set of liens and stuff, and there's many parties involved.
So I want to make sure that I don't take time away from Matt, right? So I'm going to answer your question and I'm going to get back to Matt. Okay.
Okay.
So, who forecloses on a house?
Trustee.
A trustee. So when I want to negotiate with the bank on a foreclosure, am I calling the bank or am I calling the trustee?
Trustee.
Perfect. Now, sometimes you might have to call the loss mitigation department at a bank. You actually call the bank and you say, I could Google right now, Chase, Wells Fargo, Bank of America, all these companies' names, whatever the servicing company is that's handling the mortgage, you can go to the servicing company's website and you can go loss mitigation department and you can call them. That's what it's called, the loss mitigation department. Okay. And you call the loss mitigation department. Who's the trustee? Who do I have to talk to get the foreclosure extended? And they give you that information. The bank doesn't want to deal with it because the bank is not in the business of owning properties. What's the bank in the business of? They're in the business of giving
lending
loans,
money.
right? Lending money and then selling those loans, right? They're essentially what a bank's doing. They're creating notes, right? They're going out. They're like, oh, you're a good person. They create a note and then they sell that note to another servicing company or whatever. Does that make sense?
Like what we do with you.
Yeah, very similar. Yeah. So banks have been note investors for hundreds of years, right? These notes have created like seller finance and this creative finance stuff has been around for a long time. So what happens is you go contact the trustee Okay. You're going to have two things. Okay. You're going to have two things in order to stop three things. Here are the three things. Jonathan, I can hear you rustling around. Does that mean you're taking notes?
And I'm taking notes.
All right. Number one, you need to have a purchase contract with the seller of that property, showing that you're the owner, you're going to be the buyer. Okay.
Okay.
Number two, you're going to need a proof of funds because the trustee is, they're like Homie the clown. They don't want to, they're not playing around. Homie don't play that. They have very little patience because you know how, here's the thing. Think about all the people in foreclosure and all the people these trustees have dealt with over hundreds and hundreds of transactions just this month that are absolutely full of shit. Do you think trustees are open to really negotiating with people that don't have a proof of funds? No. These trustees are so aware of lying homeowners that they're going to be rude to you. You need to be prepared for them being rude. You need to say, I have the purchase contract and I have the proof of funds showing that I am the buyer and that I have the money to close out this transaction. I need to see what we can do to extend the foreclosure. Will they accept our contract? Absolutely. Okay. Third thing you need is the gift of gab. The ability to talk to people, the ability to navigate and find out. Like you saw what I did with the lady in Chicago, right? Where she's like, I got her to Google the number, then I got her to transfer me over, right?
Yep.
Because I can navigate myself through a conversation. So what I will see, and this is why I typically will hire a transaction coordination business, like maybe a Kiki Shrugs, who is a student of ours. Kiki's amazing with this kind of stuff. I will have, Kiki's done it so many times. They'll say, okay, well, let's make sure your contract is good. Let's make sure your proof of funds is good. Awesome. Then she will call the trustee, knowing the language and how to get right into it really, really quickly. She will help get the foreclosure postponed. Now, can you do that multiple times? First and foremost, why do you need to do that multiple times? Okay.
Oh, because I'm the one behind it. I'm the one behind it. I'm the second one.
Are you in contract?
No, not yet. Trying to get into.
Okay. So you should not need to extend twice. If you need to extend twice, then you're doing something wrong.
No, not me extending twice. I'm the second person. They have someone in contract that's going to fail. I'm going to be the next person in line.
How do you know they're going to fail?
Because I'm working with the party that's causing them to fail.
Oh, okay. Got it. Makes sense. Okay. So I won't get into the details of this because I got to get back to Matt Brown's, but hopefully this is helping out. Yes, you can extend a foreclosure twice. But remember, we're not dealing with a machine here. We're dealing with a human being that has already been negotiated with to extend a foreclosure once. Remember what I said about their patience level with people who are in foreclosure?
I got the gift of gab. Don't worry about it. I got the PACE gift of gab.
I trust you. A lot of my advice is not necessarily for the people I'm talking to. My advice a lot of the times is for the 311 other people that are in here in this live Zoom, right? So they're going to go, somebody might go, yeah, I got my contract. I got my this. They said, no, Pace, what do I do? Hire somebody who has the gift of gab. You don't have what it takes, right? So Jonathan, I believe and trust that you can accomplish this. So you have to have the gift of gab. Yes, you can extend a foreclosure twice. We've extended a foreclosure, I believe, one time. I've extended a foreclosure 3 times. I'm not the one that does it. I've literally, Jonathan, I'll be honest with you, I've literally never extended a foreclosure myself.
Used your transaction coordinator, Rochelle.
She's not my transaction coordinator, hasn't been for over a year, but my wife, when I first got into this business, was a transaction coordinator. And my wife, I would say, is the greatest at getting foreclosures extended.
So you want to come to Florida?
She doesn't need to. She can do it over the phone. So if you need some help extending a foreclosure, what do you need to have before you come to my wife? I'll even have my wife do it for you for free.
Plenty of
Well, what
room
do you
this
need to
deal.
have before we get there?
Contract and proof of funds.
Well, proof of funds you already have with me, right? Any student that's a sub 2 student has my proof of funds with my bank account, right?
Awesome.
So we got to go get that contract.
Yep.
And negotiating with that human being for a second postponement, they're going to be a lot more scrutinous on why. What's going on? Why are we continually pushing this foreclosure, right?
Yeah, it's very simple. People aren't whole and there's more money in the deal than they thought that they could get. There's
Right.
actually more, but I don't want to take up your time. This is great. We could talk about it later.
Did I get you the 2 answers that you were looking for?
Yeah. There's more detail, but that's a good start. I appreciate it.
There's never more detail that I need because I already know the scenario. You got to go get the contract, right?
Mhm.
No matter what's going on, you got to go get the contract. There's always a Harry story, right? The seller always said this. The buyer always said this. The bank always said this. There's always 18 family members involved. There's a dead cat hanging off of a fence. There's always a million stories and elements to every story. But at the end of the day, Jonathan, you got to use your ability and your skill, which you have, to just go get this contract.
Yep.
Right?
Yep.
All right. Great question.
Thank you.
Hugo in the side chat says, "Hey, Pace, Christmas may come early. In case you don't get to me, I have a Houston Airbnb deal, like new condition." Bro, just sell it to me. If you want to run it by me, just sell it to me. He says, I may consider assigning it, which means if you get on the Zoom with me, you're not going to assign it because then I'm going to break down the deal and show you how much money it's going to make. And then you're like, wait, thank you for the help. I'm not going to sell it. Right. A lot of people anybody that has an iPhone, please, when you come into Zoom, make sure you put your correct name in so all the other students can get to know you. Please change your name to your appropriate name. Please, please, please. I beg you. You are doing yourself a disservice if people are not learning your name. Okay. All right, Matt, where are we at?
So I just learned the 3 things that are needed to extend the foreclosure. So definitely being a team shawl, 3 minutes, conversations twice a week, just to see where we are. I'm the quarterback. She's the coach.
Now, the great thing about it, like here you go right now in sub 2. This is one of the greatest reasons why to join sub 2, right? Somebody says, Pace, I got a deal in Houston. I want to run by you. And then literally 10 other students in the side chat go, just sell it to me. I'm in Houston. So I created a monster where for the first year of sub 2, I used to be the main buyer for all the deals inside of sub 2. And now all the students just sell deals to each other. It's great. But now I don't get the deals. You knuckleheads. Androids are cool. iPhones are cool. They're all cool. I just tease people with Androids because it's just fun. Okay. Okay. So Matt, let's just pretend you have a buyer. So you can alleviate that stress of like, well, what do I do if I get it under contract? Right. Now you don't have to worry about that. You got an exit strategy. So that should give you comfort. Same thing with like, even me, if I'm not here, hey, students in here, who's a buyer of a South Carolina subject to deal for Matt Brown to get his first assignment? Who's a buyer in here? I know Yatung is. She's a great buyer. Okay. Tom Swan. I know Tom Swan's a great buyer as well. Okay. So do you feel like you have a buyer problem for subject to, Matt?
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, I would hotel it or keep it myself, Airbnb it, whatever the case may be.
If I were you, I would probably Airbnb it if you can. That's going to get you closer to getting out of your W-2 territory. Assigning it is great. Like you could assign it to me. You could assign it to 25 other students that all said, hey, they'd buy it. But the main thing I would hope you do is you just keep it yourself. Right now,
that's my main.
Like you look at Kevin Cho, I give Kevin Cho different advice that I give to you, right? Matt, like Matt, you're making more active income right now in your W-2 than Kevin Cho is. And so you probably have a little bit of money to deploy into your own deal catch up arrears, get it up and going, and have a great producing asset with a low interest rate, right?
Right.
But I wouldn't give that advice necessarily to Kevin Cho, who's just getting started out and he needs cash infused into his business, not out of it. So the good thing is you have the exit strategy taken care of. It's just that you need to understand how to utilize the shot clock better in order to get the deal under contract.
Right.
When was the last time
Absolutely.
you talked to her?
A week and a half ago.
Okay. Like my gut reaction is like, I want to call every seller. Like, I just want to talk to every seller. It's what I love to do. Not only do I have zero fear of talking to sellers, I crave talking to sellers. And so I would love to call her and show you how to follow up, but then I'm interjecting another personality that will never be back in this transaction ever again, if that makes sense. And so I will cause more harm than good if I interject. And even if I nudge the conversation forward and I show you how to do it, it'll be like, wait, who are you and what? And I can overcome that, but then she'll never hear my voice ever again. So I would say, keep me out of it. But what is your plan?
So my wife and I'm going to have my wife talk to her. I'm going to touch base with her, like you said, do the 3 minutes every 2 weeks, but just build that relationship more. Like try to figure out what her strategy is, because she doesn't have a strategy. She needs a strategy. Let her come to the conclusion of what that strategy is, because it's going to happen in 6 weeks regardless.
Right.
And just stay in contact.
Yeah. You've got to be on Team Shaw, and you got to follow up with her. If I were you, I would be following up twice a week, less than 3 minutes, just touching base.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm just doing my follow up. Just want to check in on you. You guys need anything? Good. Awesome. Great. Let me know how things are going, and I'll talk to you in a couple of days.
And Pace, what about the husband?
At the end of the day, okay, this is great. Thank you for bringing this up. I did have this on my mind to answer this for you. Here's the reality. The husband obviously doesn't want to deal with this problem.
Right.
Okay. So whatever conclusion you and the wife come up with, when she calls him and goes, "This is what I want to do," what do you think he's going to say?
No.
Why would he say no? He's not making the payments anyway.
Yeah, he's just being stubborn, being difficult in the whole situation.
Yeah, because he's avoiding. Again, we're in the second quarter of a 4-quarter game. Of course, he's going to be this way.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, let's fast forward to the 4th quarter. She's already come to the conclusion, like, this isn't going to happen. He's not going to catch up the payments. What am I going to do with my life? And you go, well, here's a couple of options you have. Tell me which one works best for you. In fact, if you want to get on the phone with your husband and let him know, or your ex-husband, like, hey, this is where I want to go. Help me get there. This guy wants to wash his hands of the situation.
Right.
If he didn't, he would be making the house payment.
Right.
And if he didn't, he would be actively solving the problem, and he wouldn't be in foreclosure. The guy's dodging a house payment where his children live, right?
Man.
This is not a guy that is like he wants to solve the problem. Okay. He wants to solve the problem, but he doesn't want to solve the problem. He wants to, here's his definition of solving the problem. Forget it even exists.
That's it.
Right. So the main person that you want to go to is, how do I become friends with this wife? Because she's going to go to him and go, dude, I need to move forward with this. You need to help me get this done. You deadbeat piece of crap.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. She needs to drive.
I would touch base with him every 2 weeks. I would touch base with her every 4 days.
Okay. 2 weeks. Perfect.
Dana says, what if he's bitter and stubborn? He is bitter and stubborn. Guys, remember this. Foreclosure avatars are always bitter and stubborn until the 4th quarter. Okay. Here's 2 times when a foreclosure person is not. Let's break out the whiteboard just real quick for this. There's an arch. Okay. let's say that we're in first quarter of the basketball game, right? Here's first quarter, here's second quarter, here's third quarter, and here's fourth quarter. Okay. Typically, like right now, Matt, if I was going to go square up against LeBron James, let's say,
Okay.
I already know that in the first quarter, I'm going to lose. I'm fully aware that in the first quarter, I'm done, right?
Okay.
So a lot of times, this is the foreclosure process, okay? And I'm just kind of likening it back to basketball, which is kind of the analogy we've been using. You're going to get about 30% of people right out of the gate go, this is a losing battle. I'm not going to win this. And they immediately give up the ghost right here in the first quarter. I got the foreclosure issued to me. I'm not going to fight this. I already know what's up. And they're going to sell right then and there, 30%. Okay. Now, you're going to then have about 10% of people right here are going to go, oh my gosh. And they're going to give up in the second and third quarter. Like, they're a couple months into it. Oh my gosh, this isn't getting better. I thought my realtor could help me. I thought this could help me. And you're going to get about 10%. But most of what you're going to get is you're going to get right here in the fourth quarter, because the majority of the avatar that goes into foreclosure, the majority, not all of them, but the majority of the people go into foreclosure right here. This is go time. They're less than 30 days away from foreclosure. Most of the time it's less than 2 weeks. It's 2 weeks or less is like the fourth quarter. This is when I don't have enough time. The shot clock's running out. The best option is just to throw up the white flag and give up. Okay. So what's happened is we've already gone past the first quarter here. We already know this seller is not going to give up here. Anybody that doesn't give up in the first quarter is belligerent, stubborn, hard to work with, in denial, etc. Everybody that goes through this next set of processes, expect it. It is part of the avatar you are going to deal with. Guys, we live in a simulation. This is a simulation. These human beings are not uniquely individual. I promise you they're not. I've done this long enough to know that there are identifiers, there's avatars, and there's patterns with all of these individuals. Stop trying to think of these people in foreclosure as individual problems that are unique only to them. They think, now, everybody in foreclosure thinks my problem is unique. No, it's not. You made bad decisions. You had a bad marriage, whether it was a bad, decision when you first got married or whatever it was. That trickled down to a point where you couldn't handle the responsibilities you put yourself into. And now you're in denial because nobody likes to lose. Nobody likes to be told you're in foreclosure. People on public record know. So you start clawing at this idea that you're going to overcome this because nobody likes to lose. And so that's why 70% of the people that go through foreclosure are this belligerent avatar. Expect it and understand that that's who you're dealing with.
Makes sense.
Okay. So we're not, when people are like, oh, this seller's hard to deal with and hard to negotiate. Yeah. That's like me squaring up against LeBron James and going, man, this is a really challenging player to fight. Yeah, dude, it's LeBron James. Like, just expect it. It is what it is.
Right.
And so your thing is, how do I get this seller? And Matt, more importantly, here's the biggest piece of advice that I could give you. Jeff Hamilton, quick question, Pace. Do you have the seller Wendy call mentioned in the first Mortgage Method Zoom? Yeah, I posted it in the Facebook group, the Sub2 Facebook group. Okay. So the biggest piece of this that most people are not listening to and understanding, because I haven't specifically said it, is the biggest piece of advice I'm giving you that I haven't even said is go create more leads and fill your pipeline. Because what happens is I told you to act like you're too busy helping other people. When you have one lead like this, you tend to focus on this lead and you tend to kill yourself on it.
Sure.
You stay on the phone too long. You give it too much importance, and you're going to find out that you got to have a lot of leads. You got to have a lot of irons in the fire in order for you to be successful. So if I were you, I'd go find 10 more of these avatars and fill them into your pipeline.
It's a good perspective, big picture.
This is where like a lot of people that are newer, they'll go get one lead and go, oh, this is my first deal. It's like, no, that's your first lead. We don't know if it's a deal yet.
Sure.
Go get 10 more of these leads and we can almost guarantee that one of those is going to become a deal, right?
Great advice.
Yeah, we call it one-itis. People, it's a disease with newer investors. They get one-itis where they focus on one lead and they're like, Pace, I got my first deal. I'm going to get my first deal. It's like, no, you got your first lead. And it's hard. It's a hard thing to do. It's going back to basketball. It's like, I throw the basketball to you, Matt, and you're about to make your first shot. Or are you? Are you going to make that shot or are you just going to take the shot? We don't know yet. You got to take as many shots as you possibly can in order to start making some shots, right? So that's essentially what you got to do. You got to get your hands on the ball as many times as you possibly can to score as many times as you can. And right now, Matt, let me ask you a question. If I put you in a basketball game and I said, hey, Matt, I'm going to give you one shot in this game. One shot. I'm going to pass the ball to you one time. How many points are you going to score in this game?
That one time.
Are you sure?
3-point. Well, that's a good point. Yeah.
My point is we don't know if that one shot's even going to be made. So you want to say, coach, what are you talking about, coach? Give me the ball as many times as I possibly can. Get my hands on the ball. I want to take as many shots as I possibly can because I know I'm going to miss 60% of them and I'm going to make the other 40%.
Yeah,
right?
Need more opportunities.
You need your hands on the ball as many times as you possibly can.
Makes sense.
Does anybody in here feel like they don't have enough leads right now when I just said that? Right? And so a lot of Richard just says, that analogy just spoke to me. Tristan and Kamahai, good to see you guys. Hawaii just woke up, guys. Just FYI, Hawaii just woke up. It's like 5 o'clock in the morning, I think, there right now. Yeah, Todd Killian, who I love, Todd Killian, he says, I have 400 leads, which is not enough. Okay, so like we come in here and we have these conversations like this 2-hour breakdown of Kevin Cho. It's an amazing breakdown, right? Amazing breakdown. We all got major game. And Matt, how much value do you think you learned from that one scenario with Kevin Cho?
Oh, I loved it. That was fantastic. So once those deals come across my plate, that's another strategy.
Right. So here's kind of, let's go back to the basketball analogy just real quick, and then I'll jump on to the next person. But the analogy is, I can teach you all day long on YouTube. I can teach you on Zoom. I can maybe even give you an example, right? Me calling sellers for you. I can do all of that for you. It's very much like trying to learn how to shoot a basketball. You can watch all the videos on YouTube of how to shoot the basketball, what your posture is, what your form is. You can even watch videos or even stand next to me while I shoot the basketball 1,000 times. But it's not until I put that basketball in your hands that you feel the weight of it, the dimples of the basketball, the creases, the weight of your feet on the concrete, and the distance between you and that basketball hoop. That is the difference between interesting information and important information. Just watching it, just learning it, even watching me call sellers, locking up deals, walking through paperwork, doing all those kind of things. That's just like watching somebody how to play basketball on YouTube. You need to get the basketball in your hands as many times as you possibly can, which is why I always tell you guys, go create chaos. Think about that. You guys know the difference, right? Holding that basketball in your hands is a magnificent difference between watching somebody do it on YouTube. So, Matt, first and foremost, congratulations getting this far, right?
Thank you. Yeah.
Guys, give Matt Brown some love on this. Good job, man. Like this is the momentum and the feeling. Like you have the basketball in your hand right now, right?
Feels good.
Feels great. It's a great accomplishment. I remember the first time I got a phone call that was a lead. I remember it. I remember my first deal. I remember the smell of the house of the lady I bought her house, Janie Munson. I remember the conversation. I remember the words. I could feel the words coming out of my mouth. I can still feel the ballpoint pen on the paper as I signed my first contract ever. I remember the feeling. I'm a very kinesthetic learner. I got to be hands-on. I got to be in it, right? Really good stuff.
I joined the mentorship. It's awesome.
It is phenomenal. There's nowhere like this, right?
And Pace, I've gotten 100 text messages from people in the side chat. I've got my sub 2 accountability team reaching out to me right now. So it's gold. It's gold.
It is. But again, Matt, at the very beginning, who's the first person that raised their hand and I talked to for basically 2 hours?
Kevin.
And how long has he been in the mentorship?
Over a year and a half.
So in a year and a half, I expect you to continually come in here and ask me these questions and be in completely deeper levels of shit. Right? Like your business doesn't succeed unless you have problems and you're wading yourself through, rivers of shit. That's what business is. And you're doing a great job. You're in the best community. You've got hundreds of people that are sub 2 students helping you, accountability groups. You have access to these Zooms for, like Kevin Cho, a year and a half. And what's funny is I'm going to be teaching these Zooms to Kevin Cho, who paid, to be in the mentorship a year and a half ago. I'm going to be answering questions to him as he's holding his first child. Think about how cool this community is. Kevin hasn't even had his first official girlfriend yet. And I'm thinking long-term vision. So same thing with you, Matt. Like if in a year and a half from now, you have access to this same level of value, this same level of talking to me, not being on wholesale hotline and not being on Sunday service, which is a disconnected YouTube place where you can't build community like we do here locally in this Zoom. Are you going to have more problems in your business or less problems in your business?
I'm going to create problems and bring them here.
That is correct. That is the right answer. And so you need to utilize this mentorship the same way you just did by raising your hand and coming and saying, this is a problem I have, because now 320 other people got the value today. 320 people got the analogy that I just laid out with the basketball. A lot of people that hit home with them. And your job is to go create more problems and understand that that is a requirement, not something to avoid. I wish I could click that one thing in people's brain is, what am I going to screw up today? What am I going to go create problems? And who am I going to reach out to for help? That is this recipe for success, not what can I learn today that I can continue to consume and write notes and do all that kind of stuff, but never implement it, right?
Right. And our W-2 teaches us differently.
Oh, of course.
You screw up. I mean, you're like ripped to shreds, screamed at, or whatever the case may be. You may miss out on a promotion, but that's the feel that I love here is go spread your wings, try it. Don't be scared. Bring everything here. You've got 3,000 people that will help you get through it. It's
people that want to do deals with you, people that want to lend money to you, people that want to buy deals from you, people that want to go, call your sellers with you. Like, this is a true community of people that are just like you. And that's the thing is, like, I feel the most blessed about is that we attract such an amazing high quality person to sub 2, and everybody here is a go-giver. They might not have ever been given permission to be the go-giver, but this community and the energy we create in here, everybody starts coming out of that shell and going, oh my gosh, I've been a go-giver. It's just that the environments I've been in did not give me permission to do so. Is anybody in here naturally not a go-giver in their heart? I don't think there's anybody in sub 2 that is not naturally a go-giver. So congrats to you, Matt Brown. Great question. Hopefully that was a good answer for you and got you on the right path.
It was phenomenal. Thank you so much, Pace. Happy Good Friday, and hope you guys have a great weekend. Yep, we're Greek Orthodox. Our Good Friday is next week. So
nice, love it.
Yep.
Thank you, brother.
Yeah. Cheers.
All right, Bo knows Oregon. What up, Bo? How you doing?
What is happening?
How you doing, man? That's my favorite camo combination. I love that camo combination.
First light. It's the best. It's about 28 degrees inside my house, so I have to freaking bundle up.
Wow. How's it going, brother?
Dude, I'm flying to Phoenix tomorrow. I got to give a big shout out to this community here. So I'm flying to Phoenix tomorrow, and I was talking to a few guys, and Eddie and Kevin Cho, they didn't invite me to their house. They didn't offer their house. They commanded. They're like, you are staying with me. And I was like, freaking sweet. Kevin was like, dude, I'm driving to Texas. If I wasn't, you could have my car. He texted me like 2 hours later, and he's like, oh, I'm actually flying. You could have my car the whole time you're here. I'm like, mind is just absolutely freaking blown.
Isn't that crazy that you have never met Kevin Cho in person? I don't believe, right? You never met Kevin Cho in person. He's going to let you stay in his spot and take his car as he leaves town. You won't even physically meet him, will you?
No, probably not till Vegas, but I was actually going to text him and be like, hey, let's do some arbitrage, like I'll rent it out arbitrage while I'm staying at your house, and I'll just split it with you 50-50.
I love it. I love it.
So I have a deal that I'm not really sure is a deal, but I kind of wanted to exhaust all resources before writing it off. And I had some kind of legal or tax questions about it. So my grandpa has a house in Reno. He wants to sell to me. And we've talked over terms. Like I kind of broke it down if I did this in a conventional way, and it just will not work conventionally. So I'm like, we're going to have to get very, very creative. And he hates Uncle Sam, and he loves doing things outside the box and whatever else. So we talked a bunch of different terms for it. So the ARV of the house is probably like $350. He wants $300 for it.
So, okay. So we don't have a deal. This is a lead or an opportunity. This is not under contract yet.
Correct. No.
Okay. Got it. Okay.
So
tell me that again. Cause I was just, for when you said deal, this is not to harp on you, but when you said deal, I immediately was like, oh, he's got a contract. So you've got an opportunity that that you're negotiating right now, right?
Correct.
You've got a deal that you're negotiating right now, and it's a single family home.
Yeah, it's a 2-bedroom, 2-bath townhouse.
Okay, so it's a townhouse, 2-bed, 2-bath, and the seller wants $350.
They want $300.
$300, okay.
So he said that he would do $250 now and finance $50K for 5 years, and he doesn't care about the terms. Interest only, amortized, silent, paid off in 5 years with no payments in between. He doesn't really care about the terms on the $50K. So it's not going to be an Airbnb. It won't work for an Airbnb in this part of Reno.
Okay.
And the rent I could get for it is like $1,800, maybe $2,000.
Okay.
And any financing option I've looked at it just won't freaking pencil. So he owns it free and clear. And I talked to him about doing a cash out refinance or doing something with it. And he's not interested in that. I've explained everything to him, but he's 82 years old. He doesn't want anything in his name, blah, blah, blah. I've walked him through everything, and he's just kind of saying hard no to that option. So, okay. So I need to figure out financing if I could even make this work. I don't know if I can with the down payment that he needs and with any kind of financing where it actually will cash flow.
I mean, we already know this is a Morby method deal, right?
Right.
Okay. So Morby method solves this problem. I think Ingrid is closing on her first Morby method today, which is great. So this works, right? Morby method absolutely works. Where have you gone to find financing for Morby method?
So I talked to my investor loan, and they said that they would supply $210. I would need to bring like $98,000 to the table.
Okay.
And with what that payment would be and what it would cash flow on top of that, it just doesn't, I don't really need to put hardly anything into it right now, but down the road, I'm going to need to put, new flooring, new kitchen, inside, outside paint, siding, roof. And just with the amount that it would cash flow, if I put my own money into it, I would never get that money back. I would never go ahead in the deal.
Okay. So everybody, for the Morby method, I get a lot of people are like, hey, my investor loan denied me, right? Maybe based on my experience, I've never done a deal before. Guys, I will sponsor your loan. Okay. So if you guys are a sub-2 student, I will actually let you use my balance sheet, my net worth, and my experience to sponsor your loan. My investor loan isn't going to deny you. Yes, really. This is all, just so you know, this is called gator lending. I will ask for a portion of the deal, just not up front. Typically, I will ask for a portion of the deal. Does that make sense? I will sponsor it. I'll use my credit. I think my credit's like 800. I have a pretty decent net worth, if you can imagine, and I've got a good balance sheet. We've got millions of dollars in cash. And so you guys use my balance sheet and my experience. That's the other thing with myinvestorloan.com is that we have done 50 deals with them in the last 12 months. And so we already have a track record. So I'll sponsor your loan, but I would require a deal. No, I'll do it anywhere. These are non-recourse loans. The other thing too is like a lot of times if you guys submit in my name or you guys go to Molly and she submits in my name, what'll happen is they will give me a better rate and term than they will give you. So Bo, I'm just thinking like maybe because it was you submitted through them and your experience level, based on that, they gave you a different interest rate or they gave you less money. They're trying to mitigate their risk, right? Maybe they would give a larger down payment if you used me to sponsor the loan.
Okay. So one option that we had talked about, which I had never even considered because I wouldn't do this with anybody, but since it's my grandpa, it's a little bit different. I kind of feel like this whole deal is kind of cheating because it's not some, it's like using family, but whatever, a deal's a deal.
Bro, so what good is family if you can't use them?
Well, that's what I say.
Put that on a t-shirt, guys. What use is family if you can't use it? Honestly, that should honestly be the motto of sub 2. What good is family if you can't use them?
So one thing that he had suggested that I hadn't thought about is he said, well, maybe I could just deed the title over to you. I'll just do a quick claim deed or whatever, give you the title, put it in your name, and it would be easier for me to get funding as the owner as opposed to the buyer. Mm-hmm. I wasn't super sure how that would work. The other issue, so he's trying to get out of paying taxes, right? This is his primary residence. However, he doesn't own it. It's owned by 2 trusts and one is an irrevocable trust. And so we're trying to figure out how to get, he doesn't know if that capital gains exemption is now void because he doesn't own it, the trusts own it. And because that one of the trusts is an irrevocable trust, we're just not really sure how to go about doing this period. Whether I buy it or somebody else. I mean, if somebody else were to buy it, I'm sure he'd just sell it, but we're trying to figure out how to get out of him paying any taxes on it. So one option that I talked about with the family, so my mom and my aunts and my uncle, they're the beneficiaries of the irrevocable trust. And we're not sure if we could do this, but we talked about having grandpa's living trust deeded over just to the irrevocable trust. And then if they can get like a home equity line of credit on it, and essentially I would just pay off that HELOC.
Yeah.
But they would want to keep the title in their name while they have the loan in their name, and then we could just refinance.
I mean, that's fine. That's an executory contract. I mean, we all do that with cars, right? Cars hold the title while we owe them money. So I mean, there's nothing against that.
Right.
I mean, other than you don't get the tax benefits, but that's perfectly fine. Like if they want the control, then that's perfectly fine.
Right. So I just wasn't really sure how to, we were all I think they have some meetings with some real estate attorneys trying to figure out some of the tax stuff with it being 2 different trusts that own it.
That's what I was going to just say. So I was going to say, no matter what I tell you, and no matter what you and I come up with today, the ultimate thing is they're going to want to have a CPA conversation, right? So like I have a deal right now with Brandon Jackson, one of our students. He is a Keegley franchise and he's been sending me multifamily seller finance opportunities. We find this great deal in North Carolina and we're sitting here suggesting all this stuff back and forth with the seller. And we're having all these conversations for, roughly 10, 12 days going back and forth. Then we get a financial advisor involved and it changes the entire dynamic of the conversation. And I was like, well, here's one thing I learned from this. I wasted 12 days of my life. I should have just said, hey, get your financial advisor involved. Let's spitball ideas that based on his recommendation. Because at the end of the day, even if I know more than your financial advisor, you're not going to follow my advice. You're going to follow your your advisor's advice.
Right.
So the first step for you is getting the answer of like, how do I have the capital gains exemption if it's owned by a trust, right? Yeah. I honestly don't know the answer to that off the top of my head. So my thing is I would call Dustin, who is a CPA I've used in the past. I would call PCS. I would call a handful of people. But the problem is, guess what today is? Not just Good Friday, but what's today, guys?
Easter weekend.
It's tax day.
Oh shit, it is, isn't it? My
It's tax
taxes
day.
are due March 5th, I'm
So
like
for
way
us to
overdue.
get anybody on the line to talk about structures, that ain't gonna happen today. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's dramatically overwhelmed, right? Oh, Tony says Monday's tax day. Okay, great. Well, the Friday before tax day, do you think it's as busy or busier? What do you think? They're slamming everything they possibly can right now, trying to get, it's a freaking, yeah. Carolina Allen's like, it's a hot mess. Yeah, everybody's slammed right now. So I think that's the biggest hitch that you currently have in this situation, is that no matter what you and I talk about, it's going to change.
Right. So with the tax structure stuff aside, I would like to keep this as a rental just because, I'd like to build that portfolio and stuff, but I got no problem, like fixing and flipping it or doing something. Just, I don't have any income right now. So getting some capital in a hurry would be pretty sweet. But if I can keep it as a rental, that'd be my ultimate goal. So, would I just call up my investor loan and be like, hey, Pace said your offer's crap, make me a better one?
No, because they're basing it off of you as an individual, right? You're submitting as you. So if you want to have a sponsor, then you need to go find another sub-2 student that has more credentials than you, right? It's just leveraging, right? It's leveraging, and it's a creative way to get deals done. Or you could go to another lender. I use my investor loan. There's a reason why. We've used them. And before I even introduced them to everybody, I had used them for 6 months before I brought them to you guys. So there is a challenge, right? They're not going to approve everybody's loan. In fact, maybe they deny 40% of them. I don't know. But, and I don't know that. It's not my company. I just know that they approve us. And I know that I've also sponsored a handful of students' loans. Here's what I would do, Bo. I would email Molly. I'm going to put her email in the side chat here in Zoom. Email Molly. Anybody who in here wants Pace to sponsor a loan for you? Because if you do, then what I would do is take Molly's email that I just put in the chat. I just put it in there, guys. So somebody's going to go, where is it? It's in the chat. I'm putting it in there one more time. Molly, send her an email and say, I'd like to have Pace, I'd like to submit this loan to my investor loan and have Pace sponsor it. Now, am I sponsoring the loan for free?
Hard no.
Hard no. Okay. But I will sponsor your loan for you so that you can use my backbone, my credentials, my experience. I will only do this for sub-2 students. So email Molly, my operations manager. Guys, does Molly work for sub-2? Oh, Molly's in here. Hi, Molly. Good golly, Miss Molly. Let's get Molly on here. I didn't know Molly was in here. Hi, Molly.
All right.
How's it
Hi.
going?
I was on the phone with your wife.
Oh, you were?
Yeah.
Amazing. So, Molly, if people need to get a loan sponsored through My Investor Loan, it's a new thing that we're doing. Molly and I came up with this idea in the last couple of weeks. So email Molly and just say, hey, I would like to be considered. Here's the thing. Just save her email. If you don't have a deal you want us to sponsor, then don't email her. You know what I'm saying? Don't just email her and be like, yo, Molly, your ponytail is dope. Happy Good Friday. Okay. I can sponsor unlimited loans. Okay. So copy and paste her email because you will want to use it. I will not sponsor anybody that's not a sub-2 student. So if your friend hears about you and Molly has to go and this is a pain in the ass, but Molly has to go verify you're a sub-2 student. So please do not refer this out to any of your knucklehead friends that are not sub-2 students. And I will sponsor, but based on the deal, there's a couple of deals depending on what the structure is. Like there's a Morby method deal I'm doing right now where I'm getting paid $5,000 up front and $10,000 on the back end. And then there's another deal I'm getting where I'm just getting a portion of the equity, no cash. And I don't care when that equity gets paid out to me. It's not like I need that money, but I want to sponsor. Anthony says, I can sponsor. How will I be protected? Anthony, if that's your worry of how to be protected, then I would not be volunteering to sponsor. Hey, Bo, there's these people picking on you, so I will beat them up for you, but can you guarantee they won't punch me in the face?
No.
Yeah. So guys, if you're going to sponsor, make sure that that's not a worry of yours. Okay. Does it have to be a sub 2 or creative financing? No, if it's a BRRRR deal, as long as it's with a non-recourse lender. Okay. So like we have a couple of them. Molly has. Tijuana says, I need a sponsor so I can become a sponsor. Well, guys, in the Gator lending that you guys are going to be a part of, I'm going to teach you guys how to become a sponsor. Okay. That's going to be coming up. Yes. Multifamily. The challenge with multifamily, I've talked about this. Tigger says, what is non-recourse? Non-recourse means that it doesn't go against my credit if you default. That's what non-recourse means. Okay. I don't sign a personal guarantee for it. So, multifamily is a little bit more challenging because multifamily requires me to have the equal net worth of the asset that you're buying. Okay. So let's say you go buy a $100 million building. My net worth is not $100 million. So I will fail you in a multifamily transaction. If you find a multifamily deal that you're like, hey, I want to get a $5 million loan at Marcus Millichap, a lender that we use, I can sponsor your loan on a multifamily deal at 5 million. I think my verifiable, because the challenge is like they have to go through like all the houses. I never have cash, right? I rarely ever have cash. I have all my assets are in houses or businesses that I own. So they have to like underwrite my businesses and all that kind of stuff, right? So yeah, as long as you're not coming to me and saying, hey, I have a $100 million multifamily deal I need you to sponsor, then yeah, I can even sponsor multifamily. What do a sponsor do in that case? I don't know what you mean. Anthony, please rephrase that. Jack Stew on YouTube just says, Pace, what's your net worth? I don't know. Ask your mom.
Pace.
That wasn't funny. I got at least 3 laughs on that, didn't I? To be honest, I actually don't know my net worth down to the penny. We like right now, one of the businesses we own is currently going through an evaluation. So I can take that and add that to my net worth evaluation. And that was supposed to be done in January. And here we are going into May. You know what I'm saying? So, and it grows every month. It's a lot.
Pace.
What?
Do you want to talk about that memorandum deal that you talked about the other night?
Molly's like, I've just been given an opportunity to get on the stage and derail the conversation that Pace is having with Bo so that I don't have to wait for my hand to be raised.
Yep.
Yes. Yeah, Molly, I'd be happy to talk about that. Give me just a second.
Okay.
I was joking about your mom. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry about the mom joke.
I'm sorry.
Do you guys forgive me about the mom joke? Okay. Thank you. Oh, it says 32 million. Google says 32 million. All right, cool. I would say my net worth is at least $100,000. Okay, so Bo, what else do we need? Here's what I would do, Bo. Step 1, CPA. Step 2, go to Molly. Molly, can you submit this to my investor loan or one of the other investor or other lenders and see what Pace could get for this loan?
For sure.
And then we have a conversation, we can like unravel a conversation.
So what would you want out of that?
I don't know. I don't even know the deal.
All right, cool.
I would want you to take me duck hunting. I'd want you to take me out to the Oregon coast, take me on a romantic drive. I don't know.
We're going to go shoot some moose and caribou up in Alaska.
I'm down. I'm 100% down with that.
So the one thing I thought about doing was getting a loan for 300 and he said he'd kick me back 50. So that way I'd have 50 grand cash in my pocket. Right.
Does it appraise for 300? That's the challenge.
I think it would. Well, yeah, I believe it would.
And is my investor loan based their $210,000 loan based on your purchase price or what?
Asset.
Okay. So that's a challenge, right? So you would have to go to a different lender that would be okay with giving you up to $300,000 on that loan. I don't think that's going to happen. And I think who's the seller? Your grandfather?
Yeah.
Okay. So why is your grandfather not open to like a 210 purchase with a 90 carry back?
Well, so he needs money for a down payment for another house that he's trying to buy.
And it's exactly 250,000.
Well, no, I asked him about that. I said, what's the exact number that you need? Because if you have a specific house with a specific date and a specific dollar amount, we could work around that. And he goes, well, I don't have one yet, but I'm, he just said, here's the puzzle pieces. I need 250 cash now. I'll finance 50K for 5 years and we'll settle on 300 total.
Yeah, I like that. I like that.
So I'm just trying to figure out how to put all the puzzle pieces together in a way that it'll actually cash flow. And the ways that I've looked at it now, I'm just not going to get any cash flow that'll work out of it yet.
We got to shop lenders, and we got to shop based on somebody else's backbone other than your own.
Correct.
That's where we got to start. So let's start there, and then we can have another conversation.
All right, we'll do it.
Good question. And guess what?
Turkey.
You ever
back.
play Nintendo?
I did once or
Did you
twice.
ever- oh, okay. You never played Contra? Okay. Well, you ever heard the cheat code up, down, left, right, A, B, start?
Yeah, same for every game, right?
Okay. Classic, right? Bro, who cares if you have the cheat code? It's way more fun when you have the cheat code. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I'll get as many cheat codes as I possibly can. This is why I hired Molly. Molly is one of my cheat codes. People come to me all the time and go, but I don't have a Molly. And I'm like, I do.
You're the ultimate cheat code.
You guys have a cheat code with me. And sometimes I buy deals from students that I'm like, I literally never had to talk to the seller. I didn't have to negotiate. I didn't have to cold call. I didn't have to do the whole like playing of the clock. I didn't have to do any of that stuff. And the first time I ever did a deal with a student, I was like, this is a cheat code. But dude, every day I'm just like up, down, left, right, A, B, start. Up, down, left, right, A, B, start. Same thing with Tanisha. I bought a deal from Tanisha. And it was easy. I still to this day, it's a seller finance deal. It's a triplex in Fayetteville. And I still to this day have never spoken to the seller, even though we make a seller finance payment to him every single month. It's like super amazing to have cheat codes. So congratulations for you having a cheat code. In fact, Bo, I don't want to do another deal in my life unless there's a cheat code involved.
Same.
All right. Follow up with Molly on that, and we'll submit and we'll see what we can get. And then in the meantime, here's what I want you to do, Bo, first and foremost. CPA, figure that out first, then submit to Molly. We'll see what kind of stuff we can get. Okay.
Okay.
Everybody give Bo some love.
And I'll see you guys down in Phoenix tomorrow.
You will?
Yeah, I'm flying down there tomorrow morning until Thursday.
What are you doing down here?
I'm coming down for a front row live showing of Sunday service, if you're having it on Easter.
I mean, I'll be doing Zooms tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, Sunday morning. Sunday morning, I'm doing something. What am I doing on Sunday morning?
Easter.
I know, but I do a Zoom, and I'm doing a Zoom on Sunday morning.
Is that the comping Zoom?
I don't know.
You're doing a comping Zoom, but I can't remember when.
That's tomorrow.
Okay. I'll miss that. I'll be on the plane.
Comping on Saturday. Sunday, I'm doing something else. I can't remember what I'm doing, but I'm doing something on Sunday. So, Bo, you're more than welcome to come hang out.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Yeah, I'm going to go to that. There's the meetup and then hang out with the Bash Bros and just whoever else is in town and just make connections, network, and get some wind in my sails.
You know what's funny, dude, is like all these Arizona students have stopped inviting me to stuff. I show up to like all the things and they stop inviting me. I don't know what the deal is.
I am formally inviting you to my meetup tomorrow in Phoenix.
All right. Dope. What is the meetup? Where is the meetup? What are you doing?
I don't know, like the monthly accountability meetup. Tristan was telling me about it.
Where is it? Where is it located?
I don't know. I'll have to ask Tristan or anybody on here who knows. There's a handful of people on here from Phoenix that know.
Okay.
Green Elephant.
Chandra says it's because you're taking their deals. Honestly, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. Tracy says it's at Green Elephant, the Clever office. Oh, that's cool. Maybe I will stop by that. That'd be cool.
Dude, come over. It'd be great to meet you.
Yeah, man. That'd be great. All right, Bo, thank you, brother. Hi, Molly.
Is it my turn?
It's Molly's turn.
You know, you guys, I have to do this because you think you can't get a hold of Pace. Pace doesn't answer my questions either, just so you know.
I did talk to you 4 times yesterday. In fact, I was in this meeting and you called me, and the person that was with me was like, dude, literally you'll get 5 calls within 5 seconds. He's like, and you answer all of them. I'm like, I'm about to not answer Molly's next call. But the thing is, like, every call you make to me is so good, and it's like, we need it. So I appreciate you tremendously.
I only call you for important things.
I know. So what do you got?
So just to recap, the memorandum that we filed on the property 2 years ago.
Yeah, guys, here's the origin story. You guys were on a Zoom with me on Tuesday night. I get a call from Magnus Title saying, hey, there's a memorandum on a property. Who was there? Did you guys get to see that call? It was great. And we did a 3-hour memorandum breakdown on Tuesday night. So that was really cool. Here's the twist. Here's the turn. Okay. 2 other sub 2 students also have it under contract. The buyer who was about to close escrow on the deal is a sub 2 student. And then another sub 2 student DMs me on Instagram and is like, I've been cleaning up this property and I've been doing it. I've been helping the seller out. Literally, the seller has been freaking taking it. So there's like 3 or 4 sub 2 people, me included, involved in this deal. I'm just the first one from 2 years ago. So the conversation you had with that student, I told him to call you yesterday. I don't know if you guys had a chance to talk. I have not spoken to him, so I just pass it on to you.
Very nice. He's a very nice guy. Super nice. He's actually partners with the original person that was in the email with us with Title.
Oh, he is partners with them. What do they have it under contract for? Do you know?
100.
$90,000 above us.
So basically, what I've been doing some digging since we found out that there's been some foul play here, right?
Yeah.
So the real Donald Reddick, who is the original owner that is on Title with his wife, Eunice, had passed away in 2018. So the Donald Reddick that you were speaking to in 2020
is the son.
The son. Did he tell you he was the son?
Yeah, we knew that the whole time.
Okay.
Our acquisition person actually went to the house and met with the mom in person.
Okay, that was my next question.
Yeah.
They are now claiming that she doesn't remember signing this paperwork, of course, right?
Yeah, well, her signature's on it, so.
Yeah. So I went and looked up the original deed. The signatures that are on the deed match. The only thing I see is that there's a quit claim deed from the previous owners to Eunice and Donald.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know if that is an issue for us in that it's a quit claim deed. And so that creates a title issue in some way.
All we have to do is prove foul play was committed on us and that we had an original contract, a legitimate contract under contract, right?
I mean, her signature matches. So our contract has a digital signature from, I'm assuming, Donald Jr.
Yeah, but we have her original.
Her actual signature is on our contract. And I sent the end buyer that talked to me yesterday a screenshot of her signature on our contract. And he's like, these poor people. And I'm like, listen, I think you have to realize you're getting played.
These poor people. Isn't it so funny that we as real estate investors think these sellers are poor people? They literally have like 3 or 4 other people in contract. They started ghosting us. They got other people cleaning up their property for them for free out of their pocket. Like literally these other potential buyers are going over there, cleaning up the property, painting, fixing things, spending money. Meanwhile, the seller's also in contract with 4 other people.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Dominique, I promise you I'm going to get through everybody's question today. I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to make sure that I address things in my own time, please. And thank you. Sorry.
I also think you guys just emailed me, or one of your partners, Dominique, emailed me about an upstate New York deal.
I had an email exchange the other day about a deal I'm doing with Brandon Duran in upstate New York. You said to come to you on the Zoom today. Brandon and I are in here waiting whenever you're ready. Awesome. I'm not ignoring you guys. I'm just trying to work. I'm just trying to bring value. You know what I'm saying, guys? If I rush through, it's not my, here's the thing. I can go all day long on these Zooms because I genuinely am doing what I want to do. But when I start being deviated and pulled certain directions and then I don't want to be here and then I lose energy. You know what I'm saying? So I want to keep my energy. I'm just going to go with my flow and nobody here is going to tell me what to do today. Sorry.
Malik, I think that's a bad idea though. So Caleb's right. They could make more if they do work to the property, but if you don't have a contract and you don't know you have a valid contract, you shouldn't be working on someone else's house.
Hold on. Dominique also emailed you.
I think it was one of his partners actually.
Dominique, you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Pace.
What do you got for me, brother? Did you guys email Molly too?
Yeah, so Brandon just actually emailed Molly all the details on the deal. Yeah. So basically we're doing a Morby method in upstate New York. It's a student property, a student housing portfolio.
That's the one that's like 4 million or something.
Yeah, 4.25. The first problem that we're having is we have our lawyer who doesn't think that this can go through, this is legal, and we're having problems with that. So I was wondering if I can give you his number and you can give him a call or something like that too.
No. I've done this in the past. It comes down to an attorney calling that attorney. So the better thing to do is getting Sean St. Clair, my attorney, on an email with that attorney and saying, hey, what are your issues? And have him put it in writing.
Got it.
Okay. Because here's what happens is they just, when you get on the phone, the last time I did this in New York and New Jersey, it was probably a year ago. And the challenge with New York and New Jersey is you guys have dual representation, which means the buyer and the seller both have to have their own attorney, right? So you have to coach two attorneys on this. So you're going to have a closing attorney and the seller is going to have a closing attorney, and they talk to each other, et cetera. Your attorney, where did you find him? Is that from the seller?
No, he's at my attorney.
Okay, easy. So this is what you do. You tell the other attorney, hey, the one that's representing the seller, are you guys under contract right now?
No, we're still trying to work out the little details.
Okay, that's where you start. You start with getting the contract on the property. You then ask the seller what attorney he wants to use because he has to choose an attorney regardless. Does this make sense?
Yeah.
Why are you guys going to an attorney right now and you don't even have it under contract?
So basically we have an accepted verbal. So we're just trying to work out all of align everything that needs to be aligned right now. And
give me one thing that is not aligned. Just give me an example.
Okay, so we offered that 4.25 and we have 80% LTV, and the sellers agreed to do that 20% carryback.
Okay.
But they said they would take a lower price, significantly lower, if we didn't have to do that silent second position for them. Brandon and I heard that there's a way that we can do like a silent second forgiveness, which is why we wanted to get in touch with Sean St. Clair. Okay. That's probably the biggest hurdle that we're facing right now.
The biggest hurdle you're facing right now, Dominique, is that you have not, I'm assuming this, so correct my assumption, is that you have not had a lender give you approval on a loan.
No, we're fully approved.
Okay, for what amount?
80% LTV.
You have a sponsor for that it's a multifamily deal, and you got a sponsor that has the net worth and the liquidity and all that kind of stuff already lined up?
Not yet. We actually paid, Brandon just emailed you the details for it.
Okay, so you guys are asking me to be your sponsor.
Yeah.
Brandon says, we do not have a sponsor. We're trying to bring it to you. Okay. So what I would do is I would have a conversation with Molly to see who your lender is on the deal and see what their requirements are. Cause for a multifamily deal, it's more likely that they're going to ask for a net worth requirement, a liquidity requirement, an experience requirement of like, what are all your assets? What does this look like? Right. It's not a single family home. It's a multifamily deal, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they're going to have a lot more requirements, more layers. So before you guys go down the road of negotiating, like what I would be so Molly and I have a Morby method going on right now in Florida right now with Jerry Penner. And I told the sellers, like, I'm not going to negotiate with you until I know exactly what I can be approved for. Not a pre-approval, because it does change. Like that's the challenging thing is once you go into having the lender pull my credit, look at my assets, look at my net worth, look at all that stuff, their loan terms will change. The percentage, the interest rate will change. The interest rate changes the payment, right? And then the payment changes your ability to pay back the second and open up that conversation with the second. You also, this is an interesting conversation. The next thing is, if your lender is already saying 80% of LTV, great. Then what is the actual value? Because I'm sure they haven't done an appraisal on the property. They've just said, we have a loan program that would work for this. That is probably non-recourse, 80% loan to value. Have they actually figured out what the value is and told you, we're going to give you $4.2 million?
No, we haven't had appraisals yet.
Right. So we got to go down that road. So what I would do when you're doing, so like Caleb Christopher was saying, he says, you can't just pick an arbitrary value so it suits your payback needs. The lender is going to actually come up with that value from their own standpoint, kind of like what just happened with Bo, right? So what happened with Bo is Bo's like, I reached out to myinvestorloan.com. My investor loan said they would give me $210,000. Like they gave him a dollar amount, right? Based on what they saw the value of the property. And they're like, we see the value of the property at this. And so what's happening is you guys are sitting here working out the negotiations with the seller, but your lender in the Morby method is way more important on the upfront side, who your sponsor is and all that kind of stuff. So that when you do go to the seller and you do finalize all the details you know you're finalizing are true. And then that way, when you open escrow with their attorney, who's going to need some coaching and need some all that kind of stuff, you now are not also changing the terms of the agreement and making yourself look like a wishy-washy buyer. And then the seller's attorney is like, dude, are you serious? You're going to sell these people and they're changing the terms on you in the middle of the transaction? Like, get the hell out of this.
Right. Yeah, man, that's awesome. I appreciate it.
Yeah. So I would reach out to Molly and say, hey, Molly, and we're hiring a new girl on our team just to help out with this specific type of stuff. Her name is Allison. She'll work underneath Molly. So I'm probably not going to give Allison's email out for a month or so until we figure, Allison's fit with the team. But Allison will go through and go, okay, well, here's Pace's information. Here's Pace's this. Here's the lender that, they said this, this, and this. She'll get on the phone with the lender and go, we need to get a little bit more finite details so we can go back and negotiate with this seller.
Okay.
And then Allison will get that based on who I am and who's trying to sponsor the loan for you so that you can go to the seller and say, hey, we've already been approved. The money's basically locked up. We've got the wherewithal, the credibility, the credentials, the net worth, all the things to make this all work. This is what we can bring to the table.
Got it.
Okay. Now, because this also ties back into your other question, because your other question is, well, the seller says that if we just give them a lower dollar amount, they'll just why even do a second position, right? Well, the reason why you have to do a second position, you're going to have to bring cash to the table. I don't know what it's going to be. It could be 800,000, 600,000, 500,000, could be that dollar amount. I don't know, but it's going to be significant because you're at a $4.2 million loan, right?
Right.
So 80% loan to value, if they're going to give you a loan of 4.25 million, what's the purchase price?
That's the purchase price. It's 80%.
Okay, great. So if that's the value, let's just say hypothetically it is the value, which we don't know. The lender is going to come up with their own value and their own opinion based on their experience, right? Let's say they say it's worth 4.25. Guess what they're going to ask you to do? They're going to want to see $800,000 in cash come to the closing table to satisfy their loan.
Right.
That makes sense?
Yeah, it does.
Okay. So if you know the numbers that they're willing to give you, the lender is willing to give you, then you can go to the seller and negotiate and go, well, I've got this situation where we can bring this much money to the table. Now, like, you guys feel like you're there because the seller is open to the conversation, but you're basically trying to put a puzzle piece together and you're missing like 6 pieces.
Got it.
Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense.
You're close. You're really, really close. And you guys are doing a good job. You've got a motivated seller, which is awesome. But Caleb's asking a good question. Where's the money coming from? That would be coming from me, right? Is the lender looking from where it came from? Typically, yes. So it would be coming from me. Does it have to be your own? Or does it have to be seasoned money? These are important questions. If it's from Pace, you're good. But these are really great questions. Depending on the lender might say, I want this to be seasoned money. Do you know what that means?
Explain it to me.
It means that it's been sitting in your bank account for an extended period of time. It's not like you were given a gift from grandma 2 days ago. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense.
And so you got to have somebody willing to sponsor the loan and have cash sitting in their bank account for, let's say, 60 days, not doing anything, so that can meet the seasoning requirements for that purchase.
Got it. All right. That makes a lot of sense.
There's a lot of stuff, right? There's a lot of stuff that Bilal says they have the transactional funder. Well, Bilal, the challenge with the transactional funder is does the transactional funder have the ability to sponsor the loan? Because in a multifamily loan, very rarely will you get a multifamily loan that doesn't require a minimum net worth of 100% of the purchase price. Okay. And also they typically ask for 10% liquidity of the loan. So somebody, even after the loan is done and funded, they're going to want to make sure you have 10% of the purchase price in liquid cash somewhere, Bitcoin, or cash itself, right? Something that you can get your hands on tomorrow. Okay. Liquidity. So even if you have a transactional lender at $800,000 on this deal, you're still going to have somebody sponsor the loan for the net worth and also have an additional $400,000 sitting in their bank account.
Right.
This is why you need somebody like me to sponsor stuff for you guys. But we don't know what those dollars amount are, right? So like you guys are sitting there trying to negotiate and you're trying to work out final details and you're talking to your own attorney and you're like, well, this attorney says it's illegal. Bro, you haven't even gotten there. Does this make sense?
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Okay, so tell me what your next steps are.
That's basically, as far as we are right now. I mean, you've given us a lot to work with, and I appreciate it, man. I mean, I've been in your mentorship for 4 weeks, and to even be in the position that I'm in right now with someone like Brandon and Bilal and in you in our corner, it's just, it's next level stuff. This is an amazing opportunity, just being here. I'm really, really appreciative.
I appreciate that. Here's my personal feeling about this mentorship. It's not just me. It's the Bilals. It's the Brandons. It's the Daryls. It's the Spencer Bishops. It's the Carolyn and Myron. It's all the people in here. We are the current bar. We are the current highest level bar in real estate. The only way this mentorship this bar gets set higher, it's not anybody from the outside world. We as a group have to elevate each other. And you can see that in 4 weeks, right? People are elevating you. Leaders like Brandon and Bilal and other people are elevating you, which is how we elevate this whole entire community. So thanks for saying that. I appreciate that. So you got some work to do.
Yeah.
We're here for you when you go and figure that out. Email Molly and get her in touch with the lender. We'll have Allison reach out and we'll figure out what the requirements are and all of that.
I appreciate you, man. Come back to New York soon. That was awesome,
bro.
This week.
That was so great. And I don't know why the hell we got the cold weather. I hear you guys have like really good weather right now.
It's been like 70 and sunny this whole week.
Yeah, I had to like buy 2 coats while I was there.
Yeah.
So thank you, brother. I appreciate you.
Thanks, man.
Okay, so Molly, sorry about that. I knew it was important to him, so.
It is. It's important. So I'm glad we got to talk about it real quick.
But here's the most challenging part about my job as a mentor with you guys. Okay, is obviously we have a big group. This is a big community. I just gave him an answer that so many of you will run into needing that same exact answer in the future, and you will forget that I already gave this answer away. Okay, and so what will happen is in 3 months, you'll run into this situation and you'll go, I need to talk to Pace about this. Guys, you just did talk to Pace about this. I just gave you the exact advice and laid it out for you on this exact situation. Does that make sense to everybody? Yes, no?
Yes.
I must be muted.
You're not muted.
I know. That's my way of getting them to take action. It's hard to find this stuff, right? It's hard to find, especially in a long Q&A. I've been going for 4 hours and 10 minutes. And it's hard to go in and find these specific questions and know exactly where your answers are. I totally get that. That's why I rely on you as our community to make sure that when somebody runs into the situation, you guys can help people come in and find that. That's what I need that from you guys. So even when you're a brand new student and you're like, I'm just getting started, I'm lost, I don't have momentum. I'm not like Dominique, where I'm only been in here 4 weeks and I already got this Morby method thing. And half the stuff that Pace just talked about with sponsors, I don't even know. Guys, the value you bring as a student in here, even when you're brand new, is making sure you help other people find their answers. Okay. Sean says, I'm trying to post my notes on every Zoom I watch. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. So Molly, sorry about that.
That's okay. So basically my plan was to go back to our attorney and let him know the situation where we're at. We do have, honestly, what looks like to me, a very valid signature. You just said you guys met with Eunice. So we have the wife's signature. I didn't know if there was an issue, if like they hadn't gone through probate yet. And it wasn't like given solely to her, if that would cause an issue for us, but it sounds like we just need to have the attorney decide that.
I mean, here's the challenge with attorneys, right? The challenge with attorneys is always that they're going to tell you whatever they want, whatever we need to hear to get us into, or it's like the same thing with the Utah guy, right? Like that whole memorandum thing, we're challenging that seller, Wendy. It's like the attorney's like, oh yeah, this is easy. I can handle this. Next thing you know, it's like, I don't even know what the final situation was what that was. Did we even get part of that $2,500 back?
Yeah. Yeah. So we're waiting on the check to arrive, obviously.
Right.
But yes, it's supposedly on its way. We settled.
Do we know how much it was?
It was $2,500 of our $5,000 earnest.
No, I get that, but from the attorney, we gave him
like
$2,500.
$1,300. I think we actually owed him at the end of it, so he's gonna owe us back the difference in what.
Okay, so he'll owe us. Okay, that's a pretty honest attorney.
Yeah.
All right, good job on that. Usually, attorneys will be like, "Oh yeah, hey guys, thank you so much for the settlement. Before we send that settlement check to you, I need to take about half of that." On top of the retainer you already gave me, but that's great. That's great news. We'll end up getting $3,800 back essentially.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So what I fear is when you have a conversation with an attorney, knowing that that attorney is giving you an honest opinion and an honest conversation of like, yeah, this is pretty easy. Like what I would want is I would want you to go to Brian Locker, our litigation attorney, and go, let's look at these two contracts. Let's spell out the conversation. And maybe what we do is we pay Brian Locker to call the seller and say, hi, I'm representing the buyer you signed a contract with. I have proof that your signature is the exact same signature. So whether you remember this or not, my buyer wants to move forward to this transaction and this is what we plan on doing. Do you have legal representation that I can reach out to? And
they've already told the end buyer that they're like, we don't want anything to do with a lawsuit. So obviously.
I know, but we need to have, here's what I would do is I would have Brian Locker call and say, we have your signature. Pay the money. Right? Let's pay Brian Locker to say, how much would it call for you to just make a phone call and say, hey, we plan on filing a Liz Pendens on this property. Here's what we have. We have your signature that matches the other signatures. So whether you say that you don't remember this or not, a judge is going to rule in our favor that you did sign this physically. You did sign this. So we got a couple options. Should we file a lawsuit and take the property from you? Or do you want to negotiate at a purchase price that makes sense?
And you remember our acquisitions rep at the time going to the house. Do we need to possibly get them involved, whoever it was at the time?
Not yet. I would want to get a feel. Like the main point of that phone call would get a feel for where those sellers actually are. And if they're belligerent, like, F this, we're not, blah, 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 blah. Or if it's like, well, shit, we can't afford an attorney. Because that's the thing. Like when you say, hey, an attorney calls you and says, my client plans on hiring me to litigate you, which will typically cost you in the realm of $5,000 to $20,000 to defend yourself. Are you guys open to negotiating, or should I reach out to your legal representation? The whole purpose of that is to get a gauge of where they're at for us to make Caleb, they're only allowed to litigate in the state that they're licensed. So, you need to make sure that you are, sorry, I just got a text message from Jerry Norton. Ironically, because what happens is when I talk trash about people's contracts on YouTube, they go and tell all my friends, like, Pay said this, Pay said that about your contract. And then my friends text me. Bunch of little tattletelling little bitches.
Hey, well, that's what happens when you blast it out to the world. You're like literally the epitome of putting people on blast.
I know. I'm very sorry. I'm sorry, guys. I just want to let you guys know, snitches get stitches, okay? No, it's good.
When Pace says he's going to put you on blast, it's on YouTube, it's on Facebook, it's
Instagram
on Instagram,
Live.
it's on his private Zooms with his students. It's everywhere, guys.
It's on your credit report.
It's on your credit report. It's never going away for 7 years. It's going to sit there. You're not going to be able to take it off.
So yeah, I would, the whole purpose of this. So Caleb, the attorney that we use is a guy named Brian Locker. He's a litigation attorney with real estate specifically regarding specific performance. That's his main world. And honestly, Molly, we should ask Brian if he wants to come on a Zoom, and I pay him $500 to come on a Zoom with the students. I've never done that. I've never had him come on a Zoom with the students. He's a litigation attorney, guys, so he's incredibly expensive. Like, he's like probably like $1,500 an hour. Do you guys want me to have our litigation attorney come on here and show you guys and talk to you guys about what that looks like? And okay, I like to have 300 plus people on here and like 15 people type yes. I think 305 people are literally just chilling.
Most of them are probably at work or doing something else, just listening in on this.
It's Good Friday. It's a holiday. Doesn't everybody get this day off? No? Okay. So yeah, that's what I would suggest. I would suggest let's go to the seller, have Brian Locker make the phone call. I'm at a point now where I used to make these phone calls myself because I would try and save the money. And so I know what to say and I know how to encourage that to go forward. But what I would rather do is actually have a real attorney. It has so much more oomph.
Yeah.
And then the attorney, based on his conversation, I suggest you guys go forward. Or, guys, I don't know, man. This is really weird. We're going to get into litigation with this, and these people are going to go blah, 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 blah. And I don't think it'll be good for him to actually make that phone call. Who's at their 9-to-5 job right now? Tell me. Who's at your 9-to-5 job right now? Tell your boss thank you. Shout out to your bosses for paying you guys to be here learning real estate knowledge. Shout out to all the bosses out there. A lot of people are at the 9-to-5
I told
job.
you. I knew it.
Damn. All right. I like it. Alex Salazar is at the barbershop. This is great. Okay, so that's what I would do, Molly. Let's get Brian Locker to make the phone call to the seller directly. I would work with the other sub-2 students. Like, if we can, here's what I would prefer. We have it under contract for $10,000. I would go to Cody and go, what could we do with this property and where could we make money, even if we went up to like 50 grand, right? And what I would do is I would say, or 40 grand or 30 grand or whatever, like, hey, we'll pay you more money, but we're not paying 90. That's crazy. We had this thing under contract for 10 grand. So either A, we go spend 20 grand litigating you and winning and a whole year of your life of bloody torture, or B, we just settle on $30,000, which is attorney's fees that we'll never get back in the first place. Or we litigate. And we give them the extra $20,000 instead of giving it to the attorney, and we pay the attorney a couple grand to do the negotiating for us. And then what we do is, even though we don't need to, I think we tie the other sub-2 students in here and give them a little bit of money, and then we figure out what the exit strategy is. I don't even remember the property. I don't know what the exit strategy is. Is it a tear down rebuild? Is it a, I don't know. That's a
The
Cody and
notes
Molly.
that I can see on it say that it was boarded up back in 2020. So it sounds like it's not in any good shape.
Yeah. Here's my thing. I don't want to look at it. That's Cody and your job. I will let you guys be the better version of me.
Okay.
Tijuana says, tie me in on it. Who wants to be a part owner of this litigation situation? I'll give everybody 1% of the deal.
Pace is trying to make our lives really complicated, really quick. Guys.
Yeah.
Can you
I
imagine?
mean, how else are we going to learn
Everybody
stuff?
here, 1% of the deal.
I'm trying to create chaos. Like I tell you guys, we got to just create chaos. So yeah, that's what I would do. Let's get Brian Locker involved and see what happens there.
Okay. With that Morby method deal that you were talking about,
Yeah.
now that rates have increased, obviously that's changed our structure. So I was going to see if you wanted to structure that one out and see how we could make it work, or maybe if we can't make it work. I have a feeling.
Are you talking about Heather's deal?
Yeah. If that sounds boring, don't worry about it. I get it.
No, I have somebody coming to my house at 10:30. Hold on.
Well, your dog groomer was just there.
My dog. Oh yeah. Were you at my house?
No, I was on the phone with your wife.
Oh, okay.
Talking about all the chaos you're bringing me with all these other things you've brought to the table.
Amazing. Does anybody have any questions from Molly?
For me?
Yeah. Who has questions for Molly as an operations manager? Nobody? Bueller? Because I have somebody coming to my house at 10:30 that I have to show them my studio. I feel like Morby method is still feasible, but mostly for larger margin rents like Airbnb, 100%. The challenge with Heather Witzig's deal is that they're keeping the seller in the property as a tenant, and she's an older lady that essentially they're doing her a massive service. The person who is the personal representative for that estate has said, nobody's been able to help this lady, attorneys, other investors, real estate agents, wholesale, nobody has been able to come to a solution. The Morby method is like, they have an estate attorney that's like, dude, this Morby method is the most genius thing ever. It solves every problem, gives her what she needs, etc. The challenge is they can't take her out and then rent it out at an elevated rate to justify the cash flow, especially now that the interest rates have rose. And so if she didn't require to live in the property, they could actually go elevate the rent rates or turn it into an Airbnb. It would work. But right now they're trying to figure out how do we, help this 80-year-old lady stay in this property as long as we possibly can.
And just so you guys know, you're not really actually supposed to do that according to a lender. Like they don't want to see, like if you're trying to help somebody, they don't want to see a lease from the original seller back. So if you ever think like, this is a great idea, don't write a lease in the seller's name afterwards to try and satisfy the rental rates that you're trying to get there.
Hey, hold on. Marlon, I'm going to make a quick phone call. Marlon, I'm going to have you talk to Molly for a second. Marlon, how you doing, dog?
Yo, what up, Pace?
How you doing? Were you wearing a beanie at one point?
Dude, I was rocking this beanie, man.
Let's see it. That's dope. What is that?
Dude, I used to do the parkour, man. This was like one of my favorite parkour gyms.
Oh, that's dope.
Dude, we got to get some sub 2 beanies.
Hey, Molly and Marlon, I'll be back in 1 minute. I got to make one phone call.
Look at good. Pace is like, I got to go. So you guys just take over while I'm out here. Right
so
now.
Molly, I actually genuinely have a really solid question here.
I gave him the advice that he needed a Molly last time I had dinner with him. So this is a great question.
Okay.
Yeah. So right now, Molly, I'm in my business. I'm doing a lot of flips and we're doing a lot of buy and holds. We're up in the Midwest. So we're getting like Burr works really well where we're at.
Yeah.
And I'm now running into a new challenge, which is wholesaling was rather transactional, pretty easy to manage. Now keeping the properties, keeping the flips and keeping the rentals is presenting a new form of having to keep track and keep organized.
Okay.
And that's not my forte. I do it because discipline makes me do it. However, I see that I get burnt out and I see other people like have this skill set. I don't know how to describe that person to basically put out a job application or like a help wanted sign to describe the ideal person. So I'm trying to figure out, how do I describe an operations manager or just attract that person?
So and some of you may know who Gene Guarino is. Gene Guarino is the previous real estate investor that I worked with for 3 years before I was here with Pace. And they were really good at profiling people for the specific position that they worked in. And so I did a specific test, not even a test, like an evaluation with predictive index. And I'm sure many of you have heard predictive index before. Alan, yes, RAL Gene. And so I have my predictive index assessment. I also have a DISC assessment, and they have pretty good descriptions on there. So if you want, I can send you over my assessments that I've had done, and you can look at that. I always like to send that over to people when people are like, hey, what makes a good operations manager? What makes a good, person that sits in an operations position? Because those descriptions that are on there are pretty spot on when you're looking to hire somebody for this type of position. You also have to remember in our case, it's not just me, right? We have Tony, our bookkeeper. We have a lot of people that help keep us organized, and there's lots of spreadsheets and a lot of things that go into that. So if you ever want to sit down with me, we can always try and emulate some of our organizational processes that we have in place to keep track of everything. And then that might help you too.
Yeah, I think that's going to be crucial because we brought on a bookkeeper. So we've got full-time bookkeeper now, which is super crucial. That's been game changing. And now it's the other bits of the operation. So really creating that ecosystem and that just lines of communication where things can get passed through fluidly. I think that's going to be super helpful. So I would absolutely love to be able to see, kind of what your results were, so I could start to mimic and say, okay, it'll give me a sense of the idea of the person I'm looking for, the personality type, that sort of team member.
Yeah, absolutely. And honestly, for me, it's like someone that's super helpful, right? Someone that, like, when you talk to them about what their job role is, they may not necessarily have like, this is the exact thing I want to do, right? Someone who's not necessarily laser focused on doing one thing, and like someone who would say, that's not my job. That's not going to be your operations position person. The person who's going to be in operations is going to be somebody who's like, I can wear multiple hats. I can do all kinds of different things all day long. And as long as I'm wearing that hat, I can stay focused on that one thing, but I can switch to the next hat if I need to because a phone call comes in,
Yeah, exactly. And that's exactly what I'm looking for. And like, that's what I'm trying to find, because the people I have been finding have been wanting to be helpful. The challenge is they keep asking me, hey, how do I do this now? Hey, how do I do this now? Hey, how do I? And the challenge is, look, at that point now, it's just me doing it again. And you're not actually, now I'm even more stressed out because I'm like answering your question.
You're probably going to go through, I just coincidentally happened to have a lot of experience that was very similar to what I was doing here with Pace, but you're going to always go through that growing period stage. I would say it takes me a couple of weeks of like one-on-ones with a new position and whoever I'm trying to get, like, grasp all of the information of what they exactly want me to do or what I can help with. And then from there, I kind of branch out and just start doing my own thing and start helping in other areas that probably weren't initially in my job description.
Okay.
So if you have, and that is Jonathan Asbalis says, record videos of everything that you're doing, right? And it's so true. Every time you're having a meeting with somebody and you're teaching them how to do something, creating a bank of those videos of exactly what you told them, because if you do have to hire somebody new, you can actually set that up as like, hey, can you go through some of these videos? It's going to answer some of the questions that you have. We've used Trainual. In my opinion, my brain doesn't work very well with Trainual. Trainual is like you can create quizzes and things like that, but it might be because previously when I've seen it and when I've set it up, I didn't set it up correctly. It was like a word vomit of putting everything out there, and then somebody goes through it and their eyes get glazed over and they don't remember anything that they read, but really just spending
the position for this individual, just so you know, is somebody who should be making, in my personal opinion, $250,000 a year. I don't pay Molly that much money yet.
I will be there. Yeah. It'll
She
happen.
will 100% be there. Like the stuff that I'm working on and the stuff we're creating, like I look at Molly as more of, the thing is, like, we hired for an operations manager, but we love her and appreciate her so much. And she has a lot of skills that we didn't really even recognize during the interview. And I throw stuff at her all the time just to see, like, sometimes it's just like, I need to throw stuff at her because I need to. Other times I'm like, hey, do you want to do this thing where we go make money doing X, Y, and Z? And she's like, yeah. And I'll go, great. I'll pay you a portion of it. Right. So like, she's a wonderful hybrid where she's like, she's very entrepreneurial spirited. Like my wife, like she wants to be an entrepreneur, but also she needs a pace. And I also need a Molly, right? Like we're a perfect match. So this is a person that it has the ability to earn $250,000 a year or more. Like she'll even have equity in my multifamily fund. Like she'll have a lot. My intention with Molly is for her to be a multimillionaire because she worked with me. But more important to the skills, she has the mindset of somebody who demands $250,000 a year. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And so it's really challenging to find that because first and foremost, most people have a mindset of fear. And if I could just make 40 grand a year, I'd be happy. And so you gotta go to somebody to go. And also one other thing is that Molly has patience, right? We pay her good. We don't pay her phenomenally yet. Other people would die to have her current salary, but I look at her, I'm like, you have more skills and I need to pay you more money as we scale and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But she has patience. And that's another thing that's challenging too, is that just like us, Marlon, you and I are business owners, right? We understand like the long game is that there will be months where I don't take a paycheck home. There will be months where I have these dips and these valleys, and I have to be okay with that as the business owner. So I can make way more money long-term and build wealth, and it compounds and compounds and compounds. And I wake up one day and then everybody says, you're so lucky, right? We all know that whole thing. But in order to get there, you have to have another person like that, which is similar, which is a Molly that says, I'm okay with a good salary and some additional opportunities as long as I can see the vision of where you're going is somewhere that I can participate. So what I would also think about, Marlon, is as you're drawing things out, what is your vision? And could you set, like, let's say I get abducted by an alien today. And Molly goes, well, I know Marlon's looking for somebody like me. Could you currently convince a Molly to come work for you?
That's what happened to me, Marlon, is everybody who knew Gene, and that's why I brought up Gene, that I had worked with, was trying to convince me to come work for them after, unfortunately, Gene had passed away and I stepped away from the company. But Pace had come to me and did just that, like convinced me to come here instead of these other places. Not that I was, really searching that hard, but I think it takes a personality type of that, Gene and Pace remind me so much of each other. But what Pace just said, in that, like, I have an entrepreneurial side to me and that I've owned my own businesses. I've been independent. I was a real estate agent. I've been a real estate agent for 6 years. You know, that type of personality where you're like, I may not make a paycheck this month, or I may make $25,000 tomorrow, and I'm okay with that. Those are things that you can't find in an employee.
That's a nugget right there.
Yeah.
Like, Marlon, you're in Phoenix now, right?
Yep.
So like I would think about, like, when you're going to real estate meetups, right, in Phoenix, whether it's like Steve Trang's or the All In Freedom event that's coming up here pretty soon. Like, if I were you, I would be looking when you're shaking hands and meeting people. You go, what do you do? Are you a licensed realtor? Do you have your license? Like, blah, 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 blah. Get that out of them, because that's a really good freaking point that she made, is that people that go, and I knock on realtors all the time, and so do realtors. You know who hates realtors more than anybody else? Realtors. That should be on a t-shirt too.
True story.
But Molly just dropped a really big bomb right there, which is somebody who had the mindset to go get a license as a realtor, and maybe even has been somewhat successful, understands that it takes a lot of time, energy, just for a deal to fall apart.
Mm-hmm.
And then you got to stick through it, and you got to go and so my thought is, maybe what you should do Marlon, I'm just throwing out a weird idea. We should pull a list of the top 500 active realtors in Maricopa County. Okay, that's a very easy list to obtain. Then what you do is you take the top 200 off, because they're probably making a full-time income, right? They're making a full-time income. You start contacting the other ones like, hey, what are you doing with your license? Is there a way we can work together? I'm looking for somebody to help me be operations and help me even, like, Molly was hired as an operations manager. In my mind, in a year, she'll be my business manager. She will literally be on top of 5 or 6 of my different businesses. So that's a vision, right? Like, she's my money penny. She's my right hand. She's the person I rely on for a lot of things. So finding somebody who is in real estate for a couple of years, who understands that ebb and flow. Employee mindsets are the worst, right? Because people that are employees, they believe that their value is just them being there in a job. Like, I'm here, I've been here 30 days, so where's my raise?
Mm-hmm.
Right? Real estate agents don't feel that way, because the world has proved to them that if they don't close a deal, they don't get paid. Molly, that is a great nugget. Now that makes me feel like I only want to hire real estate agents that have been in the game for a couple of years.
Well, and think about how many realtors want to be investors, right? Like, there's
Right.
probably plenty of people here, right, that have a real estate license, but they've never really done anything with it, or they have, and they want to be an investor. And so you're kind of opening that door for them, Marlon. It's almost like a, hey, you're a realtor, you're into real estate. Like, you ever thought about being in the investment industry and joining a team? Realtors usually like people. I mean, even though we don't necessarily always like each other, because sometimes there's mean ones out there, but we like people, right? We want to work with people, and real estate investment is a wonderful industry to step into out of being just a traditional agent.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice, actually. I think talking to some real estate agents will actually be phenomenal prospects. And then also, I'm now realizing for this portion of my business, I have never vocalized the vision. Like, because this portion of my business has been very quiet and like just close to home. So I realized I've never created a outer vision for anybody else to even be attached to. And that's going to be crucial.
Yeah, and I know you're very much into mindset, Marlon, which is why I threw that out. It's like, if I was abducted by aliens and Molly knocked on your door and she said, sell me on your vision, I can amplify you. I can take who you are, Marlon, and triple you because of who I am, right? I might be the battery, she's the clock, right? I got to put my battery in a working clock, and together we work. So sell me. And if your answer was, well, I'm doing some fix and flip and I'm doing whatever, she'd be like, okay, and where are you going? Where are you going to be in 12 months? Where are you going to be in 24 months? Are you dominating your corner of the world? Now, you don't need to have a TV show, because at the end of the day, the TV show makes me $45,000 a year. It actually costs me money to be on that TV show, to be honest. You don't need to be Pace, but you need to have a vision of like, where's Marlon in 24 months? And how does your operations manager, fit in that?
Pace used that to sell me, though, guys. He used the TV show. He named.
I don't know if you know this, but I'm kind of a big
He's
deal.
like, I'll have a TV show on A&E. And I was like, I still don't know who you are, bro. I'm really sorry.
Yeah, it was great. That was actually the last time I brought up I was on a TV show to anybody, because she was like, yeah, your TV show has 7 viewers, bro. But yeah, paint the vision. Do you have that? Think about that when you're going to bed or in the shower. Like, if somebody abruptly comes up to you and goes, hey, why should I work for you, Marlon? And you know this, the universe opens itself up to you when you make a decision and you make a commitment to yourself. Some way, you got 100 stories where this is the truth, where you make a commitment to something and all of a sudden the path starts building itself.
No, that's exactly what happened this year. Like, this year, the goal was to get to 16 doors. We got to that in January. We wanted to get to doing 2 flips on average. We're there now, and started building out a lot of different things. So I just realized I got to clarify that vision and vocalize that aspect a lot more. And then the right person will start to come to it.
I got a lot of mindset issues myself of like, I grew up in a blue collar family, so I didn't understand. Like, I always looked at a business owner as like they owned everything, and everything is like all the money was made for them, right? That's how I kind of grew up. And watching my dad being a business owner, My dad never scaled. And you know why my dad never scaled? Because my dad wanted to keep everything to himself. Now, he made good money. I mean, I'm sure my dad made $300,000 to $500,000 a year. He had to with 12 children and all the things, but he never got past that. And a lot of people listen to go $300,000 or $500,000. That's a lot of money. And I'm like, when you make $300,000 to $500,000, you realize you're not helping a lot of people still at that rate. In order for me to help as many people as I can and to have a very strong company, like we got to be making a lot more money. So what I realized too is like our multifamily fund that we're creating, my whole premise of the fund, I call what the name of it's Lucky 7 Capital. And the reason being is because I'm allocating 7% of all of my growth in that multifamily to my team, my main team. So let's say we go acquire $1 billion in assets, which is very easy to do in multifamily. I go acquire $1 billion in assets. That means I just gave away $70 million in assets to my team that helped me get there. Like you think about that and you start painting that vision out, people know like, man, in 10 years, if I'm one of those people, like there's no way I'm not worth $5 million as an individual in terms of assets held. Right. So however that gets cut up, and I might even go, you know, that's not enough. Let's bump it to 12%. I don't know what it is, but as of right now, my main goal is how do I make every single person that's B level in my operation and higher, how do I make them all multimillionaires by me going? So it's no longer about me working. It's how can I utilize Molly to amplify me to turn around and make Molly a multimillionaire?
I love that, man. And it's something I've been thinking a lot about. Like my vision has been like, there's 7.8 billion people on the planet. And I want to help them become successful personally, professionally, financially by empowering their mindset and connecting them to the right people. Being in rooms like this. I've seen so much talent just not tap into itself simply because of limiting belief and just because they're in the wrong environment.
Right.
You know, and I know that's something I cannot do alone. I don't even want to try and do it alone. So building out a winning team, starting with the self, creating that winning circle, and then building from there, scaling from there.
Yes.
But if you don't have Pace's story, you need to figure out how you're going to sell yourself,
create
right?
a
Like
story.
Pace sold himself to me, and that's the
Check
only
it.
reason I took the job. So you have to figure out how you're going to sell yourself to them, the vision that you have.
Got you. Seriously, Molly, I appreciate this. Pace, I appreciate this. As always, I will definitely stop in the office sometime next week, Molly, and grab some FaceTime with you. And let me know what you like to eat. I'll bring some lunch.
Oh, I'd love that.
Hey, Molly, I'm going to make you co-host for about 10 minutes.
Okay.
I've got to go upstairs. I've got a guy that I've been waiting for. He was supposed to be here at 10:30 and turns out he's been here since 10:30.
Oh.
He's been knocking the door. So give me 50. I'll be right back in 15 minutes. Okay. Molly, you're co-host, so you can call in people. And if somebody has questions and you want to talk about a specific topic, please do that.
Yeah, for sure.
You're like, dang it, Pace. I did not plan on doing this. So thank you, Molly.
You're welcome. It's okay. Do you see what Pace says to me? This is the other thing, guys. You just have to be able to pivot, right? Like at any moment in time, Pace might say, hey, you're hosting this Zoom at this moment in time. So are you good with that? Okay, bye. All right. Caleb, I don't know what you're talking about. HP Pro Curve switch. Somebody's asking about a Pro Curve switch in the background of my. Marlon, are you still here with me?
Yes, I am.
So you were in the office the other day, weren't you?
Yeah, I was. So actually, I came in the office the other day and I, was sitting down with Anna, God bless her, because, she was helping me, since she does a lot of the flips and she's out there in the field, she was helping me structure my business there as well. Right. So as it comes in, keeping things more streamlined, keeping the scope of work more streamlined and really tightening up that ship. And oh my gosh, she saved me at least 3 weeks worth of work.
Are you currently using Deal Automator?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so something interesting, and this is just a side note, guys. I'm not like trying to push Deal Automator or anything, but one of the best things that I've seen recently on Deal Automator is the rehab estimator.
Mm-hmm.
So it automatically populates the information for the property, and then it does the rehab estimator based off of the square footage that it already has in there. And it's been pretty accurate. I would always just add 10% to it just in case, like for cushion. But it makes it really easy when once you've gone and walked through the house before you've had your contractors or anybody look at the house, you can automatically populate what you think a rough estimate could be and then just have it verified. And I've been having so much fun working with that because I think that it's going to be super helpful for us when I can't get Anna or Benny, our foreman over there to look at the property, but I've seen it and I know like some general things that it for sure needs. And so I think that's a really good option for you if you're like looking to stay organized and not necessarily have a bunch of hands on it right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, that's like, it's been crazy helpful now, like just having multiple projects going on between the flips, between the burrs. It's been forcing me to get more and more organized. So I'll definitely look into the deal automator. Anna sat down with me and like helped me create or just like tighten up the spreadsheets. And that was phenomenal as well.
Okay, Armand's asking about PACE sponsored loan. So to have PACE sponsor a loan, will he be a certain percent owner of the purchasing LLC to be able to use his credentials? How does this work from the lender's perspective? So basically, we're going to put the loan application in as if PACE was purchasing the loan, right? And then we'll partner with you after we find out what we can get the loan for. It'll depend on negotiations at that point. Everything in real estate is negotiations. So whether we're going to partner with you a certain percentage on the deal because we brought the loan to the table, this is our loan that we can get, or whether we're going to subject to that loan to you later down the road, whatever it ends up being, it's all dependent on the deal specifically. So I'm not going to say there's just going to be a run of the mill, like this is the percentage we want, you know, they're all going to be a little bit different, Armand. Darren, okay, so you're doing your deal automator right now, pivoting from Podio. That's what we did. So we've had Podio and now we're pivoting into deal automator. Guys, just realize like there's a lot of changes going on in deal automator that we are influencing because we're showing you guys how to use it in the way that we use it, not necessarily how every other real estate investor uses it. So there's lots of changes coming their way, but it works very well for a lot of different real estate investors, just as it sits right now. Okay, and Armand, does the loan application, to start the loan application, doesn't the lender need the purchase contract? Does the purchase contract need to list PACE as the buyer? Technically, we can list one of our entities, the entity that would be applying for the loan as that, or we can do a JV agreement with you, Armand, where it shows that we are one of the partners on the deal. And then the lender will say, okay, that makes sense, right? Because we're partnering in on this deal. So it depends how we structure it. It's all dependent. Marlon, everyone's asking what your team looks like right now.
Yep. So I was just answering that. So it's pretty lean team. It's myself, my partner that's over there in Milwaukee, and then a bookkeeper.
Yeah. Oh, Daryl says hire him. Daryl wants you to hire him.
Yeah, I'm trying to get Daryl on the team.
I do have someone in mind. So if you want to send me an email, I can try and connect you to, but I have someone in mind that might work for you too.
Yeah, I will shoot you an email right now.
You know, the greatest part about my position here with PACE is that not only do I get to work with so many of you, and I get to learn so many details about you guys and what you're good at individually, but I also get to meet so many other resources outside, the people that watch the YouTube, people that watch the Instagram, people that come to me and they're like, hey, I saw an Instagram video and I wanted to ask a question about this. I meet so many great, wonderful people that could be great for any of your businesses. So at some point in time, if you're ever looking for someone, I might have somebody that could help you that I've spoken to recently. So
that would be game changer. I'm actually not going to say it out loud because I know we're streaming live on YouTube, so I don't want your email to get blown up out in the world.
Yeah, that's all right. Most people can find it, right?
Okay,
like,
perfect.
and I talk to people that are outside of the Sub2 network on a regular basis, so that's okay. We may not do as many special things for people who are outside of Sub2, but we still definitely deal with people who are not Sub2 students.
All right, perfect. So Tamale at American Home.
Molly at America. So, and the reason for that is that AmericanHomeOffers.com, somebody I guess wanted to sell it to us for an extraordinary amount of money. So it's Molly at AmericaHomeOffers.com.
Oh, you're the best. All right, shooting you that email right now.
Okay, great. Okay. Molly, can you explain, this is Tijuana. Molly, can you explain how a new investor with a low credit score like me can qualify for a loan? Okay, so we do with a hard money lender, you're going to do asset-based lending. So they're not necessarily going to worry so much about your credit score, but also you can do a JV with us, right? So that's almost like another sponsor option, like we were talking about before, where if you don't feel like you can qualify for the loan on your own, or if someone has brought up the issue of your credit score, are you working with My Investor Loan or with a hard money lender? See if she responded down here. Oh, I applied, but I was denied. Okay, in that case, this is a perfect opportunity for you to work with us. So if you have a deal that you're looking to work on and you want to help get it sponsored, we can help. Sorry, guys, I'm trying to read all of these. You guys are so quick. I think it's because there's so many people in here. There's so many messages. Oh, Jonathan, I saw you earlier. Let me see if I can call on you because maybe you have a question. I don't know if I'll be able to answer this question, but let me look for you in here.
Hey.
Hi, how are you?
How are you?
Good. Let me see if I can see you. Okay, go ahead. What question do you have?
So he was talking about earlier how the consequence to innovation was that you might have to bring litigation against the person from whom you're novating with, the seller, right? That's a consequence to doing innovation, is that might happen. I'm not totally comfortable with what are the things that could happen with a sub-2 subtail and a wrap.
Consequences wise of any of those opportunities, I don't know, that's like a loaded question, I would have to say.
Take sub-2, like here we go, we're signing an agreement that means that I'm going to pay, or someone's going to pay the seller's mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
And so obviously something that can happen is the loan can get called.
Yeah, the due on sale clause. Absolutely.
What other things can typically happen that we have to be careful of when we're doing, just take sub-2 for now. We could deal with the other ones after or later another time. But at least sub-2, what's some other things that can occur?
So the only things that I can think of off the top of my head are when you are initially setting up make sure you always set up servicing, right? During escrow of a sub-2 contract. So in other words, you're setting up your insurance, the insurance that belongs to the owner currently, their insurance, the loan, and any of other payments associated with that property is going to get set up on servicing through escrow. Because if you don't do it at the time of escrow, the seller could go MIA on you, right? And so I think that's the only one thing that I feel like is a risk, is that sometimes it's not as easy to get a hold of the seller as you would think after you've already gotten into the contract. But otherwise, the due on sale clause is really the biggest thing, but PACE has a great way of dealing with that. I'm actually having Sean St. Clair prepare an addendum to the sub-2 contract that specifically addresses due on sale and how we would deal with that. Because in our subject to addendum that goes with the contract right now, it does say, hey, due on sale clause is a thing that this could happen, right? The lender could call the loan due, right? But it doesn't necessarily describe how we would deal with that, right? So I've had sellers come to me and be like, hey, okay, what do I do now that the due on sale clause addendum, I know that that's going to happen, or it could happen, right? Which is very rare. I guess Pace told me the other day he's done 700 transactions and it's only happened twice. But you can get insurance. So somebody says you can get due on sale clause insurance, but Pace suggests rather, we're going to do this addendum outlining what would happen. We would deed the property back to them and then form some kind of lease purchase option or a land contract of some kind.
So it would trigger it. You're saying it would trigger it.
The only things that I've heard could trigger it is if you were to change the insurance, right? If the insurance were to come out of the original owner's name.
No. I'm saying that this addition that you're creating would trigger if it was called,
This is what would happen. It outlines to the seller, right? So the seller feels more comfortable, because if you give the seller this addendum, this original subject to addendum, and it says, hey, due on sale is something that could happen in this transaction.
It doesn't say what would you do about it.
Then they're going to say, okay, well, what do you do? Like, what happens? Like, it's going to freak them out a little bit, right? So we're now creating an additional addendum that says, here's what we would do. And that's specifically because we had a seller come to us and say, okay, I'm really concerned. I don't want to sign your contract unless I know in writing what you guys would do, because I don't want it to happen. So even though we're telling them it's very rare for it to happen, we've had our closing attorney tell them it's very rare for it to happen, they want to have something in writing. And so now we're creating that document for you guys.
So there's something similar with a bankruptcy and I think a sub 2 or something like that, where I'm not sure if, and I've heard this before in this group, but I'm not sure if anyone addressed it to this level. I thought from an attorney standpoint, and I'm not an attorney, that once someone calls bankruptcy, I mean, that everything is subject to that bankruptcy. And I might be wrong, but I would potentially want something that if someone claimed bankruptcy, that automatically the title would go to me or something like that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Well, and you also have to realize the property, even though the loan is in their name, the property is in your name. So I dealt with this recently with a different one. I don't know how the student ended up working through this, and I wish they were on here, but it was a previous subject to that they were in bankruptcy in that state, right? I'm sure Pace would have a quick answer for this one, but I haven't dealt with one personally, so I don't know exactly. Oh, look, Spencer says, I'm dealing with a seller right now, just claimed bankruptcy, and we got around it easily with a reaffirmation agreement. Okay. Spencer, can I call on you really quick? Because that would be cool to hear about. Spencer, you there?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm super excited. Tell us about
it.
it.
So it's still going. It's not complete yet, but this was a loan that was originated in 2019, and I bought it from the seller subject to in 2020. Have been paid, paying on it, no problem at all. Up to date on the loan, and one day went into the online platform to be able to pay my payment, and it said that you're in bankruptcy. Went through the whole thing, contacted the seller. She's such a nice lady. She's still on board, very nice, communicative with me. And she said, oh my gosh, I didn't even really think about it, didn't really know. So I got in contact with their attorneys, and basically we did the reaffirmation agreement with the lender. So the seller had to go sign all the documents for that and get it notarized and send it back down here to Florida so that we can reinstate the loan.
What did that do though? What did that agreement do?
It's basically just stating that, hey, there's nothing wrong with this loan. We've been paying it. We just want to exclude it from the bankruptcy.
And does it depend? I mean, did they let you know does it depend on the type of bankruptcy? I'm curious about that.
I didn't know that. No.
Okay.
This one, I believe, was a chapter 13.
Okay.
I could find that out. I don't have that information right in front of me right now.
Yeah. I would just be curious. That's so great. I'm so glad you were in here, because I haven't dealt with one personally, but I knew someone else had for sure.
Yeah, I was just gonna, refi, and I had really good rates to refi. This was about a couple months ago. And you know what? I was like, why don't I just try to really work through it, because the terms on the sub 2 are really great. I mean, it's like 3%, 30-year fix that was originated in 2019. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So I wanted to continue that, and I've been paying on time, no problem. And I still had a relationship with the seller, so I wanted to try to work through it. So the seller has signed all the documents. They have notarized them and sent them back down here to Florida to be, what do you call it? Recorded with the county.
Okay, great. You know, someone else in here was just asking about a servicing company in Florida. Do you have a good servicing company you use in Florida?
What's that?
Do you have a good servicing company that you use?
I use Del Toro.
Del Toro, there you go. Del Toro, like Del Taco, but not Del Taco. All
Yeah,
right.
but thanks. I just wanted to let you know we're going through that. Appreciate it.
Yeah, well, thank you. Okay, now I gotta figure out how to get, guys, teach me how to Zoom. How do I take him off of here? I don't know how to move Spencer out of here, guys. Guys, I think many servicing companies are national. I know we use a lot of servicing, like our servicing companies, Westar is what we use for one of our, they're also a loan company, but we use them for servicing. And then Certain Lending has their own servicing company. Oh, okay, great. Everyone says you're not spotlighted, but I still have you spotlighted, Spencer, I think. All right. Who else? Anybody else have a question that I didn't answer? I feel like I'm like so bad at riffing. Like what's a good way to train acquisitions and keep them sharp? Training does take a ton of time. I think that, so what I did recently with one of our acquisitions girls is I put her on the nightly dial. I was like, get in the nightly dial and talk to sellers and get used to it. And then Pace had a book that he wanted her to read. You Can't Learn to Ride a Bike in a Seminar. Do you guys know that book? Yeah. So I had her read that book. I've had her go through, you can't teach a kid to ride a bike in a seminar. That one, can't teach a kid to ride a bike in a seminar. So I had her read that book. I had her go on the nightly dial for like a month straight. She was in there like every single day for a month straight. And then I started having her call on old leads, right? Like not leads that were necessarily new ones. I had her starting call on old leads that like if she burned the relationship, if she messed it up, it was all good. It doesn't matter, right? And then now we're just starting to jump into doing new leads where she's calling new leads. And when she needs help, she has to come to one of us, right? Somebody that's a better closer, somebody that can teach her the different structures on how to actually structure a contract with somebody depending on their deal. But it's a slow process, right? There's no quick fix. There's no pill that's going to just train somebody to be an acquisitions manager right away, unless they've already been doing it previously in one of their previous positions and they just know what to do. So I think that there's nothing easy about it. It's going to take a little while. How many loan sponsorships have you folks worked with, multifamily or large Airbnb? Brian, we've done a few. I'd say we've done a few. We're really jumping into this feet first right now because I've hired somebody to help us strictly do this, since a lot of you have requested this help from us. So we're still in the startup phase of doing a whole bunch of these opportunities where we're sponsoring other people's loans, or we're figuring out how we can fund their deals, whether it be with private funds as well. That's all kind of newer. Pace has been doing it forever on his own on the side, but as like a structured with paperwork and all kinds of things. This goes back to the Gator lending videos he's been doing lately. It's all new for us. So an exact number, I don't know. Pace has probably done a bunch of them. Alan, do I know the intricacies of setting up an REL? I do. That's probably a longer conversation for another day, but if it's something you're interested in, we could definitely talk about it. Residential assisted living isn't for everybody, guys. I'm sure you've heard Pace talk about it. You have to have the right heart. You have to be in it for the right reasons. And it's not just strictly a real estate investment unless you want to be somebody's like just private funds for their own deal and they're going to operate it. But if you're going to have anything to do with the operations, you should really consider shadowing someone else who owns a residential assisted living home or talking to them, because it can be a very grueling business and it is worth it. It can be worth it financially, and it's worth it like for all the good feelings that you get from helping people who need to be in assisted living, but it's not for everyone. So as a real estate investment opportunity, it's not for everyone for sure. Oh yeah, Archie. So it looks like it's your last name. It just says Kate Archie. One of them, so Adriana is my rep, that my acquisitions rep that was on the nightly dial, and someone the other night called voodoo on her, like did a voodoo curse on her or something. So you're gonna talk to crazy people, but she like just lets things bounce off of her forehead. People are crazy and talk to her crazy. So the best way to train an acquisitions rep is to just throw them to the wolves, right? And the wolves are going to be those sellers that they're calling. And I can say that the funniest conversations I've ever listened to her have are with these sellers that I gave her to call, you know, like that were supposedly dead leads. And actually that same seller that voodoo cursed her, she called a couple days later, and the woman talked her ear off for 50 minutes. You guys, she could not get off the phone with this woman. And she was talking about the most inappropriate things. She like was talking about losing her virginity. She was talking about all kinds of things that nobody needs to know. But I think she might actually have created a good relationship with that woman. So it went from voodoo curse in the first call to talking about her whole life story and potentially creating a good relationship in the second call. So you never know, guys. So it's all good. But that seller was very, very crazy. Moon, is it necessary to use a servicing company for seller financing deals, or just important to use for sub 2 deals? I would use it for a seller finance deal. We had a couple that we hadn't done it right away, and it was kind of what I brought up a minute ago. And that if you don't do it when you first set it up and you're having trouble getting a hold of the seller later down the road because they've already sold it to you, right? Like they're getting their payments and you're having trouble getting them to do anything, you're going to get the most information out of them during the transaction. So if you don't get that information from them up front, in other words, the information you need to set up servicing, then it's going to be much harder to do it down the road. Not that they won't want you to, but it just makes it a little bit more difficult if you do decide later down the road that you have a lot of properties and you'd prefer to have them all on servicing, so you don't have to think about it as much. You still have to check on the servicing companies. I will mind you, they every once in a while, I mean, they're just a company with people working there too. Like every once in a while, there's a mistake made and a payment doesn't get made. So you still have to check on them. But if you have a lot of properties, the more you can put on servicing or an automatic payment of some kind, probably the better. And then you can just have someone checking that the payments are actually getting made rather than physically having to go and make all the payments themselves. All right. Darren, what are you talking? I've been giving away all of my integrated related things I create to sub 2 as a way to add value and I've been asked to do projects for others, but I have a hard time trying to quantify integrator work into a monetary amount. Let's call you. Are you available to talk? Let's see if you're in here right now. Darren. Hey, Darren.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you? So you are an integrator at heart.
Yeah. Sorry, no camera. My camera's messed up right now.
Don't you worry about it. Don't you worry about it. So, what is your main gig right now? Do you have another job, or what are you
I'm doing this full time as an integrator for our operations. It's my brother and I, but I am doing this full time and trying to make it work.
And what do you feel like is most helpful for you to stay organized when in this business? Because I'm trying to, I feel like a lot of people who are more visionary or more sales profile, it's hard, like you said, to explain exactly how to be more organized, more of an integrator profile type. So sure. Do you have any advice that you'd share with someone?
Actually, while we've been sitting here this morning, I've been trying to catch up on all these organizing tasks that like all my I've been organizing all of the links that I've got saved over time into categories now. And I just finished that just now. organizing our Dropbox, our OneDrive, going through and creating templates for our corporate reporting, creating those templates as fillable PDFs, going through and making sure all the contracts, the new versions that are coming out are fillable PDFs, and organizing our Dropbox there, and just doing a little bit of housekeeping on all that stuff the last couple days.
Yeah, people don't realize how much of that tedious work that is like so necessary to your life cycle of your business, right? And if you don't have the right personality in that seat to do it, it can get very messy very, very quickly.
Yeah, what's funny is that the idea of talking to sellers would be hell to me, but working on spreadsheets and things like that, that's what I do.
And I know you did have a question talking about quantifying integrator work amount into a monetary amount. You mean as in like what you would pay somebody as an integrator?
Yeah, people have asked me to like, hey, can you build out my Podio or all that? And I've shared like how-to tutorials step by step on how to do it. I've been doing this integrator workshop series on here's SOPs, step by steps on how to pull a list and how to build out your conveyor belt, and going down each stage of that conveyor belt of these are the exact tasks that need to be done, and here's the exact how-to step by step on how to do it, and all that kind of stuff. But and all these other resources that I've come across and put together as an integrator for our business, I've been just giving them away in the sub 2 to try to be valuable to everybody. But I'm not sure how to, if I wanted to just do integrator work for other people, I don't know how to quantify that as what it's worth,
Yeah, absolutely. I think that how long it takes you to do these individual things, right? And a lot of these jobs are not just monotone. You just sit in the same, it's not like data entry, right? You have to have a pretty well-rounded knowledge of different aspects of running a business in order to be a successful integrator. And so I always go back to like when your tax guy says, what would you pay someone for this role? And if you're sitting as a business owner, if you're sitting in that role, what would you be paying somebody for that role? So if you're doing multiple different jobs, you're doing bookkeeping, you're doing, whether it's your spreadsheets, so your administrative work, you're doing HR, you're doing all those different positions, you have to account for every single position that you're filling the role for and the pay that you would pay each of those individual people.
Yeah, and I'm doing all that.
Yeah, exactly. I know. I sit in all of those seats. So I think that's where Pace goes back to, like, I know what this person is worth is what they're getting paid right now. Probably not what they could be getting paid if they were individually working all of those jobs at the same time. No, it's not the same. But being able to think about it that way, structuring it into individual jobs and saying, if I were to work all of these individual jobs.
I am back. So sorry. Keep going. Keep finish though. I'm back.
I know. I'm sure these people are like, where is Pace? Molly's so boring. Oh my gosh, right now. But we were talking about how to quantify an integrator's pay. And I was like, well, think about the individual roles. Are they sitting in an HR role? Are they sitting in your bookkeeping role? Are they, all these individual jobs that you would pay somebody for, right?
Right.
Pace is like, yeah, boring. Sure, whatever.
No, this is great stuff. People need to know, right? Like, people are trying to run their businesses all by themselves, and it gets challenging. So
yeah, for sure.
Oh, so sorry, guys. That was great. Wow. Did you finish?
I did.
You're all done? Okay. Do you have anything for me?
I have people I want you to call.
Oh, you want me to call some sellers?
I do.
Okay.
Our probate attorney that sent him to us.
Oh, Rylas. Okay, great. What's the story with him? Let's go through them.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull it up really quick. And then how did your meeting go with whoever was going to come to your house?
That was great. I have a guy named Richard Miller who is going to put together my second studio. That's like a studio built for multiple guests, rather than just being like here just by myself. And it's really challenging to have two people at this desk. I mean, this is a big room. It's like a 15 by 15. It's a really big room, but I prefer it to be just only where I hang out and I stream. And so I'm going to build out my movie theater into like an 8-person studio that you can have a ton of guests in.
All right, I just sent you a private message in here with the first person's information.
Okay.
It looks like there's 2 properties. This is the one. So when Rylis sent us his email, he said 2 properties, 5 cats. So if anybody's looking for a cat, sounds like we're looking for homes for 5 cats.
5 cats. I love it. Okay. And she's not expecting my call, I imagine.
She's not, but she said she was up early, so we're definitely later in the day for her.
Okay, got it. Rita Coburn.
Rita.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice.
How many of you have had to rehome a cat because you're buying a house?
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 4.
Have you spoken to her or no?
Nope.
Okay, so just Rylis has spoken with her.
Yep. Yeah. And
Okay.
and most of these people have either been like he's mentioned us to them,
Okay.
or they're obviously working with him directly for some reason. Now the next one, I don't know if I want. There's a sticky situation with the next one, so
Okay.
we can definitely call him, just see what's going on with it. But when I talked to them yesterday, they were like, oh, there might be some interesting things going on with this one.
Okay. And this is another Rylis lead?
These are all going to be Rylis leads. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
So look at that, guys. We have a great relationship with our probate attorney, and here we are.
People don't think that there's a way to make money with probate attorneys.
I don't know why it's not letting me send this to you. Okay. This home is in Kingman though. I mean, I feel like we could potentially do something with it, but
Oh, Kingman?
I know.
Okay. If we have to.
Oh, if we have to, guys.
People are like, hey, I got a deal in Kingman. I'm like, amazing.
I know.
Send it to somebody else.
Am I good for you?
Yeah, are you sure it's a deal?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I have not looked at my messages at all. So now I'm like looking at all these people that are needing me for the last 5 hours. It's great.
I know.
Okay.
We've
What do you
lost
call, what's your FCV? What's that mean?
full cash value.
Okay. Interesting. All right. I learned something new today.
I think full cash value
Is that what you call it?
might protect. I think it says
Molly, what's the difference between FCV, full cash value, and ARV? Is there a difference?
Yeah, because I think the full cash value has something to do with
Its current as is situation.
yeah, and the ARV has to do with the after repair value.
I don't see a phone number.
You don't?
No, I see the address in the first message and then the description in the second.
Okay, here, I'll send it again.
Is it J Hollis or Hollis J?
It's Hollis.
Hollis. All right.
Yeah.
Sean Moshos. Hold on a second. This is good. Let's I gotta have this conversation with Sean Moshos.
Let's do it.
Sean, what up?
I don't see it. Is it in your DMs or your private?
Sean, you there?
Hear me? Oh, here, let me on.
Sean, I can barely hear you. I can't hear you because you muted yourself. Are you there, Sean?
Oh,
I can hear you kind of off in the distance. You are there.
okay. Is it sound any better yet?
Yeah, that sounds better.
Okay, great. Yeah, if you don't have a single mom in Las Vegas yet, I mean, I know a couple struggling single moms, and one
Tell me
that
about
I
'em.
know, she's a leasing agent in an apartment complex where she also lives there. She gets a discount because our rents have been skyrocketing. She's having a hard time even making, paying her bills and childcare and all that.
Okay.
And so I thought she would be a good candidate for you. If you want to do something to benefit a single mom,
That'd be awesome.
I can
So
give you
she's
her
a
information.
single mother. How many kids she got?
Just one.
Okay.
I know
And she-
a couple other ones that got like 2 kids. I know quite a few single moms that are struggling to make ends meet right now because Las Vegas is a market that's like a lot of people, the rents are going sky high in the last year, like double sometimes in the last couple of years. And then their jobs aren't paying them double yet,
Love it. What are the other stories of the other people?
Oh, well, I know one lady, she's got 2 young kids. Her job that she works like at the daycare where her kids go, but she got to work there at nighttime, and then so she has that problem, like she can't really sleep in the day because she's got one kid that goes to school, but one kid that she's got to take care of, and she's really struggling. Lives in a bad part of town because she can't afford a decent place to live.
Okay. So those are the 2 you got?
Yeah, those are the ones I can think of right off the top of my head. Right, I know another one, but she's not single. She's like separated from her husband right now. So
Okay. So the single mothers, they both are working, it sounds like.
yeah,
That's good. That's a good sign. They both are working. They just could use probably a boost, right?
oh yeah. I mean, that's like why I thought of them because I mean I know some other ones that may not be very deserving, but these 2 are relatively deserving people because they want to get ahead in life, but they're just having a hard time, because they're pretty much here without any family helping them out in Las Vegas.
Okay. Can you send an email to Molly with the contact information of these 2 ladies?
Yes. No problem.
We as a community would like to help somebody who's really deserving of it.
Yeah, great. I appreciate that. It's one of the things I love about you guys. I also love community service myself.
Yeah, man. We've done the thing I've learned over the years is like I could give everybody a gift and help a lot of people, but people that are really working and really truly trying, that are action takers and maybe just have had a rough go of it, maybe coming from a bad family or they were abused or something that wasn't really inside their control. Those are the people that typically see the gift as a gift. And then what I see is those people typically bring it back and give it back to other people. And so that's the main thing. And then also we don't want people that are wasting it like on bad habits, right? Like if somebody is homeless in Vegas because they're gambling, they have a gambling addiction, that's not somebody I want to help. Like there's gambling addiction hotlines for that kind of stuff. That's not what we can do. We can't help them, right?
Yeah,
We-
be enabling them in their addiction. Yeah.
Right. So let's get Molly in touch with them. Do you have Molly's info, Sean?
Yeah, it's Molly at American Home Loans.
AmericaHomeOffers.com. Molly at AmericaHomeOffers.com.
Okay, I'm just making sure I got it written down correctly. Okay, yeah, I got it.
Okay. Thank you, brother.
I'll send that to her. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Super helpful. That's awesome. I might not even have to work that hard. Elena, what up? She's like, Pace, I'm freaking working right now. Elena, you there?
Yeah.
Hi.
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 What's
I'm
the story?
literally getting
We have
my
a sub.
hair
We have a
did
sub
right
two
now.
students in a shelter.
Yeah. I might probably want to talk to you offline about it because there's Joey actually referred me to her.
Okay.
And I mean, you know, there's just a lot of kind of private stuff that I don't want to share right now in the Zoom and YouTube.
I understand.
I can email Molly and just kind of give you a quick rundown. I just want to check in with her to make sure I can share because I just keep all of my one-on-ones really private because it literally is like therapy. So I just want to ensure that.
Are you keeping my one-on-ones private? I don't want anybody knowing about my therapy you give me.
I'm still waiting for a session.
What are you talking about? We just had a 1.5 hour call the other day.
That was for me.
Oh, that was for you? Okay.
Yeah, I want to be there for you, bro.
All right. Reach out to Molly about that. I'd like to hear about that.
Okay. Thank you.
My goal is to find somebody today.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
Sean,
I'll connect with her and confirm that I could share her information with you.
Okay, great. So Sean, please reach out to Molly about those two people in Vegas and Elena. Regardless, maybe there's something I can do to help that lady, even though she doesn't live in Vegas. It sounds like.
I don't believe she does.
Yeah,
but thank you.
We can still help her out.
Thank you so much.
You're awesome. All right. So I called. Oh no, I didn't. I didn't make that phone call yet. I called the first person. So one thing, Molly, just FYI, is that first person I called, even though I called them, I cannot be relied on for the follow-up, just FYI.
Oh no, I'll follow up with her for sure. I just wanted, if we could get you on the phone with her first, then I would love to do that, but I will follow up.
Yeah. Okay. So Jay Hollis is the first.
No, it's
person.
just Hollis. It's a girl.
Hollis is a girl. Okay. Jay is the last name.
Jay is the last name. Yeah.
Okay.
It's her mother's estate.
Got it.
You've reached 623-292-1190. This is the phone of Jason Wells and Hollis J. Feel free to leave a message and we'll get back to you as soon as possible. Thank you so much.
Hi, this message is for Hollis. My name is Pace Morby. I was referred to you by Rylis Dana, the probate attorney. And I wanted to touch base and see if there's anything I can help you guys out with on your house, whether it's just directing you to a good resource or if there's some good advice that you're just looking for on how to handle it. Please give me a call back. My phone should show up in your details. And we'll touch base with you guys another day. Thank you so much. Okay.
Okay, I'm sending you the next one.
Wow, we got 3 leads from a probate attorney.
Actually, I have a fourth too.
Oh, you have your 4th. Yeah. Okay.
No. This is a fourth from Rylis.
From Rylis gave us 4 leads in 1 week. Damn.
It was like bam, bam, bam. Yeah, 1 week.
Ooh, Buckeye. Okay.
This guy sounds like a sassy old man.
Your call has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system.
How many of you live this life just calling people all
Your call
day?
has been forwarded to an automatic voice message system. 661202908.
Okay.
Okay,
There's,
one more.
there's 3 strikes.
3 strikes. This one's got to go, right?
Okay.
These people have a rental in Mesa and they're done being landlords.
Love it. And this came from Rylas?
Yeah.
Please leave your message for 614-323-8259.
Hey, Ron, this is Pace Morby. I was given your phone number by Rylas Dana, a probate attorney that I believe you've done some business with. And he wanted to have me reach out about your property over on Minton Place in Mesa, Arizona. Give me a call back on the phone number that registered on your phone, and I'll chat with you soon. 0 out of 4. I suck today.
That's not you. I brought you bad leads. Do you want to call the shop owner?
Yeah, why not?
All right, guys. Let's do it. Okay. His name is Richard.
What's the story with Richard? What's the latest?
So the shop is not doing well. This is a shop that we have both worked in on multiple times. They're not doing well operationally, but
This is the older guy.
this is the guy that owns all the dealerships. So he's
Okay.
very business savvy, super savvy guy. But the auto body shop he owns is not doing well operationally. And
And
can't-
does he know that?
Yes, he cannot get people to stay there, working there at all. And it probably would be very much so in his best interest to sell it. But I think that he's just hanging on to it because it's such a good property. It's an amazing building. And he's just stubborn, I think, to be honest with you.
Okay.
So something creative.
What was the last conversation you guys had?
We haven't discussed with him purchasing it. We had an investor that was going to purchase it years ago, but his situation has only gotten worse as far as employees go.
Okay.
So this would just be an introductory call to somebody that's looking to buy an auto body shop in the area, right?
Got it. Okay. I can do that.
On a creative situation because it's so amazing and, he'd want to keep capitalizing on it in some way.
Okay. Got it. Easy. We can do that.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like his main concern is just making sure that his dealerships get a specific rate and deal and that stays in place and that we would buy parts from him. So at that point, it's like he just wants to make sure he has some kind of benefit to it.
Okay. What's his name?
Richard.
Ironic. Why does every Richard need to be a dick?
Yeah.
Richard, hold please.
All right.
Richard Sianovich.
Hey, Richard, my name is Pace. I'm looking to buy an auto body shop in Arizona. I'm moving from out of state in Arizona and saw that you were an owner of an auto body shop. I wanted to know if you guys were open to selling that property.
Who are you?
My name is Pace Morby,
From where?
Utah.
No, thanks. I'm good. I don't take calls like this because I don't take broker calls or anything, nor am I looking to sell my business.
I'm not a broker.
I understand, but I'm not looking to sell my business. So I appreciate it.
Sounds good. So you haven't had a conversation with this guy in how long?
He's had conversations definitely had with him, but he's in denial with how bad.
What was the last conversation you had with him?
We had offered him so when we left the shop, basically the conversation was, hey, people are going to leave when we leave, basically.
Yeah.
And no one's going to want to stay here. And that's exactly what happened. So it was like, let us buy this building from you. We can purchase the building from you and keep doing the same thing we were doing, where we're giving you a deal on your dealership cars that were coming through, and we'll still buy parts from you. We'll still work with you. And he wasn't having it. I mean, the kind of same thing. He just shuts you down, right?
Okay, so he's never shown signs of motivation.
No.
Oh, got it.
But I thought if you could get him like, at least like, hey, I'm gonna, if you could still cash flow on this property at this point in time,
I think a guy like that, so the challenge with him is he's like busy all day long, right? He's got all these dealerships and people hounding him and all that kind of stuff. So it's hard also for him to not answer the phone call during the middle of the day. So what's happening is he's sitting at a desk or he's in the middle of whatever, and he's got probably somebody in front of him, somebody on the other line, et cetera. So I call, and his initial reaction, why I didn't fight or try and coerce him to talk to me longer, is because I think a guy like that just needs to be called after hours, like 6, 7 o'clock at night. Because what happens like with me and my schedule is, and this is good game for all of you guys out there, that when you're talking to red personalities, are the time that we're like fire red hottest in terms of like frustrated, venting, spicy, is when we have unread messages, people calling us, people emailing us, meetings that we're late for, et cetera. So you have all this compounding on top of you. So that red personality just flares up. So instead of me trying to fight him during the middle of the day, it's like, well, it literally is 11:30 in the morning, and that's like rush time for him, right?
That's true.
All his guys are about to get ready to go to lunch, and he's got customers calling for updates and people wondering why this isn't happening, and maybe payroll's even today. And he's the guy that writes all the checks, and he's got 85 people pulling at him. So the right time to call a guy like that is probably like 6, maybe 7 o'clock at night. So that's what I would do. And then also, like, he's like, I'm not interested in selling my business. Okay, great. So what I would normally ask in that situation is I would say, what would convince you to sell your business? And I would stay on the phone longer with him, because I would be the only person vying for his attention. So whenever you guys have somebody that is a red personality, you need to understand you're probably calling them at the inappropriate time. You need to call them in the evening, between 5 and 7, because at 7 o'clock, what happens with them as well is that he's a responsible guy, which means he probably has kids. He has a wife. He's made decisions to like build a life for himself. So he probably has a home to go home to, and he doesn't want to be bothered after 7 o'clock. So my thing is, I think I leave his name right here and I call him later today. Pretty simple.
Yeah.
You'd be amazed at how different people react based on the time of the day.
Yeah, no, it makes total sense with him for sure.
Yeah. Jess Mayo says, this is the most educational work shift I've ever had. Kyle Robichaux. Kyle, here's the thing that you're gonna ask me a question that I don't want to answer, and I almost want to ignore you because you're asking me questions that you should be asking PCS, and I don't work for PCS. I don't get paid from PCS, but you want to ask me PCS questions. You are now on the main screen. Kyle.
What's up, Ace?
What's up, brother?
Yeah, I sent them an email, but like you said, during tax season and Good Friday and everything.
What's the question?
Curious. So I set up a LLC just by itself, like a dummy, through PCS and everything. But I just hadn't done any deals and didn't think I needed the whole structure. But as I'm seeing things unfold and being in the mentorship, and like money was an issue then, I just didn't pull the trigger. But now I am in the process. I have my LLC set up with the structure, in the process of doing the living trust. The thing is, I set up my corporate credit with that loaner LLC. And I was just curious.
So here's the challenge with like a lot of this LLC talk, right? A lot of people know I love talking about anonymity. And so your main concern right now is anonymity. Is that the main thing?
Well, I just don't, I'm like almost.
Yes or no?
No, not.
What's
no.
the main concern?
My main concern is I almost have the corporate credit set up on that loaner LLC, but I don't necessarily want to use it because it's not under my like structure with the holding company.
Why can't you amend the ownership of that LLC to be underneath your structure?
Well, that's what I didn't know if that was a thing or.
Yeah, of course it is. You can change ownership of LLC to another LLC or to a trust or whatever else. Kyle, let's say that you decided one day to sell this LLC, right? Sell the business and all the assets that are inside of it. Somebody buys that LLC, right? They're not buying the business. They're buying the LLC that owns the business, right?
Gotcha.
And and let's say they own a trust and they go, I'm going to buy it and I'm going to put it underneath my trust, right?
Okay. Gotcha.
So Kenny says, does that leave breadcrumbs? So this comes back to my anonymity question, right?
Yeah.
So your main thing is what assets do you have in that LLC right now?
Nothing yet.
So what does it matter?
Well, that's why I didn't know.
The reason why I don't move my LLCs out of their loaner LLC into my current structure is because the LLCs that are loaner LLCs own assets and they would leave breadcrumbs.
Okay. That makes sense.
Here's the thing. If you're walking and you have a loaf of bread, then you can leave breadcrumbs. If you're walking and you ain't got shit in your hands, you're not leaving any breadcrumbs.
That's a very good analogy. Yeah.
There you go. So you have nothing in your LLC. What breadcrumbs are you going to create?
And I'm walking to the grocery store, right? So
there you go, bro. You can change this. In fact, it's a great time to do it.
Okay, perfect. And I didn't get the registered agent at first. Is that something I can set up? And
yeah, you can always add a registered agent later.
Okay, cool.
It's like $99 a year. I do it on all my LLCs.
Yeah, I got them set up on the new ones. I was just like, I don't know. It was right when I signed up for sub 2 and like everything was coming at me at once, I guess. And I was like, this is so much, I don't know. I just felt like a lot of money leaving and I didn't have anything to show for it yet. So it was like stressful for me, I guess.
Right.
Yeah. Can I ask another quick question?
Of course you can, Kyle.
Awesome.
Have I sufficiently answered the first one? Can we move on from it?
Yes. That was super helpful. Thank you.
Got it.
Hopefully that helped. Actually, hopefully no one is in that situation. Just set
There's
it up
always
right
somebody in that situation, dog. What are you talking about? Always somebody's thinking they should go do their LLC in their personal name as a loaner LLC. It's always a thing.
Yeah.
I can tell you right now, out of 300 plus people in here right now, there is somebody that has it. Yeah, there you go. Caleb says, I got one. Maji says, I got it. A lot of people. I do too,
Thanks
bro. I got one right now. It's PJ Morby LLC. You can pull it up. See, I own property in it. It's in my personal name. It's the one I give you guys examples of. I'm dumb.
I literally watched your corporate structure Zoom like 2 weeks after I set it up, and like it had been registered, and I got all my stuff and I watched it and saw that I did it wrong basically. Yeah. I was just shaking my head.
Yeah.
But yeah, live and you learn. So yeah, I had mentioned, sorry for missing your call the other night on the Q&A. I work night shift sometimes.
No, I get it. No problem.
I had like 3 phone calls all night, and right when you called on me, I had something come up. So I just wanted to say, when I talked to you the first time, I had told you about my live-in flip and how I did everything myself, and that's why I joined sub 2. I sent you a DM at the closing table though when I closed.
Yep.
And yeah, I basically did a burr, I guess. And yeah, I bought it at 246.5, 30 down for my down payment, and then about 80 in materials and some contractors. And yeah, I got it appraised for 465. So I was able to pull everything out that I put in.
Yep.
And then got an additional about 40K on top of that. So I guess my question was, I pulled everything I could out from, instead of 10% that I was in for my down payment, I have 20%. And then I took everything I could at 80% LTV.
Okay.
So I'm sitting on some cash now. And I was just curious, if you had any tips on like someone like me in a W-2, like what I should focus on or how I could best leverage the community, you know, provide some value, but also looking to get my hands on some transactions.
Okay. So you're a buyer.
Yes.
Okay. You don't really have to work that hard when you're a buyer, but I'll give you some advice. If I had to, there's so many different answers to this question, Kyle. So I'm going to try and talk to you as an individual. Okay. And there's going to be other people that take this advice and maybe it applies to them, maybe it doesn't. But if I'm talking to myself and I know what I know now, and I put myself in your exact situation, meaning like I just got a chunk of cash and I don't want to go build an acquisition team and I don't want to do all this stuff because I got a 9-to-5 job that I'm in. I already know what I would do. It's the easiest thing ever. But this is an answer for me. I would literally just go to every wholesaler I could run into and say, let me call your sellers and let me help you work out deals and let me get my hands on some creative finance deals. And I would just go out and start rustling the bushes.
Mm-hmm.
And I would do that consistently for months and months and months. And I would get my hands on so many transactions, I wouldn't even know what to do with myself. And that's what I would do. Okay. You also could go be a gator lender and start turning that money. The problem is I have not trained you guys on how to do the paperwork on gator lending. And I've already had 2 people come to me and go, I lost money already. Somebody ghosted me after I loaned them money. I'm like, cause you're a dumbass and you started gator lending before I actually started the training. You're so hyped about gator lending that you can't wait a couple of freaking weeks.
Yeah. And I have watched them. I'm just trying to avoid. So I am working with Rick because I do shift work. So I have time. So they do text campaigns through Launch Control. And I've been hopping on that. And I'm putting a little money into marketing because I am looking for a personal multifamily, small multifamily here in Houston.
Okay.
So I'm kind of helping them with some marketing, some of those lists, but also getting some reps through texting. And then we've been setting appointments and calling and stuff. So I am drumming up some things through that because I do want to see that side of the business, but I don't necessarily want to be a full bore wholesaler, just a wholesale.
Yeah, I don't strongly advise to go build a big, I tell this to people all the time. I don't strongly advise to go and build a big wholesale business. It's one of those things that, man, if that's the goal, what happens is you end up getting sucked into this vortex where you're like, wow, how do I get out of this? Like that, the first question is, how do I get into it? And the next question is, how do I get out of it? It's very interesting how it works. And so for me, I look at it, go, if you understand creative finance, like look at that conversation with Kevin Cho, right? Get yourself on transactions like that.
Yeah.
Right. And if you put me in somebody else's lead flow, just me, anybody in here, Alejandro Alvarez, who else is generating leads right now? Who in here is generating leads every single day? Okay. Daryl, you put even Daryl's great on the phone. Spencer Bishop's great on the phone. Alejandro, Caleb, or Caleb's not. Look at all these people that say they're generating leads. Even the ones that are really good, Jason Lombardi, really, really good on the phone. If you put me on the phone with leads that they even turn down, I'm getting a deal every 2 weeks, minimum. So for me, I can just leverage who I am and what value I bring to the table. Now that's not you, right? You're not necessarily me yet, right?
Yeah.
And so you got to go through the same journey to a certain extent, or maybe a faster version of the same journey, which is understanding how that business works and how to navigate a phone call with a seller. Like even that guy that's like, I'm not interested in selling my business. Doesn't rattle me, doesn't bother me. I'm like, okay, well, I just called him at the wrong time. And I just look at everything in a very formulaic viewpoint.
Yeah.
For me, Pace, what should I do? My first thing is like, here's what I would do. And that's the right answer. But for you, you're lacking creative finance reps. And so how do I fix that? Is I do what you're doing. And then I'm patient. And so let's reverse engineer this. Are you speaking to at least 10 sellers every single day?
No, not at the moment.
Well, then that should be your first goal.
Okay.
Because 10 sellers is an hour, right? Having 10 6-minute conversations or 5-minute conversations repeatedly every single day is all this really takes. That's it. People like, oh, you have to talk to 50 real estate agents every day. That's literally what other people are teaching right now, is that you have to talk to 50 real estate agents every single day in order for you to do deals with agents. I'm like, okay. But if you understand creative finance and you jump into somebody else's lead flow, all you have to do is follow up with 10 sellers and have 10 6-minute conversations every day.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Cool.
I'm not saying the agent thing doesn't work and the wholesale, the direct to seller doesn't work. I love direct to seller because here's the difference, Kyle. When I'm direct to seller on a subject to deal, my cost to turn that into an Airbnb is roughly $35,000, right? Cash to the seller, minor renovation, furniture, couple months of payments. I'm like 35 grand into that deal. When I have to go work it with another wholesaler, I typically am closer to the $45,000 to $55,000 mark. So I got to raise more capital. I got to use more of my own money. So for me, I love the fact that I can go direct to seller because I have way more control. It's way less expensive for me to buy deals directly from the seller. But also, let's say I didn't have my partner, Cody, and I didn't have a team that could run my acquisition team. I could be perfectly fine just buying 2 to 4 deals every single month, only buying deals from other wholesalers. So I don't know your personality as much as I know my own.
Yeah.
I know you're a hardworking person. I know anybody that has a night shift job is a hardworking, dedicated person, right? And you're trying to find places that you can work where other people are not. Like night shift is one of the greatest things ever because it's a hack. It's like, if I work night shift, there's no way I can make money during that time frame anyway. Right? Like most people are sleeping. So even if I wanted to call people, I couldn't during night shift. So I might as well make that money, my today, like the right now, pay my bill money at a night shift. And then during the day, I can adjust my schedule to sleep at the proper times and then make my calls at the proper times. Perfect. That's smart.
Yep.
Same thing with being a nurse. Same thing with being a fireman. Same thing with being like those types of jobs, or even a work at home person. If you're a work at home person and you're not having 10 conversations with sellers every day, that's why you're not getting deals. That's it. And so the conversation is, well, yeah, I'm doing a little bit of this. I'm doing a little bit of that. Okay, great. Are you having 10 conversations a day with sellers? And the answer is no. Then that's where I would start. The real question is, Pace, how do I have 10 conversations a day with sellers? You don't have enough problems. Like you literally are like, your biggest problem is you have money, but you don't have anywhere to put it. So just like Kevin came in here and asked a question of, hey, I have a deal. I don't know how to structure it. So I spent 2 hours walking through and getting his mind frame, corrected and all that kind of stuff. If I ask you, Kyle, right now, what's a problem with the seller you're currently encountering that I can help you solve right now? What would your answer be? Do you have any sellers or no?
No, nothing solid yet.
Okay, so that's our problem, right?
Yeah.
We've identified the problem. Is this an answer you didn't want to hear, but you knew you needed to hear?
No, I understand because and it hasn't been that long too, maybe 2 weeks through the texting and then follow up. So yeah, I haven't been in it long enough to have big problems yet. But
yeah, Shari Thomas says this is the answer I needed to hear as well. Who else needed to hear this? Like if a business is a series of solving another human's problems, like that's what a business is. My business is a series of solving other people's problems. How many problems are you currently solving of other people right now, Kyle?
I'm
None.
helping
Zero.
Ingrid with some Airbnbs, and then
Sellers. I'm talking about sellers. Right?
oh, gotcha. Yeah, 0.
Okay, so if here's the equation. You want to see the math. I actually asked Albert Einstein what the mathematical equation was to get deals. Here's the mathematical equation. Okay, it's this plus this equals deals. Okay. What are the two things that go in here? Number one is you. The second thing, part of this equation, is other people's problems. There's the entire equation to getting deals. You and other people's problems. So when I say, how many other people problems are you solving right now? And your answer is none. Well, then we know that you deserve 0 deals. Guys, literally think about that. How many of you have a blank in that second category? How many of you have a blank there, but then you also are asking yourself, why don't I have more deals? Now, here's the real challenge with this equation. Okay. This is truly the equation for getting deals. You plus other people's problems equals deals. Okay. The issue is, how do I fill this with other people's problems? Because then this gets very diverse, right? I could just fill this with wholesalers' dead leads, right? I could fill this with probate leads, right? I just had 4 calls. We didn't get any calls, but, I got 4 leads from a probate attorney today. I could get agent deals, right? I could do fix and flips, right? I'm solving a problem for the person's problem I'm solving is a wholesaler who needs to sell a cash deal. I'm solving their problem if I'm trying to buy a fix and flip. Okay. So whatever it is that you choose. So right now, Kyle, you are DTS. What's DTS stand for? Direct to seller.
Yeah.
So direct to seller, you're texting, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, what I always tell people is that you need to, anything you choose to fill in this section right here, okay? Anything you choose to fill in this equation, you need to do for at least 90 plus days before you make a determination that it's not a good fit for you.
Mm-hmm.
So people's first problem, okay, their first problem is that this is blank. They literally have nothing in there. Okay. Everybody agree with that? That's most people's first problem, is that I want deals, but I want these deals over here, but I'm not solving anybody's problems. I'm literally solving 0 people's problems. Okay, guys, here's what a mentorship does for you. Okay. So like, if you're not taking action, then really nobody's going to be able to help you. Here's what a mentorship does for you. Okay, think about this. This is very, very true. What a mentorship does is it creates a stronger version of you, right? A stronger community. So you have a stronger you. And the other thing that a mentorship does is that when you have OPP, other people's problems, a mentorship also helps you solve these problems at a much higher level. You have a community of people. Okay. So are you guys leveraging the community properly to make sure that you're amplifying yourself and you're amplifying your ability to solve other people's problems? That's what you should be doing in a mentorship for. Amplifying yourself and amplifying the ability for you to solve other people's problems to therefore amplify deals. But no matter how much I educate you, right? Have you guys ever done, let me do, let's say that you're the strongest person in the world and you know everything about creative finance. So you're worth $1 million of value, you. If I say, you are so valuable, you have become so valuable because of this mentorship, you're so unbelievable, you're so good, this, that, and the other, but this is still 0, other people's problems is still 0, what does that work out to be?
0.
0.
Anything times 0. Yeah.
right? So you need to go have problems. Like this one with Kevin is Kyle, you need to be coming to me and saying, I have a seller that has a such and such, and I don't know how to solve this. This is what Kyle needs right here. Like you should make a goal, Kyle, to never talk to me ever again until you bring me a problem to solve.
Okay.
Now, do I want to talk to you a lot? Yes, you're awesome. I appreciate you. But if you don't have a problem to bring me, then I can, no matter how much I build you up, no matter what I do, the equation is always going to be broken. You don't have another problem to fix. People who have been in this game a long time understand how powerful this advice really is and how simple I just made this. Other people that are brand new don't truly understand this. You'll understand this in a year or 2 years. You'll look back on this and you'll go, holy crap. This was exactly what I needed to hear. So you need to bring problems to the Q&A. You need to bring problems to your fellow students. So like right now you're doing texting, which is awesome. So you're generating direct to seller leads. So the main questions you should have right now are, that's a problem, right? Your problem is, I need to generate more of these. And so you need to be reaching out to other students who are primarily texting and saying, who's texting? Let's get on a phone call. Let's talk about how can you help me amplify myself and my knowledge around texting so that I can then amplify my ability to find more problems.
Great advice. Yeah.
Who's successfully doing texting in here? My team is, but I'm not as available to talk about texting. Spencer Bishop. So you think maybe Spencer Bishop might be, and Spencer Bishop's awesome. Are you friends with Spencer Bishop yet?
Nope, I'm not.
Well, there you go. Spencer Bishop needs, what I would do, Spencer, is maybe do a Zoom for the sub 2 students and walk through Kyle and let other people hear it. You down for that, Spencer? I know his answer is going to be yes. There you go. So there is now, you see how easy this equation really is?
Yeah. I'll reach out to you, Spencer. Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So again, let's go back to this. What is a mentorship good for? Why should you be in a mentorship? Well, you're going to change. You yourself, can everybody agree you've changed as an individual by being in this mentorship?
For sure.
Okay. So we're all stronger people, right? We're more powerful here. Okay. But are we over here solving more and more problems and figuring out how to create more other people's problems, Kyle? Well, you will be. You will be when you go have Spencer Bishop do a Zoom for you and say, hey, this is what's working for me. All right. So that's what the mentorship, these colorful little colors that I'm adding on here, that's the mentorship amplifying your ability to solve other people's problems. So I think you have your marching orders.
Sure.
I never feel like you're convinced when I talk to you.
Why? Well,
I don't know,
it's 2 a.m. for me.
Other people are like, yes, this is what I needed. And then you're like, yeah, that's for sure.
I'm just processing it.
Okay. So what are our marching orders? Let's talk about it.
So I'm gonna get on a call or a Zoom with Spencer. Gonna go through.
Spencer, text him, or Spencer, put your cell phone in the side chat for people to reach out to. And then Spencer, what you need to be doing, brother, is go do a private Zoom for sub 2 students regarding your texting. And here's the thing that Spencer also understands. He's been in the mentorship long enough to understand, like, if you're actively helping people, guess what's going to naturally happen? Spencer's going to get more opportunities for private money. He's going to get more opportunities for deals coming to him. He's going to get more opportunities for acquisition people or recruiting, etc. Right? So Spencer knows, let me be that dude. Why do I have all the opportunity in the world? You know why? Because I spend most of my life helping other people.
For sure.
Okay. Everybody on the same page? We all here? We understand that that's the equation? I literally 80% of what I do on a daily basis is helping somebody else. It is my business. My product, as Alejandro just said, something I teach about in the mastermind a little bit, is what is my product? It's a user experience, right? So when people spend time with me, my primary goal is to help them and improve their life. So that's the product I sell. The product I sell is my help all the time. I'm always trying to help, always trying to help. So what does that mean? That means I'm constantly looking for other people's problems. Pace, when somebody introduces you, what is your title? That's a great question. Kelly, out of anybody that should know that question, I think you would know that better than me. So, yeah, I sometimes I tell people like, I'm just a guy. It's a guy. Okay. So Kyle, you got your marching orders?
Yes, sir.
And Kyle, here's the thing is that we've got a lot of students that are not in here, right? So do you think maybe there's some other students that are struggling with some texting right now?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So maybe you and, the texting gang, everybody that wants to get together, you guys should make it a goal to have a big text Zoom sometime next week or the week after and get a couple hundred students to show up and solve that problem for everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, think about what this one Zoom did for you. One, it clarifies a couple of things, but more importantly, Spencer Bishop and you are going to collaborate and he's going to show you what's working and what's not working. And if you get one nugget, just one nugget from Spencer, you guys, first off, you guys become immediate best friends and you start doing karate in the garage with each other. And secondly, you guys, now you feel ingratiated towards him and you want to return the favor. And now it becomes a ping pong battle of who can return the favor faster. Yeah. Right. And when Jamil and I, when you look at our relationship, it literally is a ping pong match of who can return the favor to each other faster.
I like that.
Right. So maybe Spencer's your Jamil. Maybe he is, maybe he isn't. I don't know. You guys got to figure that out. Elena says it's rare to find people like that. You're right. That's why you don't stop after looking for only 5 people. You look at 25 and you endlessly help. You endlessly support. You endlessly are looking for other people's problems. Endless, endless, endless. Right? Kyle?
Yeah,
good to see you.
For sure. Thanks, Pace. Hey, one last thing. Are you pulling the trigger on that Humble property here in Houston?
Yeah, I believe so. Is that your deal?
A buddy in sub 2 that I met like first thing, he brought to me first, but it's a little big for me.
Big for your britches?
A little bit. I gotta eat my veggies, I guess, to grow into those pants. But yeah, if y'all need, I'm working with Noah and doing some help on it. So if y'all need help setting it up, I'd be happy to help.
Kyle, go into this. By the way, change your name on Zoom to your name plus your phone number.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll do it. I need to download. I got a new computer, by the way. So feeling pretty good about myself.
Bro, I was teasing you about that.
I know. I can't take it. So I caved.
Well, you're making money, so that's a good thing.
Yeah, trying.
Okay. So Kyle, you and Spencer need to get together with other sub 2 students and coordinate a Zoom to get together and show people how to text and go through and let people ask questions and walk people through the process, right?
Yeah.
And let Spencer solve some of your problems to amplify. Even if you get an extra 3 or 4 leads a week and it saves you just a little bit of money, it was worth the time. And you got a new friendship.
Oh, for sure. And I'm pretty brand new. I've watched some videos on it, so it would be super helpful. Like I'll ask some really dumb questions, I'm sure, to help everyone out. So
I love it.
It'll be a win-win.
All right, brother. Good to see you. Angie. You there, Angie? Or have I
I'm
called
here.
on you? Hi.
Hi there.
Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm driving. I was trying to grab my phone off of the little stand.
Do you want me to call on you later?
No, I'm actually just pulling up to my office, but it's the question that I had asked you the other day on the air meet
Yep.
about this land deal.
Mhm.
So I'm actually a transaction broker right now for this deal. The sellers are hesitant to sign right now because they're trying to take out a loan before they sign the purchase sales agreement on their property. So I want, because I brought the buyer to them. I have a relationship with the buyer. They're developers, but I don't have anything set to them to say, hey, you know, like that, when you guys close on the deal, what's the exit strategy for when they, you know, when they build these 44 units? Like, I want part of that as well, but I haven't put that into writing or anything. And I also wanted to change it up to my my new LLCs that I have with PCS.
Okay, so you've got
instead of my real estate company.
So let me clarify for everybody else that's paying attention. So you've got a seller that is selling some land. They have not signed the purchase contract yet because they're waiting for a couple of things to happen, not important to this conversation. And you are the one that brought the buyer to the table, but because you don't have a signed contract, you're saying, well, man, it kind of sucks just being the real estate agent because I basically put these two parties together and all I'm going to get is a lousy t-shirt and a commission.
Yeah.
How do I structure myself into the deal before they sign and I cut myself out? That's what you're trying to say, right?
Yes.
Okay. It all comes down to like what you've told the buyer, what you've told the seller. Obviously going back on your word is a really challenging thing, but if it was me, I'm just going to throw some things out and you're going to have to tell me, I don't like this. Okay. I would probably go to your buyer and just say, hey, I've got a couple of other buyers. I coming at me, telling me that if I can get the agent or if I can get the seller to sign with them, that they'll give me X% of the back end of the project.
Okay. Okay.
Third party stories will make you billions of dollars in your life.
Okay. Yes. Okay. That's kind of what I was gonna say, but I just didn't know how to word it.
Well, there you go. I just gave you $1 million nugget.
Well, thank you very much. That's actually happening like right now. I'm gonna be giving them a call.
Yeah, call them up and just say, hey, I've got a handful of buyers that are reaching out to the seller directly, and the seller pushes them back over to me. You know, because you don't want the buyer to be like, well, what do you mean? Why are you talking to other people? Like we're already working out a deal. You can say, look, these other buyers are reaching out to the seller directly. The seller's pushing them over to me. It sounds like these people are offering me a percentage of the deal. How can I work my way into this deal? What would that look like if I could get the seller to move forward with this?
Okay, perfect.
And then cut me a check for $1 million because I just gave you $1 million line.
Well, this will pay for the mastermind. I just joined it.
Which mastermind are you coming to? June?
June. Yes.
Lucky girl. I get so many people that are like, when can I come to the mastermind? I'm like, it's sold out, I think, all the way through January of next year.
Yeah, I've already put the first deposit, and then I think they're getting it next week.
Amazing. Rachel Schwartz, which was one of my mastermind students. I love her. Just saw your dad in New Jersey, by the way, Rachel. That was great.
Yeah, I like Rachel.
She's a sweetheart. I love her. She says, she's like, why didn't you tell me you were going to the mastermind?
Uh-oh. Oh, I'm sorry, Rachel. I forgot.
Hey, Rachel, since you're a mastermind student, if you want to come back down to the mastermind, I'd love to see you. Once you're a mastermind student, you're always a mastermind student. So I'd love to see you down here if you can get the time off of work. All right, Angie, there's the first question there's a first answer to your question.
Oh, awesome.
You have a PCS question, or you already figured that out?
I figured that out.
Amazing. Everybody congratulate Angie on thinking outside of the box, on just being a real estate agent and figuring out that you can work yourself into deals very creatively. Like this is actually part of the stuff I'll train you guys on with the Gator method, which is wedging yourself into deals by bringing parties together, right? Like there's no reason Angie should not be getting a portion of this deal. In fact, if I was a real estate agent, I would be doing this on any land deal that I ever sold. Like, yeah, no problem. As long as I get paid my commissions, plus me and my other business get part of the deal all day long.
Awesome.
Right?
Thank you so much. Yes,
There you go.
you solved my problem.
Professional third-party storyteller. Thank you, Angie. Good to see you.
Thank you. You too.
All right. All right, you guys ready for a wild ride? I don't think any of you guys are ready for as wild a ride. Armand, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, I'm here. I'm actually here on my phone and my laptop. So I don't know which one will be better to talk with now.
Everybody click your seatbelt. You're in for a wild ride with Armand.
Well, actually, it's kind of funny because, usually I go off with the crazy questions, but I was going to tell you, I've been talking to you enough now where slowly I'm starting to have a little pace that lives in my head,
Oh, dang.
It's actually quite useful because, just like the previous conversation you had, I also have one land deal that I'm trying to put together, and I'll ask, how can I, actually, can I bring it tomorrow for you to comp during the comping session?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Cool. Yeah, so anyways, I'll run into a lot of problems and I have a little pace telling me, okay, so I'll call DR Horton. Pace says, call again. They won't answer. I call. They won't answer. Call again. I call. Oh, they answer. Oh, then eventually you start to go through the maze. Well, okay, but how can I possibly have a contract with the seller and then also with DR Horton and close that? Well, why don't you just put a contingency in there for getting some grading permits that will allow you to get more time to kind of turn the purchase contract into an option without having to pay an option fee. So
love it.
Yeah. I
love that.
For the Clever Investor Summit, is there some rehearsal stuff or some details about where I should go to actually go on and say some things? Or
well, you and I have to work out. So for you and I, right, I'm waiting for my buddy to come back from vacation regarding the NFT project.
Okay.
And I mentioned to Molly the other day to let you know, hey, I'm waiting for my buddy to get back for us to further that conversation.
Sure.
So everything will change based on that conversation with him.
Sure. That makes sense.
Right?
Is it Gary V by any chance?
No.
No. Okay.
It's not. No, it's a guy he's done like 5 or 6 NFT projects, and every time he launches one, he sells it for like $20 million or some crazy thing. So he's a very high level guy.
Oh, wow. But his stuff, if they're just straight up they're not like digitized securities, right? They're like just tokens that don't have to go through all the regulations Robin was talking about.
Correct.
Okay, cool. So one other, I guess, issue I have, I don't know if it's just shiny object syndrome, or maybe there's something to it that I should keep. Sorry, today is a bit milquetoast, but so I have all these different ideas. Like there's this new mortgage servicing startup that has a presence in Arizona. I'm like, cool, I want to reach out to them and see if I can start getting some deal flow from them. Hey, wouldn't it be great if for all of their mortgages that are in default, they could keep servicing them as opposed to having them paid off, and drastically reduce their foreclosure rates by referring them to PACE. So PACE could simply take over the payments, and then maybe there could even be some deal worked out with their trustee so that the due of sale clause could be explicitly waived at that one time. And then I mentioned to you that I was talking to the family office manager, Ronald Blue Trust, and some other people. So I start all of these different threads of conversation, and they're all kind of wildly different from each other, and they can tie into each other and snowball at some later stage. But I don't know whether these are, whether one might qualify them as unproductive distractions, because most of the time they don't go anywhere, but quite often there's something that throws out a little kernel of some good value, like starting a collaboration with T0, for example. Or so I wouldn't have found Sub 2 if I wasn't kind of scatterbrained and looking all around YouTube and other unorthodox places for creative financing strategies.
I like that idea. What's the next conversation with those guys?
Oh, I guess my question is just more broader, saying that, like, when you tell people that they shouldn't get shiny object syndrome, what really is the classification of a shiny object? Is it simply something
I have shiny object all the time. I just know, I know, here's a really good example. So I'm on a TV show, right? That's a shiny object. It was like, let's go build a brand so that I do more deals, I raise more capital, I have more business opportunities than I normally have access to. TV show was a smart way to go. Wasn't sure if it was going to pan out. Still not sure if it's going to do what we want it to do. All of those things. But I also, in the same breath, I'm not complaining about being on the TV show and that it's keeping me from other business endeavors, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the classic shiny object syndrome are people who are constantly complaining that they're not doing deals and they're not making money. And my response is, well, because you don't have at least one thing you're focused on.
Oh, okay.
Now for me, I have 9 businesses that send me checks every month. And inside of those businesses, we have businesses that send me checks every month. So if I decide to go and throw some spaghetti at the wall to see if it sticks on a new endeavor, is that shiny object syndrome? Yes, it is. And that's perfectly fine. It's just that you're never going to hear me complain that it didn't work out and I couldn't pay my bills.
Oh, sure.
Where people are frustrated with shiny object syndrome is that they don't currently have a foundation of income coming in. And so they continually deviate. And it's like, okay, well, I'm digging for gold. Okay. This is the big difference. I'm digging for gold because I was told there was gold in this, general vicinity. And they get their shovel and they dig 2 feet and they go, oh, no gold. And they walk over 5 feet and they, oh, no gold. And they walk over 5 feet. Oh, no gold. And they do that. Next thing you know, there's piles everywhere, all over the place. And then you do like a radar scan of the earth and you find out that there's gold at 2.5 feet underneath the soil. Right? That's shiny object syndrome. It's like people that can't stick with something long enough to go, this 100% is no longer an opportunity. For me, if I'm going to dig a new hole, I'm going to dig it deep enough to go, there is absolutely no way there's gold in this hole. And I don't consider that shiny object syndrome. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yeah. So as long as I'm enjoying the process and I'm following up with it, it's not something.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
And here's the other thing. Do you have a wife and children that are not fed? Do you have car payments that are not made? Do you have a house?
No, I'm
right.
free.
Then what's the harm in it?
Yeah. Okay. Sure.
The harm comes when it deviates you from your ability to take care of your normal bills and your normal human progression. I have things that don't work out all the time, but I dig deep enough to solidify that they're not going to work.
Sure. And I follow up with all these different threads, like some of the COVID stuff with my friend that runs a COVID testing business that I mentioned in a Zoom a few months ago. Finally, after a few months of on and off cold calling to all sorts of different government bureaucracies and offices that are really hard to penetrate and have like 12 levels of, people that you need to go through. I finally got a hold of a lab yesterday at the California Department of Public Health that said, oh, wait. Your friend runs a COVID business? You could send us samples. We love that. We're trying to get as many samples as we can. Right. Let's start a conversation about what kind of buffers you're using and stuff like that. So
I've never thought of you as a shiny object syndrome person. It's never been a concern of mine because I understand you as an individual, Armand, and I also know that you have a different brain than most people, me included. And I watch you. I also get copied on some of the emails on things that you and I are trying to collaborate on. We haven't successfully hit gold yet, but that doesn't mean that I'm not, I got 25 of those other relationships going on elsewhere, right? Like I got my iron in multiple fires all over the place. That's not shiny object. I've got my foundation made, right? I've already found my gold. I'm taken care of financially. I don't need to worry. I can go be sporadic and crazy because now it's more of a hobby than it is a requirement for me to be successful in every single endeavor. So for me, it's like, have you covered your bases? Are your bills being paid? Is your wife, your children, your insurance, those types of things, are those being taken care of? If not, what I get people come in and go, hey man, I started, cold calling 2 weeks ago and it's not working out. I think I'm going to jump over to texting. And I'm like, that's shiny object syndrome, right? Like you need to, it's a requirement for you to be successful as a cold caller so you can make some money, get some deals done, and then you can then move on to the next thing. But shiny object is like, you can't focus on something for more than 3 or 4 days before deviating and going to a different direction.
that's good to hear that from you, because until now, every time you talked about shiny object syndrome, I was thinking internally, oh, well, I guess that's me. But
I watch you all the time. I see your stuff. I appreciate and I see how deep you dig. Like, bro, you've flown across the country to go have a conversation with people. Like not many people are as dedicated to you or dedicated to their ideas as you are.
Sure. So 2 quick questions, one kind of simple, another one kind of broad, because I have to.
Okay, these are guys. These are Armand's last questions. We all agree.
I knew that was coming. So
what do you got, brother?
So I would appreciate any ideas to help with the following. So for this particular piece of land, I'll be shopping around to different developers. The idea of calling the city and asking for what people are working with them on their path of progress is a great one. But when I reached out to D.R. Horton, I asked what their underwriting process is like and then how long it takes them to close on a deal.
Yeah.
And they say that for a raw piece of land where they have to do permitting and all that stuff from zero, they're happy to consider that. But even if it does make financial sense for them, it'll typically take 9 months.
Okay.
And, I've spoken with the seller of the property and, although they want to liquidate it sooner rather than later, they're open to maybe something on that timeline. If I can, present them with a offer that they like and solid proof of funds, which I could get from a transactional lender and stuff like that. But I guess I'm wondering, how can I, one, shorten the timeline that D.R. Horton would take to underwrite something like this? Is it simply a matter of calling them often or trying to offer a discount on a price to incentivize them to move quicker? And 2, look, I at the same time that I don't want just a 3% commission, I also don't want, even if paperwork has been signed that gives me the right to, I don't want to lock the sellers in if I'm not able to close. Now I'm going to try hard to talking to, multiple different developers that I've started conversations with, et cetera, but things don't always come together. And I would feel terrible if I was in a contract with the sellers for 5 months and then I pull out because I hear back from D.R. Horton that, oh, well, interest rates went up another %. We're actually going to scale down all of our development. And now the sellers have just, I guess, had their time burned by me. I would feel bad about that. Of course, I've burned my own.
I think land development's a completely different animal. We did a deal a couple of years ago where the land developer underwrote the deal for a year.
Well,
right. But what I did is I acted as if I was working for the land developer. I was saying I was the developer, and the upfront contract I gave them was like, hey, look, I'm going to give you worst case scenario. We've had development projects that just underwriting and going through the city and doing all the kind of things.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes it's taken up to 2 years. Other times it takes 2 months. So what's challenging for us is I can't even go secure funding to close the property because of the size of the project unless I've gone through these processes, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so as long as the seller understands that, I don't know if the seller doesn't like that, then the seller doesn't like that. But then you also could have an option contract where you go, well, give me an option on it so I can start my due diligence. I mean, what's holding the seller up from understanding that? They obviously should understand that they own dirt.
I just worry if I phrase it as an option, they'll be like, all right, what option fee will you pay? Whereas, purchase contract, refundable earnest money is something that's
option fee. What are you talking about?
Well,
how would they even know to ask for an option fee?
Because the option fee is just integral to the option as a financial instrument. Like nobody will sign an option without option fee. I mean, who's the guy with Investor Lift? I mean, he was talking about what surprised him so much about wholesaling was that people were in effect with these refundable earnest money deposits creating zero entry fee options contract, which doesn't exist anywhere else. So,
bro, I have never done an option contract where there was an option fee ever.
Oh, what? Okay. And your option contract doesn't say that you have the exclusive right to buy it, just that you have the right to buy it anytime in this time period for this specified price.
Right. What my option contract on a long-term land development deal would be this. It would be that I have first right of refusal. So if you find another buyer and that buyer comes along with a higher price or whatever, you are well within your rights to sell that property, but you have to give me the right to do it at that price first. But in the meantime, if you can't find another buyer, I'm going to go do my due diligence and I'm going to have the right to be able to go on the property and call the city and be a representative of the piece of land. I mean, if you've got a year-long underwriting and scope of work that developer has to go through, then why not just get the seller in an option contract?
Sure. Yeah, I like that better as long as there isn't a fee.
It's an option contract. I'm not in a full purchase contract with them.
Sure. I could say, I need the security to even invest the time into all of this stuff. But should I just add that as a condition? Well, I shouldn't. Should I just use the option contract that you posted on the sub 2 main documents? Is there something? Okay. Okay. And this is my second question. It's short, but it's a fun one. This is the so I mentioned this to Cody, by the way, at the mastermind, and he said he liked the idea. So I'm thinking, Pace has a few hundred doors now. You're big enough to the point where you can self-insure. And I started talking a little bit about this at the Utah meetup, but I didn't get a chance to really talk about the idea in any detail. What if you were to basically yourself multiplex all of the cash flows and the risk from the different properties you have, as opposed to basically letting an insurance company skim that off of you? And then there's the added advantage that if you set up your own captured insurance entity, you can do all sorts of cool things with it. Like, for example, something that a mortgage servicer named Aquin does is they incorporate in the American Virgin Islands, and then also many other companies like oil companies like Royal Dutch Shell have this tactic where they have an offshore insurance corporation in like some Caribbean jurisdiction that kills all the taxes that they have to pay on the insurance corporation's profits. You can erode your tax basis by shifting money as insurance fees to that entity, but then you can loan it back to yourself at favorable rates on, let's say, like 1-year terms that just renew constantly. So you can use your own liquidity that you're now paying as premium to accelerate further deals, further gator lending, whatever you're doing, and also have a more favorable tax strategy and cheaper underwriting costs for insurance.
I love it. In order for me to do that, I would probably have to not do 10-hour Zooms with my sub 2 students so I could have some time to go and focus on that stuff. Maybe that's what I should do. Right?
Sure. maybe I have to talk to a couple of law professors at Berkeley and get connections from them to put something
That's a
together.
great idea. Bring me the connection. We'll have the conversation and I'll do it. I love it. Never even thought about that, Armand. This is why you're special.
Cool.
Does anybody wish they had just one little wrinkle of this man's brain?
Maybe I'll end up, because okay, the kind of funny thing with the setup that I described with the Caribbean islands jurisdiction, like I don't know, like Puerto Rico or American Virgin Islands, is that there'll have to be one guy, like one flesh and body person that'll have to be there. So I don't know, maybe I'll end up being sent there, or someone who wants to be sent to the Caribbean to manage something for pays.
Nobody. Maybe I should call Jerry and have him manage it for me.
I tried to talk to Jay about this actually, but I think he was like, actually Cody Sperber, by the way, at the Utah meetup pays. He was, is this is also being broadcasted to YouTube? Okay, I guess this is fine anyways, because you already put Jerry Norton and all the other people on blast, but
I didn't put Jerry on blast. I was teasing about stuff.
Well, anyways, Cody Sperber, you weren't there, but there was just a couple of people, and he was talking to us about how all the feedback he had gotten from anyone he's ever talked to is that you spend the most amount of time with your students. Your mentorship is the best. Nobody else can compare. Other people provide value, but some people don't like how their programs seem a lot more formulaic because they don't get as much time with you personally or with the support structure you've created. So I know you know that already, but I thought it might be nice to know that Cody's saying that about you without
Sperber said that about me?
Sperber said that about you. Yeah.
To you or to who?
To me and a few other people that were just talking with him.
Thank you, bro. I appreciate that a lot.
Sure.
What's funny is I constantly thinking I'm not providing enough value. So I always appreciate the feedback.
Sure. Cool.
Always.
Well, I guess my time has expired.
Has come to an end. Armand is the freaking best. You guys will see him at Clever Summit next week. Armand is going to be talking about the NFT project on stage. Is anybody excited about this NFT project we got going on?
Yeah. Do you want me to? I could have like a general 4-minute spiel. Do you want me to send you that as like a voice memo? Or I mean, I'm kind of
I want to see. Yeah, send me a voice.
By the level of trust that people have in me, actually, I guess.
Send me a voice memo.
Sure.
And see if you can explain the project in 3 minutes or less on a voice memo.
Sure. Okay.
Armand, you're the man. You're the freaking man. Armand is the freaking man. All right. Sean, how you doing, man? How can I help you?
Can you hear me, guys?
What's up,
All
Sean?
right.
How you doing, man?
Good, man. Good to finally talk to the big man.
Yeah, same. I'm first time talking. It's great.
Yeah. So I've been in the mentorship for about a month now. Before it, I was doing bandit signs, and I was getting 1 to 2 leads per day. A lot of them were people looking to buy a house, so it wasn't all seller leads.
Yep.
And I'm trying to refocus on a door knocking team, and I want to do it virtually. So my past experience with door knockers is they quit almost immediately. I had, So I guess my question is, how can I have a reasonable retention? You said 4 months in one of your old Zooms. I'm trying to get to, I'd be very happy with 2 months, even 30 days I could work with, but quitting on the first day, you can't really run a
Well,
team
you
that
are.
way.
Bryson says, I'm looking at getting my first Airbnb. Any feedback on getting started and what to avoid? Bryson, hold on a second for that. Bryson, by the way, you sent me a private message. This is an interesting question. Sean, your question's a little bit longer, so give me just a second. Bryson?
Yeah, good.
Are you on your phone?
I am.
All right, well,
I'm actually on my laptop. I'm just using my.
Okay, it's good.
My
It
AirPods.
glitched out for just a second, but we're back. All right. So Bryson, When you say, how do I get started? That's the biggest pet peeve question I've ever received in my life of how do I get started? Because you know how to get started. So let's be more specific. Because I just gave you the equation. Bryson, other people's problems equals deals, right? That's the equation. So if you don't have problems to solve of other people's, you're never going to get a deal. So the place to start is start with solving other people's problems. Now you have a question because I just gave you where to start. Literally, the place to start is solving somebody else's problem, right? I'm hungry. I go to Subway. Subway makes money because they solve my problem by delivering a sandwich to me. I want to run a mile. Great. I go buy Nikes. Nikes solve my problem. They make money. So you want to buy a property and turn it into an Airbnb. And so you're saying, how do I get started?
Yeah.
How many problems have you solved of other people's recently?
None yet. Just barely getting started.
Okay. So let's write that. Let's write that down. The place to get started is by figuring out how to solve other people's problems. Now we have a real question. Okay. Because I've already told everybody we know where to start, right? Anywhere in business, we know where to start. How do I solve other people's problems? That's business. Okay. Now we have a question. The question is, what problems do I want to solve? Do I want to go after the Lanza method? Bryson, have you watched the Lanza method?
No, I'm barely in week 5.
Okay. Well, in week 5, so you're zooming through the training, which is so ironic. It's very ironic because the Lanza method is a student who came into the program. The original whole entire strategy of this mentorship always was based on how do I utilize creative finance to solve other wholesalers and real estate agents' problems, therefore not having to spend any money on leads. And Bryson, I imagine did you watch the Kevin Cho breakdown like literally 5-6 hours ago, 7 hours ago?
No.
Okay. This is really challenging, but I'm going to break this down for you. I want you to write this down whatever you have, you're on your phone, whatever you have, I want you to take 3 steps. Okay. Step number 1, you deserve no deals without solving other people's problems. That's where you start. That's where you start. That's where you start. That's where you start. I'm going to say it again, just so everybody in here can hear it one more time. You deserve 0 deals in real estate if you are solving 0 problems. Okay. So that's step number 1, solve other people's problems. Step number 2 is now ask yourself, write this down. Ask yourself, whose problems do I want to solve? Write that down. Whose problems do I want to solve? Now I have a real question to ask. I have a real question to ask now because where do I start is not a real question. That is too general. Where do I start? What do you mean, where do you start? We already know where to start. Start by solving other people's problems. Great. Which problems do I want to solve? Ironically, Sean, who's asking me a question about door knocking, he's trying to solve the problem of who? Whose problem is he trying to solve?
The sellers.
The seller, right. So he's going to homeowners who are probably, I'm going to advise him to go to foreclosure homes only when you're knocking doors. And he's going to go and try and solve the problem of somebody who's in foreclosure. Okay.
Right.
So there you go. So now Sean has a real question of how do I amplify these leads so I can amplify the problems in which I'm trying to solve? Because outside of that, that's the equation. Bryson plus other people's problems equals deals. Okay. So I just gave you one, direct to seller. Okay. So let's do this math real fast. Somebody's always going to ask this silly question. Sorry, Bryson, to harp on you, but I gotta call this silly so people understand this. Direct to seller is one way to get problems, right? I'm going directly to the seller through one form of marketing or another. So Bryson, tell me, what are some direct to seller methods that you know about?
Bandit signs.
Yep.
Postcards.
Yep.
Door knocking, cold calling.
Door knocking, cold calling. Great. PPC, SEO, Facebook,
PPC.
Craigslist, driving for deals. Right. We could go on and on and on about like going direct to seller, right?
Yeah.
Okay. What's the problem with direct to seller?
Costs money.
There you go. Sean's got it because Sean knows what bandit signs cost. Direct to seller costs money. That's the downside. By the way, I am so specifically answering your question that nobody has ever answered your question, that when you leave this conversation, Bryson, if you ever ask the question of how do I get started again, come back and rewatch this and you'll go, this guy just laid out literally $20 freaking billion of education. I'm telling you where to start. It's solving other people's problems. Well, if you go to directly to seller and you're saying, hey, you have a problem, I want to solve it so I can make money. That's essentially what we're doing. That costs money. Okay, so that's the negative. What's the positive of direct to seller is control. Okay, and scalable. Okay, what does control and scalable mean? By the way, anybody paying attention to this right now, I'm telling you, if your knuckleheads are not understanding where to start, I'm answering where to start right freaking now. So with direct to seller, what I like about direct to seller and why I am direct to seller is because I have control and I can scale it. It's measurable. I can measure it. I can go, well, I spent $500 this week on text campaigns. I have a virtual assistant that's making this many leads. I know that all I need to do is, it's an equation. It's, okay, other people's problems are coming in. I am one of those factors and I'm getting deals. Okay. Well, now I can start working out the thing where I go, okay, if I'm cold calling, how many cold calls do I put in here? 5,000 cold calls or whatever it is, plus me doing the work equals deals. That's literally the equation, right? But what happens is door knocking is also predictable. Everything's predictable in direct to seller. It's all predictable. Okay. Door knocking, which is what I'm about to get into with Sean, might not be a good fit for you, Bryson. So you have to listen to what I'm saying right now and go, I don't like this, or I like this. I don't like this. I like this. I don't like this. I like this. Okay. Cold calling, I don't tell anybody to cold call because I personally hate it. I would never cold call. Do I like talking to sellers? All day. I love talking to sellers. It's so fun for me. But do I like cold calling and just sitting there and making hundreds, if not thousands of phone calls to get a couple of leads? No. That's why I suggest hiring a virtual assistant. But that brings us back to one of the biggest negatives of this model, which is right here. Now I'm spending money, right? So Bryson, I'm going to get to a question here shortly of which direction you want to go, but I'm giving you the pluses and minuses to direct to seller. When I speak about control with direct to seller is I'm going to get deeper deals, right? I'm going to buy them because I'm negotiating directly with the seller. If I'm like a fix and flipper and I want to buy a fix and flip, guess where I'm buying most of my fix and flips from? Most fix and flippers buy them from wholesalers. So you have the control in this situation. You're the one that got the contract direct to seller, and you have the ability to sell that to a fix and flipper at a higher price and make an assignment fee, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the fix and flipper has very little control. They don't control your business. They can't negotiate directly with the seller. Basically, your skills are what is determining their ability to buy a good deal. So do they have control? Does a fix and flipper have control of how deep of a deal they can buy? Bryson?
Yeah.
No. A fix and flipper does not have control of how deep of a deal they can buy. Deep meaning cheap, right?
Right.
Because fix and flippers, do you think fix and flippers are direct to seller typically?
Yeah, most of some. I mean, sometimes.
No, they're not.
I would say
They're very fix and
They're not?
flippers are very, very rarely direct to seller. Bryson, in a wholesale world, I'm a wholesaler, right? Who's my customer? Who's the primary customer of a wholesaler? Fix and flipper. When you're wholesaling a transaction, most of your transaction are being wholesaled to a fix and flipper. Fix and flippers are too busy renovating, managing crews, raising capital, selling properties to ever talk to sellers directly. In fact, they hate talking to sellers and they wouldn't even know where to start. All they know is I learned I go to wholesalers to buy deals, and those, because I'm buying a deal from somebody else that they are direct to seller, does that fix and flipper have control of how deep they buy that deal? Bryson?
Yeah, I would say so.
No, they do not, bro.
They don't.
If you do not have direct belly to belly phone contact information to the seller and you are not the one negotiating, you have zero control on how deep of a deal you buy.
Okay.
Are you understanding that concept, or do I need to hit home on that more?
No, I got it.
Do fix and flippers negotiate with sellers to buy their houses?
No.
No, they do not. Wholesalers and real estate agents bring those deals to fix and flippers most of the time. Okay?
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Now. Yeah.
Okay. So if you are not direct to seller, you are going to have to rely on somebody else selling you a deal. And that somebody selling you a deal, bringing you a deal, is in control of how much they charge you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. So direct to seller, I'm going to go back to this. Now you'll understand there's a massive problem with direct to seller is that it costs money, but the benefit is that you can control how much you buy it for. And you can also scale that because it's a very, very specific equation of I'm going to put out this many bandit signs on these things, and it's going to bring in this many leads. And Sean, when you put out bandit signs, is it pretty, if I put out 500 bandit signs, I'm going to get X amount of calls. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's pretty consistent.
Okay. So Bryson, does that make sense? It's scalable. You can understand the scale of like, I put out, Sean, let's do a guess. If I put out 1,000 bandit signs in a month, how many phone calls, and I'm not a bandit sign expert, so you'll know more than I do, but if I put 1,000 bandit signs out, that would cost me probably what, $3,000, something like that?
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Okay. So $3,000. How many phone calls am I going to get for that?
You're going to get about 1 call per sign for the first month. And then after that, you might get some residual calls as well. So maybe yeah.
Okay, cool. So guys, what do we just learn there? If I put out 1,000 bandit signs, do you think I'm going to get about 1,000 phone calls? One sign gives you 1 call per month in its first month. So during that month, I'll get about 1,000 calls. How many calls Sean, did you ever work this out that if I get X amount of calls, I get this many deals?
I haven't gone to that stage. I killed them because there's numerous problems with signs as well.
Right. Legal problems in the city and people stealing stuff. And then you get a lot of, so Bryson, this is why I'm going through this exercise with you. There are so many different ways to get more problems in your business to solve. And so you have to make the determination. Do you want to go direct to seller or do you want to go a different route? Okay. So direct to seller, bandit signs, the average cost to get a bandit sign. So think about this with direct to seller. Everybody, please pay attention to me. If you are in the same boat as Bryson, I'm trying to speak to you. Who feels like they're in the same boat as Bryson? I just want to know where to start. Okay. Is this helping you at all? Because I got a lot longer to answer this. Is this helping you? Okay. So if you come to me and you say, where do I get started? Somebody deserves to karate chop you. after this. I got a long ways to go, but I'm going to give you the how to get started conversation. Okay. And we've just warmed up. So let's go through it. And you should take these notes, guys. If I'm just going to talk direct to seller. Okay. Cost per contract is incredibly important. It is a KPI. Bryson, do you know what a KPI is?
Key performance indicator.
There you go. So if you've got a key performance indicator, one of the most important things you can ever do in your real estate journey is, what is my cost per contract? What is it going to cost me to obtain a contract, right?
Right.
So in bandit signs, what we learned and why I didn't go the bandit sign route is that it was more expensive than just the bandit signs themselves, because I had to have somebody physically putting out the bandit signs. Okay. And it was like my garage was full of bandit signs all the time. It was like a whole thing. Okay. I've gotten probably 10 deals from bandit signs in a 6-month time frame, and they were completely worth it. But I found other places to allocate my time and energy, which is where Sean, he has a question now, right? He's explored bandit signs and he's realized, I don't really like this. But it was a good place for him to start and get some momentum, right? He started there generating problems from other people who would call on his bandit signs. So again, the first question we're always asking is, how do I find more problems? The second question is, where do I get these problems from, right? So cost per contract is important. I learned that bandit signs are about $5,000 per contract. Okay. Cold call. If you cold call yourself, your cost per contract is about $2,000. You cold call yourself. Now, Bryson, here's the challenge. This is also like me telling somebody, you will get 6-pack abs in 90 days by doing ab workouts, right? The problem with this is that somebody comes to me and goes, man, I've been cold calling. And I'm like, no, you haven't. If you cold called for 90 days every single day for the hours that you should, there's no possible way that you can't get a deal. The number one problem with most of these endeavors, and I'm going to get into the other free ways to get deals in a second, but the biggest problem with people is they go, oh, I'll cold call, and they cold call for 2 weeks. And they go, that didn't work. All of direct to seller requires consistency and it requires money. Okay. Okay. Now, when I hire a VA, right, I go get a virtual assistant. Now I hire somebody to do my cold calls for me. That cost per contract now, so let's add a VA to this. Having a VA do this for you, you're going to add about $500 to $1,000 per contract because you're having somebody else do the dirty work for you, which for me, that's what I prefer. I would prefer, if I'm out in the field, I'm on a long Zoom with you guys, I've got a 9-to-5 job. Why would I ever cold call? Why not just come home from my 9-to-5 and have my virtual assistant have cold called my list for me and have 2 or 3 people ready for me to talk to every single night? That's leveraging a virtual assistant, right? Okay. So my cost per contract's $3,000. So great. That's great. I'm going to get to you like what this all means in a moment. So let's talk about direct mail, right? Postcards. That's direct mail. I'm directly mailing the customer. So postcards, you're going to spend right now about $12,000 per contract with direct mail in a competitive market. If you go to North Dakota, your cost per contract is probably $1,500. Okay. So Bryson, am I going to tell you to get started with postcards?
No.
Right. But you know it's an option, right? You know that it's not something you want to go spend money on. Okay, so you got postcards. That's the same thing as mail. Billboards, you are definitely not going to go that road. I can tell you right now. I did billboards for 2 years. Bandit signs, cold call, VA, texting. Okay, texting. Here's why people there's pluses and minuses to all of these, by the way. But texting, The cost per contract on texting is about $5,000 per contract. This is average, by the way. So why is texting so popular? I'll tell you why. Because people hate confrontation. If I'm reaching out to a seller who's in foreclosure, it's much easier for me to have a conversation regarding their foreclosure through a text message than it is being uncomfortable and having somebody on the other line go, why the hell are you calling me? Leave me the F alone, right? So does that make sense why people go through the texting world?
100%. Mm-hmm.
Okay, but the downside is it's a little bit more competitive and there's laws that are coming out that are making it more and more challenging to do it. And so the price per contract, which is the thing I'm telling you to watch mostly, is going up. Okay.
No, it makes sense now. Yeah.
Okay. What guys, what else? Oh, SEO. Okay. SEO is like building my website. That's somewhat unreliable. You can get deals from this, but it's unreliable. The other one is PPC. Okay. PPC is about $10,000 in Arizona or like a really hot market, $10,000 to $15,000 per contract. Okay. So what else? What are we missing, guys, that we could maybe touch on just real quick? Cable ads. Shari says she needs a screenshot of the top. I'm about to get into door knocking. You guys maybe can see that I know where I'm leading myself. Okay. So if the average wholesale fee, Bryson, and I know you want to get an Airbnb and I'll give you the answer for that. But if the average wholesale fee in United States brings in $15,000 in revenue, right? I get excited about doing PPC?
Probably not.
Right. So I get a contract, I wholesale it to a fix and flipper or a buy and holder. PPC is not the way to go, in my personal opinion. SEO, definitely not the way to go. It's more of a good credibility play for people that are looking you up. Texting, definitely, man. I mean, I put $1 in, I get $3 out. I'll take that. I like texting. That's good. Billboards, definitely out. I say that's out. Postcards, primarily out, unless you're very, very niche. Like the seller's in foreclosure, they're already in bankruptcy, they're in divorce, and you have all these multiple layers of reasons why you're sending them a postcard, then it gets a lot more beneficial. Okay. Bandit signs, I would say bandit signs are worth it, but there's a negative to bandit signs. What's the negative to bandit signs? Sean's like, oh, let me count the ways. I got the city calling me and going, why we're going to fine you. I've got to go and staple these things to wood posts all over the place. People are bothering me and half the leads are telling me to F off and all that kind of stuff. So bandit signs have their own negative connotation. But then you've got cold calling and you've got virtual assistant. So I can tell you the two most popular ways to go direct to seller right now in our current climate. Most people are going this route right here or this route. Most people are cold calling or texting. Okay. Now, when I tell you now, well, most people are cold calling and texting, you see why, right? You can add more cold callers as you get more deals, and you can double down and reinvest in your business and get to a point like what we are, where we generate $150,000 a month or so in our wholesale revenue by having about 6 virtual assistants. Okay. We text and we cold call. We really don't do anything else. I found that everything else is super expensive. So when you say, where do I start? I'm going to say, well, are you okay with doing direct to seller? Do you have the time and the energy to put a team together or cold call and text to go out and generate these types of leads directly to the seller so you have control? You can buy the deals directly from the seller. What is your answer to that? Do you have time and do you have a budget to go spend money on that?
I would say I do when it comes to the cold calling and texting. I think that's
okay.
definitely doable.
Cool.
Yeah.
So that's a great answer. Thank you. I'm heading towards helping you answer some questions. So Sean, who's basically looking at, well, you know what? My cost per contract on bandit signs is kind of expensive and it's a lot of work. I'm now going to go towards door knocking. You will see door knocking become, it is so popular to everybody except for the people who do it. Okay, because Sean asked a really good question. His number one problem is you don't want to door knock yourself. Most people don't. They don't like doing it. So what they want to do is they want to go hire people, which we've done this in the past, and we have been ultra successful with it. But the biggest problem with door knocking, and by the way, do you know what the cost per contract is on door knocking?
No idea.
It's about $200. Okay. So that is one of the most seductive numbers I've just thrown out. Like legitimately $200 to get a contract. It's basically gas and pulling some foreclosure lists. That's it. Bryson, what city are you in?
I'm in Hollister, California.
Okay.
But my sister lives out in Arizona, so
Love
I
it.
try to get my license in Arizona instead of California.
Love it. Okay. So now here's Sean's problem. Sean is saying, well, if I do direct to seller, which I like, I'm not going to door knock. I'm going to go hire these people to go door knocking for me. Okay. And we've done really long trainings on door knocking, so I'm not going to get into them too deeply. We have really good Zooms where Matt Beard, who ran our door knocking team for roughly 2 years, I've probably done 300 deals just from door knocking. We know a lot about door knocking. The worst part about door knocking, everybody in the side chat, what is the worst part about door knocking? It's these people right here. Not even the sellers. It's the turnover. And you very quickly realize, that these people are so unreliable that you're going to hire. People that are willing to go out and door knock are also just a certain type of demographic. And so Sean's question, if you remember at the very, very beginning of this, was, well, how do I keep these people from turning over? It wasn't, hey, what's the script for talking to sellers at their house? Where do I pull the list? He knew immediately, in order for him to create more problems in his business to solve, he needed to get more people in front of more doors, right? So door knocking, I see a lot of people go out and do it. Brent Daniels, that's where he got his start. I have done so much door knocking. Hi L, who's Cody Barton, my business partner, his girlfriend. She got her start working on our door knocking team and getting her first deal from door knocking. Matthew Beard was a licensed realtor. And if you scroll back to my Instagram 3 summers ago, Matthew Beard got his first deal from door knocking. Okay. The equation for door knocking is this. When you're brand new, each door you have to knock about 150 doors to get one contract. Okay. When you're good, like Matt, I'd say Matt is one of the best door knockers in the game. When you're good like Matt, you average somewhere around 100 doors and you'll get a contract. Okay. Okay. So, yes, I really like this. You guys are saying you got to squat up with people and go door knocking together. So how many doors can I knock typically in a day? Well, we found that if you have if you use like a batch driven, or you use Deal Machine, or you use whatever, we found that if you can plot your map and you have about 2 or 3 hours, in 3 hours, you can knock 30 doors typically. Shari says, what is Matt doing differently? Here's what he's doing differently. He actually knocks on the doors. Literally, most people, they just, after 2 weeks ago, I haven't gotten a deal yet. Oh, I'll do anything. Hey guys, everybody's teasing Bryson about his loud keyboard. It's all Bryson, and I'm aware of how loud it is. Thank you for all the comments, but I want Bryson to acknowledge what I'm talking to him about. So I'm not going to put him on mute, and you guys can be perfectly fine with it. But the spray painting thing is actually kind of funny. Okay. So in about 3 hours, somebody who's determined can go knock on 30 doors. Okay. Best door knocking time. You, Franklin Van, you answer that question for me. What do you think is the best door knocking time? Guys, what do you think is the best door knocking time? Yep, Spencer Bishop's got it. It's usually about 4 to 8 o'clock at night. Okay. 4 to 8 o'clock at night. Now, the next thing is, yep, people typically have jobs. A lot of times when people are in foreclosure, they don't have jobs. No offense to those people that are in foreclosure, but a lot of times they don't have jobs. And so again, like this is pretty simple equation, right, Bryson? Like in 3 hours, in 5 days, my first week, knocking only 150 foreclosures, I will get my first contract.
No, I love it.
Okay. The problem is, you're going to quote me on this. The problem is we did it for 2 years and I probably made a couple $1 million doing it and it was great. We don't do it anymore because we just found that the easiest thing to do is text and cold call, text and cold call, text and cold call, text and cold call. That was the easiest thing to do. But the problem is, again, why do people do it? Maybe this number right here. $200 per contract is the reason why people want to chase that, because it's like, I have a limited budget. So the reason why I asked you the question, Bryson, of, hey, do you have the budget to go spend this on texting and cold calling? And you say, yes, I go, great. Then that's where I would go. Okay. So if you don't, and you're limited on budget, I would say go door knock, because you're going to not hemorrhage money. You're going to get out there and have conversations, but human nature is we find excuses to do anything but the things we don't want to do. And so as a human, you're going to find, no offense to you, Bryson, I'm the same way. You're going to find 18 reasons why today's not a good day to door knock. Everybody does. And so it comes down to, it's the same reason why Sean's like, I want to scale this because I don't want to go door knock this myself. Am I right, Sean?
You're right. Yeah.
So you're trying to scale something you didn't even want to do yourself, which, that's, welcome to business. Yo, Dustin Kircher, good to see you, brother. So that is the biggest challenge with door knocking, is scaling out of it and keep it continually going. Whereas, there's companies out there that cold call. You guys all know I own a company called startvirtual.com, and startvirtual.com provides cold callers and texters for you to generate leads. Okay. Yeah, Carlos says Matt was door knocking with a sweater on in the summer. Yeah, crazy, absolutely crazy. Okay, so these are the paid ways to get deals. Okay, these are paid ways to get deals. So I could stop right now, and you have to make a determination of where you want to go to generate leads, right? But there's more, and so I want to hit on that for a little bit. Okay. This is why a lot of people join this mentorship, is because people join this mentorship because they go, one, I can go direct to seller. That's kind of that's the proven model, direct to seller. Okay. Two, I can go direct to agent or direct to wholesaler. Okay. So I can go do agent outreach. Okay. We have a lot of students that this is one of their top 2 or 3 ways to generate leads is, I'm going to reach out to 50 realtors. Okay. I'm going to reach out to 50 wholesalers. In 2020, my JV department, so that all this is this helpful, Bryson, or am I picking on you way too much?
No, you're good, man. Keep going.
Okay. Does anybody in here feel like I'm only talking to him, or am I talking to other people in here as well? Everybody's falling asleep. Okay. So if I'm direct to agent, I've just covered direct to seller. Have we sufficiently covered direct to seller to see if that's something that you think you could do? Yes. Now, why is creative finance amazing? Because in this world, what's great is your results up here, right? Your cost per contract, your all that kind of stuff. If you are using creative finance properly, your cost per contract should be 50% of what it is just as a wholesaler, because you're using subject to seller finance. I mean, look at one of the things I'm going to do for you is we called it, for a long time, we called this the PACE method. Okay. We now call this the Lonza method, but it's what we called the PACE method. The PACE method is what Kevin Cho went through this morning. We spent 2 hours. Okay. We spent 2 hours this morning breaking down a deal for Kevin Cho through the PACE method. And I'll jump on that in just a moment. So if I'm using direct to seller and I understand creative finance, my cost per contract will be 50% of what a wholesaler's normal cost is to get a deal. Okay. And Alejandro Alvarez says, knowing creative finance is like having God powers in real estate. He is very true, very correct about that. Okay. Now, the other thing you can do, this is what Astro Flipping and other, Jamil's mentorship is primarily about this. It's direct to agent and direct to wholesale. Okay. What you're doing here is you're reaching out to people who, all these people that are direct to agent, or I'm sorry, if a wholesaler or an agent are direct to seller, well, couldn't I just, instead of me going directly to the seller, couldn't I just go to the wholesaler or go to the agent who's doing all the hard work up front and just say, hey, send me your deals? Bryson?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what you might not understand is that these wholesalers and these agents, a lot of times, like a wholesaler who's direct to seller, what happens is this wholesaler, here's the house, here's the seller. The wholesaler reaches out to that seller directly, let's say through text, and they magically get this contract in their hand. They go, oh my gosh, I'm going to buy this house. Guess what? Guess where this wholesaler's focus has been this whole entire time? The wholesaler, what I'm calling WS, has been focusing on finding contracts this whole time, not finding buyers. Okay, so they got this nice contract. Wholesalers don't buy houses, Bryson. I think we know that. Wholesalers wholesale, right? They get a house under contract. They assign that to who? Usually one of two people. One, fix and flippers, and two, buy and holders. Okay? Somebody who's going to fix and flip or somebody who's going to buy and hold. Okay? A lot of times you will find wholesalers that go, I don't have these buyers. I don't have them. I got contracts and I got sellers, but I don't have buyers. And so the Keegley and the Astro Flipping mentorship, a lot of their focus is you building relationships with these wholesalers and real estate agents and say, let me find buyers for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And so the value you have is you go build a big buyers list and you make a spread between theirs. Okay. The cost per contract, here we go. This is very important for you to understand. The cost per contract in this model is how much money? I'm going to call this direct to agent or direct to wholesaler model. Okay. The cost per contract can be anywhere from $0 up to probably $1,000 per contract, depending on if you've got software you're paying and, subscription fees and all that kind of stuff. Okay. By the way, Bryson, in our mentorship, we have full-on training modules of exactly how to do every single strategy I've already talked to you about. Longer than I've been on this current Zoom right now, explaining in the same process I'm explaining right now, detailed, slowing down, waiting for you to confirm that you understand before I move on, right? So direct to agent, we got it. Direct to wholesaler, we got it. Direct to seller, we got it. Literally everything has already been created through some of the stuff that we've done has been live trainings where I myself go out and generate cold call leads and text leads and show you guys how to convert and build a business. Has anybody ever watched Zero to Hero trainings? Where we literally, Bryson, we have trainings called Zero to Hero. You should write that down. Zero to Hero trainings where me and my partners start from nothing and show you how to build a business in less than 15 days. We generated like $80,000 in revenue from nothing. We started a new LLC. We started a new bank account. We started a new company name. We hired a new cold caller. We generated a new list. We literally, Mike Ferruzzi says that made me want to jump into sub 2. We did it live last year I think we did it live for, how long was that, Mike? Like 15 or 20 days? We did it live every day, Bryson, for 3 hours every day. On day 1, we go, all right, what's the name of our company? What's the name of our website? What's our name of this? Let's go get an LLC. Let's go find a title company. We literally, instead of telling you to do it, we showed you exactly how to do it live. And that you have access to that in sub 2. Dustin Kircher says, I still get people reaching out from that challenge. Yep. Mike Fruzzi says, you guys got 3 contracts in 15 days, I think it was. And I think it cost us about $5,000. Like our total cost to get it up and going was about $5,000. We generated $70,000 in revenue in 3 weeks. And then we gave the business away to somebody else in North Carolina. Where it started, Bryson, I'm giving you a lot of information, but I hope this is helping a lot of people.
I love it, man. Yeah.
Where this came from is I have so many people, Bryson, ask me the same question. My number one question I get every single day is, where do I start? And the number one problem in real estate is what? There are too many ways to succeed. Too many ways to succeed. So you don't know which way to go. And so you sit there and really what everybody asks is, please just tell me what to do. And so I'm asking you questions that anybody else watching this in the future or somebody else or somebody watching this right now should be asking themselves. Do you have a budget? Do you want to cold call? Do any of these sound appealing to you so far, Bryson?
Yeah, they do.
Which one? Which one appeals to you? What do you like? I know Sean wants to door knock.
I would say door knocking because I'm currently in car sales, so I don't mind talking to people.
See, guys, now who feels this is the challenge? What if I go on Instagram and I go, guys, you should start door knocking. It's a guaranteed way to do deals. And then the reality is 90% of people are like, absolutely not. I don't want to do that. Who in here would not want a cold call or would not want a door knock? Okay. See, you see all these, this is the problem with when people say, where do I start? How do you give people an actual individualized, tailored answer without going through this long, arduous explanation? The second I hit door knock, you're like, oh, I can do that all day long. So what I would do, Bryson, here's a couple of things I would write down for you. Go watch Matt Beard's door knocking training. We did it in 2021, in January of 2021. Go look in the vault. We did 4 trainings on door knocking. Same thing with you, Sean. A lot of your questions will be answered in that. We literally did 4 individual Zooms, all about door knocking, 2 hours each, training, scripting, how to build a team, how to retain people. We did all that. It's in the Sub 2 vault. Did that in 2021. So Johnny Amaya says, well, what do I say? They told me, here's the problem. You know what the problem with Sub 2 is, guys? I have spent 2 years doing this many Zooms with you guys, training and detailing out amazing Zoom after Zoom after Zoom after Zoom after Zoom after Zoom with very specific details. So when Bryson comes into the mentorship, he doesn't even know that we have unbelievable packages of free content that I did for you guys live. So you just don't know where to find stuff because we have too much value. Most mentorships have about 16 hours of training in their modules. Bro, our modules, the modules you're going through right now, Bryson, are not even 1% of the videos we've created in this training.
Trying to realize that.
Right. And when you realize, like, when somebody, this is what happens in our mentorship over the last 2 years, people come in and they go, how do I do door knocking? And I go, you know what I'll do is over the next month, I will do 4 Zooms, 2 hours each, dedicated just to door knocking. Would everybody want that? And then we have hundreds of students that go, I want that. So I take those 4 trainings, I take a month to do them, and I just do them in bite-sized pieces of 2 hour, 2 hour, 2 hour, 2 hour. And then I create that into a mini course that you guys can go back and watch at any point. The problem is we have so many of these mini courses, you didn't even know it existed. Okay, then I go and do the 0 to hero thing where I had so many people ask me, how do I start? I go, I will literally show you. I'm not going to tell anybody anymore. I'm done telling you. Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to start an LLC name, book a call to get my LLC. I'm going to get a bank account live. I'm going to get a logo live. We literally went on Fiverr and bought a logo live. We did all the work live. And by day 3, guess what I had? I had problems to solve from other people because I had already started generating leads by day 3. It took us 9 hours of work or 9 hours of live to start generating leads. So if you go back and watch 0 to hero, you're going to watch how we built a business in 15 days from scratch. And it wasn't education. It was full on walk you through watching us do it. Johnny Amaya, please go watch the training for the door knocking. We give you the whole script and answer any question. Imagine, Johnny, imagine doing a month of training, 4 separate Zooms in live Zooms with other sub 2 students. Imagine all the questions they asked about door knocking, scripting, what do I say, then what, how does that happen? All of that stuff was solved in a 4-part series on knocking doors. Okay. So, Bryson, I'm not even halfway through. Legit. Not even halfway through.
Yeah.
If door knocking is your thing and you want an Airbnb, I'll tell you right now, in 2019, so roughly 2 years and 6 months ago, 2019, our door knocking team brought in, I'm going to guess the numbers are not exactly, but from what I remember, we did 15, 19, and 17 deals subject to from October, November, December. So 15, 19, 17 subject to deals per month, October, November, December of 2019. The majority of those are still in my portfolio, and the majority of those are subject to, or I'm sorry, Airbnb. So when you say, how do I get an Airbnb? Well, door knocking is a way to get Airbnbs because I can buy a subject to deal or a seller finance deal that I can put into my portfolio. But I can also find wholesale deals. I can find fix and flip deals. You need to go create problems or go find other people's problems to solve is the number one thing. So Bryson, in a year from now, and you're in this business and you come to me and you go, Pace, I was wildly successful in this business. I'm going to say, great, you solved a lot of people's problems. And in a year from now, you go, I wasn't successful. This absolutely sucked. I hate this business. I'm going to say, it's because you didn't create any problems. I don't even, oh no, it's because my wife and my this and my daughter and my this and that, and my wife doesn't support me and my boss hates me and whatever the thing is, it always boils down to you didn't generate enough problems in your business.
Yeah, that's awesome. I like that.
Okay. So going back to this. Okay. So I've got direct to seller, proven, direct to agent. This is a really great model to go down. The problem with me with direct to agent and wholesalers is that it's so absolutely bloody competitive. Everybody wants to say, send me your deals, send me your deals, send me your deals, send me your deals. It's like, I see that all the time. If you guys look at other people's Instagram, it's like, you see this all the time. Send me your deals, send me your deals, especially in Arizona. It's wildly competitive. So for me, where I stood out probably 5 or 6 years ago is I started using what people coined the PACE method, where I went to these agents and these wholesalers and I said, let me take the dead leads, the ones that you can't make work, and I will convert those dead leads into sub 2, seller finance, novation, etc., by literally taking your dead leads and turning them into something powerful. So when you go back and you see the Zoom at the very beginning of the Zoom with Kevin Cho, I spent 2 hours on a deal that he's going to make $208,000 from a lead he got for how much money? What's the cost per contract with PACE method? It's always the same dollar amount. $0. I didn't have to spend any money to generate that lead at all. Okay, so I have a student. You have not met him yet. Otherwise, you would know what the Lanza method is. But we have a student named Uncle Lanza. I call him Uncle Lanza. He's been in the mentorship since almost day one. Okay. I used to call this method of reaching out to wholesalers and getting their dead leads and working those dead leads and getting them under contract for subject to seller finance. I'd still do it. I still do it all the time. All the time. It's one of my number one sources of deals. Okay. Is the PACE method. Uncle Lanza comes into the mentorship and he's like, oh my gosh, I need to learn creative finance. And I go, here's what you do. I've been screaming this from the rooftops for years. Here's what you do. Go create a problem and come back to this Zoom and let's solve it together. Go create a problem and come back to the Zoom and let's solve it together. It's always my advice to Uncle Lanza. How many weeks of the training did he watch? Bryson, you're currently in week 5, right?
Yeah, week 5.
How many weeks of training do you think Uncle Lanza has watched?
Oh man.
Literally 0. He has literally watched 0 of the modules. 0. Now, I'm not saying don't watch the modules. Everybody learns in their own way. Some people want to watch the modules and other people are like, oh my gosh, just let me get out there and just take action. So Uncle Lanza comes in and he starts taking action on the PACE method. I go, just focus on the PACE method. And he's been in here 2 years now. And I would say, guys, how much money has Uncle Lanza, how much money has he spent in lead generation in the last 2 years of knowing me? Total in 2 years. $0 in 2 years. How much money do you think that Uncle Lanza has generated in his business in the last 2 years? Let's just take a wild guess. Millions. It's millions of dollars. Millions of dollars. It's probably over $2 million. So he took so much action on this and he would come in every single week and ask me more and more questions about the PACE method, to the point where I go, you know what? I'm going to recoin this, the Lanza method, because you're taking so much action on this. And for the last year and a half, Uncle Lanza comes in like every couple of Saturdays and spends 2 to 3 hours with the students and goes through and teaches them updated, more, cleaner versions of things that he's doing and whatever. We call it the Lanza method next level. He took the strategy from me and I go, you know what? I love you. He's a mastermind student. He's been a big leader and he's been a big pillar in this community. And if you haven't watched the Lanza method, but you are limited on budget, you like, it's crazy. The very beginning of this whole entire Zoom was Kevin Cho making $208,000 on a deal that a wholesaler is like, I can't do anything with this deal. Lanza method. Used to be called PACE method. I gave it the name Lanza method because he's so valuable to this community that I renamed it the Lanza method. Chandra Broughton says, I'm a newbie and I just finished the Lonza method. Chandra, how much value did you get from that? And do you understand how amazing that is that we can use the Lonza method? Sandra says, Pace, you suggested to study this was it's literally Sandra came into the mentorship about 3 weeks ago, maybe 4 weeks ago. And she asked the same question you're asking, Bryson, like, where do I generate leads? And I go watch the Lonza method, especially if you're hemorrhaging money on budget. So she goes and does it. And look what she just wrote in the side chat. Pace, you suggested to study the Lonza method, and I'm currently working on 2 deals with that method. It's brilliant. Okay.
I'm going to go watch that after this Zoom meeting.
That series was the entire reason I created this mentorship. This mentorship was never called Sub 2 in the beginning. It was always called Pace Method. And we renamed the Pace Method to Lonza Method because of how amazing Lonza just took action and then also turned around and shared it with the community. And he said, look, Pace is busy. He can only come in here 3 or 4 times a week for Zooms. Let me fill in the gaps. Let me be a resource for you. Let me be somebody who can answer these questions for you. And everybody got so much value from it that we renamed it to the Lonza Method. Okay. So there's a whole series in the Zoom Vault called Lonza Method. Okay. Now, a couple more things, and I'll ask you a couple questions, Bryson. Be ready for some questions. So the Pace Method, which is also called the Lonza Method, right? Direct to agent and wholesale. Direct to seller, which is what you'll see everybody on Instagram talk about. All the gurus talk about direct to seller. Okay. Number 4, were you on here when I called my probate attorney's leads?
No, I wasn't on here. This is actually my first Zoom meeting.
Wow,
So
you decided to jump on a Zoom meeting on a day that I'm doing some crazy whack. I'm already been on here, 8 hours now?
That's crazy.
But this is what this mentorship is. The biggest challenge with this mentorship is how much value we provide, and you've got to sift through and figure out what you want to focus on. So another one that I do is I do probate attorneys, referrals. One probate attorney will probably make you, on average, about $500,000 a year. One referral source from one probate attorney. Okay, so you can go, and how much do these leads cost, guys? How much do probate attorney leads cost? Yeah, Gary's right. Actually, usually like lunch sometimes. Anywhere from $0 to sushi. So there's a lot of different ways to start. Can we agree, Bryson?
Oh, definitely.
So when you say, where do I start? I wanted, my answer to you is always like, how do I dissect you and figure you out as a human being? How do I figure out your budget? How do I figure out your timeline? Do I know if you're going to be consistent on things or not? Because if you're an inconsistent human being, I'm going to tell you to hire a virtual assistant to do your cold calling for you, because otherwise it's not going to happen. I know myself, right? What did Shakespeare say? What was the most popular phrase that Shakespeare ever said? Know thyself. Know thyself. What do you know about yourself? I know I will never be successful as a cold caller. I don't want to do it. I will find every which possible way to avoid it. And so what I did learn about myself is that if I hire a cold caller and I get home from, at the time when I started this business, Bryson, I was a contractor. So I would go manage my guys all day long. I would get home and I would, want to find any reason not to work anymore. Okay. And so when my cold caller had leads waiting for me to call when I got home and there were actually appointments set, it was much more challenging to avoid that work than if I just said, you know what, I'll cold call tomorrow. Know thyself and put yourself in situations to manipulate your lazy ass like I did. that make sense?
Oh, definitely.
I realized that I was I tried cold calling and I was like, I hate this. And I just found out that I kept avoiding it at all costs. And so I then looked at myself and I go, I know myself. I know I'll do the work. It's not that I'm afraid of the work. I will do work. It's just, I don't want to do certain type of work. So if people gave me a layup and they said, hey, talk to the seller, bro, just like you, Bryson, you're a car salesman. Do you have a problem talking to people?
I did when I first started, but now I got good at something I hated. So
there you go. So same thing for me, talking to people is a superpower, but I really don't want to cold call. I'd rather just have leads waiting for me. It's the same thing with you selling cars. Wouldn't you rather just have appointments of people to meet you at the dealership and go, hey, I'm ready to buy this Cadillac?
100%.
Rather than you're sitting in your cubicle cold calling them and go, hey, you visited us 2 weeks ago, just wondering, are you coming back in? And I let a virtual assistant do all of that. And all I have to do is work on closing the lead or following up with the lead. That's it. So I knew myself. Then when I wanted to amplify my business, I probably 7 years ago started teaching people creative finance in my local market. And I used to go to wholesalers and you just go, all right, I don't want to hire any more cold callers. I'm happy with my lead flow. I'm happy with the way things are going. It's great. I want to double or triple what I'm doing. So I started working with probate attorneys. Even today, you missed Bryson. We were in here a couple hours ago. I was calling my leads that came from one probate attorney. This week gave me 4 leads to call. These are golden leads. These are where the probate attorney calls their clients, goes, Pace Morby. There was a note, there was an email that was sent to this seller. The lady's daughter dies, so she's in a lot of pain, right? She has a problem. Remember, Bryson plus other people's problems equals deals, right? So this lady has a problem. Her daughter passed away. She now inherited her daughter's estate, her daughter's house. And Rylis says, hey, you should really talk to my buddy Pace because of X, Y, and Z. So now they're expecting a phone call from me and they already like me and trust me because they were referred by a freaking attorney.
That's insane.
Okay, so Bryson, let me ask you a question. Do you think we have probate attorney training where I've brought in attorneys to explain to you how to go get these leads and broken it down by step by step by step by step by step by step and answered dozens and dozens of questions about that specific topic in very private setting? And do you think that is sitting in the Zoom vault somewhere?
Oh yeah, definitely. I haven't even scratched the surface with the training yet. So, yeah, I can't wait to actually utilize all the value that you're dropping. So,
and what I want, Bryson, same thing I told Kyle, is I want you coming in here and saying, Pace, I have a problem. I have a problem with X, Y, and Z. Does anybody have a question of where to start? You should have a question of where to start, but it should be, where should I, with my personality, my budget, my situation, where should I start? Because I know all of the opportunities available to me. That's not the question I have anymore, because I understand that there's so many different ways to get deals, but where should I specifically start? So Bryson, after I've said all these things to you, and everybody who's paying attention, I got 240 people. I know it's middle of the day. A lot of people are at work. I totally get that. I want to know in the side chat, and from you, Bryson, what are, let's say, 1 or 2 of these that really resonated with you that you go, I got to go focus on this? Give me that answer, guys. And you too, Bryson.
I would say for me, it's definitely solving other people's problems. And, trying to focus on what I want to outsource when it comes to VAs, or, trying to double down on what I'm good at. So.
Well, we know it's solving other people's problems, but how are you going to create those problems? What marketing source are you going to focus on? That's my question. Is it door knocking? Is it Lanza method? What is it, Bryson?
I would say for me, it's door knocking.
Okay. So here's how we make this determination. You like door knocking because it fits your personality, your skill level, and also it's attractive because you don't have to spend a lot of money on leads, right? So what I would do is I would go watch the door knocking training, and I would not deviate from door knocking for 90 days. That's the answer. Don't go to the Lonza method. Don't go to cold calling. Don't go to anything else. Focus on the freaking door knocking for 90 days before you determine whether this is a good fit for you or not. Does that make sense, Bryson?
Oh yeah, definitely.
So what is
I'm definitely
Bryson going to
check
focus
out
on for the next
Lonza
90
method too.
days? What's Bryson going to focus on for the next 90 days? There you go. Now, you want to hear the last piece of advice? The greatest advice I wish somebody told me? I'll tell you the greatest advice regarding where to start. It's the one way I did not break down out of all these ways. Okay. So we've got direct to seller, right? Spending money. That's the negative on it. Direct to agent. You got PACE method, right? Or you got referrals. What's the fifth way to get deals that we have not talked about? Tyler Craig's already put it in the side chat. No, guys, Cody and squatting up, guys. That's this. How did you guys how did you confuse direct to wholesale as not JV or squatting up? There you go. Tyler Townsley's got it. Number 5 is work for someone else. Okay, why? Because my average acquisition person in 2020 was making $18,000 a month. My average acquisition person in 2021 making $15,000 a month. My average acquisition person in 2022 significantly lower because we primarily have virtual assistants as our acquisition people now. We don't pay our acquisition people that much in the Philippines. So let me ask you a question. Would most people prefer to just go work for another wholesaler / developer / fix and flipper / creative finance buyer like a me for 6 months to 12 months and then roll into your own business while making $12,000 to $18,000 a month learning the business? So for me, I hear a lot of people go, where do I start? I go, don't spend money. Go work for somebody else. Implement creative finance. Get as many at-bats. Get your hand on the basketball as much as you humanly can. Dustin Kircher says, that's how I started 17 years ago. And Dustin's one of our biggest leaders in Sub 2. Cassandra says, I would like to add that value to help scale another business as I grow mine. Jessica Rodriguez says, I needed this. Okay, so this is what's great. If I were you and I'm a newer Sub 2 student, where would I go to find somebody to work for? I would probably go to, no, definitely don't go to the free Facebook group. Do not go to the free Facebook group to find people to work for. Go to the mastermind students. Okay. If there's mastermind students, I would get tapped into a mastermind student that has a higher level of training. They have more access to other leaders. And I would go work for a mastermind student. That's what I would do. I would tap right into a mastermind student. Patrick, here's how you find anybody in Sub 2. Ask. Who's a mastermind student in here right now? I already know there's a handful of them. Tyler Townsley. Okay, right there, guys. Mastermind students. Okay, have we answered this question? Start there. Does it mean that every one of them is going to be a perfect fit for you or vice versa? Some of them might not like the way you smell. You might not like the way that they have ear hair growing out. You got to go and have these conversations with each other. But I would start with mastermind students. We have about 200, and I would focus on that. And JP, don't ever work for anybody for free. Please don't ever work for anybody for free. Earn a commission. You're worthy of it. Sean O'Connor, I promise you I see your stuff. I'm desperately trying to bring you guys the highest level value today, breaking this down for you guys. I promise I'm not ignoring you. Okay. Bryson, I gave you a lot of options. This is where people struggle in starting in real estate, is there's so many options. I just gave you about 85, 90% of them. The biggest challenge is you determining which one you're going to go focus on and give it at least 90 days. Have you made the determination of which path you're going to go focus on for the next 90 days?
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, since day one, man, I knew I wanted to get in this business, and, now hopefully one day I'll get to where you're at, so.
You'll get past me, bro. How old are you, Bryson?
I'm 26, but I got my first rental in Dallas, Texas right now.
Yeah, you beat me. You've already ahead of me, dude. I didn't really figure out this business until I was probably 28, 29. And I didn't really get a lot of traction until I was 30.
Yeah.
So you're ahead of me, dude. Way, 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 way ahead of me. And Donna Klein says it took me 5 months to find my path. Guys, you know how many months it took me to find my path once I discovered I wanted to get into real estate? It took me fixing and flipping 7,000 other people's fix and flips as a licensed contractor. People would hire me to do their renovations. I did 7,000 of them before I ever did my own. So don't ever get down on yourself. I had to go build a $20 million a year business before I realized that real estate was way easier than any other business I could ever get into. I was too afraid, and nobody wanted to encourage me to do the things. Nobody ever broke down, here's all the ways to get into the, nowhere will you find a video other than now today on YouTube that will ever break down those opportunities for you and go, here's why, here's this, here's that, go do this, blah, 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 go do it for 90 days. Nowhere. It's, you go to YouTube and you just hear everybody go, no, dude, cold calling. You go to somebody else's channel. It's door knocking. You don't know where to go. You don't know what to do. Okay. Calvin says, Pace, I followed your instructions on setting up a consultation with probate attorneys and how to talk to them during the meeting. Yesterday, I spoke to 2 in one meeting and they seemed interested. Thank you 1,000. Bernard, I pulled out $100,000 to buy a rental. Then I found out Pace, and now I can't wait to get my first creative deal. So Bernard, I would go talk to students like, go follow the Lonza method, which was originally called the Pace method. Go follow that method if you've got cash. So, Bryson, have I sufficiently answered your question from the comments in the side chat?
Oh, definitely, man. Yeah, no, I definitely appreciate it, Pace. And I just got to dive in more, more into the training and, start to
Bryson,
more.
You need to generate a lead tomorrow. That's what you need to do.
Yeah.
No more training. Bro, I'm going to be in these Zooms with you for years. You have access to me for years. Go find a student today, right now, and go knock on a door tomorrow. No more training. You could take all the sales training about how to sell a car. It's not the same until you're foot to foot, toe to toe in front of a customer inside of a car dealership. Am I right?
100%.
So you need less training. You just got the greatest training ever. You got the guidance to go and do it. Don't wait. Don't do any more training. What you should do is go. In fact, you and Sean, here's what I would suggest. Sean wants to go do door knocking, right? Sean, where are you located, bro?
I'm in Florida.
Yeah, he's in Florida, opposite side of the world from you. What I would do is I would create an accountability measurement for both of you guys and go, who wants to go door knock and have a goal this week? Okay. I want to go do door knocking this week, and all of us go knock 100 doors this week. That's the goal. And you guys all create a conversation internally inside the private Facebook group, and you guys keep each other accountable. And you will be so freaking blown away, Bryson, that you'll come to me with 15 questions of like, so I talked to this person, they said this, what do I do? I talked to this person, they said this, what do I do? Those are the questions you need to bring to me next week.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay. Who's going to help Bryson? Sean?
Right on.
Who else? All right. Bryson, check mark. We have checked the box off your question, correct?
Oh, definitely. Definitely.
Bryson, when somebody says, how do I get started? Where are you going to point them?
To the Zoom meeting.
To this Zoom meeting, and say, go watch at the 8-hour mark where Pace broke it down for me for an hour. And Trevor Walker, thank you, Trevor Walker. We talked about this the other day about you being a leader. Trevor says, we got a boss door knocker in Denver. I can connect you for your accountability if you want.
Sounds good.
Okay. Gustavo Perez is asking me a question about door knocking. I'm not going to answer another question about door knocking until you guys go watch the training of door knocking. Sean and Gustavo and Bryson and all of you guys need to demand another training on door knocking dedicated to your questions after you guys go take some action and screw some stuff up. That makes sense?
Makes sense.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Sean, I derailed you. Do you have any questions that I haven't answered yet?
Nothing that hasn't been answered on the Zooms, I'm sure. So I'll definitely take a look at that and put the team together.
Sean, what I want you to do is I want you to bother me and reach out to me and say, let's do another Zoom. Everybody's ready for a door knocking Zoom.
Right on. I'm going to try and organize something to keep us accountable, like in a serious way. So should that be Discord focused or Facebook or both, Pace?
It's so tough because you get some students that really love Discord and you get other students that really love Facebook. And so I hate to say the answer, but it's both.
Okay.
Good seeing you, Sean. Next time I want to talk to you, I want to hear about the action you took and the problems you have created.
I'll definitely do that. And I forgot to mention that I'm doing Lonza method right now too, and I have a lot of problems there already. So I'll be in touch.
Next time I'm on a Zoom, which is Sunday morning, if you have problems you want to bring to me, bring them to me. Okay.
Okay. Right on.
Thanks, you, brother.
Man.
Hi. My little girls. How did you get up here? How did you get up here? How did you get up here?
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody.
Hi, everybody. How's your guys' day going? Oh, you are? Do you guys have some? Well, grab me one of these from the fridge. Be careful, babe. Hey, Elaine. Elaine, you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me, Pace?
Hey, brother. Tell me what problems you got.
Yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak here. So I have a situation here with a sub-2 student. So basically, I'm moving
It's
to
the
Colombia.
issues with another student?
Yes.
Okay, so you're having a conflict with another student.
Yes, kind of.
Okay, before we start and I go down this path, I always tell you guys in any agreement, guys, pay attention to this. Any agreement, any arrangement, any partnership, any JV, anything, you put everything in writing and both of you guys sign it. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay, great. Now tell me what's the problem.
Okay. So here's the situation here. So basically, I'm moving from Iowa to Columbus, and I made a post on I think it was on the Discord group, and I kind of let people from Ohio let them know, hey guys, I'm moving to Ohio. Can somebody help me find a rental so I can rent for a short time while I'm trying to buy a house here when I be moving to Columbus? And somebody reached out to me, the person reached out to me and stuff, and we've been talking to the person on the phone and stuff like that. And basically, I've been talking to him, and he told me, yep, I have a duplex, small unit. I think it's a it's a two bedroom duplex, small one. So I talked to him, and I told him basically, I'm willing to pay you $1,000 a month, right, for a short time, just for me to just basically to give me enough time to find a rental for me to find a rental and stuff like that. So him and I got into an agreement for 1,500 because he said 1,000 was too low. I said no problem. So him and I got into an agreement, verbal agreement for 1,500 a month. And a few days later, he came back to me and said, hey, you know what? 1,500 is too low. Let's do 3-month rent up front and a deposit for 1,500. So total, it was about 6,000, right? So 3 months of rent is 1,500 times 3, which is 4,500, plus one, what is it? Plus a deposit. So total was 6,000 up front. I was like, wow, okay, it's a lot, but that's fine. He's a sub-2 guy, he's a sub-2, he's a sub-2 brother. I'll do it, that's fine. I trust the guy because he's a sub-2 guy, and I usually see the guy super active. Not super active, but I usually see him active on the Facebook group and Discord and stuff like that. So I trusted him. I said, yes, let's do it. So I almost sent him the money, but I was like, you know what? This is 6,000. It's kind of a lot of money. So let me just fly to Columbus. I'll see the property, and I'll give him the money and stuff. And that's what I did. So yesterday, I came to Columbus, and the guy showed me the properties and all the stuff. He showed me the unit. So the unit basically wasn't rent ready. It was still dirty, and the unit didn't have a stove, no fridge at all, and stuff like that. And I was like, you know what? That's fine. He's a sub-2 guy. I trust I trust him, stuff like that. I'm sure he can do it. I'm sure he can help me out and stuff like that. So I gave him the 6,000 in cash yesterday. I went to the bank, took the money out, gave him the 6,000 cash stuff, and then we signed a contract after that, right? Signed a contract. It basically is a rental agreement between him and I and stuff like that. So again, I think it's all my fault because to me personally, everybody in sub-2, I trust them as a sub-2 family. To me, it's a family, and I see what you're doing here. I see what we're doing here. I've done a bunch of deals with other sub-2 students here.
I haven't heard the problem.
Yes. Okay. Sounds good. So I gave him the money. We signed the rental agreement, and after signing the rental agreement, so the guy basically almost worked. After signing the rental agreement, he took the agreement. He took the lease, and took the money, and he took the keys. He went to his car. He put all the stuff in his car. I was like, I just signed the rental lease and you don't even give me a copy of the lease. You don't give me the keys. You don't give me anything stuff. You know, I didn't want to have any type of confrontation and stuff like that, right? So I just told him, what's going on? He's like, oh yeah, I have to go make I have to make copies of the keys and copy of the lease, so I can give you I can give you the keys now. I can give you the lease now. I said, okay, no problem. Okay, that's fine. I trusted him. So I told him, since I'm buying sub to deal in Dayton, Ohio. So I told him, okay, that's fine. So by the way, I'm buying a sub to deal in Dayton, Ohio. So let me go check this sub to deal. And that will give you enough time to go and make copies of the lease and also copies of the keys and stuff like that. He said, okay. So Columbus, Dayton is about 45 minutes, 1 hour and stuff. So I drove to Dayton. I went to Dayton, and then when I came back, on my way back, I called the guy. I told him, hey, bro, I'm coming back to Columbus and stuff. Can you give me the address so I can come pick up the lease and also pick up the keys? And the guy was basically ignoring me for almost for a long time, almost an hour. He was ignoring me. It wasn't. I kept calling. I kept testing. I kept calling. And finally, he responded to me. He said, I can give you my address, but let's meet somewhere. I said, okay, that's fine. Where can I meet you? He wasn't really replying anymore. He wasn't super active anymore, stuff like that. So basically what I said was, okay, I'm flying back to Iowa tomorrow morning at 5 a.m. Can you meet me at the airport? He said, yes, I'll be at the airport. So I came to Columbus Airport. I went to the rental car because I was driving a rental car. Came to the rental car, waiting for the guy for like almost 2 hours, right? Almost 2 hours and stuff. And I kept calling him. I kept testing him. I just kept testing and calling him for 2 hours straight. The guy was basically telling me, yeah, I'm coming. I'll be there in 5 minutes. I'll be there in 10 minutes. I'll be there in 20 minutes. And when the 20-minute come, 30-minute come, the guy still doesn't show up and stuff. I was like, wow, really? Like, this is really happening to me right now? So I was just kind of shocked and I was just disappointed and stuff like that. And I was being a little bit aggressive verbally, right? And I sent some text messages saying, hey, but if you don't show up, then I'm not leaving Columbus if I don't see you and if we don't talk about this issue stuff, right? So finally, the guy came and met me because I was being a little bit aggressive on the phone and also on text message and stuff like that. So finally, came at the airport, met me at the airport, and he came to the airport with no copies of the lease and stuff. And I told him, you know what, brother? The only reason why I want to do this stuff with you is because you're a sub-2 guy, and I really trust anybody in sub-2 basically. So to me, I seen a bunch of red flag along the way, but to me it was smaller stuff. I just kind of went over it. I was like, okay, that's fine. He's a sub-2 guy. I have to trust him and stuff like that. So basically the guy didn't want to give me a copy of the lease, but when he came back the second time, I took picture of the lease with my phone and stuff. And I told him, you know what, at this point, I don't feel comfortable anymore. The main reason why I wanted to rent from you for this short time is because I trusted you. That's the only reason why I want to me, it's not so much about, it was about trust, because I have a wife and I have kids. So I wanted to live in a place where I feel comfortable, where I trust somebody and stuff like that. That's the only thing I wanted, right? So, but the way you've been treating me since I came here, because I came yesterday around 5 or 6, the way you've been treating me and stuff, I don't feel safe anymore living in your unit. I don't feel comfortable anymore living in your unit. I don't feel my family is gonna be safe living in your unit. So I just told him, you know what, I don't think this is not gonna work. I didn't like anything I'm seeing here. So is there any way we can kind of cancel everything out, right? You give me my money back and I just find a different place and stuff. I don't have enough time because I'm starting a new job here in a few days, next week and stuff. And I did not look for any other place except for this guy because I trusted this guy and stuff. But
I've been really patient, and you want to tell me like all the little knicky-knack stuff in the conversations, which I appreciate. I'm trying to give you the time.
Right.
What you didn't like about the guy is that he was slow to respond. You're trying to rent the place from him and he was hard to work with, is basically what I'm hearing. And now he has the money. He's still going to let you rent the place. Nobody stole the money from you. You still can rent the place. You just didn't like the way he handled business. That's what you're trying to tell me.
Yes, and the way it was treating me.
Okay, so nobody stole the money from you.
No.
Okay, nobody abandoned you. You can still rent the place, is what I'm hearing.
Yes.
Okay, so guys, you guys didn't understand what he's trying to say. Nobody stole his money. Okay, nobody took advantage of him. Nobody ran away with his money. You guys read into this so incorrectly. He just is saying, in a very long-winded way. No, I understand you're emotional, so I get it. I listen to you. You're just not happy because of the way he handled business up front, and now you don't want to follow through with the lease because you're like, why do I want to stay with you for 3 months? Because you're basically unprofessional. I don't like the way you handled business. That's what you're saying.
Right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Because he didn't give me a copy of the lease, and even the keys. He didn't want to give me the keys up front. And even when I told him yesterday, because I was going to travel back in the morning, I said, can I sleep at the place tonight and then just take my flight because I had to fly at 5 a.m. and stuff. He was like, no, you can't really sleep there and things like that. I was like, really? I already paid for tonight and stuff. On the list, you had right April 14 and stuff, and you tell me I can go sleep there. So all those small things and stuff, and I just felt like, wow, I just felt like this is not gonna work long term, and I just wanted to kind of cancel everything and stuff. And then the guy said, nope, you can't cancel everything. We already signed the lease. I'm not giving you money back and things like that. I have my lawyer involved and things like that. I was like, wow.
Okay, so let's simplify this. It's really simple. Okay, you're emotional. You're upset. You're not happy the way you were treated as a customer, right? Because that's really what you are. You're a customer, and the product that you're buying from this guy, he gave you a horrible user experience. So you basically went to an ice cream shop, and you still got your ice cream. You paid the person, but they were grumbling and they were rude and all that kind of stuff all the way through, but you still got your ice cream. So nobody robbed you. Nobody took advantage of you. It's just that you would never do business with that person ever again, right?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay. But you still have a place. You still have a place to rent. Nobody stole your money. Do you have keys to the place now?
The keys, I gave him his key back yesterday because I told him I don't feel safe living there anymore. So I don't have the keys. I gave him the key back yesterday.
Why don't you feel safe living there?
Because so
that seems very dramatic. You don't want, I mean, you're asking me for my advice.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you're coming, this is where people email me and they have personal problems. And I go, don't ever email me your personal problems. Don't ever bring me your personal problems because this is not real estate. But now this is a real estate question. You went and put a deposit down on a lease. This has nothing to do with whether he's a student or not. Has nothing to do with that.
Right.
Has nothing to do with that. Where you were leading me in this question was that this guy was going to steal your money, never contact you ever again. That's where you were leading me. But then I find out, no, nobody stole your money. Nobody took advantage of you. It's just that he was a pain in the ass to deal with on the upfront. That's it.
Right. Okay.
So you're upset that he was a pain in the ass. That's what you're upset with. And you're saying, here's the keys.
Mm-hmm.
Let me ask you a question. Do you think do I think he's a dick? Yeah. I think he's a dick. Do I know who he is? No, I don't know who he is.
Yeah.
But do I think he's an asshole and the way he handled business is not the way I would handle business? Yeah, I agree with you on all of that.
Okay.
But for you to hand the keys back when you signed a lease agreement because he gave you the keys a day late doesn't mean that here's the thing. Let's say he violated you and he took advantage of you. What is your recourse? Let's talk about this. What are your options? You can amplify it, which is what you did. You basically threw fuel on it by saying, here's your keys. I don't want to deal with your keys.
Right.
Okay. Or you can get an attorney and sue the guy. And how much is that going to cost?
Yeah, I don't want to do that. No.
Okay. So what are your options? Let's talk about your options. What other options? Guys, where are my options?
So for me, my option right now, I think, would be to just find another place find a different place.
Patty says, don't honor the lease. Guys, did you get your $6,000 back?
No.
Okay. Don't be crazy. You're not getting your $6,000 back. He's going to argue with you. Bro, go. Why would you not be safe? That's very dramatic. Why would you not be safe? You're being a little dramatic because you're emotional about it, and I get that, but where's the unsafe situation? The guy was a pain in the ass to get some keys from, but he didn't beat you up, he didn't abuse you, he didn't show you a knife, he didn't threaten you, he didn't do any of that stuff, but you're saying you don't feel safe staying there? Bro, that's drama.
Yeah, because I'm scared that if I stay there for like 3 months, I will notice that in a few hours, we have this many issues in a few hours. What if I stay there for 2 weeks or 1 month or 2 months?
What is he going to do? Stop by your house? What more could happen? You've already given him the money. You have a lease agreement. Stay there for 3 months. You're not getting your, bro, you want to go fight with this guy and hope that you're going to get your, okay, then stay in the lease for 3 months and deal with it. Okay. It sucks. But let's talk about the alternative. The alternative is you say, give me my money back. What does that look like?
Yeah, I tried. That's why I tried. And the guy said basically,
hell no.
It's already, I'm not giving you any money back. You can go get a lawyer and stuff like that. So I was like, wow, but I try to tell him, oh, I only signed the lease today and the apartment is not even rent ready and you don't even have a stove there and a fridge. I'm trying to tell him this is only today and I trusted you when I gave you money and stuff. He said, no, basically, you signed the lease already.
Where did he violate you? What are the things he did so blatantly wrong? Tell me why he's such a bad guy.
Okay. So I would say the first thing is because the guy basically he didn't
give me bullet points. Give me bullet points. He was late on giving me the key. That's one bullet point. That's how fast you can say it. He was late on giving me the key one day. What else? Give me another bullet point.
Right. He didn't want to let me spend the night there yesterday. My flight was at 5 a.m. and I already paid the rent last night. He didn't want me to sleep there.
And why? Why? What was the justification?
To him, he said it's because he felt like the apartment wasn't clean and rent ready and stuff like that.
Okay, so he wanted to clean the property and he said, don't stay there. It's not rent ready because if you rent it, now I got a problem. Okay, so these are our bullet points. Now you don't trust him and he's not safe. I get it. Okay, what's the third bullet point?
The third bullet point is the lease. He didn't give me the lease after I paid him the money after I signed the lease.
And why not? What was the justification for why he didn't want you to stay there that last night actually makes sense to me. If I was like, no, dude, it's not clean. Let me clean the property because if you go into a dirty house, now I got a tenant complaint. You go stay in a hotel one night, I will clean the property. I understand that. Is it great business? No, it's not. But it doesn't mean he's unsafe and it doesn't mean he robbed you. It means he wanted to make sure the property was clean before you stayed there. The third thing is he didn't give you a copy of the lease. So give me what was his justification for not wanting to give you a lease?
His reason said because he didn't have a copy of the lease. He didn't have another copy of the lease.
Okay. And has he given you a copy of the lease now?
He didn't give me a copy of the lease, but I kind of forced him out to, I took a picture with my phone at the airport outside. So I kind of forced it out. I kind of forced to take a picture in my phone and stuff.
Okay. What's the start date of the lease?
April 14.
Okay. So yesterday.
Yes.
Okay. So you have April 14th as the start of the lease. You missed one day and now you can stay there tonight? But you made it worse by basically throwing the keys at him and saying that you don't want to lease the property anymore.
Yes, yes. And that's also because all this time, all those 2 hours that I was waiting for him here at the airport and stuff, of course, I was talking to my wife. I was letting her know what was going on. I was kind of informing her about the situation and stuff like that.
Bro, here's the thing. This is why I don't like people bringing personal problems because you're emotional about something. I would be emotional about it too. I understand. Big man, you're an ass. But I wouldn't be upset that somebody didn't have a copy of the lease. Number one, I don't need a copy of the lease. I think taking a photo of a copy of the lease is actually better. Okay. It actually would be better to have it in my phone than have me have a physical copy. So the fact that you got a photo of it, great. You have, guess what? Do you have a copy of the lease?
In my phone, yes.
let's answer that as quickly and simply as we possibly can. Do you have a copy of the lease?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. You have a copy of the lease. You had the keys, and you missed a day, which sucks. But he told you why you missed a day, which was that he wanted to make sure it was cleaned and ready to make sure that you could move in, right?
Yes.
Man, I'm sure if I heard the other side of this story, it doesn't mean the guy's not an ass, and it doesn't mean he didn't fail to communicate cleanly. But he didn't rob you. He didn't take advantage of you. You have a copy of the lease, and you probably could go and stay there tonight. I'm failing to see the problem.
Okay.
The problem is you got emotional. You probably called your wife and you were frustrated and vented to your wife. Your wife and you then got amplified. And now this has turned into a problem where I actually would be more upset about you as a landlord, to be honest.
Okay.
You making threats to me and giving my key back because maybe in my person, I'm just playing devil's advocate. Maybe the guy really just wanted to make sure the property was clean for you and he's disorganized. Is anybody else disorganized or have friends that are disorganized or family members that are disorganized? So this guy forgot to clean it on time. Great. Ask him for can I have a prorated day? I'll go stay in a hotel tonight. No problem. Totally get it.
Okay.
From his side, I would be like, dude, this tenant's going to be a problem. I don't know why I rented to this guy. In fact, he might come in to me on Sunday morning and go, Pace, I got a problem with a sub-2 student. Sounds like two human beings that have failed to communicate with each other properly and handle their business properly.
Yes. Yeah. I think
sounds like it has nothing to do with me or subject to or creative finance or me personally. It is you guys failing to communicate and you getting emotional and him getting emotional and you guys just not liking the way that you two do business together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I try to, you're right. And I try to tell him, you know what, bro, this is only one transaction, right? I'm coming here to Columbus now. We're going to be doing business together. I'm already doing business in other states here in the Midwest and stuff like that. So let's just move forward for that. And then can you just give me the money back so I can go find a different place and stuff? He said no and stuff. But that's fine, I understand. But what you said makes sense, yes.
What I would be doing is I would be calling him right now and apologizing personally. And here's why. I want you to remember, everybody, I want you to remember something very, very important. Do you want to be right or do you want to be effective?
Effective.
Okay. Well, guess who's right? In this situation, you are actually right. The guy was a dick and he was disorganized and you missed a day of the rent. I totally get that. The guy's a dick. And you know what? You could be right, but being right would require you getting an attorney to then go and take that money back from him. Are you ever going to get that money back?
Yeah, with an attorney, I don't know.
What is the most effective way forward is calling and saying, you know what, man, I overreacted.
Okay.
You know what? I appreciate you wanting to make sure this was clean for me. I appreciate this, that, and the other. Thank you so much for taking care of me. But guess what? Behind closed doors, you're saying, you're like, that guy's an asshole. I'll never do business with him ever again. But at least I didn't lose my $6,000 and I had a place to stay. And this was a great lesson for me to learn. One, never give anybody cash ever.
Yeah, somebody has told me that.
Bro,
too, so.
Do not try to be right here because we already know you're right.
Okay.
Go be effective.
Okay.
And tell your wife, say, you know what, sweetheart, I thought about it. I know I'm right, but I want to be effective. I want to make sure that we don't have any more, like we're moving down here and I want to have this as peaceful as possible. Think about this. You have two paths. Path one is you're effective and you go, I'm going to call this guy and apologize even though I don't mean it. I'm going to call this guy and say, you know what? I'm sorry. I got emotional and you're an awesome guy and I appreciate you looking out for me. All of those things. And in this path, you now have 90 days of no more stress, no more worry about your $6,000, no more worry that people took advantage of you, no more worry you have to call an attorney, no more worry that you have to feel a certain way. And you can then go focus your time and energy on making more money. This route, you make more money. The route where you go, I'm right, and this guy's an asshole, and I'm going to cancel my lease, and I'm going to go get an attorney. Which path do you make more money, and which path will your family be further benefited by?
Yeah, the first one for sure.
So what do we want? Do you want to be right, or do you want to be effective?
Effective.
All right. I mean,
no, thank you.
It's great. It's a great question. And I feel bad for you. But I'm sure if I heard the other guy's story, he's going to have a whole justification for a whole litany, and I don't have time for it. But I think this was a good way to look at it. Is that, you know what? It sucked. I got treated with disrespect. But you know what? That's not going to stop me from going and making money and taking care of my family. So thank you for here's the other thing you should know. Thank you for showing me who you are before I ever did deals with you.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
All right.
But yeah, thank you so much again. And if this would have happened to me last year, would have been a big pain for me. But to me today, at least 6,000 is not so much of a big. Bro,
it's not going to be a big deal even today because you are not going to let this amplify. Go stay in the property for 90 days. You liked it. You walked the property. It fit your needs. It still fits your needs. Just save the time and turmoil. No harm other than you actually learned something from it and you will be better off for it.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you so much. That helps. And thank you for answering those questions because that helps. Because I was just like, I needed to speak to somebody. So thank you.
Honestly, sometimes all we need is a friend to listen to us and that has been through it. And bro, you know how many times I've had to call my friends when I'm upset about something and my friends have to tell me, dude, you're being dramatic.
Right.
And where do you think I heard the phrase, do you want to be right or do you want to be effective? Do you think I read that in a book, or do you think one of my friends had to walk me off of a ledge when I was upset about something and they said, you got two choices, Pace. Do you want to be right or do you want to be effective?
Right.
So I've been there. I know exactly how you feel. It sucks. And you are 1,000% right. That guy's an asshole.
Okay. No, thank you so much.
You know your marching orders. You know what to go do, right?
Yes. Oh, yeah. Mm-hmm.
All right. Thank you, brother. Give this man some love.
Yes, I will.
Anybody think I gave the wrong advice there? I definitely think if you think I gave bad advice, then you're definitely wrong. Do you guys see why I don't like you guys bringing personal problems to me about stuff? Because I gotta get real honest with you real quick, and it's sometimes some people can handle it and some people can't. And shout out to him, he handled it proper. Hey Trevor, how you doing, man? Oh, Trevor's on the phone. Oh, never mind. Here he is.
Hey, bro.
How you doing, man?
Hey, yeah. Can I be skipped and can you come back to me? I'm on the phone with Sam Singh.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah. Tell
okay,
Sam,
thanks.
Shout out Sam.
Yep. Hey, Pace says, what's up, bro?
Alejandro Alvarez, what up, bro?
Bro, what's up, bro?
How you doing, man? Where you at? You in Texas?
Tejas. Yes, sir. I'm in Texas at home.
Are you
in the Batcave.
You coming out to Vegas next week or no?
Absolutely, bro. Why wouldn't I?
Amazing. What do you got for me today?
Bro, I got
Are
one
you the
problem.
person that took $6,000 of cash?
Heck no, bro. I would never do that.
It's a tough situation to be in there.
Dude, that was nasty. Did you see the advice I gave him?
Yeah, it was great advice.
Yeah, hell yeah. I would have done that.
Yeah,
easy.
Great
Problem
advice.
solved.
Really great advice. But here's the thing: is like it was the advice. The reason I didn't harp on it and what you were talking about is because I was like, oh, that would require more work. And if he had to do more work, like he's emotional right now. If you tell him, hey, go do more work and figure this out, he ain't going to do it. He's going to find the path of least resistance when you're upset. You're always looking for the easy answer. So anyway, the easiest answer actually is just go live in the place for 90 days and go build yourself up. You're moving to a new town. You don't need the stress.
Yeah.
What do you got for me?
Man, I got a problem, and I don't think, I mean, I'm not too scared of it, but, and then the other one, I got this crazy deal I texted you about with 10 beds and four or five bathrooms.
Oh yeah.
I don't know if do you want me to bring that tomorrow, or
No.
do you want? Okay, well,
Let's
I'll tell you the problem first. Then I got my first TCPA fine, which is like $8,500. I got mixed reviews about it. People say, hey, don't worry about it, let it drag out, and some people say, hey, you should definitely pay attention to it and hire someone. I don't know what to do in that situation, honestly.
So you got a TCPA letter from who?
This seller that definitely got us good. He was like, yeah, send me the contract. I'm excited. Thought it was a hot deal. And he was like, hey, I'm on the do not call list. Send me your do not call list policy.
He's an attorney.
Hold on one second. My thing just changed.
Yeah. So this does happen.
Yeah.
I've had a handful of friends that do it. Okay.
Okay.
So I've had a handful of friends that have gotten the TCPA violation. It's always a letter from the seller who does it professionally.
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about, again, 2 courses of action. Okay.
Okay. Do you want me to send you the letter? I have it on the
No.
Dropbox if you like.
I've seen them all.
I kind of just
Joe
looked at it
Garcia
and
is
just
like,
kept
can
on
we see what it
working.
looks like? It's a letter that says, oh, I demand money from you. It used to be
Yeah.
$3,500. Now, how much is he demanding?
$8,500. It was like a list of different things.
Get bro. Dude. So here's the thing. Do you know how much it would cost him to go and try and litigate you and get that a judgment and then collect on that money at any point from you?
Probably more than that.
Probably.
Hmm.
It'd probably take him a year and a half, maybe a year, probably $8,000 to $12,000 easily to go and get a judgment. Then when he gets a judgment, guess what it's going to take for him to collect that judgment?
I don't know.
These are good
More
questions
money?
for you. These are good questions. Everybody needs to pay attention to this.
More money, I would assume.
Okay. So Alejandro, your LLC that you have as an acquisition business, right? The LLC that he's essentially going after, right?
Yeah, it's my old LLC.
Okay. How much assets do you have in it?
0.
Bro, what are we even talking about?
Probably nothing.
You could literally write an email to this guy. You could write this guy a letter back and go, hey, send me a judgment and I will sign it in my LLC's name right now. Let's skip the year of you're going to spend all this money to get a judgment on an LLC that has no assets in it.
That's funny.
I mean, I'm not literally saying do that.
I didn't even show it to my partners. I didn't want them to freak out. I just looked at him like, oh, damn. And I just want to close another deal after that.
There you go. So here's the stories of the people who I've seen it both ways. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a couple of guys in California, well-known influencer guys. They were in LA. One of them moved to Miami. The other one moved somewhere else. They're still business partners, and they really great guys. I'm in California with them like 3 or 4 years ago. They go, yeah, we got this letter from this guy, $8,500. And I was like, oh my gosh, damn, like this is intense. And then I started calling around TCPA. Okay. I became friends. Rylas Dana, my probate attorney, is friends with a TCPA attorney, somebody who defends TCPA stuff. And I'm sitting there talking to Rylas about this. And Rylas is like, are you kidding me? Like, you should talk to this guy. So I get on the phone with this attorney and I start talking to him. He's like, nobody will ever take a case like that. You will never see a case like that ever go to court. Do you know what courts are tied up with regarding TCPA? That we're talking Bank of America. We're talking Coca-Cola. We're talking all these massive companies. No TCPA attorney that specializes in TCPA will ever take that on. So whoever's trying to write these letters is a professional, all they're doing. So check this out. How many people do you think he sends this letter to every month?
A bunch. Here's the thing. I did hear that this guy successfully did like get some money from a wholesaler. He's supposedly like well known.
This guy is always well known. There's like 3 of them that I've heard of. They're always well known. So this is where my story goes. Okay. So these guys go, we don't want to deal with it. And they wrote a check. It was $8,500, same amount of money, $8,500. Litany of things, blah, 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 blah. They write the check, right? Then we're like 3 or 4 months later, we're in another conversation. Now these guys are out from California. They're here with me. And we've got a guy here local, and he paid the bill as well. He's like, I paid the bill. And then there's a guy at the dinner table. It's like a mastermind thing with a lot of guys, right? So one of the guys at the table goes, you guys paid that? Are you kidding me? Literally, all he has to do is rely on like 2% of you guys to write a check for that to avoid the issue. And all he does is he stays in business. He's probably bringing in $50,000, $60,000 a month just from 2% of people he sends letters to, cutting that check for $8,500.
Yep.
Okay, so this was their advice. Okay, so check this out. We actually have a student in our mentorship. Okay, he met me at like a Freedom event, and Carlos and Sal event. He met me there, and he's like, I don't have the money to join your mentorship. I was like, bro, don't join the mentorship. It's not a problem. What do you need help with? He's like, oh, I got this letter for $8,500. And I was like, let's test something. Do you have any money? He goes, no, I have no money. I go, do you have an LLC? He goes, no, I don't even have an LLC. You have just your personal name? He goes, yeah. I go, okay. So let's test this. I will pay $8,500 on your behalf if it ever goes further than this. And he goes, really? I go, yeah, I'll put it in writing. So I put it in writing, send him an email. I go, if you ever get an actual judgment, I will pay your judgment off. Just leave the guy alone. Stop replying to him. He's texting you. He's emailing you. He's bothering you. And he's like badgering back. Block him. Literally block him. Get him out. Just delete him. Block him. Okay? Because think about it. It's either $8,500 today or $8,500 once he gets the judgment. Right. So what do you prefer? And he goes, I guess I'd rather wait and see if this guy does anything. I go, he won't. Mark my words. So nothing ever came of it. The guy he just blocked him. Because think about all these letters this guy is sending out. He's just doing this from his home. He's not like a big corporation with like a staff of people. That's not what's happening here. It's a guy working from his house. He knows exactly what he's doing, right? And he's a professional letter sender. So he's sending you guys letters. He goes through the whole process. Consider you guys yourselves lucky. You found him now. You don't have any assets in that LLC. Block his ass, then take his letter and frame it in your office. Don't hide it from your partners, right? I mean, you don't want them to freak out, but frame it. Literally go down to Marshall's or whatever it is, Michael's. Get that shit framed, hang it in your guys' office or hang it above wherever it is. And you're like, look, can't threaten me with a good time. They're not going to freaking go after you. They're not going to spend the money. Think about that logically. If he sends out 100 letters a month and like 97% of those people don't even have $8,500. Think about how many wholesalers actually have $8,500. Not many. Definitely not $8,500 to spare. Right?
Right.
So now think about it. He's going to go and litigate and open up all these lawsuits against all these freaking people. Does that make sense logically that he would go and spend that kind of money? Do you know what it costs to just file a lawsuit in court and have you served? Think about getting served. Do you know if somebody tried to serve me, how impossible it would be to serve me? My addresses, where I am and who I am and who the owner is, they don't even know who I am. So setting up your corporation properly when you're doing all this kind of stuff, and obviously this is an older LLC and all that kind of stuff, but even if your name is on it, he has to serve you. And who pays for that? He does, not you. So you got to ask yourself, is it worth this guy to go after an LLC that doesn't even have a single asset inside of it and spend money while he's doing this to other people? Or is it, it's a shotgun effect. I'm going to shoot a shotgun and see if I can hit a couple little people with a couple of my BBs.
Marketing on next level right there, man.
Bro, this dude is genius. In fact, it's like, I might as well start that as when people say, hey, how do I get started? We go, bro, let's start a litigation company.
I put my number on a do not call list literally right after that.
Yeah. Cause you're like, how do I make this $8,500?
That's hilarious.
We've had these letters, bro. Cody and I have had these letters. What do we do with them?
Trash them.
We trash them and we take them off the list. And then guess what we do?
Keep
we make
working,
more
keep
calls.
closing deals. Yeah.
Keep closing deals. Tyler Townsley says, call him again. Yeah, bro, I'm giving you this advice as a friend, is that I would not even worry about it one bit.
Thank you, brother.
What's the worst case scenario? Let's talk about that.
Honestly, I don't know. I have no idea what would happen afterwards.
You've never been in a lawsuit, right?
Heck no.
You as a business owner, as you become millionaire, multimillionaire, you will have lawsuits. You will have them. They will happen.
Mm-hmm.
The worst part about lawsuits is how much an attorney costs.
Right. A lot of money.
A lot of money. So both sides. Somebody said this to me a couple of years ago. They said the only people that win in a lawsuit are the attorneys. Right?
Makes sense.
My dad told me another story. He said, if there's only one attorney in a small town, that attorney goes broke. If you add another attorney to that town, they both get rich.
They can compete against each other.
No, they actually, they're basically going out and getting cases and then causing people to hire the other person. Then what they do is they're like, oh, billing. So for this guy to go through, where was this marketing done?
Dallas.
Okay. So he's in Dallas. He lives in Dallas.
I have no idea. I didn't check that.
Bro.
Well, we were marketing to a vacant lot.
You know what I would do? Oh my gosh, this is so great. It's almost like this guy just went out and bought a bunch of vacant lots and just was like, let me put myself on the do not call list and then immediately trigger you. Like, do you not see that this guy is professionally doing this? You do see that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. So it's genius on his part, but is it genius for him to go and sue people? How many wholesalers do you think actually have assets?
Not much at all.
Literally 99% of wholesalers don't have a pot to piss in.
You know what's funny? He actually said he'll sell it for like 20 grand under market value. I'm like, dude, this deal is way too good to be true. And then when we sent the contract, I'm like, oh, there it is. There it is.
Okay. So do you know what collusion is also?
Collusion?
Collusion.
Not really. It's not like where cards.
Who knows what collusion is? He tricked you. He put out bait. Okay. He tricked you. He put you in a situation. So let's say you go to court over this. This guy answering his phone, not telling you, hey, leave me alone. I'm on the do not call list, which is actually the requirement. Continually got you into the conversation and even told you to send the contract. Then is going to sue you for calling him on the do not call list. So that's called collusion. Right?
Mm-hmm.
How is that going to look in the court, in the eyes of the court? And by the way, in order for it to even get to the court, do you know how much it will cost him? About $7,500 in cost just to get you to show up to court, and about 6 to 8 months of time before it even gets to that point.
A lot of time.
Bro, the average lawsuit's like a year before you ever even see a judge. Every lawsuit I've been in with a seller regarding like seller tries to cancel on me or they try and sell to somebody else and we have to sue them. I've been in 12, I think. That number's wrong. I already know the number's wrong, but it's a lot. Could be 8 to 12, somewhere in there. I've been in lawsuits where I've launched lawsuits against sellers. And I've only had one of them ever make it to court. because the second that the seller realizes they're going to have to pay attorney's fees, and the attorney, here's what happens with attorneys. This is a great business model. Yeah, I can look at this. Yeah, Pace, no problem. I can look at this this case, no problem. This sounds like you got a really good case here. Send me $5,000 as a retainer. We'll get started on this thing. Literally 10 days later, they go, hey, we're out of our retainer. We need another $5,000. Anybody ever been in that situation before? I sure have, my whole entire freaking life. So look, Dustin Kircher, other people have been in these situations. Okay. You will be in that. This guy who's going to litigate you is either going to spend his own time doing this, or he's going to have to hire an attorney to do it. But either way, there's court fees to file a lawsuit. Do you think the court likes being bogged down with stupid shit like this? No. So he's going to go, and this is why they charge for fees. So minimum to even open up litigation and serve you, he's going to spend probably $2,500 to $3,500. And he has to physically serve you do you know that? Did you know you have to be physically served before a lawsuit actually opens up? You just, like, people don't understand lawsuits. You haven't been through them. And so I look at lawsuits, I'm like, if somebody ever threatens me with a lawsuit, I'm like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. You go ahead and do that. And I'll wait for the call from your attorney. In fact, I had, when I first was started off in subject 2, and I didn't know the paperwork, and the guy who I was learning from didn't teach the right paperwork and all that stuff, I had a seller go, I'm going to sue you and blah, 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 blah. But I had already been in lawsuits in my life, or at least, battles. And so what I told this seller is I said, here's my attorney's information. I don't know what you want from me. Just you call my attorney and you work it out with my attorney. I'll pay the bill. I don't even want to have the conversation from you. Never called my attorney. Because they're as afraid of attorneys as you are. So here's the thing. Are you worried about this anymore or no?
No.
It's more like you're unsure because you haven't gone through it is probably the main thing.
Yeah, because I don't know everything. So I'm like, well, what do I do here? I mean, I don't care about it, but what's to do? I don't want to harm my partners or the business. You see what I mean?
Yeah, they're not. I mean, it came from your LLC that you sent that doesn't have any assets in it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So here's the process of a lawsuit. They're going to file with the court. They have to physically serve you. They can't mail you a lawsuit. They have to physically serve you in person with a lawsuit. Okay. So that means you have to spend money with a public, with somebody that will charge them money, right?
Mm-hmm.
They have to physically find you, have to serve you in person and say, you've been served. Now the court can be notified that you've been served, and that triggers a response. And now you have like 90 days to reply.
Do they skip trace you to know where you live? Because I don't have my address anywhere.
No, they'll try. This is why having good LLC structure, and why I always tell you guys, go to Prime Corporate Services, have anonymity, make sure you don't have your shit. Even my driver's license has a PO box. Good luck. Right? So there it is, a process server. Okay.
Hopefully AT&T doesn't expose me. They're the only people that have my address.
But even then, you're in a condo, right? Aren't you? Like high rise type of thing?
I mean, it's something like that, I guess you would say, just in the suburbs. It's not downtown.
Okay. All right. So they serve you. Now you have a certain amount of time to respond. If I were you, I would just say, I'm guilty. Or not respond. Either way, it's going to end up being the same thing. Let's say he does actually sue you. What I would do is I would just not reply. I just leave it alone. And guess what happens? He's going to sue you, and the judge is going to go, well, Alejandro did not even respond. They're going to have a court hearing. Okay, it's going to show up, and you can either show up or you can't. And there's 2 ways this is going to roll out. And the fact that I'm even saying this would require this to ever have happened in the first place. I've never heard of a wholesaler ever getting that far. I've never heard of a wholesaler actually getting a lawsuit. I've only heard of wholesalers go, oh my gosh, I'm deathly afraid, and they write a check. Anybody else has gotten a letter and they just ignore it? I've never heard of somebody getting served. I've never heard of somebody actually getting a lawsuit. Has anybody else? In all my years of doing this and talking to people, okay, and talking to wholesalers about the TCP letters and all that kind of stuff, I've literally never, ever, ever seen somebody actually get served and a lawsuit open. Never once have I seen it. Never. Block the guy. Block his phone number, block his email, block anything, just block him and you forget he even exists. And then take that letter and frame that shit. That'll be a story you'll tell on your YouTube channel and all this other stuff. And you go, here's what happened. It's a great story. Don't throw your letter away. We always threw ours away and I wish I had them. Because I would think we've gotten like 3 or 4 and we just throw them away. We're like, oh yeah, throw it away. Have there been fines though? So Ingrid, how would there be a fine if you haven't been found guilty? Who would be the fining authority? Who's the authority that's fining you? Now, if I have a speeding ticket, the authority is the police. Who has the authority to fine me in this type of situation? Do you think the FCC is going to send me a fine without being proven guilty? Do you think the FCC is going to get involved in a deal where this guy, you texted or called a single individual? Do you guys even have any clue what's going on in the regular world right now? How many corporations like Bank of America, Quicken Loan, and all these big ass companies are cold calling people and trying to get loans and do all this kind of stuff? They're violating TCPA laws like crazy. And the courts are bogged down with lawsuits and class action, all sorts of stuff. Do you think anybody cares about this? Nobody's going to waste their time. I mean, if you guys want, I'll bring a TCPA attorney in here just so you guys can hear this validation, but here's a better way to do it. Find one person in any Facebook group, any wholesaler, go to Clever Summit. I'll even bring it up on stage just for you, Alejandro. I'll go 8,000 people, between 2,000 people live and 6,000 people on virtual tickets. Have you guys ever heard of somebody actually getting fined and taken to court over TCPA violations? I have literally never heard of it. Out of all my masterminds, all the people that are educators and teachers and the worlds that I operate in, Brent Daniels, think about Brent Daniels, TTP, teaches people to cold call all day long, has never seen a student or anybody actually get served. So frame that shit and put it in your office.
Bro, you like the Batcave, bro? You got to stop by here sometimes.
Do I like what?
The Batcave, my office.
Yeah, it's dope. It looks really good. Looks really good. The lighting looks great. You got a good camera. You got a good mic. The shit's dope.
This is my iPhone, by the way. So if anyone doesn't have
Looks
money
good.
for a great camera, get the iPhone, use the Camo app.
It looks really good.
Thanks, bro. You ready for this crazy deal?
Yeah, let's hear it. Have we all officially satisfied what to do when you get a TCPA letter?
Frame it.
And also, what is the worst case scenario? Either you pay him $8,500 now, or you pay him $8,500 once you get a judgment, but you're going to get a judgment on an LLC that doesn't have any assets or even cash in the bank. Has anybody in here ever had a judgment? I've had a judgment before from previous businesses. Anybody ever in here have a judgment? Do you know how impossible it is to collect on a judgment? It's so impossible. Collect somebody. Basically, I didn't answer a lawsuit. It was something long time ago. Kiss my ass. Sue me. Now you get a judgment because I didn't sign a personal guarantee or anything like that. It wasn't a credit. It was somebody upset about something in our business. And I was like, yes, sue us. I don't care. So somebody goes through the process, they get a judgment, they sue you, you get a judgment on it's not in your personal name, it's on your LLC. How are they going to collect on an LLC that doesn't have, what are they going to do? Nothing. All right. So we talked about this enough. Tell me about your deal.
Well, I need help. Comping, I guess. Well, I know for sure you can make a lot of money on Airbnb,
okay,
but there's definitely no comps similar to it. Though the most similar one is like half the size, I would say. But I have like paperwork, calculator. It's an owner finance. She's already ready to go. I can send you the link if you want.
Yeah, text it to me. Hold on, I'm gonna my wife is saying she's got lunch for me, and I haven't eaten all day. It's 3:00. Holy crap! I've been on here 9 hours. Wow. I'll be right back.
Go ahead, bro.
All right, I'm back. Sorry.
I texted it to you, brother.
All right.
Definitely needs a lot of work.
Okay, so what you want me to look at the photos?
No, I broke it down like with the Excel sheet with the calculator.
Okay, got it.
Yeah.
All right. What are your main worries on it?
Well, I don't know what would be a great exit strategy for it as far as like, is it a good deal for Airbnb? Is that how you would properly structure it? I mean, it's
Okay,
more
so
bigger.
do you have it under contract already?
No. But this is a lady I've been following up with for like 3 months. She finally called me back. She was like, "Hey, I want to do the deal."
Okay, ARV is
But
250, purchase price 230, principal
ARV is
amount-
345. Sorry, that's from another deal.
Oh, is this a different deal?
No, the numbers, just the top numbers.
Okay, got it.
Yeah. So the 73 it's a hybrid. It has 2 existing mortgage on it. So the principal loan, that's all I have on there. So as far for equity.
Okay, recurring monthly cost, principal interest, tax, insurance, private money. Okay, your private money's big.
Yeah.
And it's because you are raising 30 grand for the down payment. Okay, here we go. 30 grand for the down payment. Is this Caleb's spreadsheet? Or is this your own spreadsheet?
I'm not sure. I just downloaded it from the Facebook group.
Okay. Everybody takes my spreadsheet and they like alter it to whatever they want. So renovation 100 grand. Okay, got it. 143. Okay, got it. So sorry, my stupid computer wanted me to do something. So your total PITI after private money is 4,717, but your existing mortgage, principal and interest. Okay, so tax, insurance. So you have an existing loan that you're taking over. Wow, this spreadsheet is so all over the place.
935 for both loan.
Monthly war chest. Got it. Okay, got it. Okay. Okay, so you're going to raise $147,000 on this deal.
Mm-hmm.
And your net cash flow on an Airbnb, is it an Airbnb?
Yes, Airbnb. Yes.
Your net cash flow is $2,782. So what makes you believe that the income is $10,000 a month?
AirDNA.
Okay. And that's year round, or is that right now in the best part of the season, or is that average, or what is that?
It was year round because it's right next to a college.
Okay.
And it's downtown. I forget the name of it, but it's downtown.
Why is your cost of acquisition $5,000?
I just
Are you
run it
paying an
off.
acquisition person?
Yeah, because it's part of it came from a wholesaler.
Okay, so Lonza method.
Yeah, well, it's one of the databases that I work in.
Okay.
So I know you always say I always pay the company either way.
Okay, yeah. I always pay the company.
Yeah.
Okay, cost of acquisition, closing costs, $100,000, maintenance, blah, blah, blah. Got it. Does your renovation have your furniture involved in that?
No.
Okay, so-
I kind of rounded off the repairs to like 80 grand and just added 20.
Okay. That's probably good for the renovation, but that's not going to work for your furniture on a property. What's the square footage on it? Bed bath count?
About 3,400. Let me see here.
It's a big house. So you're going to probably have another 60 grand in furniture and Airbnb setup.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to be 206 to buy this deal.
Damn.
Yeah.
That's a lot of
200.
money.
It's a lot of money. It's a big down payment. Let me look at the photos of the house real quick.
There's a document as well under the Excel. If you kind of want to read like the conditions and pictures and stuff, it's on there.
Is this not the house?
Let's see. Yeah, that's it.
It's cute. What city is this?
Michigan.
It's in Detroit, Michigan?
Mm-hmm. It was built in 1855. It's a historic house.
Wow.
Yeah. On the documents, you can see there's a comp on there you can look at. It looks pretty similar to it, just a little bit smaller.
So they've got newer furnace and newer hot water heater, newer, newer, electrical panel. Looks like they've ran all new wiring, which is great. Personally, I feel like this is a bigger renovation than 100 grand.
I would say so.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing that stays, right? Like I literally don't see anything that stays. This was a gut job. And a 3,400 square foot house is probably $120,000 to $130,000, and then you got renovation, you got furniture and stuff like that too. Like, and the problem with an older house like this is the floor plan. This is like what I was looking for, is the floor plan doesn't flow well, right?
Right.
And I mean,
There was a whole bunch of college students just staying there paying like $450, $550 a month, and she kicked them all out because they were just making a mess.
oh yeah. I mean, the challenge is the renovation, right?
Yeah.
And the renovation kills you. And if you want to turn this into an Airbnb, which I prefer an Airbnb, is that this is a big renovation. It's virtual, so you're going to have a lot of problems with it. Justin says burr it, or in your situation, sir it, right? Subject to, you could refinance.
And it's Kalamazoo, Michigan, not Detroit. Sorry, brother.
Oh yeah, good thing it's not Detroit. Detroit's bad. Okay, so I look at this and I'm like, okay.
Jeremy said he walked this property. That's interesting.
Jeremy Davis or what?
Oh no, someone.
Oh, Jeremy.
named
Okay.
Jeremy. Yeah.
That's Kalamazoo. I actually think I walked this property. Okay. Awesome. Sean says, have a blessed Sabbath. Thank you, Sean. I appreciate that. Okay. So my gut reaction to this is not a good gut reaction. Because it's that's a lot of capital to raise, right? So What's my ARV if I put $140,000 into the renovation? What's my ARV?
345.
That's my ARV.
Mm-hmm.
That house is max value is 345.
At least that's what I got based off the comps.
Yeah, I would personally, that's a lot. Think about that. Alejandro, think about $200,000 in terms of raising capital and deploying that into one deal.
That's
in
insane.
An area that's never going to appreciate, right? So like, let's talk about the benefits. Okay. The benefits are, tell me a benefit. If I'm your private money lender and I go, hey, why do you need $200,000? You go, well, because I can cash flow X, and because in 5 years the property will be worth X, and I can give you X, right? So what can I net cash flow if I have to raise 200 grand?
If you put it on Airbnb, you can definitely cash flow 10 to 15,000 a month.
Okay, so I'm bringing in 10 grand a month. That makes sense. Okay, I'm at 10. It's basically $350 a night, whatever it is, maybe $400 a night. It's a big property. I can bring that in, but if it's in Michigan, half the year is going to like be piss poor because it's freezing ass cold there, and people aren't going to be traveling there, right? So you're going to have some really strong summer months, which you're going to miss because your renovation is going to be so long. And right when you rent this thing out in, let's say, September or whatever it is, October, November, maybe, you're all done with a big, long 6-7 month renovation on a big property like this. You're then going to deploy it in the coldest part of the year into an Airbnb. So you'll hemorrhage even more money for another 4 or 5 months until the warm summer months come. And by that point, you're like, oh my gosh, crap. So I got to come up with a better analogy because I use this analogy all the time and people just don't understand it. But it's the analogy of if Alejandro, you and I are brothers, and our mom says, all right, fish is for dinner. And we go, great, where's the fish? And mom goes, you and Alejandro have to go out and catch it. And whoever catches the most fish wins a special prize. And I'm like, okay, great. I will kick Alejandro's ass. So we go, what are we going to fish with? And our mom gives us both a can of worms, with both of us the same exact amount of can of worms and the same fish and the same lure, the same bait, the same hook, everything, right? So we run out to the river. In this world, you and I live by a river and we're brothers, right? So I then go, we're standing on the side of the river, and I'm over there using my bait sparingly to pull fish out of the river, right? And you're on a different part of the river looking at different things. And maybe the sunlight is glistening on the river and you can't see the fish and I can, and maybe there's an advantage or whatever. But the goal is to use as little amount of your bait as you possibly can to catch as many fish as you can. So if you and I are both given $200,000 to go catch as many Airbnbs as we possibly can, would it be smart for us to deploy all of that into one deal that's going to cash flow $1,000 a month? And so I look at that deal and I go, I'm not the buyer for that. That's a lot of capital. If my average Airbnb will do $50,000, I can get into it, furnish it, all that kind of stuff. 50 grand. That means I could buy 4 deals in Atlanta for $200,000 versus 1 deal in Michigan for $200,000. I look at it from the can of worms. Are you prepared to use this many worms on this one fish? Okay. Does that analogy work for everybody? Does everybody understand that? So like when you're looking at that significant thing, and if each one of my Airbnbs, I raise $50,000 on average, I can go do 4 of these in Atlanta, 4 of these in Dallas, 4 of these somewhere else. I go, that one ugly fish is going to take my whole can of worms. That's a lot of worms, bro. So I look at that and I go, now here's the other side of it too, is if the property was in like Beverly Hills, California, and it was appreciating quickly and rapidly to the point where within a 2-year, 3-year, 5-year time frame, I could have the property appreciate in value to the point where I could refinance, pay out my private lender at some point, then that's an easy deal. But now we have a problem because now I have a deal where I don't know how I'm going to pay that private money lender back because my cash flow is not strong enough that I can compound and pay that person back. It would actually take me 200 months to pay them back if I was paying them $1,000 a month. 200 months is what? That's a lot, right? So what is that? That's 10. It's basically like 16 years. I don't want to be in a situation where I'm paying somebody for 16 years private money wise, because the cash flow needs to be significant enough that I can pay my private lender back and be private lender free after 5 years, or the property is going to go up enough in value that in a 2 to 4 year time period, this is why I like appreciating markets so much, is because I can raise capital, buy the deal while I'm cash flowing. The property is also going up in value, so I can go out and refinance and get my lenders out, right? So let's say in 5 years, what's this property going to be worth?
Not enough.
Not enough.
to get 'em up.
Maybe 390. So it's gone up $50,000 in value in 3 or 4 years. That's not enough to wipe out your private money lender. Now, if you structured this differently, Alejandro, where you went to a private money lender and you go, hey, why don't we partner on the deal? And I don't have to pay you back because I'm just going to give you, well, there's a handful of ways you can do this. You can say, let's go 50-50. You bring 200,000, I bring the deal and the management expertise, et cetera. And we both make X amount of dollars per month, right?
Mm-hmm.
Great. I like that. Except I feel like $200,000 is a lot of cash to bring to the table to split it 50-50. So you got a couple of different choices. Okay. So I've got a deal going on right now where I'm doing a deal with a lead was given to me. I'm sorry. I was on Bradley's podcast a couple months ago, right? A lead comes to me from Bradley's podcast. Now I got this thing. I got a text. Hold on. This is very important. I've just reminded myself of something. Sorry. I told somebody I would write them an email yesterday and I didn't, regarding this actual deal. Okay, so sorry. Oh yeah, Molly says, for real, I know what he's doing. Yes, I was supposed to do that yesterday. And unfortunately, Molly called me 4 times and kept derailing me. So it's all Molly's fault. Okay, so I get a lead from Bradley. Okay, I'm on a show. Bradley gets an email. Guy sees Bradley and I on the thing. He's like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. This is I want to seller finance my property to you guys, right? And so this comes to, Bradley calls me up. He goes, hey, I've got this thing. I don't know if it's a good deal or not. And basically the guy's letting us take over his property subject to. And I'm like, okay, great. Well, let me look at it. I fly out to Atlanta. We do a big Atlanta meetup. I drive up to, a certain part of Georgia. I look at the property and I'm like, oh man, it's a lot, right? It's a lot. Even though the seller is willing to let us take over the property, no money out of pocket, it's just a big obligation. And I'm like, as much as I want this to be a $0 out of pocket, $2 million acquisition, it's just not going to be. I've got closing costs. I got to pay his realtor a flat fee because he got a realtor involved, which I'm actually great. At the time I was like, man, why did you get a realtor involved? But now I'm grateful because now I'm turning that realtor into my friend who's going to help me lease the building out and go find more properties in this specific town. So I'm glad, I'm happy for it. But to buy the property, $2 million subject to, I'm going to probably be out of pocket, I'd say 10 grand. Okay. So I'm heading to my point. Maybe I might even be out of pocket 40 grand, 50 grand, because what I'm going to do is I'll have a couple of months of payments while I'm getting the property leased. Well, Brad Lee's not going to want to be in a partnership with me if he gets a deal that's like free, no out of money pocket or no out of pocket money if we got a $40,000 obligation. But how is that fair to me if I have a $40,000 chunk of money that's outstanding on the deal and him and I are 50-50 on the deal and he didn't have to come out of pocket? Right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get the property under contract. I think we're getting it under contract today. The seller's waiting for one thing. Ernest says, how does the realtor get paid? With a check. What? What do you mean? Ernest, I'm joking. I know what you're asking, but be more specific. Oh, structure. Perfect. Okay. So I'm looking at him like, what? I want to be into the deal, but I want to be compensated back for the money I put into it. So what I'm doing is I'm creating a silent, pay attention to this, Alejandro. This is the answer. I think that you could go back and think about this a little bit and structure it differently. Okay. I'm going to potentially have $40,000 or $50,000 tied up in this property of my money that I'm not going to ask Brad Lee to participate in because I want to do a deal with Brad Lee, right? So how do I be 50-50 partners and still get paid back my money on that deal with not having Brad come out of pocket for it? You don't know? Any idea? Any shot in the dark?
Private money? No.
No, because if I have a private money lender, now I could do a private money lender. There's not a problem with it. But I don't want to bring a private money lender involved in a deal with I have with Brad Lee, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to file a second lien. Yeah, there we go. Ingrid's got it. I'm going to file a second lien and I'm going to make it silent. What does silent mean, everybody? It means there's no payments attached. It's so that at some point I will get that money back when we refinance, sell the property, whatever. Okay. So Brad Lee will inherit 50% of this property for literally no money out of his pocket, which gives me the ability to continually tell a really great story about how I went on Brad Lee's podcast. We got a deal that was $0 out of Brad Lee's pocket, and he got a depreciation benefit this year of basically saved him $400,000 or $500,000, right? $400,000 or $500,000 in tax benefits just by inheriting the ownership of a 50-50 partnership. Brad Lee wins, right? We've talked about manifesting and what I do, and I'm constantly trying to bring value to other people, so it satisfies that. But I'm like, I'm not going to freaking pay out of pocket to do that. But would I pay $40,000 or $50,000 to own a prop? Yes, I would. I would. And here, let me show you kind of the structure of this deal just really, really quick. So I look at this and I go, all right, if the property is $2 million, it's not, but let's say it roughly is $2 million. Let's figure out what's my tax benefit of owning a $2 million property.
Is that using cost segregation?
This is a commercial building, so we would use cost segregation. Okay.
Man, that's a lot of money saving there.
Okay. It's roughly 50% in a cost seg, right?
Yeah.
So I'll get about $1 million tax write-off or tax benefit. And if you split that between two partners, so I get half of it and Brad Lee gets half of it, we both get $500,000 each, right? Following me?
Yep.
How much money does this save both of us in real money in our first year?
500,000.
Well, no, it doesn't save you 500,000. It saves you 500. It avoids you having to pay taxes on $500,000 of income.
Right.
Okay. It's about $250,000 because both him and I are at about a 47% tax bracket. So real money, it saves us both real money, cash in our pocket will stay in our pocket, $250,000 each. Okay. So that's a major benefit for me to bring that opportunity to him. He'll save $250,000 on his taxes this year because of me bringing this deal to him. Right. But for me, I'll still have that benefit. So I could either go, well, I don't want to be fit. I could structure this multiple different ways. I could say, hey, you know what? I want to be 60-40, right? Or 70-30 because I actually brought money to the table and you didn't. Okay. So I could do it a different way. That's option one, right? Structure the ownership different to justify if I'm out of pocket 40 or 50 grand, then make it so my real savings isn't 250 this year, but make it because my ownership is larger that my real tax benefits is 290, which would overshadow that 40 grand I put into it. Does that make sense? I know for a lot of people, some people's brains just fried. I totally get that. So one, change the structure of the percentage, right? Two, bring in private money. Right? That's simple enough. I'm just recently in the last 2 months, maybe 3 months, I've kind of gotten to a point where I'm past private money. I don't really need or want private money on my individual subject to deals anymore. I can self-fund a lot of those with the cash flow from my other properties. So I really don't want to bring in more private money. It's a different phase, right? For a long time, that's how I acquired all my stuff. Now I've paid everybody off. Right now, as of right now, I don't have a single subject to or seller finance house that has a private money lender. Everybody's paid off.
That's dope, bro.
It's a big deal. When I accomplished that, literally was a week ago.
Yeah, I remember when you said it. Yeah.
So now what I'm doing is I'm taking all of the people, all of my private money lenders, and we're trying to go roll into multifamily so that my private money lenders aren't private money lenders anymore. They're partners with me in multifamily, right? So I'm going to upgrade all of them. So for me, the private money lending thing is an option, definitely, but I'm not really motivated to do that. And I hope that understands why you guys understand why I'm doing that. The third thing is I self-fund it. Rich people do have money, so I can self-fund it. And then what I do is I do a silent second. And my silent second states that anytime we refinance, we sell it or whatever, I get my $40K back. I could even write it in for an extra $20,000 or something as like interest to pay me on my 40. Right? So if we look at your deal, you could do the same thing. You could bring in a private money lender and go, look, I'm going to give you 70, I'm 30. You fund the deal. You're going to get tax benefits. You're going to get more of the cash flow. But then that way you don't have a hard money payment every single month, and your cash flow is now actually highly elevated. So if you do that and your private money is not private money, your private money is actually a partner, now this deal makes sense. Because now Alejandro's into the deal, no money. The private money lender is probably earning a good, 13 to 15% cash on cash return, and they're happy. And you've got 30% equity of this deal. You got cash flow, appreciation, depreciation, all the things, but you're at 30%. So depending on who you are, what resources you have access to, how good you are at raising private capital, I would say that might be the right option to structure this deal, is to bring in a partner. Does that make sense?
Yep, it does. Thank you, brother.
But if you're raising private capital for that, I would probably not be doing it unless it was a partnership.
Right.
It's just too skinny, right? And the thing about it is I've got properties in like Fayetteville and other places that cash flow really good, but they won't appreciate. But my cash flow, when I look at my cash flow projections, my cash flow will pay my private money lenders back within 24 months. So I just look at it and go, I'm just going to take 80% of my cash flow, pay off private money lenders. And I'm now in 24 months, I'm into this property, no money out of pocket, but I did cash flow during the time. It appreciated. The loan got paid down. I got tax benefits. I made money on the properties, just not all the cash flow. But then there's other properties where the cash flow is not crazy high, but the appreciation in those markets is crazy high, right? Like I bring up this property all the time. Let's, I don't even know the address off the top of my head. 75 Maddox is a really good one. 75 Maddox, Georgia. You guys should all know this one. I've brought this one up 100 times. So I've owned this literally 1 year and I think 5 months, something like that. Okay. So okay. So 1 year and 6 months. So look what the property went up. In 1 year and 5 months, this property went up $350,000. How much money did I raise for this deal? Anybody remember this story on this property?
Like
Alejandro,
10
do you
grand,
remember
20?
this?
10, 20 or something like that?
I raised $110,000.
Damn.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying, right? Like you think about the can of worms again. Yeah. Maurice is still crying. He sold this deal to me. He made 10 grand. Seller got 100 grand. Maurice got 10. I basically originally raised 110. No, I'm sorry. I raised 150 grand. I put 40 grand into turning into an Airbnb. So this property is an Airbnb for me. Okay. So there's two things I look at, Alejandro. In 15, let's see, how many months have I owned this? So 19 months. I've owned this 19 months. And in 19 months, the value of this property went up 30% roughly, right? I know because of its proximity and where it's located, why this property did what it did, right? Like if you look at the location of this is downtown Atlanta in the nicest neighborhood in all of Atlanta, Ansley Park. It is gorgeous. You will freaking, if you guys ever went to this property, this is an 8-bed, 3-story house. It doesn't look like it, but it's 8-bed, 5-bath house. And it's the cutest damn neighborhood you've ever seen in your freaking life. The mayor lives like 3 houses down over here. Okay. Like look how big these houses are. Massive, right? So I bought this property and it was a seller finance deal with a lady named Jillian. And at the time, the ARV was, Zillow actually said 950 and I paid $1,025,000 for it. Zillow said 950. I paid $1,025,000. So the property's actually gone up from 950 to $1.4 million. But I knew location was amazing. The city's amazing. People are moving to Atlanta. I saw migration pattern. I saw everything. And I was like, I have a 5-year note on that property. Okay. I have a 5-year note on that property, meaning the seller gave me 30-year payment, but she says she wants it paid off in 5 years. Okay. Here's the great thing. I raised 140 grand for it. And I saw 2 ways of getting out of that. First way is an 8-bed, 5-bath house in downtown Atlanta. My average cash flow on that property is roughly $10,700 a month. So if I'm going to pay off that property and I owe a private money lender, by the way, after my payment to my lender, my payment to the loan, my payment to everything is $10,700 a month net cash flow on that property, net cash flow. How many months does it take to pay that private lender off?
A year and 2 months.
Right. And when did I pay that lender off?
A year and 2 months.
A year and 2 months. Paula, shout out Paula and Malcolm Finlayson, sub-2 students. They were lenders of mine before they became students. They loaned me the 140 grand on that, and I just barely paid them back from the cash flow of that property. So me personally, I have not taken home any money on that property. I've paid that private lender off because I wanted to be private lender free. So now I owe that seller, right? I bought it for $1,025,000. I now owe $925,000 because I gave her $100,000 down payment, which I raised the capital for, $0 out of pocket. And I've made payments to her 19 months, whatever it is, 15, 16 months of payments. So I probably owe somewhere around $910,000, something like that. Okay, the great thing is the cash flow paid off my private money lender. And if it didn't, Alejandro, let's say it just cash flowed a couple $1,000s a month and it didn't have that significant compound, guess what the property's done is the property's now gone to $1.4 million. So I got a couple of different options here. I could either sell that on the retail market and pocket $200,000 or $300,000 after paying my private money lender and after paying the seller off, or I could go to a non-recourse lender and refinance that seller and my private money lender out at like $1 million, get $1 million loan on that thing, and have that $300,000 cushion, which that lender is going to require. I had 3 ways I could get out of this deal. So for you, I don't see the cash flow being significant enough to do that on that big of a private raise. Is this, by the way, is this helpful for anybody? Honestly, if somebody actually told me this like freaking 10 years ago, I no joke, I'd be worth another 20 million bucks. Okay, so option 1, your cash flow pays off your private money lender. Option 2, your appreciation pays off your private money lender. Option 3, you sell the property after it's all, after 5 years or whatever it is, and you get everybody paid and you get a chunk of money. Or option 4, you partner with your private money lender and there's nothing to ever have to pay back. So you could go to this private money lender, whoever it is, could be a student in the side chat, could be 4 or 5 different students that all aggregate their money together and you guys partner on the deal, right? 4 people at 50 grand and you guys go do the deal together. You give them all 20%, 20%, 20%, and you keep 20%. You're into the money, you do no money. And they all have, when you guys go sell the property, they not only get their money back that they put in, but they also get all the cash flow, the appreciation as it relates to their 20%. Does that make sense?
Sure. Sure does.
So for me, it's a structure. It's a way I would structure my private money is how you get that deal done.
Perfect. And I guess if like no one's interested, obviously, because it's huge entry fee.
Huge entry fee.
How can I help the seller?
You can't. Because she either wants too much money. She wants a down payment, right?
Yeah, 30 grand. But I haven't renegotiated with her because I had no idea how to structure it properly. So that's why I came to you with it first.
Yeah, I would look at her. I would be honest with her and go, look, I'm looking at the renovation with how old this house is. And I've got contractors just looking at photos, and I know you're going to disagree with me, right? This is the 8 mile strategy, right? Mm-hmm. Anybody know the 8 mile strategy is you tell the person what they're going to say before they actually say it, right? Eminem and 8 Mile's like, let me guess, you're going to tell me I'm white trash. I live in a trailer park. I'm ugly. I'm a meth head. But let me guess, you're going to say all these things to me. So it's the 8 mile strategy where you go, look, I'm sure you're going to disagree with me because, construction costs are, they seem crazy, but nowadays with labor and lumber costs and all that kind of stuff, I originally anticipated this being an $80,000 renovation to get this thing up and operational to what our exit strategy is. But all of our contractors are coming back and saying 180, 190. And I finally got somebody that says they'll do it for 120. And I'm not even sure how accurate that is, but nobody's come even close to 80. And so I'm looking at this. I'm like, I got to bring in financial partners. I got to do this, that, and the other. I want to do this deal, but if I bring in financial partners to pay for the renovation and the this and the that, and give you $30,000 on top of it, this deal just doesn't work for me anymore. And it's because of construction costs. I mean, what do you have to lose at this point, right? It's either you try and get into a $0 deal, a zero down deal, which I think you could, or you could even tell her, like, I understand you want the 30 grand. Makes a lot of sense. Is there a way you can let me get it operational and then I pay you another little bump of money per month, like seller finance the down payment to a certain degree, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. I did that with a deal in Georgia. Lady wanted like 50 grand. I had her agree, let me owner finance the 50 grand for like 6 years. She loved that.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
You're gangster.
That's actually one of the first Zooms I learned from. It was this one deal, like you broke even, like it was like zero out of pocket. It was like $1,000 a month, and you paid.
Yeah, it was
down
the house
payment.
on 78th Place in Mesa. It's a mobile home with what's her name? Sandy. Her name's Sandy.
Mm-hmm.
That was a great deal. I tell that story all the time because yeah. So you know how to structure this. The tough thing too, right, is like as you and I are both fishing on the side of the river. The tough thing is you got a can of worms and you see a fish floating by, and the fish is basically begging you to just reach out and grab it, right? The tough thing is saying, I have this many worms. I gotta preserve my worms, right? So you got to be smart about how you allocate that 200 grand. I mean, wouldn't you much rather own an asset like this one in Ansley Park for $100,000 down than a $200,000 in Michigan? Like that Ansley Park deal appreciated more than your house actually is worth in Michigan. And so you've got to look at it in a different regard and go, it's not going to appreciate like I want it to because it's a different market, and it's not going to cash flow like I want it to. So I got to structure my private money lender as a partner on the deal. Kyle says worms can be your time or your money. Definitely. That's a really great point. Really great point. So does that help at all? Does that make you feel good or bad about that deal?
No, it's definitely, I'm clear about it. I just wanted to see how I can help the seller either way. Since I took it this far, see what else I can do. I don't want a deal. Like I don't want it for myself. I just want to see how I can structure it where it makes sense for an investor or I can help the seller.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good question. Good breakdown. Who got another level of understanding on that? Who was able to like actually understand that a little bit more? Like if I could go back, okay, if I could go back and learn one skill faster, what would that skill be?
Raising private money.
Raising private money all day long. And understanding that there's so many different ways to structure private money for them to win, right? Because you're going to be able to get people like Malcolm and Paula Finlayson who loaned me money on the Maddox Drive deal, right? They won because I paid them 10% interest on their money, but they also got their money back relatively quickly. They would have partnered with me all day long on that deal, right? But I knew my strategy was like, I'll let you win on the interest, and I'll let you win in understanding and seeing how I structure this so you can go do your own deal. And now Malcolm's off doing his own deals. And so a lot of private money lenders are like, I don't really want to be in this long term and be an owner because I want to go off and do my own deals because I got the capital. But there are some other private money lenders that are like, honestly, I don't want to go look for my own deals. If you can give me 50% ownership of a deal that you found, you structured, et cetera, like all day long, let's go 50-50, right? There's a lot of those people, and we've dwindled, right? We've got 215 people in here. That's not a lot of people. People have like basically going, pace is crazy, and we don't have that many people in here. But still, even in the 200 people that are in here right now, there's probably 40, 50 private money lenders that you could have conversations with that would be like, I would put 20 grand into this deal if I could be a part owner. And you could essentially crowdfund getting 10 people together on the deal. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
10 people at
dope.
20 grand.
Heck yeah, that would be dope and still help the seller out. That'll be amazing.
Who wants to reach out to Alejandro? See, Brian and Samantha are like, we can be a private money lender. Like, you only need 10 people at 20 grand each, and you can do this deal. There you go.
I'm taking a screenshot.
Alejandro, I'm basically raising capital for you.
All those private lenders that you paid off, let them know I'm your best friend.
Yeah. Well, they're all waiting for us to jump into our multifamily thing, which is the next step. So
big stuff, bro.
How would you secure a private money lender on arbitrage? Don't do arbitrage if you need to raise private capital. That's the tough thing, Mohammed, to be honest. Alejandro, you good?
Yes, sir. Thank you, brother.
I'll see you in Vegas if I don't talk to you between now and then.
Okay, brother. Thank you. Have a good one.
So, the challenge with like Airbnb arbitrage is that it's like kind of the new thing. Everybody's super excited about Airbnb arbitrage because it is a creative way of getting yourself into deals, which I like. Like, why wouldn't you want to get into some deals creatively, right? So let's talk about that, Mohammed, just real quick. And then since we're on the topic of raising capital, and then I'll jump into the next question. Wow. I've been in here 10 hours and I still have 24 people that have not gotten their answers. Okay. So let's see here. Mohammed. Mohammed.
Hey, Pace, can you hear me?
Good to see you, brother.
Likewise, brother.
Okay, so if I'm going to go and do Airbnb arbitrage, so anybody that doesn't understand, who does not understand Airbnb arbitrage? Okay, Don Walker doesn't understand. Perfect. Sandra, oh, love it. Don Walker, come on down. Let's have a conversation. Don, you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
I sure can.
Hi, Pace.
Hi, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thank you for being so lively in the chat. I really appreciate it.
I try my best. I'm new, but I'm trying to be vocal.
Love it. Are you learning anything?
Every single time I get on a Zoom, I learn something, so I appreciate it. I have more questions, I think, every time a Zoom ends than when I started, so I think that's a good thing.
It's part of the process, right? You got to stretch that brain, feel overwhelmed all the time, drink from the fire hose, and then you get used to it. It's good.
Absolutely.
Okay, so Airbnb arbitrage, Don,
Mm-hmm.
is I go to a landlord, somebody who owns the property, and I say, hey, landlord, I see you're trying to rent the property. Would you be open to me renting the property from you if I go and do basically an Airbnb or a corporate rental or whatever, and I do essentially a sublease, right?
Okay.
So I'm in this situation, I'm taking somebody else's property. I'm getting a lease agreement between me and that person. And then I'm leasing it to somebody else after that, which would be an Airbnb or VRBO or corporate rental or whatever, right? We also call this the old school method of this. Is like, it sounds way cooler now, Airbnb arbitrage, but it's always been called a sandwich lease. Always been a sandwich lease, right?
Okay.
Always been a sandwich lease. It's been around for 50 years. Okay.
Gotcha.
It's sandwich lease. It's not a sandwich lease option. It's a sandwich lease. A lease option would mean that the seller's given you the option to buy it, not just lease it.
Okay. And correct me if I'm wrong, this is just a random question, but in Texas, lease options are not doable?
Yeah. So what's technically not that Texas does not like is something called an executory contract. Okay. That's what Texas doesn't like.
Yeah.
What's an executory contract? An executory contract means that we started a contract, but we haven't finished it. And it's all up in the air because we haven't finalized the paperwork. Okay. There's an option that's outstanding. There's a trigger that has to have, there's something that has not been executed. That's called an executory contract. Okay. So a lease option is an executory contract. An agreement for sale is an executory contract. Contract for deed, and all these types of things. I'm sure you're like, wait, what? Oh my gosh, you're giving me terms I've never heard before. Okay. So an executory contract means in a lease, we have a contract, but we have not fully executed this contract and finalized this contract, right?
Okay.
It's like an open-ended contract. You have an option to buy this. And at any point in this next 3-year, 4-year, 5-year, 7-year, 10-year option, you can execute that at any point.
Okay.
So Texas doesn't like that outstanding, floating, wispy woo type of situation. They want to know solidly, what is my date that you close the, they don't want to have like things floating out there. Okay.
Okay.
So in Texas, it's perfectly okay for you to have a sandwich lease, but it's not okay for you to have a sandwich lease option, because the option is the portion that is outstanding and floating around that we don't know when it's going to be executed, if it's going to be executed, et cetera. Right?
Okay.
So Texas does allow for lease options, but they have very specific timelines that you have to follow through with. Okay.
Okay.
And we've had, Dawn, you're in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
What part of Texas?
I'm in the Austin area.
Okay, great. So we've had multiple Texas real estate attorneys come through and talk about how to do a lease option properly in Texas, but they're very short. They're like 6 months or less. Okay.
Okay.
Whereas like my lease options, which I don't do lease options anymore, it was a phase in my business. Okay. We did it for a couple of years. We stopped doing it because again, there's a phase in everything you do in business, right? But in Arizona, our typical lease option contract is about 5 years. We give them 5 years to execute on the contract. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in an Airbnb arbitrage, okay, what people like about this, and I can understand it, the Airbnb arbitrage is people go, all right, well, or the sandwich lease. I'm going to go to the seller and I don't have to have really that much negotiating ability to convince them or even find somebody that's really in that much pain that they want to just get rid of their property. Mm-hmm. All I have to find is somebody who's open to leasing their property. Okay.
Okay.
So great. Do you think it's pretty easy to find people who want to rent their properties out?
Yeah, I have my neighbor next door.
Right. So you could go to that neighbor next door and go, hey, why don't you let me lease the property? And I'll, there's scripts and all that kind of stuff I'm not going to go into for Airbnb arbitrage. But essentially, you're going, let me lease it from you. So I don't have to convince them to sell it. I don't have to have a big down payment, credit. I don't have to have all that stuff. It's really low barrier of entry, except it does need a first month's deposit, a second month's deposit, a pet fee, a this fee, a blah, blah, blah fee. So a lot of times the sellers are going to be not sellers, but the landlords are going to be asking, $3,000 to $7,000, depending on the house, the area, et cetera. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So then the people who are looking for a low barrier, easy button, like boom, 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 I want to hit an easy button. I want to get into a deal without actually having to negotiate and find somebody that's in a lot of pain. Those same people, do you think they really have any money?
No.
No. So the challenge, and Mohammed does have money. So I'm not teasing. I am bringing this up, but he does have money. I know him. He's filthy rich, guys. In fact, he might be a billionaire. I don't know. He looks like a billionaire.
Close.
He's close. Okay. So here's where I look at the deal and I go, all right. Not only do I have to give the landlord first and last month security deposit, but I also have to turn around and do what in order for this to be an Airbnb?
I have to get a contract.
No, I've already done that when I gave the landlord money, right? The first and last deposit, we already have a contract, the lease. It's the easiest damn thing in the world to go get an Airbnb arbitrage deal done. It's so easy. It's simple.
Do I need to go find the tenant or market it?
No. How do I market an Airbnb that doesn't have furniture?
Oh, gotcha.
Okay. So I now have a landlord that says, yeah, no, I don't care. Don, like you seem cool. Like you go do whatever you want with this. I don't care. I just want my rent rate. I just want what I want to rent it for. And I never want to sell my property because this is my retirement. Okay, great. You then have to furnish it. You then have to keep it maintained. And so a lot of people that are looking for the easy button to get into Airbnb arbitrage, do you think they have a lot of money to support that?
No.
Okay. So now that leads into Mr. Muhammad's question, which was, how do I secure, if I go raise money, if I go find a private money lender, how do I secure that private money lender in my Airbnb arbitrage deal?
Okay.
And why is that a thing, Dawn? Is because if I own a property, right? I'm the owner of the property. I control it. I own it. I'm on the deed. I can sign on behalf of that property and I could put a private money lender in second position on my property. Do you understand first and second position yet?
Not quite. It's getting there.
Okay, great. For everybody that doesn't understand first and second position, let me answer this real quick. Okay. So Dawn, do you have a car?
I do.
Okay. Does it have a car loan?
It does.
Okay. What kind of car is it?
It's a Ram truck.
Classic Texas girl right here. Okay. I got a Ram truck. How much do you owe on it?
16.
And what's it worth?
In this market, 28 was the last time that I looked at it.
Oh my gosh, you just gave me the perfect example for you to understand a first and a second lien position, okay?
Okay.
So right now, who do you owe your money to?
Security service. It's a bank.
Okay, cool. Well, of course, we know that, right? You got a loan, and that loan is in first position, which means if you get foreclosed on or you stop making your payment on this Ram truck, the person who gets paid first is the person in first position. Okay. And what's what'd you say you owe them?
16. Okay.
You owe them $16,000. Perfect. Now, let's say that I go down. You ever seen one of those title loan companies?
Yep.
Okay. What do?
They loan money.
They loan money. And because you already have somebody in first position, guess what they would have to be in? They would have to be in second position. And you could go to them and say, well, guys, my truck is worth $28,000. I would like to get a loan for just $5,000. And you could use the equity on my Ram truck as a loan, but they're going to be in second position, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say that your truck gets stolen, and you have two loans on the property, one in first position and one in second position. And your insurance company goes, fine, we're just going to cut you a check. But they cut you a check for what they think the truck is worth. And they cut you a check for, let's say, $19,000.
Right.
What happens to first position?
They get paid first.
They get paid first. So how much money do they get paid?
16,000.
Amazing. Now, what amount is left over?
3,000.
$3,000. So guess what? The person in second position gets how much money? $5,000 or $3,000?
They get 3,000. I still owe 2.
Amazing. But guess what? That's not going to be fun. Now guess what they don't have?
Their money.
They don't have their money, and they don't have a truck that they can secure their loan against.
So they lost their leverage.
They lost their $2,000 collateral.
Got
it. So if I don't even own the truck, okay, can I go down to a title or what do we call it? It's not a title loan. Yeah, it's title loan. Can I go down to a title loan thing and go, hey, I got this friend. Her name's Dawn. She's got this Ram truck that she owes $16,000 on. And I want to get a loan from you for $5,000, and you can put it in second position on her truck. Do you think they're going to do that for me?
Probably not.
The answer is hell no. They ain't doing that shit. It's not your truck. You can't sign on behalf. It's not my truck. I can't sign on behalf of something that's not my truck and take a loan out on something that's not mine.
Right.
Okay. So does this make sense? A first and second position now?
That helped. Thank you for that.
Guys, nobody explains things more simply than I do off the cuff, and also takes a real life example and turns it into something. Did that help anybody else understand first and second lien position a little bit more? Okay. So now let's think about this. If I'm going to go to my neighbor, what's your neighbor's name?
It was Alejandro.
Okay, so Alejandro's got a property he's trying to rent out right now. So you walk over to Alejandro. Alejandro's like, Dawn, yeah, no problem. I'll lease the property to you. You're going to do an Airbnb? Cool, no problem. I don't care. I just want my rent rate. Here's what I want. I want my $1,500 up front for the first month. I want my $1,500 security deposit that I'll give back to you when you're done with the lease. And I also want a pet deposit and blah, blah, blah. And essentially I want $4,000.
Okay.
Okay. Now you've got a property that probably needs a little bit of a paint job, maybe a couple of outlets and things, maybe, well, I don't know. Depends on how that landlord treats his property, right?
Mm-hmm.
But more importantly, you got to make this thing appealing to an Airbnb audience. So you not only have to give Alejandro $4,000, but you also have to come up with, let's say, $15,000 for pots, pans, patio furniture, cute things and activities. And so I got $20,000 to put into somebody else's property that I'm going to turn around and make cash flow on, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Where does that $20,000 come from if I can't go get a loan because I don't own the property?
Private money.
Okay, but would a private money lender, same question, go back to your Dodge Ram.
Okay.
Would a title loan company give you $5,000 for a truck you don't own?
No.
So why would a private money lender give me $20,000 on a property I don't own and they cannot put a lien against the property?
Right. They wouldn't.
Has this opened anybody's mind to Mohammed's question and why he asked the question? So his question was, how do I secure a private money lender? Because I have private money lenders that will give me money because they trust me. Even though it's not a property I own, they trust me. But how do I secure them? How do I make them secure in the deal? Okay. There you go. Frank Sims just said it. Carolyn and Myron said it. You partner with them and you make them your partner. And you create an LLC together and you say, this lease and this Airbnb is 50-50. And I'm going to pay you. Here's a great way to do it, Mohammed. I'm just going to come up with some shit off the top of my head.
Sure.
Let's say that we're cash flowing. My rent is $1,500 and I can bring in $5,000 a month on the Airbnb. I got a $3,500 spread. And after some management, utilities, and blah, 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 we net $2,000 a month. Okay. We net $2,000 a month. But I owe my partner 20 grand. Okay. What I would do is I would say 80% of, even though we're 50-50, okay, we're 50-50 partners. Even though we're 50-50, okay, they get 80% of the cash flow. So 30% of your portion goes to them. Does that make sense?
Yep.
And that 30% goes to pay off that $20,000 every single month. Now, all that furniture and all that stuff, you guys own 50-50 because now they've been paid back. They've gotten their 20 grand back. And then the split then goes back to 50-50. That's a good way to structure it. I just made that up. So you can kind of deviate and change and 70-30 and 60-40 based on who you're talking about to, what your relationship is, what the deal is, how much the money is. All that stuff changes the deal dramatically, right? I don't like this model. I'm not a big fan of it because I've scaled past it. Okay, I've scaled past it. For me, I'd rather own the property. I make way more money by owning the property. And I don't want to improve somebody else's property that I don't own. But when I was first starting out and I'm like, I want to quit my W-2, hell yeah, this is a good strategy. Make sense?
Yeah, it makes sense. Maybe one more question. Is it possible to maybe put a second lien on a property, let's say that I own against the loan that I get from the PML instead of partnering? Okay.
All day long.
Okay.
As long as you have collateral to securitize your private money lender, and as long as that private money lender, so here's what he just asked, Don. Let's say that I want to improve your Dodge Ram, right? I want to get new rims and tires on it.
Go for it.
I want to put a Ford emblem on it because Rams suck and Fords are the shit. And so I want to take all the Ram emblems off of it. And that's going to cost some money for me to improve your Ram, right? Did that hurt a little bit?
Let me know when you get a real truck and then we can talk about it.
You can tell I own a Ford, right? Okay.
Oh, I know you own a Ford.
Okay. So let's say that I want to go to your truck and I want to turn that. This is a great example right here. I go, hey, Don, I want to take your truck and I want to put it on Uber, or not Uber. I want to put it on Turo. Turo, sorry. I want to put it on Turo. You know what Turo is?
Yeah.
Okay. I want to put it on Turo. And you're like, okay, I don't care. Just make my payment for me. I don't care. But I'm like, dang, I need like $5,000 in improvements on this thing. And I don't have $5,000. And in order for me to get top dollar on Turo, I need that $5,000. All right, well, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go ask my brother, my cousin, my aunt, my uncle, my monkey's uncle, whatever, for $5,000. But here's the benefit is that my Prius actually does have $5,000 in equity on it. So I'm gonna go and put that loan against my Prius to secure it because I don't actually own your Ram. So I'll go put the loan against my Prius in order for me to improve your Ram. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So that's That's what Mohammed's saying. He's like, well, I have like, even though that Airbnb of Alejandro's, I don't own it. I own other properties, my own house, maybe a couple of other rentals that I could use those as the collateral in order to raise money for the Airbnb arbitrage all day long. So Anna Tanner says, so I could use another property as collateral? Yes. Let's answer that the right way. Will your private money lender be okay with that? Now, if you're a private money lender in here right now, do you really care which property at the end of the day you have a secure interest in? Or do you just care that you have a secure interest in your money? I mean, obviously, I'm not going to just throw my money on some mobile home that you don't own the dirt on, right? But if you have a good property and there's enough equity that I can put my loan against, all day long, I'll give you that. That's called collateral, right? There you go. Jeremy says, as long as it's worth more than the loan. So Mohammed, all day long. The question is, what are you going to raise? And do you have a private money lender that would raise, that would give you money all day long? Mohammed, I already know there's people that give you money. Yep. And if you don't want a partner, I get it. I get it. But if you're also having a hard time raising capital for Airbnb arbitrage or sandwich leases, I would just advise you to maybe make it a little bit more enticing and a little bit more of an advantage to that private money lender to be your partner if you're having a hard time attracting people to the table.
Okay, sounds good.
Great question.
Thank you so much, Pace. Appreciate you.
I don't think people knew you were going to come in here and we were going to break down what a first and second lien position is. Don, I'm telling you right now, remember what a first and lien position is. That will come up 1 billion times in real estate investing.
I've seen it already kind of come up, and I was trying to figure out where the Zooms and the information was. So that was helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. Abso-freaking-lutely. Trevor says, I have a private money lender question. Great question, Mohammed. Thank you, brother. Let's see. Did Trevor come back in here, or what happened to Trevor? There he is. What's up, Trevor? How you doing?
Yes, I'm doing pretty well. How are you?
I'm good, man.
Awesome. Yeah, I just had a quick question in just the private money lending space. So I'm looping in my brother who wants to be a private money lender on some deals. And so he has some capital that he can employ. I'm essentially functioning as the middleman or the broker, and bringing the person with the deals with my brother who's got the private capital. If all the parties agree that, like me as the middleman, should have some sort of compensation, like how does that conversation go, and what's kind of, I guess, rule of thumb, compensation for somebody functioning in that role?
Okay, so you don't want to be looked at as a broker of capital, right? So that's a securities issue. So what you want to do is, if your brother has money, what I would do is I would create an LLC between the two of you, your brother and you, and I would put the money into an account that the operating agreement states Trevor has to have permission to take the money out. Trevor has to have this. Trevor, list out all the things that protect your brother's money inside that LLC. And when you go out and deploy capital into a deal, you get paid a management fee, or you get paid a reasonable salary, or you get paid something like that, but it cannot be a broker fee, right? It can't be something like that, because now you're running into securities where you're raising capital and charging fees that are broker related, rather than, this is our business model. I'm partners with my brother. I bring the deals as my part of the job, and my brother brings his money as part of the job, and we then share in the profits, right? And you could structure that any way. You could do even profit share, where you're like, well, my brother brought in private money on the Gator lending side. We brought in $4,000 on this deal. I get 25% of all the profits of this company. Now you're in a profit share split, rather than I get paid a percentage of how much money I deploy, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. It does. Thank you.
That was your main question?
That was it. Yeah, you had answered my other ones previously in the Zoom. So
amazing,
that's what I was wondering.
dude.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you, brother. Good to see you.
Yeah. You too.
Joshua Norber, what up, dog? Robin Hurt, you at work?
Nope.
Oh, here she is. Hi, Robin.
Hi. Josh had to do something with the kids. He said if he called them, he might have to, he's on the phone now, it looks like.
Okay, no problem.
Mine is going to be quick though, I think. I just have a couple clarity questions.
Okay.
About Vegas, and then one question be real quick.
Okay.
Has the sub two get together like for Laura's party been diverted into that nightclub thing, or is it something separate? Will something be happening? Because it's so busy, I thought maybe it had to get knocked off.
So here's what happens is so when we put when we basically turn this into Sub 2 Summit, right? Cody Sperber and the people who are putting the event on, I didn't know this at the time that it was going to happen, but at the time I was like, let's do a thing for my birthday or for my wife's birthday. We'll do a taco truck in the park. We'll get everybody together. It'd be absolutely amazing. And so I was like trailblazing down that road thinking that that's the route we were going to go. And then I got a call from Sperber. He's like, look, because you have so many people here coming to see you, I need you in the VIP thing. I need you in this. And so I've now been stolen away to be in all sorts of things that I was not originally anticipating to be in, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And so they also have this Hakkasan like nightclub thing, which, you know, sounds really cool, but I'm not like a nightclub person. I'm not a drinker. I'm not a whatever. And they have like all these musicians and all this really cool stuff happening. So my wife's not going to that, right? Like we got a little baby. There's no way that fits what we're doing. So what I would do is there's a lunch that I believe we're having on either the 22nd, like during lunch. I think we're doing like a birthday party for Laura there, and we're like bringing in a cake and stuff like that. So essentially that birthday thing that I was really planning on, because I have to be at Hakkasan. I have to be there. That's what I've been told. I have to be there. And so I have to be there regardless. Like I'm just going to be there because that's my job, right? I'm going to do my job. And my wife won't be there with the baby. And so I look at that and I'm like, look, I would love to have everybody out there at Hakkasan, but it's not going to be a Laura celebration. The Laura celebration will be done during the day on the 22nd.
Okay. Next question. I have a little challenge for myself from one of our Daily Dial partners.
Okay.
Just because just a little squat up kind of thing, like, you know, they know I haven't got a deal yet. We all know that's my fault, but that challenge was for me to pull some kind of a list, like around 1,000. And I created a list, but before I skipped it, I wanted to ask you, did you have some kind of an input? I know a lot of people would, but I'm asking you about where I might do a small list like that. It's to ask for help actually from others, you know, so that since I don't always have time or make time with my work schedule, that I might be able to offer it to some people in a squat up kind of fashion and get something, a little bit of traction there.
I really like you, Robin, a lot because you're self-aware. Just like me, like when I know that I'm not doing things in my life or I'm not accomplishing my dreams or whatever, I'm always like, I didn't do it. I put it off. You know, and I like that because it keeps you accountable and you at least are aware. There was somebody the other day on Jamil's Instagram that joined his mentorship. It was actually before Jamil was even the mentor, right? It was at one point, a lot of people don't know this, but Josiah was the mentor of Astro Flipping. And then Jamil came in and inherited that community and took it to another level, did a phenomenal job. But he had somebody that came in and was like, hey, you should tell people that Astro Flipping doesn't work. And I saw the comment on Instagram. I'm like, dude, literally, I know people making crazy amount of money from astro flipping. And I also know people making good money. And I know people that are not making money, but the people that at least go, it's because I haven't taken the action, but I'm still in the community. I'm getting better and I'm absorbing information and I'm creating relationships and I'm heading in the right direction. I know this works and I know I'm heading in the right direction. Those people, those are the people I love and respect. And so thank you for saying that. It's amazing. So you're saying that the daily, was it the daily dial or the nightly dial gave you the challenge?
Daily dial. It's Charles.
Okay, love it. So on the daily dial, you said that the students all said, hey, let's get Robin to pull 1,000-person list. And what are we going to do with that list?
It wasn't all, it was just Charles. Me and him were having a conversation and he said, well, it's time to get out there and get something done. So I'm making a challenge for you. And if you don't do it
so what
yourself,
does Charles think you should be doing with that list? Are you going to text or are you going to cold call? What are we going to do?
His suggestion was that since it seems like the time factor is the most difficult time for me, that I take advantage of these groups that we have, both in the free and our group, and maybe offer an opportunity to those who like new students or those who are not yet students who might want to take advantage of making some calls and make that a joint effort if I created this list. And there may or may not be takers in that, who knows? But the bigger point is it's a challenge, it's forced action, and it's doing something, which is better than nothing.
Okay, I want to give you a reward.
Okay.
Because I appreciate you and I adore you, and self-realization is super important. What I want to do for you and Dawn, because Dawn's awesome too, is I want to pay for a virtual assistant for you two for 2 months if you guys squat up on it, and I will buy you a 10,000 person list.
Wow.
Okay, so you don't have to cold call. You and her, and if you guys, there you go. Have Rachel help you. She's a mastermind student. You'll love her.
I connected with her last week.
Yeah, she's great. You'd love her. And so what I would do is I would say, how can we? Because I'm not going to manage the VA, right? I'm not going to pull your list, but I'll pay for it. And if you get a handful of people around you to squat up, like what I would love, Robin, is for you to have a list. Not a list, I'm sorry. I would want you to have leads like within 3 days. Like that's how simple it is. You book a call with startvirtual.com. You guys all know I own the company. So yes, I benefit from pushing that. But you push startvirtual.com. You have a VA set up within a couple of days. They start cold calling. You have a list and now you have your job, right, Robin?
Mm-hmm.
And so all day long, you don't have to worry about generating leads. Somebody else is generating leads for you, and you train your virtual assistant to set appointments for you and anybody else you squat up with to call those sellers at nighttime when you guys are ready, so it works around your schedule.
Right.
So now you got leads.
You're phenomenal. You know that, right?
I do know that.
My other question was even quicker because I know you're going to have the answer in 2 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
I've been considering moving to the other side of my Android. And I don't know anything about this Apple world.
Mm-hmm.
And so the question was, what am I looking for? What phone do I want?
Do you know, can I tell you the reasons why I tease everybody about Androids?
I can tell you, because you sound like a potato if you can't send a voice or a picture message. Sound like you're talking on a potato. You told me that.
Yeah.
And because you don't like green bubbles. And because I have every intention of being in your deal-making, money-making pool, I must become blue.
What I would do is, here's what I would say. Here's what I like iPhones is that, here's what I dislike about iPhones is they have poisoned everybody's brains about the green bubble thing. And I admit that. Like they psychologically have convinced us iPhone users that everybody else has an Android is a sucker.
Mental issues.
But the reality is we are the suckers. We are confined into a box, and iPhone has manipulated us through brilliant marketing. But the thing I like about iPhone is that I'm so I rely on my iPad. I have a laptop here, an iPad here, and I have like probably 12 other computers through my house because I have studio stuff and I have places in my office or my house that other people are, whatever. No matter where I go, even if I don't have my phone on me, I can go onto that computer, that iPad, whatever, and all my messages are in this beautiful one location. So if I send a message on that one location on one computer, I walk over to any one of the other 12 computers, it's all right there, right? And same thing with my email, same thing with whatever, but I can also control my TV with my phone. It's basically, they call it the Apple ecosystem, right? I can control everything that's Apple with an Apple. That's one reason why I like it. But the main thing that I really dislike about Android is I communicate primarily through video message throughout the day because I'm never sitting down in front of a computer unless I'm on a Zoom with you guys. And then I'm driving a lot of times. I don't want to text and I want to convey my message properly. So a lot of times my average video message or my voice memo that I send to people is about 1.5 to 3 minutes long. And Android won't accept those messages. Like your phone, either it's an Apple thing or an Android thing.
Otherwise it won't work.
Right. And then I gotta go, oh, well, half the people I communicate with are in my iPhone messages. And the other half of the people, I got to remember to go to like Messenger or I got to go to like WhatsApp or whatever.
Well, it should be about simplicity for you because you are the leader. It should be your way.
Well, yeah. I mean, I think I got to that point like 5 or 6 years ago. I was like, honestly, if I'm in a group message with an Android user and I can't send a voice, so that's the main thing. Other than that, there's Androids that have better cameras, better speed, better this, better blah, blah, blah. But just from the messaging standpoint, iPhone dominates, and it doesn't mean Androids suck. It's just, it's something fun for me to tease people about. So with an iPhone, it's the most valuable tool in my tool belt is this phone. So whatever phone comes out, I will buy the most expensive phone, $2,000 phone. They're like, this phone is a $2,000 phone. But there's other iPhones that are like $400, $500 that accomplish the same thing, that don't need all the camera things that I need and need all the speed and the data and all that kind of, or not the data, but the size of the memory. So for me, if you were going to switch to iPhone and you were going to go to an expensive route, I would go, how do I limit this to $400 or $500? Like iPhone has a less expensive version that does all the same things. And I think it's called the iPhone SC, I believe. Let's see. Ooh, wow. Yeah, there it is. iPhone SE. And the price of that phone is like, let's see, it's $429. And so I would look at that. For me, a $2,000 phone, I get one deal out of it, or it's better for my content and I can raise capital better, or I can spread my message faster. For me, $2,000 is not important. It's just, do I have the best thing that money can buy in terms of what my job is, right? So for you, you're not like an influencer person yet. You are actually surprisingly good at Instagram. I don't know if you know this.
No, I've been practicing.
Like your Instagram stories surprisingly are freaking phenomenal. Like better than most. Oh, yes.
I just figured out that Blender tool thing. What do you think about that?
You've done a great, like you legitimately, when you tag me on Instagram stories, I'm like, damn, Robin did it again. You know more about Instagram than like Jamil and Brent, legit.
Well, that's saying a lot because I consider myself a genuine, not a politically correct term, techno-tard for sure.
You are definitely not. You are definitely not. I'm surprised at how good you are actually at it. And you have been for a while. Like you've been really good at Instagram stories and tagging me and stuff like that for a long time. And you've got a lot of practice at it. So you can accomplish all of that stuff on a less expensive iPhone. Now the thing is like, what are you talking to me on right now?
A computer.
Okay. And it's a PC with like a
HP,
web browser.
So
for me, the biggest benefit of an iPhone when you're in your work environment, making money environment, is that it syncs with all your computers and does all your stuff, and you won't have that advantage. So there's no point in spending some crazy amount of money on an iPhone when, the iPhone you're going to get can do everything you need and fast. So
Okay.
I would get the iPhone SE for $400. If
Okay, well, I'll
in
take
my
a look and see what I end up with. I
Kyle
appreciate
Alexander says, I need Instagram lessons from Robin. She's great. She tags me all the time.
it every
She,
day because I got myself a mission happening. I have a little schedule.
you do?
April, I have a giant plan, as you are well aware. Giant plan for April. In June, I retire. And it looks like with the vacation that I have, I just learned yesterday that means I might only work like a couple of days of June. Because my plans for April mean I have to have July off. So it works out perfectly. And then pension, and in that length of time, all of the education that will happen between now and then, and the ability to act, because I'll no longer have a W-2 in my way, will allow me to finish this year strong. So I have a definite course of action.
Amazing. Well, what I would be doing, Dawn, have you and Dawn have had a conversation or no?
I couldn't read the chat. So Dawn Walker, no, I don't think so.
Hey, Dawn Walker, will you text Robin? Her cell phone's right on the screen. Will you please text her? Okay. And
I heard some text going through. She might have done that already. So Dawn, whoever you are, nice to meet you.
she's great. So what I would do is get you, Dawn, maybe Rachel, a couple other people, and I'll buy a virtual assistant from Start Virtual for you girls. And I'll pay for a 10,000 tomorrow. Robin, come in tomorrow, tomorrow morning. And I'm going to be I'm going to be doing comping in Deal Automator, but I'll pull the list in Deal Automator since my account will already be open. I'll pull the list and spend the money.
Okay, and we have a little head start there because when you guys were doing the Zero to Hero, after it was done, I started to do that, and then I realized it's going to be like $5,000 a month if I followed you guys, and I couldn't do it. But I already been through all of my first initial stuff with Start Virtual. I was ready for my assistant, so and there's still money sitting in there, so it's already ready to go. I'm in there already, just don't have a VA.
Okay, will you email that? Wait, you already put money in there?
Yeah, because it required a deposit, and I just couldn't move forward because
email them, whoever it is that you're communicating with over there. I don't know, because all I am is an investor over there. I don't.
I'll have to look it up because it was way back then. But yes, it's there.
Okay, so if you've got money sitting over there at Start Virtual, you put a deposit down on getting a virtual assistant. I'll tell them to refund that money to you and bill me for 2 months of a VA plus your onboarding fee or whatever it is.
I don't mind paying what I already paid. I don't need a total free ride. I love the blessing that I'm getting, but I'm saying it's money that's there already. I don't mind contributing to my own success.
I know that. I know that.
I know. If they give my money back, I'll go buy an iPhone.
There you go. Either buy an iPhone or even buy another list, because what'll happen is like that 10,000 person list, you'll go through it in 2 months. So what I would do is save that money until you're ready for another list, right?
Okay.
And I'll get you set up. Send an email to find out whoever you're talking to.
I'll look back in my emails. I'll figure out who I connected with and get a report going again. I'll reconnect.
Amazing. Okay, cool.
Thank you. Hey, have we told you yet today that we love you?
Hey, have I told you you're awesome? Hey, have I told you you're great at freaking Instagram? Holy moly.
You have? I just heard that today. Thanks so much.
I've always thought that about you for as long as you've tagged me on like wholesale hotline stuff for like maybe a year or maybe a year and a half. I'm like, you're so good at Instagram stories.
Well, thank you. Thanks so much.
Of course. Interesting. Munif says, I need a Phoenix, Arizona list. Munif, I'll just give you my Arizona list. I have every house in Phoenix, Arizona skip traced, every single house. I think we spent recently another like 18 grand or something. I'll just give it to you. Pace, can you circle back to me on my cell phone here, or wait until I get back to the house? Sure. You're not gonna call on Tampa, Munif? You're not a fan of Tampa anymore? Oops. Wait, what happened? I'm trying to unmute you, Munif, and you don't even have a phone thing.
Nope, that's me. Gotta mute me.
My wife goes, "Are you okay? I thought you were only doing this for 5 hours. You're currently at 10. Okay. Okay. Robin, you're awesome. Thank you. All right. Here we go. Franklin, what up?
We do, then we have to drive together instead.
Who is that? Is that your girlfriend yelling at you?
Yeah. So I'm working on a deal right now in Douglasville. I actually didn't expect you to call me.
I know. I saw you picking your nose, so I thought I'd pick on you.
Yeah. So
bro, come on. I'm on these things for 10.5 hours. I'm like doing this the whole time, and I'm picking my ears and I'm scratching my. Come on, dog. Don't act like we don't all just pick our nose. Come on.
yeah. So
Franklin's like, I wasn't hoping that this was the first conversation I ever had with Pace, is him calling me out for picking.
I actually saw you at the Atlanta meetup, but I was just. So
I know, but I'm just saying, like on Zoom.
So there's this deal. I'm trying to find the address now. I'm panicking.
Matt says he's trying to move on so bad. Should I just keep harping on him about picking his nose or what?
So the address is well, we think it should probably
Don't give me the address. Tell me why it's a deal.
Okay, so I mean the
is it a creative finance deal?
Possibly.
Okay.
He really wants to sell fast. I mean, that's like his main motivation, sell fast, but he's like kind of greedy. I mean, me and another sub 2 student are working on it. Her name's Lauren. Trying to get her on here, but I don't know if she is. And right now we're trying to, I mean, she talked to him, and I don't really know what she did to negotiate, but she like offered him like 120, and he said, hell no. So then she pitched him like creative finance, like subject 2, and then he's like, oh yeah, that sounds great. And for like a 240 ARV, he wanted like 70 down, and then like $900 monthly payments to his like $500 mortgage. Trying to work on this deal with Abraham too, and sell it to him.
This is the problem with me teaching so many people and building such an amazing community, is that there was a point in this mentorship where you guys would come in and go, hey, I got this opportunity, and I would just buy every single house. And now when you guys come in with these questions, it's like, oh yeah, I'm already selling it to another student.
I mean, if you can negotiate with them, then you can take it, I guess.
No. I come on, bro. This is why I love Sub 2, is that you guys are doing deals with each other. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay. So, tell me what the story is again.
So this house is,
don't tell me the story.
Okay.
Tell me what is the deal? What's my PITI? What's the, why is this a deal?
So the ARV on it is about 255.
Franklin, if it's a creative finance deal, do I care about the ARV?
I don't know. Do you?
I do not.
Okay. I mean, it might be a cash deal, just a flip, possibly. I mean,
I care about
like rehab.
You guys want to hear? You guys want to hear the first things? Pay attention to this, Franklin.
Okay.
And everybody else. There are three boxes when I underwrite a deal. 3 boxes. Okay. First box. What do I want to know? I want to know what's my PITI. Oops, not my PIII. My PITI. That was so bad. It's so small right now that I have to draw. Okay, what's my PITI? What is it?
It says his PITI is $500 on PropStream, but he never gave it to us, and she's been trying to ask for it. So.
Okay, PITI.
Yeah.
And what is the rent rate?
He's right now, I mean, it can, Lauren says it can go up to 600, 1,600, but he's actually renting it out right now already to people at 1,000.
Okay, got it. No problem. So I like this already. I already see that there's a $900. What is that? That's $1,100 spread. I like that. So I got $1,100 spread, right? So I'm like, okay, bing, bing, bing.
Right.
If my first question is that it cash flows, I go check mark and I move to my next box. I don't care about ARV at all in the first conversation. I care what is my PITI versus my ability to bring in income. Christian Hernandez, what up, dog? I saw you over on YouTube. And I was like, what's Christian Hernandez doing on YouTube? Doesn't he know this is a Zoom for students? Come in here and hang out. I see all the people on YouTube right now like, hey, can I ask a question? No.
Yeah.
No.
Actually, Lauren's been talking to Christian too about this one. So we can jump in on too, maybe.
So it sounds like we haven't gotten the seller to a point where we can actually have a conversation with the seller about what's really going on. We haven't gotten the seller far enough along, right?
Well, from what I know, I'm like, what do you care about the tenants? Or you want to evict them? He's like, I don't care about anybody but myself. I'm single. And I looked up his age. He's like 60. He just wants to cash out and retire.
Oh, he just wants to cash out and retire. Okay. So we got to look at this as a cash deal or a creative deal.
Right. So she tried to negotiate them. She said 120, and then she just jumped into creative finance. Didn't even consider maybe move up to maybe 180. I think it might be a deal still.
Okay. All right. Hold on a sec. I gotta turn the camera off because I gotta pick my nose. I'll be right back.
Nervous. I feel like everyone's watching me right now.
All right. I didn't have to pick my nose. I just had to pee. Sorry.
Okay.
Okay. So you've got an opportunity. It's not a deal because this is an opportunity because a deal is something under contract, right? So you got an opportunity.
Right.
And the seller's motivated, it sounds like. And what's your first question?
I mean, is it a deal? I guess that's my first question.
So, okay. So the seller wants 180.
He tried to list it twice already. He tried to list it at 200,000 and then he withdrew it and then it expired at 235. So, and then he was like going in on Lauren. He's like, I want 235. And I'm thinking he doesn't want 125 because his loan is like 108. So he's only going to make like 15,000 after he pays off his loan. So, just trying to figure out because he wants to sell as soon as possible. So
why?
He just wants to cash out and retire. He's old. He said he's single. So, I guess I didn't ask that part, but I asked him.
That's a pretty important question.
I said, how soon do you want to sell it? He said yesterday. And I just took okay, he wants to sell fast. So.
Virginia Drew says 60 isn't old. I completely agree with that. I would say the older I get, the more I realize that 60, that people start lives at 60 years old, which is amazing. Just kind of depends on who you are. People literally their lives don't start until 60, some people. And then they have a good 30. Think, Franklin, how old are you? 22?
That's exactly how old I am.
Okay. So you're 22. Think about this. There are people that when they turn 60 will live 2 more times the length of your entire life right now, past 60. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So the guy's 60. He's kind of nearing the end of I don't want to work anymore type of thing. I want my 50 grand.
Yeah. He might want more because Lauren was saying like she was on the phone with him. And he was like, oh yeah.
What's his motivation?
I mean, to me, it just seems he just wants to retire and have some cash.
For what?
Right. I mean, that part I didn't ask. So
That's a problem.
right.
You know, one of the advantages I have, Franklin, and here's the advantage like an older person, I didn't say old, I said older person has over Franklin. Okay. What's the advantage that we have, older people? What do we have over Franklin?
Experience.
Life experience. Right? Life experience. That I'm not afraid to ask somebody, why do you need the money? What are you going to do with it? You haven't gone through enough life experience. You feel confident asking that question. Right? That seems like a very like totally aggressive question to ask somebody. So you're not naturally asking that. Me naturally, I meet somebody at a dinner party. I'm like, what do you do? How much money do you make? What's going on? I want to jump into that question right away. So with the seller, I feel like you guys haven't dug into the pain. Like, what are you trying to accomplish? How can I help you accomplish that?
Okay.
Part of me feels like I want to call the seller for you.
Right.
Where's it located?
It's in Douglasville, in Georgia.
Okay, where's Douglasville? Give me a bigger city. Say it's 45 minutes outside of a city that I would recommend.
Probably
I would recognize.
30 minutes from Atlanta.
30 minutes from Atlanta. There we go.
Yeah.
Luciano says, say Atlanta and he'll call. He's not wrong. Okay, so let's call him. Okay. Let's call him, and here's what I want you. I'm going to give you guys a little bit of practice. Okay, I will call him for you, Franklin. Okay. I'm going to call him, and I'm just going to ask a couple of questions that nudge the conversation forward.
Okay.
Okay. So what you guys are sitting here worried about is like you got to close the seller on every freaking call. Sometimes you just got to obtain a couple pieces of information and nudge the conversation forward, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So what Munif's on here. Munif, what's a couple of good questions you feel like Franklin has not asked that we need to ask this gentleman? What's a couple of questions, guys? Let's fill the chat. Munif's going to have some good ones. Who's got some suggestions? So I'm not going to try and close the guy. What he's using now, Kyle Alexander, he's right. Like, what are you going to use the money for? But I'm going to call him and we're just going to, there you go. I like that one, Darren. What's next for him after the sale? I really like that.
Okay, well, I have his number, so.
Okay, put it in the side chat, bro. Send me a private DM.
Private. His name is Mark.
Mark Dickinson. Remember. All right. It went just like straight to voicemail.
Oh, it did?
Mm-hmm.
He's like on and off with picking up the phone. So sometimes he's fast, sometimes he's like, you gotta call him a few times.
This is Mark. If I miss your call, I will call you back. Thank you. Bye.
That's a good old boy. He probably has a shirt that says good old boy. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, there's a couple of things I would do. I like Kyle says, he guarantees it. You'll look good. I guarantee it. What's that brand, guys? Kyle says, you can bet your ass. This guy probably says that phrase. Yeah, there you go. Men's Warehouse. Yeah, there you go. Branding, guys. Branding's important. It's very, very important. Okay, so Franklin, you have here's I'm going to go through and tell you kind of tell you what I would say to him.
Okay.
Man, I've really struck out on the seller calls today, haven't I? Usually it's like I get every single one. Boom, boom, boom. Okay. I would say something along the lines of, what's his name again? Charles Dickinson?
Mark.
Hey, Mark, it's Pace Morby. How you doing? That's you, Franklin. You're Mark.
Oh, he's like, who's this?
My name's Pace. I'm partners with Franklin. Actually, I'm not really his partner. I'm the person that funds all of their deals. And I'm looking at this house that they're asking me to potentially fund. Have you guys struck a price yet? I mean, the notes on this are kind of unclear.
No, haven't yet. Just trying to get my cash, and it's got tenants in it and all that. And
oh, dang. Okay, so you got tenants in the property. Oh, here we go. Wireless caller. Oh, it's Phoenix, Arizona. Dang it. Hello. I did. This is Pace Morby. I'm actually calling on behalf of Rylus Dana. I believe you're working with him on the probate stuff.
I'm sorry, I did not understand that. Would you please repeat it?
Happily, yeah. I'm calling because Rylus Dana referred me to you. Do you recognize the name Rylus Dana?
Oh, okay. That's the lawyer.
Yep, that's the lawyer. That's correct.
Okay. Now, who are you?
I'm the person that works on the real estate for his clients.
I'm sorry, I still didn't understand that.
I am the real estate buyer for Rylus Dana. So Rylus Dana refers me to all his clients.
Okay, so therefore you are interested in the property I have at 2818 East Earl.
That is correct.
Okay. It's not for sale until I find homes for 5 cats.
I can help you find the homes for the 5 cats.
Are you the gentleman that came to my house in Mesa?
No.
Oh, okay. There's a gentleman that come to the house in my house in Mesa with a lawyer.
No, that's not me.
Okay.
Do you need my help with housing the cats for new homes?
How would you find homes for them?
That's one of my jobs. I do that for a lot of Rylus's clients.
How would you do that?
We have resources to find new homes for those cats.
And it's not the Humane Society.
No.
And how do you check out these people that you'll be taking the cats to?
We have a list of people who we screen and we qualify before we bring pets to their home.
Okay, it's not the Humane Society and it's not people that use them for experiment.
Absolutely not.
Okay. How do you go about getting the cats to take to these people?
I would need to see the house first to see if we could help out.
Well, I told you the address.
When is the property vacant?
Unless you count 4 cats floating in it.
Okay. When can I stop by the house?
I will be there tomorrow morning until from probably about 5 o'clock in the morning till about 9 o'clock in the morning.
Can I meet you at 8:30 in the morning?
You can?
Perfect. Myself and my wife will be there at 8:30 in the morning.
All right. You have the address?
I sure do.
Okay. Do you know where Earl is?
I do.
Okay. Then it sounds like we're all set.
Thank you so much.
Okay. You have a good evening.
All right. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, Munif, you want to go on the seller appointment with me? You can come with me, bro. I haven't been on a buy appointment in a long time. Wow. Should we just bring like 85 people to this buyer hey, all Arizona sub 2 students, let's go on this buy appointment tomorrow.
And then take the cats.
What did we learn from this call, guys? Munif was kind of typing it out. Tone matching.
Yeah, redirecting objections. That's all he said. Mirroring.
Remember, so what's her big objection? What did we pick up on there?
The cats.
The cats, right? So
home for them.
By the way, do I have a solution for the cats?
I think you do. I heard the rabbit story.
Well, my mom was the solution to the rabbit story.
Okay.
I don't have a solution for the cats. Okay. Do you remember in the very beginning of the Zoom, probably about 8 hours, maybe 9 hours ago, I talked about creating a Trojan horse, right? We talked about creating a Trojan horse, right? What's the point of trying to get into a big, long conversation about cats and rehousing cats if I haven't even seen the property? So my main thing is, how do I get into the property and how do I have this conversation? I'm allergic to cats too, Munif. So what I want to do is I want to see, can I help this person? Is she realistic with her price? And then what I would do is I'd say, I would put in my contract with her. I would state, we can't close escrow on the price that we agreed to until we rehome the cats. And guess what I would do? I don't know. I'll figure it out. That's called causing problems in my business. Right? The Benadryl, the problem with the Benadryl is that I'll fall asleep. Kyle says that's a relief to hear, honestly. What do you mean, Kyle? Oh, I see. Oh, Jeremy says, I just received my first lead from foreclosure mailing just now. You don't have to, you don't have to have all, does everybody think you have to have all the solutions all the time? And I just think I have all the answers all the time? No, you walk the path, right? And do we already know what the main sticking point is? We already know what her pain is, right? So when like Franklin, let's go back to your seller situation.
Yeah.
Where's your seller's cats?
I don't know.
Right? This seller's got cats. That's a problem they need solved. Where are your seller's cats? That's like all I can think about. So like all I want to do is get on the phone with your seller and I want to uncover the cats. I want to see what's going on.
Yeah.
Jeremy says, I have no clue on how to do foreclosure or the process. Well, Jeremy, you don't need to know how to do the foreclosure or the process at all. Patty says, Pace, what's your Trojan horse? What do you mean, Patty? I think what you're asking is, what am I specifically talking? My Trojan horse is that I told her I have a solution. Right? Oh, there you go. That's a great, yeah. Patty's asking you the question, Franklin, like, how are you going to enter the gates of this guy? He's blocking you. He's blocking you. He's blocking you. Right? So where are my cats with this seller? Your guy in Douglasville. He's 60 and he wants to retire. Okay, great. So he's 60 and he wants to retire. Let's create a Trojan horse. The Trojan horse, I want to call this guy again because I want to show you how easy this conversation is to find. This is where the life experience really, people with life experience can dominate. It's like people that are in the older generations are like, man, these young kids, these whippersnappers know how to do shit. The reality is they don't have much life experience, right? So
This is Mark. If I miss your call, I will.
that guy is good, man. I want to create a rap album and have him as like the voiceover on some of the stuff.
You might not be calling because it's an Arizona number.
Maybe. So you guys haven't gotten to a point. Like all I'm hearing is like, you guys are throwing out numbers to me. You're like, is this a deal? I'm like, where are the cats?
Yeah.
Where are the bunnies?
Right.
Right. Good closers understand the value they bring to the table. And what value do you bring to the table for this guy? Let's talk about that for a second, Franklin, because I don't want you to just like walk away from this just from a standpoint of I didn't ask the guy the right questions. What is some value that I can bring to this guy? Why would this guy want to do business with me?
I mean, if we can guarantee he gets retirement money.
Yeah, I think that's a great solution.
Yeah.
So what I would do is I like that.
He wants to retire and like
You're smart, man.
With it.
You're smart. Just because you picked your nose doesn't mean you're stupid.
Good to know.
Bro, I pick my nose all the time.
Pretty sure everyone does.
Franklin's like, this is not fair. I was literally just scratching my nose and Pace is completely laying into me. He wasn't picking his nose, guys. Okay, so here's the value. And this is what I would jump into. I'd say, well, you know, just thinking about this, like all of our sellers, what's his name again?
Mark.
Instant. So Mark, all of our sellers in this age group that are kind of going through the same thing you're going through, you know, want to retire, et cetera, et cetera. I find that they want to get top dollar for their property, but more important, they want to have continual revenue. And then like the cherry on top is they don't want to have any property management issues with tenants. Is that kind of what you're shooting for?
Yeah, but but other than price, he was saying his tenants were good. And I was like, why don't you sell it to your tenants? And he's like, oh, they got problems with the IRS or something like that.
What a great question, Franklin. What a great question that was, bro. Great question. Why don't you sell it to your tenants? Great question.
Yeah. And then he said they got IRS issues, so that means probably don't have funding.
Okay. So I think you just got to figure out where are you providing your value, and your value would be structuring something where he gets a down payment. He does a hybrid to you. This is a hybrid deal all day long, right? You're going to take over the existing mortgage. You're going to give him a down payment, or somebody's going to give him a down payment. I would buy this deal.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, Lauren talked to her. She just joined the call. She wants to jump in, but he was saying he wanted 70,000 for a down payment.
70,000 for a down payment. It's because why do people not sell to you on seller finance, Franklin? There's only 3 reasons why people don't sell to you on seller finance. What are those 3 reasons? Write this down. Write this down. This is very important. There's only 3 reasons why people don't sell to you on seller finance. Number one, you have failed to get them to understand the benefits clearly and simply. Okay? They don't see the benefit. It has not been conveyed to them properly. So many times people go, man, this guy wants 70 grand. And then I get on the phone call with the seller and they go, oh, yeah. I'll do that. I'll do that for 10 grand. Right?
Yeah.
So that's one. Number 2 is they need the money. They need the money for something very specific right now. And there's no way around it. Like my daughter's having her leg amputated and I don't have insurance and the hospital won't operate without that money. I need that money. Or my daughter has a wedding coming up and I have to pay for that wedding, right? Those are, I need my money. Or I have a house that I'm buying and there's a down payment on that house I'm buying and I need the money out of this deal to put a down payment on that deal. That's a very good reason, right?
Yeah.
The third reason why is because they have zero pain. Zero pain. So let me ask you a question, Franklin. What is the reason why this guy is giving you a hard time on the down payment and why he's not open to it?
It might be a zero pain. I mean,
It's either 1 or 2 because I'm sorry, it's a 1 or 3. It's definitely not 2.
well, he might be 1 and 3. I didn't pitch it, so I
understand.
I don't really know exactly how it was pitched at all, but
You're talking about Lauren Campbell?
yeah, Lauren Campbell.
Lauren, what up?
Hey.
Are you out and about? Are you getting ready to go party?
No, I'm not. I'm just grilling.
Are you grilling and you don't have your camera on? What are you grilling?
You want to see?
Yeah.
Hold on. I switched my camera.
Oh my guys, are you joking me? Look, this is the girl you want at your barbecue right now. Look at this. You made those yourself.
Just a little bit something. No.
You made those kebabs yourself.
Yes.
Wow.
Come over. It's a party.
It'd take me about a day to get all the way over there.
Yeah, for sure.
So
But yeah,
Lauren, what am I missing on the seller? What do we think it is? It's either 1 or 3.
Well, his big thing is he just wants this money so he'll have enough to just live his life. He wants to live by the beach, he said. So he really wanted cash, but he said if he were to do subject to, then he would need at least 70 down.
Okay. So I think it's just an additional conversation with the guy. You guys got to stay on top of him. I would love to have that call. Maybe you could get one of the other leaders on the call and be like, well, 70 grand. Why don't we just set up a payment plan for that 70 grand?
The last thing that he said to me was that send him send him an idea of what we want.
We got it. I know exactly what the problem is then. Whenever a seller asks you to send you terms or an email or whatever, what is the problem that's going on? Is it 1 or is it 3?
1.
It's 1.
Yeah.
You're lacking credit. So the number one reason why is because you have failed to convey the benefits of creative finance to that seller in a simple, easy way to understand. So he doesn't understand it. You overcomplicated it. You use terms he didn't understand. You don't have credibility. Something's going on there. That's the problem. It's the pitch. It's the conversation. We need to get stronger on that. Either you get me on I've called him 3 times. So I would love to talk to him, but you got to have that conversation with the person. And you got to maybe try and get, one of the leaders in sub 2 on the phone with them and see if they can help nudge the conversation down the road.
Yeah.
What if we did like a 3-way and then she called you first and then called him? Maybe that would work.
I think I believe in Lauren Campbell. Like, did you guys see how she made those kebabs?
Christian said, let me call him.
Yeah. Why don't you, if you talk to his attorney, Christian, how the heck did you talk to his attorney? Did he have a question about it?
He sent his attorney. He actually was very interested in doing this. And then he sent his attorney, and then he sent his attorney's number. She sent us photos, and then we explained to her Christian explained to her the process, and they seemed interested. Okay. It's really just this 70,000 that's the problem.
Okay. Christian, have you spoken to the seller specifically?
No. I was just going about my day and Lauren called me and I picked up the phone and it was like a 3-way with her and the attorney. So she just had some questions about, how about sub 2's work and stuff like that. So I answered all the questions that she had. And I've never talked to the seller. I just answered that phone call and then I don't know about it.
Yeah.
We didn't go back to it. I haven't gone back to it.
Okay. Well, Christian's really good, guys. I would maybe get Christian on the phone with the seller or one of the leaders on the phone with the seller and see if you can take another crack at it. I think he just needs he's a pretty confident, good old boy. I think somebody confident needs to get on the phone. Franklin, have you spoken to the seller?
I I'm just like the first person to call him, and then so far, Lauren's the only one that's really been negotiating with him.
Okay, I want you to do two things, Franklin.
Yeah.
One, go get more leads. And two, let's try somebody else getting on the phone with the seller just to stir it up a little bit.
I'm working on leads. I'm working every day to find some more. So
Lauren Campbell needs to do a Zoom on how to make some kebabs. Like, she killing it with that grill. Freaking love it. Christian, I would reach out to them and see if you can get on the phone with the seller. I think that's what needs to happen.
Will do.
Thank you, brother. Christian's killing it, guys. If you guys ever need help with anything, Christian Hernandez is awesome. He's killing it. So Franklin, we came down to the situation. We know I didn't need the ARV. I don't need the address.
Yeah.
I just know that you are lacking cats.
Right.
We don't have cats. We don't know the problem we're trying to solve here. Okay.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So I'm just gonna go and call him again and see, find those cats.
Okay. I was going to say a different word for cats, but that's not suitable for work. So go find those bunnies. Go find those cats.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And it looks like I'm going on a buy appointment with Munif tomorrow. That'll be pretty cool. Brian Jones. What up, Brian Jones? You're unmuted, but for some reason your voice isn't coming through. I can see that you're unmuted. I think maybe your microphone, you got to change your microphone or something. Let's try that again.
Let's see what technology says.
There we go. I can barely hear you.
Does technology agree with me today?
There we go. I can hear you. I can probably hear you well enough.
All righty. Partner and I have stepped into a deal that's got a lot of promise, but it's past our experience right now. It's a 9-unit Airbnb. It's turnkey. It's been running for a year. It's next to Myrtle Beach in South Carolina.
Okay.
2.1 mil, and the net is what was that? Oh Lordy. Yeah, the net after all expenses is 143. So we're trying to see if we can actually find a way to swing this. And we are a little bit too new for some of the things we're trying to get done.
Okay, what are you trying to get done that would help you?
Well, we are trying to find financing, and we're trying to figure out if we can JV with somebody, or if we were hearing today about you helping with loans. I just lost the word.
Oh, as a sponsor.
Sponsor, yes, sir.
Okay, so here's what we got to talk about. Is this a cash deal or a creative deal?
They want a 1031, so we might be able to get a creative on it, but it pretty much seems to be they're wanting cash.
Okay, so I don't sponsor cash loans unless you're bringing the down payment to the table.
Fair enough.
Okay, so Brian, how good are you at like Morby method? Do you understand the Morby method?
A little bit.
Okay, I'll make you understand it real quick. Okay. So let's say that you got a property in Myrtle Beach that the seller wants. It's a 9-unit deal, right? 9-unit Myrtle Beach, $2.1 million. So what's going to happen is essentially what Morby method is if you give the seller basically 75% down and the seller carries 25% of it in a long-term note. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
So the 75% down comes from, in this situation, this would come from Marcus Millichap, which is the lender I would use for this particular deal. Okay. I would go obtain a loan from Marcus Millichap for the 75% that the seller wants down. They would get that 75% of $2.1 million, which would be roughly $1.5 million in cash. That would come from Marcus Millichap I would sponsor that loan. But in that situation, the lender, Marcus Millichap, this is where it gets a little bit tricky, okay? Two things have to happen. One, the seller has to be okay seller financing that 25% seller carryback. Does that make sense?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And two, Marcus Millichap is not going to give you a 75% loan without you bringing 25% to the table at close of escrow to complete the transaction. So what you need is roughly $500,000 of transactional funding temporarily that you put as a down payment to title. Marcus Millichap brings the $75,000. The transaction completes, and then the seller refunds your $500,000 to you from title. The seller never receives the 500 grand. It just sits at title. And the seller refunds that 500 grand back to you so you can pay back your transactional lender. And the seller then carries that 25% seller carryback. Does that make sense?
Simple, easy structure. Okay.
Okay. Very, very simple. So here's where it gets challenging is that your seller, and you go, well, it's a 1031 exchange. Okay, well, no problem. You can do a 1031 exchange with this. You 1031 the 1.5, and then you have a 1031 intermediary. We have a guy that will do it. A 1031 intermediary will do a long-term seller finance 1031 on the remaining 25%. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So in order to go down this road, we have to find out, is this seller open to, hey, if we buy this for $2.1 million, would you guys be open to seller financing the 25% of this for 5 years or 7 years or 10 years or whatever it is that you want to negotiate? And once that seller says, yeah, you know what, I would be open to that, then you can start that conversation. But for me, like I look at a cash deal, great. Go get you got to bring $600,000 to the table, which you could do as well, right? Like think about this, Brian. You could go to 6 other sub-2 students and go, hey, everybody pool 100 grand together. We're all going to syndicate the down payment to Marcus Millichap. And we're going to put 25% down, which is $600,000. And then Marcus Millichap, which is a lender name, not a human being. That's a lender's company name. Marcus Millichap gives you a loan for $1.5 million and you guys can buy this deal cash. Not a problem. Okay. So it depends. Which way do you want to go? If you really want the property, then syndicate $600,000 from other sub-2 students. If you're like, I don't want to have $600,000 of partners in the deal, then you got to convince the seller that they should seller carry back that $600,000 so you don't need to keep that money involved in the deal. Ted Miller just said, I may lend on that deal. You got a lot of people. Trent M was like, dope. Pace, do you place students in an LLC? What do you, Chad, I don't know what you mean by that. Do you place students in an LLC? I don't know what that means. Brian, so you got to make a determination of, based on my conversation with the seller, is this a listed property represented by a real estate agent?
It's pre-listing.
Okay, it's a pre-listing, which means there's an agent involved. Okay, so if you have an agent involved, now what you have to do is you have to convince the agent about the Morby method, and then the agent has to convince the seller about the Morby method. This is why I'm not a big fan of real estate agents, is because they block my ability to actually negotiate, and I'm playing this whole phone tag situation. But that's the path you got to go down. You got to have that conversation with the agent and go, hey, I have a couple of different options. One, this looks like a good deal for me. I'm going to bring 6 partners to the table and we're going to break it up. 15%, 15%, 15%. Everybody gets 15% of this deal because we're all going to pull in $100,000 each. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does.
So what route do you think is the right route?
I'm going to see if we can get some creative terms on it and make it a little bit easier.
Yeah, if you get creative terms on it, you'll get a little bit easier. If you don't, then you can always syndicate, come to 6 other students and go, hey, who has 100 grand? Let's put 6 partners together and buy this deal. And then, Brian, you could even structure it in a way that you bring 6 additional students to the table. You guys syndicate, all own it within one LLC, but you guys are all part owners of that LLC, and you brought the deal. So you don't actually have to bring any money to the table. That's a creative way of wrestling some gators, giving them a part ownership, but you actually own just as much as they do, but you didn't have to bring any money to the table.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins, right?
Guess I just need to find some gators here.
There's a lot of gators in here, brother. Okay, so what you got to do is I would put a whole prospectus together and maybe even put it in the Facebook group like, hey, Pace and I talked about this on his crazy long 11-hour Zoom that he did on Friday on his day off. And he said I should reach out and see if anybody wants to syndicate and put some money together. Or what you could do, this is an interesting one. You could go to the agent and say, hey, agent, I want to see if they'll sell or carry back. And the agent, I already told you, Brian, the seller wants to 1031. Yeah, I get that. But you know that there is a way to 1031 this whole transaction where I give him 75% down, that 1031's into another deal. And then the remaining 25%, we can structure that as a long-term 1031 exchange. And we have a 1031 intermediary that will do it properly. And pretty simple transaction. So you go convince the seller says, yeah, I'm open to that. If you guys give me my $2.1 million, then what you do is you go raise capital from your fellow students, 600 grand, and you temporarily fund the transaction. Like I mentioned, the money gets refunded back to the students, and you actually still keep the students on. Instead of paying them a transactional funding fee, you give them all 5% of the deal. Then that way there's no transactional funding fee. I mean, I could keep going on with more and more ways to structure this based on who you find, what the seller wants, agents' willingness to cooperate. There's 1,000 different ways that will change where we go with this, right?
Creativity is the fun part.
Right. So what's your next step?
Well, the next step is definitely talking to the agent and exploring a couple options, and might be coming back to the group pretty quick, trying to round up.
There you go. Brian, what I would be doing is putting your information in the side chat and have people that are interested in potentially jumping on this deal with you reach out to you.
Shall do.
Ted Miller says he's interested in helping out. Good question, Brian. Thank you, brother. Chandra.
Hello.
Yo, what up?
Hey there.
Hi.
I'm like, I finally made it to the top.
Yeah, you did. Sorry. I've been taking my sweet time with everybody, just giving them all the attention, you know?
It's okay. I understand. I've been here like all morning and all day with you too. It's okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
So I actually I've been like a lot of my questions have been answered, so I don't really have much to ask here. But I did want to give a shout out to the sub 2 community, especially to Dion Lewis.
Leon's great.
I'm only been in a month, and he has been amazing. He's helped me give me a list to call, and he's sharing his polio with me, and we may have our first deal in the way that I brought him. So I'm excited about that. I know
Who are you selling it to?
Well, we're trying to find a buyer now in Lynchburg, Virginia. So if anyone's
amazing
in the chat, let me know.
Is it a cash deal?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a cash deal. Actually, my niche is really mobile homes, but I joined Sub 2 because I wanted to get into single family. So I'm about a month in, and actually I got a call from my mobile home sign, but he actually wants to sell a home. He's an absentee owner. He lives here in Charlotte, but his mom is in a nursing home in Virginia, and he's trying to get rid of the property. So of course I'm like, Dion, I think I got something. I'm gonna send everything to you. So we're trying to wrap it up now. So.
That sounds like an easy seller finance type of deal.
He
probably has the house paid off free and clear.
It's free and clear. It does need, he said he has some estimates about 25 to 30,000 in renovations though.
Did you bring up to him seller finance?
I didn't talk to him because I'm not a closer. I mean, I'm not there yet.
You're not a closer. You have the personality of a closer.
Oh yeah, of course. Just not yet. So when it comes to terms, still working on my my cold calling and stuff like that, and like how to explain all those things. So I'll let Dion handle that part of it. But since I was still on here, I was like, well, I don't have a question anymore, but I definitely wanted to give him a shout out and just to everyone so far, because everyone has been so helpful this month. And I've been in the group, like I've had so many DMs, text messages, like the whole nine. It's been great.
The greatest community on planet Earth.
It is. It is. Oh, this is my one question. Came back to me. I know that we have contracts for Sub 2 when it comes to single family. Do you know if we can use that same contract for mobile homes?
Yes. I think I own 85 mobile homes.
Okay, I only have 4, so I got to catch up.
Yeah, you'll catch up. You'll catch up. Are these mobile home parks or mobile homes?
These are mobile homes. I have 4 mobile homes.
And they own the land? No,
it's a lot.
Okay, yeah. So yes, 100% the contract that we use is good for mobile homes that have the lot. So you're buying mobile homes inside of a park that are paying lot rent to a landowner.
Yes. So this one will be, so this morning while on your call, I just left my phone going the whole time, so I didn't lose my spot. But this couple is selling their mobile home. It's a 2011, but they still owe $45,000 on it. So I played the bank before, but it's always been paid off. So this is a little different for me. So I was wondering if I could use this Sub 2 contract and kind of do like, down payment, give them what they need so they can move and move out, and then put the next person on payments.
45 grand for a mobile home that doesn't own the land.
Yeah, it's really nice. They did a lot of work to it to put a lot of cement in the yard, in the back. They have a gazebo, new flooring, cabinets, the whole 9. And then it's also pretty much a newer model. And then the park that is in, it's a 5-star park. So they have a clubhouse and, like a pool out there.
What city is that in?
This is in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Interesting. So you chose to niche in mobile homes that don't own land.
So when I started about 2 years ago in mobile homes, it's easy. It's like, meet me in the Walmart parking lot. I get tired of money.
I mean, there's very little competition on it too.
And then it just kind of, I wanted to get into single family, but just, didn't want to jump out the window. And then I finally decided to do it now, but I still get all my mobile home. I get more money from mobile homes still, a lot quicker and easier than single family so far. That's going to change soon though, because I'm going to be on point. But
my favorite deals ever are mobile homes.
And I come across a lot of park deals, and same thing. Just through the group, I've been like sending them to some people that I know in the group that buy mobile home parks. But I
buy mobile home parks.
So I can send to you next. Okay.
Ted Miller, are you in here, Ted? And Chad Glover?
I know Chad.
Chad's one of my favorite people.
Chad's in Charlotte too.
I know. That's why I called on him.
I haven't met him in person, but he was like one of the first ones to reach out to me.
Sweet. I consider him a friend. I love Ted. I love Chad. Hey, Ted, what up, dog?
Yo, what's happening?
When was the last time I talked to you, man?
Been too long.
Hey, Ted, why do you help out with Chandra on these mobile home parks, and you and I buy a mobile home park in North Carolina?
Yeah, I'd love to help.
Ted's a great closer,
Yeah,
Chandra.
sure.
So I would be reaching out to Chad and Ted, and I'll be the buyer. Like I'll fund them. I'll down payments, whatever. Let's go.
Okay, got it. So I'm ready then.
Let these boys close some deals for you. Okay.
Okay, no problem. And sorry, I'm gonna miss Clever Summit. I paid for my tickets, but I am almost 9 months preggo, so my doctor said I can't fly. So I had to.
Yeah, I understand. Well, the good thing is you bought your ticket for the physical event, so you'll get ownership of the NFT, which will be cool.
Oh, great. Okay, awesome. All right, thanks.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold no more time. I know everyone's been on here forever, so.
Hey, so have you.
Yeah, I have. Okay, Ted, hit me.
Please, Ted, reach out to Chad and say, Chad, why aren't you closing these mobile home parks for me? Chad and Ted. Mrs. Chan, how you doing? There she is. She's on her phone. You just got to unmute yourself, you beautiful woman. It's good to see you. Where did I get to see you last? I got to see you where?
Hi, Pace. I'm not sure. Are you talking to me?
Yes, I'm talking to you. Where did I see you?
Oh, hi. In New Jersey. And
that's right. You came and hung out with us in New Jersey. That was great.
Yeah. Thank you for taking me for the question. And first of all, thank you for the marathon Zoom.
Of course. Yeah. What do we got? What do you got for me?
Yes, the same question that I asked you last time about the seller financing deal that I've been working for 3 years already, since 2019 November.
Okay.
And I put that under contract, and the seller, they are the parents and the son. Now they are out of country. So at the past few years, then I've been managing their, what I mean managing is paying the bill for their property. Is because it was under contract. The reason that it's still not closing is because that there's a lien on the property. It's $30,000.
Yep.
From the seller's seller.
Yep. And then nobody can find it. And who owns it?
It's under the seller's name.
So your seller bought it originally on seller finance from another seller.
No, they bought it with a mortgage. They have title insurance, but for some reason I talked to two title company.
Okay.
The first one been working for that for 2 years. They cannot get it off. And
what state is this in again?
It's Philadelphia, PA.
Okay.
And so it was under Jefferson Bank. Then Jefferson Bank sold the loan to TD, but TD it is not cooperative. No matter how the title company contact them, they're not responsive, and they just bounce them back and forth with different department. And at the end, they just told the title company that since that is an open-ended loan, that is why they cannot remove it. But the two title company that I spoke to.
Hold on, I'm gonna call somebody real quick.
Okay.
See if we can get somebody. Okay.
Okay. So two title company tried to work on that, but they couldn't. It's because they said that is an open-ended loan lien, so that's why they cannot do anything. And now I've been working on that, but now I just received a phone call from the seller that the father is in the hospital.
Is the house in Philadelphia?
Yeah, the house in Philadelphia. Yes.
Okay, got it. Sorry, I'm trying to find a resource right now.
Mm-hmm. But all the sellers are out of country.
Sorry, I have somebody that's helping me find somebody that can help out.
Thank you.
Sometimes it's not the how, right? It's the who.
Mm-hmm.
And it's somebody that is willing to go the distance and give you the right suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
So the people who sold it to you.
I haven't put it out, haven't closed. It's because of the lien.
Okay, great. So what's been going on with the property since you got the contract?
Just sitting there. I've been taking care.
So is it vacant?
It's vacant. But
Man.
I have a very good relationship with the seller, and they just want to sell it to me. That is a very good deal, and they are going to sell it to me for seller finance. But right now the wife just called me last week that the husband is in hospital, so that's why she said it's better we close it as soon as possible before anything happened to the husband.
Okay, so let's talk about this. Let's just make sure that we're clear. So you've got the current sellers, the current owners are willing to sell or finance a vacant property that's been sitting there for a couple of years, right?
Yeah.
And you've got the person who sold it to them somehow still has a lien attached to the property from years ago that nobody can find what's going on, why it wasn't paid off, et cetera, even though they have title insurance.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we need somebody much smarter than a title or an escrow officer to help out with this situation. But for me, I don't know why you just haven't bought this. Why haven't you closed on the property, even with the lien in place?
Yeah. So now my question is, since the situation with the sellers, I don't want anything happen if one of the seller died, that make it more complicated. So I spoke with the lawyer, that the seller's lawyer, that I really want to close the deal with the lien. So my question is, how should I do that? And what should I do after I close the deal?
Let's talk about this. You've had this under contract for a couple of years. You could have been cash flowing this whole entire time for a couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So is this lien ever going to, let's pretend this lien never goes away. Never. Let's pretend that we can never get rid of this.
Mm-hmm.
Why not just keep the property cash flowing forever?
Mm-hmm.
Why would you hesitate buying this property ever?
It was because I was keep thinking about to get a clean title.
Who cares?
Yeah, like what you said. Now I changed my mind is because
I mean, this is what we talked about at the mastermind. I was like, buy the deal, close the deal right now, go buy the deal. What I would do is I would get a power of attorney and I would get the documentation drafted. Like is your attorney or is it the seller's attorney?
We both have an attorney.
Okay. And the last conversation you had with the seller's attorney was what? I want to close on it. And the seller's attorney says, okay, no problem. How do we do this?
Yeah, then the seller's attorney said then I could close it, but the title company said that it would exempt, it would be insured, but exempt for that lien, that $30,000 lien.
Perfect. Close it.
Okay.
Mun, think about this.
Mhm.
Over the last couple of years, how much money in cash flow would you have made if you would have just got this property up and operational? 30 grand? I mean, are we on the same page here? You sat there for 2 years not trying to solve this problem until you came to the mastermind. I said, close on this, man. Go close on it right now. If you close on this, what was it, 2019, November of 2019?
Yeah.
So 2.5 years ago, no, 3.5 years ago. How much money would you have made every single month owning this property and cash flowing for 3.5 years? You would have made way more than $30,000.
Yeah.
So that lien at that point, who cares? So it's the same thing. Don't hesitate. Buy this property right now. You get in, buy it. I've got a title company that might even insure the transaction and go back. I'm texting somebody right now that has a title company in Philadelphia that focuses on just creative finance stuff.
Okay.
They might help, but even let's say they can't help. Buy the property and who cares about insuring it against the $30,000 lien?
Okay.
Buy it, close on it, get this thing cash flowing right now. You would have been able to, you probably would have made, is your purchase contract the same purchase price from 3.5 years ago?
Yes.
Oh my gosh, you've already made so much money on this deal.
Yeah. Yeah,
right?
It's a very, very good deal with the seller finance and the price I got it.
What's the interest rate?
5.
And you have
5 years.
Okay, but you don't start the 5 years until you close on it.
Yeah.
This was the greatest deal in history.
Yeah.
Because what you just did is this property just appreciated for 3.5 years in Philadelphia. It's gone up. How much in value has this gone up?
I believe it's 100.
So it's gone up $100,000 in value in 3.5 years, and you haven't had to do it. You just made $100,000 over like just sitting there doing nothing. Okay. Now you buy it. Right?
Yeah.
Seller finance. You've already inherited $100,000.
Yeah.
Right? So let's talk about this. Let's say for 5 more years you cash flow. What's your payment on the deal?
For what I remember, it's about 800. I
Okay, so it's $800 a month. And what can I rent it for?
If I rehab that, it would rent for 2,500.
Oh my gosh. If you don't close on this next week, I will close on it myself. Close on this immediately.
Yeah.
What a great deal.
It is a very great deal. But luckily, have a very good relationship with the seller, even though I don't know them before. Someone referred them to me so I just met them when I negotiate the deal with them. But I develop a very good relationship with them. But one complication is since they are not here in the United States, and at the beginning,
where do they live?
China. And now
I
China
will fly to China to get this freaking thing signed for you. There's so much money in this. This is crazy.
Yeah, I can't now. It's because of the COVID lockdown.
Okay, but is there such a thing as like getting a notary to do this all digitally?
They need to go to the U.S. consulate to do it. But we already finished that part. Right now, I still checking with the first title company if we could continue using the same document that they notarize at U.S. consulate. But it looks like, according to the conversation with the lawyer, that we should be able to do that. If not, then we really need to think of a solution.
Mun,
Since they
Mun,
cannot
can you get me on the phone with your attorney or somebody on your team sometime next week?
Okay, all right.
Please, I want to if you don't buy this, I'm closing on this myself. This is a great deal.
It is a great
Let's fly to China together. I'll book a private plane. We'll go around COVID and we'll get this thing freaking done. This is crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, your cash flow on this thing $1,700 a month, and you've appreciated $100,000. This is great.
Yeah.
Okay, get me on. Let me give you my email, or do you already have my email?
No, I don't.
I'm gonna give you my email in the side chat. Okay.
Okay. Let me see.
Email me and your attorney together, and we'll schedule a call. I want to get on the phone with your attorney.
Okay.
You have 3 days to close on this, or else I'm closing on it. I don't even need the address. I'll figure it out. I'll close on this. This is the greatest deal of the year.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, give me something that's not that.
Mhm.
Can I get some regular ones? What is this?
Okay, I got your email.
There's something wrong with these. They're gross. No, they're like blistered. Is that what they're called? Yeah, I don't want that. Come on. I'm a simple man. You're trying to give me some fancy stuff over here. Just some peanuts. Give me some peanuts. No, I'm working. Just give me some peanuts. Sure, that'd be great. Love you. Thank you. Just tell me you love me. That's all I need. Thank you. Let's get this deal closed.
Okay.
Send me an email with your attorney, and I want to get on a phone call with him, and we'll strategize what's the best way to do this. I don't want to buy the deal. I just want you to close this. This needs to be your property next week. Like, let's get this figured out. Right? Did you get my email or no? Did you mute yourself? You're trying to figure out the Zoom now? All right, well, she's gone, I guess. Yo, yo, yo. Is it Jaime or Jamie? Jaime or Jamie?
Hey, Pace. It's Jaime.
Jaime, what up, bro?
Jamie. What's up, man? I'm sorry. Let me turn my camera on.
White people call you Jamie. Smart people call you Jaime.
Don't say that to my boss. You'll find out.
How's it going, brother? How can I help?
Hey, man. First of all, thank you. I've been listening throughout since you started, and it was the best day at work I've had ever.
Really? Tell your boss
Yeah, man.
thank you for paying for you to learn on this live. Just send him a quick message.
They'll probably watch on YouTube.
Probably.
Thank you, man. So, you probably answered this. I know you've answered this before. So I'm just looking to see if you can direct me on which Zoom I can look at.
Okay.
I don't know what I'm doing, man. I know I must be doing something wrong. And I know it's due to my lack of consistency.
Okay.
I know I've tried, I hired a couple of VAs. I had to let them go. We cold called, texted for a while. Then I did a little bit of lead manager on my own. And now I'm working with another team doing agent outreach.
Okay.
But it seems like I'm jumping from shiny object to shiny object and not getting any traction.
Okay.
So
tell me why you're doing that.
I don't know, man. I'm just trying to get my hands on something in a deal.
Okay.
And I don't stick long enough to find out. And I got to stick in for about 90 days. And it's not, I'm not spending 9 days on it.
Okay. I like that you're admitting that.
Yeah.
Okay. So usually when people are having a hard time focusing on one thing, it's not a strategy thing, right? It's a mindset thing. So like, what was the most recent change you made? What were you going from and what did you go to?
I started doing the Lonza method, tried it for a couple of weeks, gave up, and then I went into agent outreach.
Okay.
And now I've been doing that for about 2 months or so.
Okay.
That's the biggest change I've made so far.
So Jaime, if I came in to your house and I followed you for 30 days, what would I find in terms of habits that when you come home from work, because you got kids, you got a life, you got a house, you got responsibilities, you got all this stuff. What would I find that you're struggling with the most in terms of getting your job done?
Time management.
Time management. Okay.
Yeah.
Now walk me through that. What would I find? Like if I spent 30 days with you and I took notes of all the time I spent with you and what you're screwing up on the time management, tell me what I would be writing down.
These are just a bunch of excuses that I make for myself. So I'm aware that
Okay, say it, bro. You think I don't have these too? Let's just hear them.
Most of my time is spent at work from 11 to 9 p.m.
Wow.
And in the mornings, I'm usually at home helping with the kids. And after they leave, I'm jumping on a daily dial to try to learn and improve myself.
Okay.
And then after that, I just have about an hour or so to make any calls or call any agents or try to do something productive. So about 1 hour of work time.
Okay.
And I come home at night, listen to some Zooms, and then just pass out and wake up at 4 a.m. the next day.
Okay. That's a really shitty work schedule. Why you have a 10-hour work schedule? Is that 5 days a week? Is that 6 days a week? Is it 4 days a week? What is that?
It's about 5 days a week, a couple weekends here and there. It's just
that's a lot of hours.
Job. Yeah. But I'm salary, so the hours don't really count.
Okay.
Ya voy, un momentito.
Sorry, I'm interrupting your question. I'm sorry.
You guys think I'm getting laid tonight or what? What's the likelihood? 9 out of 10? 10 out of 10?
20.
20. All right. So this is great stuff. So Jaime, I'm gonna give you some really unique advice I've never given to anybody yet. Okay. Legitimately, I've never given this advice. And I'm in the, like, the Gator lending stuff that I've come up with recently.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting here racking my brain of thinking, like, what can somebody do to get their hands involved in a real estate transaction that doesn't have a lot of experience, maybe doesn't have a lot of money, but like, how can they get involved without like the turmoil of going out, searching for deals, negotiating, follow up? Because like, the challenge with me, even nowadays, I don't know if you ever hear me say, if you rely on me for follow-up, I'll fail you, because I'm so busy with all my other stuff that I can't follow up. But even I said it to Molly today. If you were watching, I told Molly, I go, I'm not following up with these people, right? And she's like, yeah, I know. Okay, great. So if I am lacking follow-up, then I can't be the person negotiating and I can't be involved in transactions. So I understand how it is to be busy. The difference is, Jaime, is that I have systems and processes that I put together before I took that off my plate, right?
Okay.
That's not an opportunity for you right now, right? Because you don't have money coming. You don't have money coming into your business that would allow you to set up. My gosh, hold on. So you don't have systems and processes in your business that it would allow you to go, hey, leads are being generated, people are being followed up with, deals are being closed without my involvement. That is not a possibility for you right now. So I look at that and I'm like, okay, well, for people that have a 9-to-5 job and, they've got kids and they got all this stuff, I understand how hard it is, right? I live that every single day, so I understand it. And the whole thing of like, bullshit, figure it out, is not true for everybody, right? Like if you genuinely are working from 11 to 9 every night, that's a lot of hours. That's a lot of hours to be working. And that's unfair, right? Because I think you can run a full-time real estate business with probably about 20 hours a week. But if you don't have that 20 hours a week, that's really challenging. So I've been looking for methods and strategies that don't require constant agent outreach, constant wholesale outreach, constant negotiation, constant follow-up, payroll, overhead, all these costs that are involved in all this kind of stuff. Gator method is one of the things that I created that satisfies that need, right? However, there's something else that I've been working on for the last couple of days that I'm going to start teaching the sub 2 students, and I'm going to keep something accountable. Okay. Richard Garcia says something really good, but I'm going to assume that you can time block. And if you're not time blocking, then that's an easy one to go back to. I've done multiple Zooms on this. Jaime, there are not enough hours in the day. You'll realize that the minute you begin structuring your day in Google Calendar. Cool. So something I'm currently working on right now with my son, Asher, is I'm thinking, okay, well, how can somebody who has limited time, like my son wakes up at 6:30, he's got to be at school at 8, right? He's got to go through, his morning routine, right? Get dressed, shower, have breakfast, do all that stuff. Like you got to have life moments in there too, right? You got to live your life. Like we're not robots. So I'm sitting here thinking like, what can my son do for an hour a day and get him a deal or maybe 2 deals a month, or get his hands on a deal or 2 deals a month? Okay. So what is that? If it's not agent outreach, my son doesn't have time for follow-up. He can't do the Lonza method. he's going to be basically unreliable in any of those regards. What could my son do? 14-year-old gets home from school, immediately goes to soccer practice. After soccer practice, goes to basketball practice, comes home at 8 o'clock. Like last night, I picked him up at 8 o'clock at night. And then the next thing is, my wife and I ask him to help out with the baby at nighttime. Like, hey, hold the baby, clean up Corbin's room. He's constantly helping out. Like, think about Asher. And it sounds very similar to your situation of like, when you do have time, there's no sellers available, right? Because it's early in the morning. So who are you going to call? Who are you going to follow up with at 4 o'clock in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning? Who are you going to follow up with, right? So even if you could find time, how do you get a deal done if you can't work that? Does anybody have any ideas? Because I have the plan. I'm unrolling it next week for sub 2 students. It's going to be dope.
Costs are in different time zones?
No. Not automation. It doesn't cost any money. So think of something that doesn't cost any money. Not squatting up either. Not transaction coordinating, because you in transaction coordinating, and it's not gator lending. That gator lending is something different. Utilizing free group, nope. There we go. Brendan Lyons got it. Okay. Bird dogging. Okay. So it's the process of finding somebody like me. Okay, a buyer. I'm a buyer of cash deals. I'm a buyer of multifamily. I'm a buyer of creative finance stuff. I'm a buyer through and through, right? So think about all the deals that are transacting in Arizona, just Arizona, every single month, that a wholesaler locks up a deal. They sell it to a Keegley because the wholesaler is like, I can't find a buyer. So they send it to Keegley. Keegley then brings it to me, and I'm too busy even to look at it and see if it's a good deal or not. And I'm not looking at it. I'm not looking. There's so many deals that are being sent out that I'm not looking at. So I asked myself, like, if I could ask myself, what is Asher, my son, 14-year-old kid, what is he very good at that he could do even if there's no timeline associated with it at all? Right? What could he do? And what could I say he's very, very good at? Well, what about comping deals? What if I taught my son how to spend just 1 hour a day comping deals? Literally, that's what he did. He went out to every wholesaler in Arizona. He's on every wholesaler's list. And I train Asher just an hour a day through reps to look through deals that somebody's already negotiated, somebody's already contracted, somebody has already said what price they want for it, and literally just go through and look at 100 deals every month until he finds one. For us, my wife, if she comps 48 deals, we buy a deal. She comps 48 deals, we buy a deal. My wife comps 48 deals, we buy a deal. The problem is my wife is on a TV show 60 hours a week. She's got a 60-day-old baby. She's got a 3-year-old girl. She's got a house to keep in order. She's got a husband to love and all the things, right? Immunization, dance classes. My wife's got all the things going on. Plus, she does a lot of my listings. She deals with bullshit around the house, right? So I look at that. I'm like, my wife, who typically will find a deal or two of us for a month, what is she doing? Really, what my wife is doing, she understands the value of underwriting, and she's just on every wholesaler's list. And she goes, oh, that's not a good deal. And she'll filter through like 25 or 30% of them, like immediately, like bad deals, right? House is falling down. It's a laundromat in Kingman, Arizona. Like based on location and the type of asset, she just filters those out of the way. Now she's only looking at 70% of the deals that go to her. Then she starts looking at price point of like, my husband doesn't want to buy a deal starting at 500 grand. He wants to sell something after he renovates it for 500 grand. So she then filters through and finds the ones that are $300,000 purchases, maybe 400,000. Now she's filtered out another 25%. So now she's only looking at 50% of the deals that are being sent to her. So I'll watch her. She'll delete through the whole list. Now she's got a series of houses and she'll comp them. Comp, nope, not a good deal. Comp, not a good deal. Nope, not a good deal. Not a good deal. Not a good deal. 40 minutes, right? She looks at 10, 15 deals in 40 minutes. Takes her about 3 to 5 minutes to look at a deal very, very quickly. But Jaime, do you have that skill?
I've been using Privy, and with Privy, it's super easy.
Okay, great. So I look at that and I'm like, who's your number one buyer, Jaime? Who's the person that you are out looking for deals for right now? Who's the person that you've gone to dinner with, you've hung out with, they're a friend of yours? You can text them and go, hey, I'm looking at 15 deals. I think one of them is good. Who's that person? What's their name?
I don't have one.
That's a problem. And you see how I asked that question knowing that I knew what the answer was?
Yeah.
So here's the, we're actually doing a Privy launch next week. My son is going to start using Privy, and all he's going to do is look at other people's deals, wholesale, or look at other deals, comp them. That's all he's going to do. He's going to do it an hour a day. So I told my son, I go, here's your rent. Okay. Your rent for living in my house is you need to comp 10 addresses every single day, and you need to tell me why they're not a good deal. That's it. And he can do it in an hour. So I look at you and I'm like, Jaime, if you looked at 10 deals in your local area, what city are you in?
South Florida, Boca Raton.
Holy shit. If you literally just found 5 cash buyers, not even 5, 2. Who knows South Florida cash buyers? Who has some?
Kelly Hanna,
Munif.
most likely.
So Munif, who's your brother, right? One of the great leaders of Sub 2, Munif says to you, hey, I'm going to introduce you to a buyer. You call that buyer, Jaime. You take them to dinner. You take them to Korean barbecue. You do whatever you got to do. Okay? And you become friends with that buyer. And the only thing you do, you don't deviate to anything else. You go, I'm going to find you a deal. And my goal is to comp 10 addresses every day. Now, the greatest practice you can ever get is comping real addresses of real deals. Okay, so what happens a lot of times is that people are like, oh, I want to learn how to comp, but they don't have an address that has been sent to them from a wholesaler. So what I'm training Astro to do is go find all the wholesalers in Phoenix, Arizona, get on everybody's list. You'll average close to 80 to 90 deals sent to you every single day by just getting on about 30% of the wholesalers' lists. Think about that. That's crazy. So it's really simple. All you have to do is have one cash buyer as a friend and comp for an hour a day. Don't go on the daily dial. Don't go on the nightly dial. Don't do anything until you go. And what you should be doing is emailing these to in your cat. Here's the thing that people are so fearful of is they're like, well, my cash buyer is going to go around me. Cash buyers don't go around people. Wholesalers go around people. I didn't say to go find a wholesaler. I said, go find a cash buyer, somebody who is actively fixing flipping, somebody that you could actually go. There it is. There's the kiddos. I love it.
Oh, yeah. You want to say hi?
Hi, girls. They can't hear me.
Oh, sorry. Say hi.
Hi, how's it going?
Good.
What did you guys have for dinner?
Rice with chicken.
Oh my gosh, now I want rice with chicken.
And fries.
And fries? You got chicken, you got rice, and you got fries?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, you guys sound like rich people. You guys just eat whatever you want. It's amazing. My mom and dad never ever gave me fries, chicken, and rice. Are you kidding me? Did you tell your dad how much you love him?
Yes.
You better give him a kiss and tell him thanks, Dad.
Okay.
You don't want to? Apparently you don't love your dad. I got it. No problem.
I do.
Well, you better tell him thanks for dinner.
Actually, my mom made it.
I know, but guess who worked at their job all day long to go and buy that rice and that chicken and those fries?
Gracias, papi. Gracias, papá.
There you go. That's good. You always let your dad know how much you love him for working his guts out for you. It's good to meet you, girls.
Thank you. Thank you.
So Jaime, it's a very simple business model, and my wife makes probably 20 grand a month doing it because we pay her, right? I pay my wife when we find a cash buy. My wife will make, like, here, let's look at, I think I've shared this with some people, but let's share it again. I'll open up my Slack. We've got a deal. I don't know if the P&L's in there, but let's pull up the P&L and I'll show you. There's a recent deal. Let's see here. American Home Offers. All right, let's pull this up. All right, so we've got obviously a lot of projects going on, but let's find, let's see here. Diamond, Coolidge, Sandstone. Here we go, Sandstone. So if you look at Sandstone, I believe we have a P&L already posted on this. Maybe not. Maybe I got to pull up the P&Ls in here. Oh, you guys just did? And she pulled up the P&L? Oh, boom. Dude, I would have literally gone into my email to look for this. Thank you. Shout out Eric, by the way. Okay, so what's my final net profit on this deal, guys? Can everybody see this? How much is my final net profit on this? Can anybody read that, or is it too small?
66,966.
Right. $66,966. So how much will my wife make of that if I give her 20% of that?